Court mercy, penal women wed to deserting troops. 1 merit point for 1 woman.
And if no one picks them?
Those unchosen go back to death row. Live or die, their problem.
What about those who are chosen?
Unchosen, to labor camps in 3 months. Shinyi, you're a bachelor. Get up here and set an example.
Centurion, I need those 2 merit points for silver for medicine. Hell, 3 years, 2 points, 1 meds. But raid in 2 days. In forlorn hope, sick. Battle looms. It's no different from dying.
A chill. Waiting may cure.
Sister-in-law. Chun Shu Ting.
Good eye. That one's got strong bones. She'll hold the house together.
Her.
Sergeant Shinyi. 1 merit point redeems the penal woman, Chin Shu Ting.
Lin Yuru. She broke our vows 3 years ago. Made me the joke of the whole village.
That one's too scrawny. Pick another.
Her.
Sergeant Shinyi. 1 merit point redeems Lin Yuru. For the first pick. I said I'd add another. This one's yours too. Sergeant Shinyi takes Su Feng Ling.
That woman's no good news either.
Brother Shin, head back. Your Hawkeye guide's raid signal. PTS gone. More mouths. Vanguard soon. He's not coming back. How can a dying sergeant protect 3 beauties? Let's go. Pay his 10 a visit tonight. Little beauty.
What are you doing?
A bit scrawny, but still stunning.
Shinyi, save me.
Shut your mouth, you cheap whore.
You dog. Touch my woman, and I'll gut you.
Mutiny. How dare you strike me? I'm the one who pays your wages. Want me to cut off your pay?
Commander Ma, my eyes failed me. Please spare my life. Maybe half an hour ago I would have. Shu Ting, what are you doing?
I must leave an heir for the Shin bloodline.
Hand this woman over to me, or I'll put you in the ground.
Her charm value is a staggering 96. Even Chen Shu Ting is only at 91. Ma Xiangshun intends to kill me.
Killing you? So what? You're just a sergeant.
I can die on the battlefield. But if it's a non-combat casualty, do you think the border army will let you live?
Seems Sergeant Shin wasn't just blessed with Hawkeyes. Sharp tongue too. Sergeant Shin, in 3 days. I'll personally see to it you die fighting on the field.
Xiaoyi, did we cause you trouble?
No, he wouldn't dare touch a soldier. Besides, who lives and who dies isn't for him to decide.
Xiaoyi, I'll boil some porridge. Where's the rice?
We're out.
Fine. I'll dig up wild greens at dawn. You're going to war. You can't fight on an empty stomach. This is what father told me to bring. Sister Shu Ting, please cook it.
Sister Yuru, your kindness is noted. Tonight, let Xiaoyi rest. Tomorrow night, you should keep him company.
Sister Shu Ting, I'm indisposed for these few days. You should do it.
Sister, if we're not bedded in 3 months, we'll be sent to the camp followers register.
I appreciate the kindness, Sister Shu Ting. But my body truly shames me. Since that's the case, I won't force it. Young Master Shin, let me serve you tonight. If you swear to keep killing the northern barbarian scum, I'd be willing to look after you for life.
You hate the barbarians?
I only hate that I cannot fight them myself.
2 days from now, I'll kill 1 extra barbarian for you.
Xiaoyi, should I join you tonight too?
Shinyi, the night raid has been moved up. It's at midnight tonight. Wang who chose you for first to breach. And standard bearer.
Sky Lantern, like a damn bullseye, and carrying the colors.
He said, the colors stand, I stand. The colors fall. Even if you crawl back alive, you'll be court-martialed.
Is this a battle or a hit job?
I'm forging a new blade. It's all I can do.
Xiaoyi, Wang Hu's setting you up to die.
No ground left to give. Then I'll carve a bloody path through them. You're from West Shu, aren't you?
A man from a dead kingdom. Not worth mentioning.
I'll kill a few extra for you. Wait for my return.
Sergeant Chen, 3 wives waiting, still not home. Why slum it here with me?
Forge me a blade. One that bites deep.
A northern barbarian squad leader's saber. First-rate steel.
Too light.
Too light? Tainyo's company can barely swing it.
Got anything heavier?
This old one does have an unshaped giant's bane. 24 pounds, not yet quenched. If you can wield it, it's yours. Commander Shin of Ma family fort has the eyes of a hawk. And the raw strength of an ox. Should we recruit him, sir? A man with true skill doesn't need a back door. The battlefield will grant him his merit points. Flying Hat Raiders. 12 signals. 1,000 riders. Tell Commander Lou. I'm taking 500 Dark Cloud Cavalry. I'll break their siege first.
Huh.
Where's Commander Shin? Damn it! He's at Suyong. His work is yours. If those colors fall, you'll be court-martialed.
Ah.
Quiet. It's chaos out there. I'm shielding you. Ha ha ha. Gut them, barbarian scum. Ha 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 ha.
The colors still fly. So we're not dead yet.
Shin Yi.
Don't get bogged down. Push into the village. Ambush warfare now. I hold the colors. My command stands.
Listen to Sergeant Shin. Into the village. Bleed them for it.
Hey, northern whelps. Come and get it. Huh. Arg. Any man who wants to live, follow my call.
Sergeant Shin, we're with you.
Footmen with short blades, charging cavalry. That's just suicide. Split into two squads. One draws them to the village's dead end. The other lays low at the alley mouth and howls horses. Once the horse drops, finish the rider.
Let me out.
Shut it. You'll doom us all.
You useless coward. Give him to me.
One more yelp, and I'll get you myself first. Don't look back. Grab and go, like I said.
Aerg. Come on.
Ha. So even northern barbarian scum fears death.
Silence. Another shout and you'll be court-martialed. Sergeant Shin, the men are nearly wiped out. We falling back?
No. We hold. Kill one. It's a fair trade. Skewer two. That's pure profit. Arg.
The Dark Cloud Cavalry's here. Reinforcements have arrived. Infantry, fall back. These northern barbarian brats. Dark Cloud Cavalry will handle them.
Aerg.
What's your name?
Ma Clan Fort. Sergeant. Shunyi.
It was you who led the kill against these northern barbarian riders?
Yes.
How many did you kill yourself?
10 cavalrymen. 1 centurion.
Ma Clan Fort Sergeant, Shin Yi. For bravery, you're promoted to squad leader. 50 silver taels reward. A set of Dark Cloud Cavalry Forged armor will also be granted.
Shunyi accepts the command.
Where is the Ma Clan Fort Centurion? Open the gate. One who? Where were you when the barbarians attacked the village? Reporting, sir. I was at the outpost, protecting civilians. Bullshit. Your men died at the gate while you hid to save yourself. Desertion merits death for your whole family. I know my crime. I know my crime. 50 lashes. 1 year's pay forfeited. If I ever see you cower from a fight again, I'll break you myself. Ah. So this is the weapon that brought down 11 men?
It is.
A blade over 20 pounds, and you wield it one-handed to kill.
This subordinate has always been stronger than most.
Raw strength can't save all. Sword and footwork share one root. Study this manual daily. Next, barbarian cavalry. Don't just rely on brute force.
My thanks, Commander Liu.
With today's merit, promoting you to centurion would not be excessive. But Southern Dawn Code forbids it. Shin Yi, the North needs you. Don't die too soon.
Not enough.
My husband, you are a true hero.
I'll go dig up wild vegetables right now. I'll make you soup tonight.
No need to buy meat and get a few new sets of clothes.
Where did you get the coin?
The commander rewarded me. From today on, I'm a squad leader.
Squad leader?
From now on, this house has land and grain. We won't starve again.
Sir. Thank you.
No such talk between family.
Our boy grew up. 4 pounds bread, 3 meat. Full bellies tonight.
Husband, let me pound your back. How many northern scum did you kill today?
11.
My husband is fierce. I mean aw.
Are you pounding my back? Or trying to set me off?
If my husband has the desire, you can't just keep it all from me.
What are you saying?
Sister Shooting is your woman now too. You fill her belly but leave her clinging to an empty title. Is that fair to her?
I have wronged her. Then tonight,
Sister Shooting, come and help me pound husband's back.
One who assigned you 30 acres of wasteland.
squad leader gets 20. Generous? TCH.
Of course it's wasteland no one has worked in years. And your grain tax is nearly double what the other squad leaders pay.
You can't even grow food on wasteland. How are you supposed to pay double the grain tax?
More than that. In 10 days, there's another night raid. One who is still placing you as the Vanguard Battalion's point man.
50 lashes yesterday. Now scheming again. That bastard Wang Hu.
I have no quarrel with Wang Hu. Yet he wants my life at every turn. Someone is pulling his strings.
It's Ma Xiangshan.
No one else. One wants to use barbarian steel to slit my throat. Then take you both. Too bad. He's made a grave miscalculation.
Sir, if there's really no way out. We leave this place. The fields, the house. We leave it all. You have to stay alive.
Don't call me sir anymore. You're not some widow lodging here out of pity. You're mistress here. Never to camp tents again. Shen Shooting's affinity increased. Host power level has broken into the great ascension realm.
How did your strength increase again?
Yesterday, swinging a sword for a quarter hour exhausted me. Now, I can fight for half an hour and still stand.
Your moves are raw, but every strike aims for the kill. You were taught to kill.
You can tell.
My brother was a commander in the Imperial Guard. I watched him train.
How long has the garrison been without rations?
7 days. Supplies froze last year. Several men froze to death.
Sigh, how many border troops are left in my family fort?
60 men after the new recruits. This is.
Get felt oil paper at Suyang. And some timber frames.
What are you buying those for?
Planting crops.
Crops in late autumn? The ground's nearly frozen solid.
We'll plant them on the 30 acres of wasteland Wang Hu gave me. In 1 month, I'll make sure both of our divisions of board troops have grain and greens to eat.
Husband, what is this?
We use sunlight to heat the shelter by day. At night, we cover it with felt to trap the heat inside.
You want to create a place warm as spring.
Exactly. This is called a greenhouse.
But greens take at least a month to mature. You leave for battle in 10 days. Will there be time?
So now, greenhouses training. In 10 days, I'll lead a force with full bellies, and the guts to kill, straight into the northern barbarian camp.
Senior Shen, the Centurion's men for you are all inside. All prime stock. Huh. In 10 days, they march to die north.
We'll see who falls.
Senior, we won't drag you down. The night raid in 10 days, don't worry about us.
Who said you're only good for dying? If you can dig a ditch, you can build a barricade. Read land, scout foe. Move. Under my command, you are a soldier. Today you break ground with me. In 1 month, 20 gene of grain per man.
Winter solstice is in a month. Where will grain come from?
I'll grow it.
Planting in late autumn? Shinyi, have you gone mad?
Those who trust me, follow.
My mother was saved by Commander Shen. I trust him. Commander Shen dared to face the northern barbarian cavalry alone. I'm with him too. Mutiny. This is outright mutiny. Commander Shen has the strength of 10 men. Shinyi, we bought everything on the list. But how will any of this junk turn into food?
5 men per team. Build according to the plans. Erect the frames. Place oil paper. Add felt. Sow seeds.
It's freezing out here, but warm inside.
Days heat trapped by the sun. Nights chill held back by the wool. This is a greenhouse. 1 month, and we'll harvest greens.
In this frozen wasteland, food can actually grow.
What grows here won't just be vegetables. It's your family's life through this winter. Everyone who worked today takes a silver bonus. It's not much. Spend it all on meat.
Whoever Commander Shen points at next, I'll swing. Commander Shen is mighty. The night raid is in 10 days. We charge with you. To the death.
It's not your death I want. Follow me. Slay the barbarians. And march back out. Not one man lost alive.
You're no centurion. But you've earned more loyalty than Wang Hu.
Loyalty follows the leader, not rank. That's who they follow.
You're back. Quick, eat. What's wrong? Xiaoyi hasn't washed the dishes yet.
I'll do it. You run this household all day. You're exhausted. Tonight, I take care of you.
Husband won't let sister shooting suffer anymore.
Shin Shooting's affection level, 90. Chance of producing an heir, doubled. As long as Shooting formally joins the Shun family, she'll never be sent to the camp followers register.
800 Li urgent dispatch from Ning Yuan. What's the situation? Ning Yuan won't hold. Once Ning Yuan falls. Central Plains grain route cut. Xiong, Jubai stranded. Cities open to cavalry. Shenyi. Ning Yuan has fallen.
So fast.
The grain road is cut. Xiong and Jubai are isolated. Lu orders drills, war prep.
Dapeng expand farms. Drill. Halt. I gave no order to stop.
Decades of drills. Why change?
2 days ago, my family fort lost half its men. That's the result of your decades of drilling. We are both centurions. Mind your own troops. Tainyo, form our men up. 1 man holds the shield forward, 2 attack from the sides. 3 per cell, 3 cells per squad.
This way, even if a man falls, the formation won't break.
This formation is called the Triad Formation. Once mastered, Southern infantry can kill Northern barbarian cavalry just the same. 24 Northern barbarian riders. Led by a centurion.
Kill a barbarian centurion. And you get his rank. Don't move! They lit that smoke on purpose.
It's an ambush.
Brothers, with me. Claim those merits.
Charge.
Those lagoon soldiers are greedy for glory. Which formation? Advance. It's a trap. Fall back. Ha! If we don't move now, they'll be slaughtered.
3-3 formation. Scatter. On me, push through. Shields block the horse head on. Spears, aim for the legs. Swordsmen, kill the fallen riders.
Infantry, actually killing cavalry? Kill you, and this rabble of southern troops will scatter. That centurion badge is mine. With that badge, I become centurion of Ma family fort.
Got you.
You wounded the centurion. The merit is rightfully yours. One who is a coward who fears death. He is unfit to lead Ma family fort. Just say the word, and we'll name you centurion.
I will fight for the rank of centurion. By the rules. I won't let you be branded traitors for backing my brother.
Squad leader Chen, a letter found here. What?
The Northern cavalry hasn't even attacked, and your governor already plans to surrender the city?
Slandering a governor? That's execution for your family.
I killed that Northern barbarian centurion myself. The secret letter was looted from his corpse.
If what it says is true, then every last soldier in Suyao is doomed.
That's why I came straight to you, Commander.
No one else can know of this.
Understood, Commander.
By martial law, slaying a barbarian centurion earns you his rank. Will you join my Suyang garrison?
I only want my family fort.
It's a poor fort with barely any men. Why go back?
The people there trust me. The soldiers would die for me. If I left them for a promotion, I wouldn't be fit to lead.
From this day on, you are centurion of Ma family fort. The night raid in 8 days is still on.
We're still attacking?
The barbarian supply lines are broken. Suyong is threatening them. But you're no longer the Vanguard's standard bearer.
Who is?
Wang Hu. Don't celebrate yet. When the Dark Cloud Cavalry retreats, you'll take 30 men and ambush them here. You're the rear guard.
Give me 30 soldiers who can handle a bow.
Veteran archers are elite troops. I can't spare a single one. At most, 30 common archers and 100 silver tails. One mistake in this fight, and your Ma family fort will be wiped out.
The men and silver will be enough.
Husband, you're really a centurion now?
From this day on, my family fort answers to me. No one will push you around ever again.
Husband, what's wrong?
It's nothing. Just thinking this family is finally getting somewhere. Within 7 days, 50 bows, 1,000 arrows.
Manufacturing that many bows and arrows. Without a centurion seal, the penalty is beheading.
The centurion seal is right here.
Never seen this kind of bow in my life. Can it truly fire past 300 paces?
A compound pulley bow shoots triple dragon barb shafts. After 7 days, I will use 50 of these bows to hold off 120 northern barbarian riders.
If these bows can't reach 300 paces, then everyone in my estate dies under the northern barbarian cavalry.
Half an hour later, Shinyi rode back to my estate on a fast horse. Arriving at the garrison post, Shinyi stabled that maroon-colored war horse in the garrison post stable. He placed 400 taels of silver neatly in the armory. Shinyi had originally intended to audit the ledgers of the Ma estate garrison post to see how much usable funds remained on the books. Too dark, dry fuses. A single lamp fire could ignite them. Shinyi merely deposited the 400 taels of silver in the armory and turned back toward home. Before leaving the garrison post, of course, Shinyi made a point to inform the night patrol soldiers of his promotion to deputy centurion. He ordered these patrolling soldiers to notify military households door to door. Once done, Shinyi finally shed that heavy suit of black lacquered armor. Holding armor and great chrysalis blade, he went home. Meanwhile, inside the small courtyard of the Shen household, Shen Shuting and Su Fengling were waiting in growing distress. Lady Ru was also sitting absent-mindedly in the firewood shed, glancing at the gate from time to time. On the stone table were a plate of sliced fatty pork, cabbage meatball soup, pickled vegetables, and 4 bowls of rice. This spread, even in the capital, would be considered a decent supper. Why hasn't Xiaoyu returned yet? Could something have happened? Shen Shuting clasped her hands to her chest, murmuring nervously. Su Fengling shook her head. No way, Sister Shooting. Our husband is a hero. Nothing will happen to him. Lin Yu remained silent, but a flicker of worry flashed deep in her eyes. Just then, the main gate burst open. Shen Yi, drenched in sweat, dragging black armor, shouldering the great chrysalis blade, strode in as if he didn't have a care in the world. Shooting. Fengling, why aren't you eating? I've been out all afternoon. I'm starving. He didn't even glance at Shen Shooting or Su Fengling's worried faces. Just sat himself down at the stone table, reached out and grabbed a slice of meat, shoved it in his mouth. Grease smeared at the corner of his lips. A look of pure satisfaction spread across Shen Yi's face. Damn, that's good. Meat always hits the spot. Xiao Yi, why are you back so late? Doesn't training end at dusk? Shen Shooting's voice carried a hint of reproach, but mostly worry and curiosity. Ran into northern barbarian scouts. Their leader was a centurion. Took a while to cut them down. That's what held me up. Shen Yi waved his hand dismissively, focused on his food, but those in different words hit the listeners hard. Shen Shooting, Su Fengling, and Lin Yu all froze in shock. Shen Shooting grabbed Shen Yi's arm, looking him over. Those northern barbarian scum are getting fiercer. Xiao Yi, are you hurt? How many did you kill this time, husband? Did you wipe them all out? Su Fengling's focus differed slightly from her senior sister-in-law's. Lin Yu remained silent, her face cold, but a hint of warmth softened her eyes. A mob of useless rabble. Couldn't scratch me. Shen Yi waved his hand again, then tugged at a token on his belt. Didn't bother counting the kills. But that barbarian bastards. Centurion met his end on my blade. Seeing Shen Yi pull out a bronze plaque stamped with character 400, Su Fengling was the first to crouch down by his waist, gazing at the bronze plaque with fervent admiration. It really is a centurion's token. Husband, are you a centurion now? Shen Shooting crouched down beside him too. Her tight linen clothes were definitely a size too small. But this time, Shen Yi didn't shy away from looking. He just watched openly. Exactly as Su Fengling had said before, Shen Shooting was his woman now. If he didn't look or touch, it would only plant doubt in her heart. Xiao Yi, your rise to the ranks is far too fast. Is this centurion's token really yours? Shen Shooting was baffled. She was the former wife of a brocade guard commander, with a deep understanding of military merit and promotion. Logically, someone Shen Yi's age, a low-born soldier. Rare to lead so young. Future's bright. Garrison commander soon. But now, in just a few short days, Shen Yi is actually gone. From sergeant all the way up to centurion. That's 3 ranks in a matter of days. And Shen Yi is barely past 20. As long as he can survive the frontier, with time and get signed back to his high office and a fat salary will be waiting for him. Maybe even a noble title. A future to make his ancestors proud. Shooting, Fengling, this centurion warrant is from the Dark Cloud banner. Commander Lu Feng issued it to me himself. You think it's a fake? Shen Yi smiled calmly. A steady look settled in his eyes. My husband is a true hero. Tonight, Fengling will give you a proper back massage, without a hint of shyness. Su Fengling, your arms around Shen Yi, the admiration in her eyes plain to see. Su Fengling affection +1. Seeing this, Shen Shooting also showed a gratified smile. Then, Xiao Yi, I'll leave you for tonight. Shen Yi nodded and gladly accepted. One tree, no forest, spread the rain. Besides, Chen Shuting already carries his bloodline, even though it's not showing yet and nothing will be affected. If he really overdoes it. If Chen Shuting's not pregnant in 3 months, that's a regret he can't undo. But as soon as the words were out, Su Fengling suddenly grabbed Chen Shuting's arm, her voice carrying a hint of a plea. Sister Shuting, stay and help me take care of her husband tonight, alright? His back is too firm. I can't work out the knots on my own. Hearing this, Chen Shuting's ears went red. Awkward look. Not that she wouldn't. It's just that yesterday was already a sleepless night. If she goes to tend to Shun Yi tonight too, wouldn't that seem unrestrained? Anyway, she's still Shun Yes. Su Fengling saw right through. Chen Shuting's refusal was really yes. She pulled Chen Shuting close and whispered privately, Sister Shuting, tonight, it has to be you. My monthly courses have come. I'm too weak to take care of him. You know full well what kind of man her husband is, Sister Shuting. Sister Yu, Rue never settles. Today, promotion. We have to make sure he gets a good night's sleep, no matter what. What do you think, Sister Shuting? Chen Shuting bit her lip gently at those words, then gave a slight, embarrassed nod. Su Fengling saw this. Only did a satisfied smile finally appear on her face. She turned to Shun Yi and said, Husband, you sweated too much today. I'll go fetch a basin of water. You must wash yourself clean. Chapter 24. Your delicate hands can't stop my great dragon. Lin Yuru's favorability +1. The candle flame was not put out. It flickered all night long until the early morning. A stout, muscular figure rose from the adobe bed. He walked to the paper window and blew out the candle flame. After snuffing out the flame, Shun Yi turned his head back to the adobe sleeping platform. Chen Shuting and Su Fengling were tangled together, sleeping soundly. The two women nestled against each other, as beautiful as a painting. A moment later, the emerald green scroll unfurled again. Line after line of gilded characters, visible only to Shun Yi, leapt before his eyes. Target of care, Chen Shuting. Care successful. Strength slightly increased. Fire tempered in the belly. Stamina slightly increased. Host, Shun Yi. Age, 20. Strength, minor accomplishment. Agility, great. Perception, minor. Comprehension, normal. Stamina, minor. After days of perception and practice, Shun Yi now understood. Minor equaled 3 or 4 grown men. Great accomplishment was 8 to 10 times that of a normal man. If all stats hit great level, whether on the sleeping platform or the battlefield, Shun Yi could hold off 10 men by himself. No question. Thinking this, Shun Yi glanced again at Su Fengling. A look of reluctant fascination flashed in his eyes. This little girl's talent for mimicry is top-notch. Skills that took Chen Shuting years to learn. Su Fengling managed to replicate over half in just a few short days. Although Su Fengling's body was a bit unwell, she truly has a silver tongue. It's a pity that Silver Tongue didn't trigger the twin perch attribute critical hit. It seems only by genuinely caring for a woman can he gain the system's approval and boost his attributes. Shun Yi picked up the Lu family sword manual from the table, went to the yard, stripped his shirt, letting the morning sun pour over his solid muscles. Halberd in hand, flipping the manual. Humph. Deep, muffled grunts echoed out. Another half-shirchen of relentless practice. But this time, hampered by his comprehension level, Shun Yi failed to grasp any new combat forms. But I hit a wall in martial comprehension. Just built more muscle memory on what I already knew. Looks like raising my aptitude matters a lot. Shun Yi let out a long breath and put the giant axe down. His mind was already racing, fixating on how to butcher more northern barbarians. The boosts from killing are random, after all. If you kill enough of them, in theory, every stat gets a massive jump. But small groups of northern barbarian scum are rare around here. They never move without 80 to 100 men. A force that size, Shun Yi can't handle yet. That's a bone so hard it'd shatter my teeth. As for that 2 or 3 dozen strong rear squad like last time, that was a fluke around Siang Garrison. You can't plan for luck. On this southern frontier, where women outnumber men, maybe the better game is racking up kills through the new penal women, gaining fresh stats that way. That path looks a hell of a lot easier. But I'm just a centurion. 3 to 5 mouths to feed is my limit. Too many women I drag back. We'll just become dead weight. Shun Yi muttered to himself, turning to find Lin Yu, toying with ghost stones at the stone table. Where did you get a go board? Shun Yi's brow furrowed. This is a gift I brought. Lin Yu flinched for a second, but kept her face calm, fiddling with the stones as if he wasn't there. Her jade fingers lightly picked up a black stone, then a white one, her hands crossing over the board. The 2 colors wove a massive net. To Shun Yi, once a champion Go player, she was drilling a mid-game, end-game puzzle. Playing solo gets you nowhere. I'll take white. You take black. What do you say? Shun Yi sat down opposite her, genuinely intrigued. But it wasn't Lin Yu that pulled him in. It was the ghost stones. In his past life, Shun Yi was the army's Go champion. Even a 9-Dan master had. Praise Shun Yi's skill. Back then, if not for a classified mission, he would have nearly made the National Go team's reserve squad. No need. This humble girl studied Go under 9-Dan Grandmaster Wangmu. If Shan Gongzi wishes to play, I will take white, and you take black. Lin Yu hesitated at first, but quickly, that otherworldly, ice-cold mask, worn by one who seems above mortal needs, snapped back into place. Without waiting for his reply, she simply pulled the white stones to her side of the board. Shun Yi didn't refuse her offer. He grabbed black stones, curious. Isn't Wangmu the poetry sage of the Southern Qian? How does that make him a 9th-Dan Grandmaster? Wangmu is the greatest prodigy in the Southern Qian capital. He refused the emperor. A true scholar. Wangmu was mentioned. Lin Yu's back straightened even more, as if Wangmu's great deeds were her own source of pride. Sunlight spilled over her shoulders. The pale skin of her shoulder was vividly clear. Shun Yi froze for a second. He was suddenly struck by the fact that her skin was truly as white as snow. Even the veins on her forearm were visible to the naked eye. Make your move, Master Shun, Lin Yu said with an air of grace, putting on her haughty act. Shun Yi smirked and made the first play. Lin Yu countered swiftly, keeping pace. But soon, Shun Yi's great dragon formation took shape. Lin Yu failed to realize his grand strategy was already complete. She still wore that aloof expression until the next second. With one master stroke, Shun Yi sealed the game. Black stones surged like a flood. They surrounded and slaughtered her stones. Shun Yi swept the white stones. Her defeat was crushing and merciless. The game is settled. It's been a while. My hand's a bit rusty. Shun Yi smirked. Satisfied, he set down the stone and prepared to cook his porridge. But Lin Yu just stared at the board. Then she looked at Shun Yi, muttering in disbelief. I studied chess under Master Wangmu himself. Few in the capital can beat me. Where the hell did the Shun Yi learn such a brutal style of play? Before Shun Yi could even react, Lin Yu grabbed the stones and stepped right into his path. Master Shun, how about another round? Shun Yi sized Lin Yu up from head to toe. Taking stones, he answered, fueled by vengeance. For her calling off their betrothal, the next games. Shun Yi held nothing back. Every single match was a slaughter, every match a win. At first, Lin Yuru could hold her own for a few moves. But as Shun Ye's momentum grew fiercer, by the time they reached the 5th game, Lin Yuru's supposedly skillful hands could no longer contain Shun Ye's great dragon. Clever tricks won't trap me. See? Your clever tricks can't stop my dragon. Shun Yi set down the stone and walked away fully satisfied. Lin Yuru stared at the board. 5 games, all lost. A dark look crossed her face, but then that cold mask cracked just a little with a trace of shyness. As if being conquered. That stirred a faint, imperceptible fondness. But Shun Yi just watched, bewildered. The go strategies in his mind came from the modern world. Thousands of years of refinement by countless masters. The most optimal place. Bringing them to the Southern Shingo world was a massacre from another dimension. A gap of several millennia. After all, how could Lin Yuru possibly win? But then, a jade green scroll unfurled. A line of text burned before Shin Ye's eyes. Lin Yuru's affection +1. Affection +1. Shin Yi turned to look at her, incredulous. And at that very moment, Lin Yuru truly did show that faint, imperceptible shyness. Shin Ye's throat tightened. Stunned. This Lin Yuru is something else. He'd been ruthless on the board, giving no quarter. And it actually increased her affection? Could it be that beneath her cold, elegant exterior, she's just some ethereal, untouchable goddess, but deep down, she's actually a woman who likes being conquered? Is this the legendary Ice Queen switch-up? Chapter 25. Lord Lu wants me to squeeze the bandit's stolen fat. Shin Yi looked at Lin Yuru. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. He walked slowly towards her at the stone table. His gaze intense. Lin Yuru just nodded slightly, her head bowed, pointedly avoiding his eyes. But whether it was deliberate or not, as she lifted her pale neck, those 2 elegant collarbones were laid bare. Then, Lin Yuru bit her lip lightly, and asked, with a trace of embarrassment, young Master Shin's go skills are truly profound. Where did young Master Shun learn such an aggressive style? A self-taught wild card. Care for another lesson? Shin Ye's mouth quirked. He leaned on the table, leaning in slightly. Lin Yuru's throat tightened. A faint blush touched her cheeks, but a clear look of conflict flickered in her eyes. Still, a flicker of unwillingness lingered in her eyes. She shoved them away feebly. Right at that moment, before Shun Yi could lean in further, bang, 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 a frantic knocking cut through the air. Shun Centurion, the weapons and leather armor from Suyong Garrison City, and those 80 elite constables are all here. Centurion, the one who scored them, wants you to stamp the documents at the guard station. The knocking and the shouting came as a single, urgent assault. Tearful, Lin Yuru fled into the woodshed. Was it the sting of losing the game of chess, or something else entirely? One thing was clear. Her face frosted over again. Coming, Shin Yi paid no further mind to Lin Yuru. He turned, threw on his clothes, and pulled open the door. Tanyo stood there, breathless. Let's move. Shin Centurion, that Centurion, Li from Suyong City. It seems he has more to discuss with you. Said he must see you in person. Can't say why. Let's go. Silent. Shin Yi headed to the guard post. But then, a stranger's broad hand shot out from behind Tanyo and clamped directly onto his shoulder. The next second, a wiry, lean man with a square jaw and a company great seal at his belt stepped into Shun Ye's view. First, he shoved a yellowed sheepskin scroll into Shun Ye's arms. Clasping his fist in salute, he said, Shun Centurion, enemy map of Suyong. Northern scum. Bandits. Southern troops. 3 snakes in 1 den. Commander also words. He hopes you will study this map with the closest eye. Also, in 15 days, they're moving up the date for the annual Border Army Melee. He expects you to be ready. Pick your fiercest squad for the Fuyong tourney. Victors get 3 years grain levy exemption for their headcount, plus a year's tribute from the other households. Why take the notice, Centurion Li? Shin Yi accepted the scroll, but didn't open it. He returned to salute first. The Centurion saw, and cast another deep, meaningful glance at the sheepskin scroll. Raising his head, he hinted to Shun Yi. That enemy ordnance map. Study with the closest eye, Shun Centurion. Commander Officer Lu's specific instructions. A close study should see your career rise like a comet. A meteoric rise. Stuck as Deputy Centurion. Promotion needs kills. Politics don't matter. Only merit points count. Could this enemy intel map mean some ready-made kills? Merit points just lying there for the taking? Shin Yi thought, and right in front of Centurion Li, he unrolled the sheepskin scroll. The moment the sheepskin scroll unrolled, countless brushstroke notes filled in every blank space on the map, and the map itself was covered with tiny circles drawn in ink. Enemy intel around Suyong was laid out in exhaustive detail, especially the area near the Ma family outpost. Everything from the Northern Barbarian Cavalry 100 li away to bandit strongholds just over 10 li distant was marked with perfect precision, especially those small bandit gangs, just a few dozen men strong, which Commander Lu Fong had highlighted with glaring red ink marks. Just how detailed were the notes on this intel map? Practically every enemy force near Ma family outpost, their numbers, their equipment, their food reserves, was laid out on this map without missing a thing. In the wrong hands, any faction in this war gets it. It's a massive threat, but if used properly, it's an overwhelming advantage. For managing and growing Ma family outpost, my thanks for the warning, Centurion Li, and pass my gratitude to Commander Lu. I take the hint. Shin Yi cupped his hands in salute. Seeing this, Centurion Li finally cracked a knowing smile. One last jab. Deputy Centurion Shun, sharp wits. Seeing you today, your reputation is well deserved. A word beyond my orders, though. Kill the Northern Barbarian scum, but also kill those bandits preying on the villages. And rumors say, after Ningyuan City fell, a fair number of civil officials and commander officers were taken by bandits who rule their little hilltop kingdoms. These men can die under a barbarian blade, but never suffer disgrace among bandits in the wild. They're the courts and army's face. If you have the guts to deal with them, Deputy Centurion Shun, no method is off limits. And Commander Lu specifically said, this deed is worth another year of land tax exemption. Orders received. Safe travels, Deputy Centurion Li. Shin Yi cupped his hands once more. A look of calm composure rising in his eyes. Centurion Li saw it, and understood perfectly. Deputy Centurion Shun, let me your Centurion token for a moment. I just need a stamp right here. Lieutenant Li took the initiative to bring out the centaur. He smeared it evenly on the bottom of Shun Ye's Centurion token. Then he pulled out a record book and stamped it inside. The Centurion's mark, belonging solely to Shun Yi, was imprinted. After all this was done, Lieutenant Li didn't linger for a moment. He turned around and left Shun Ye's residence. Tanyo scratched his head. With a simple, honest voice, he asked, Shun Yi, what did Lieutenant Li mean by all that just now? Hearing this, Shun Yi smiled calmly. He wants to use our hands to wipe out the bandits for Adjutant Lu. Or rather, he wants to use our hands for border troops, bandits plague mountains. If they sent only our garrison post to clear them out, casualties would be huge. Tanyo was stunned. Chaos at Frontier, bandits rule peaks. At first, a stronghold might have over 100 men, small ones at 40 to 50. Such a fort could be easily wiped out by a few neighboring posts banding together. But mountain terrain is complex, easy to defend, and hard to attack. The post leading the assault would surely suffer heavy losses. No garrison post is willing to. Too much strength on bandits. Soon, various bandit groups grew into a real force. Now, even a small stronghold has at least 80 or 100 men. If a single post tries to wipe them out alone now, it risks total annihilation. Rough seas, rich catch. Tax-free year. The villagers can recover and rebuild. Shinyi patted Tiny on the shoulder. His gaze moved to a spot on the enemy map. A location circled 3 times in Cinnabar. White Wind Stockade, 23 Lee from Ma family village. 67 fighters up north, 15 warhorses. Enough fodder and rations to eat for 3 months. Most importantly, 2 days ago, some civilians witnessed them dragging off a squad of Southern Sheen soldiers. Shinyi swept his eyes over the terrain. His gaze settled on the cliff face behind White Wind Stockade. He continued. Besides, Tiny if the tactics are sound. Fighting is won. We won't take losses. With Ma village's 120 elite troops, we might even butcher the stockade without shedding a drop of blood. Adjutant Liu has given us a golden opportunity to plunder the plunderers and grow our garrison. Chapter 26. Train by fighting, purge White Wind Stockade. Plunder the plunderers. Tainyo gave a simple grin. I've only ever heard of bandits plundering the people. First time I've heard of frontier soldiers looting bandit spoils. First time for everything. Shinyi waved it off, then asked, what's today's plan? More drills? Yeah, already started them on 3-man cell tactics. Tainyo nodded. 3-man cell tactics, the stance and structure are totally different from traditional formations, but real combat results are top-notch. After all, 3-man cells slaughtered 24 Northern Barbarian cavalry. The record's there. In Tainyo's mind, the 3-man cell tactics Shinyi proposed had already become the first rule of training. 3-man cells are for real combat. Once you learn the stance, drilling empty forms is useless. Shinyi rolled up the sheepskin scroll, shoved it into his coat. His eyes turned towards by Wind Stronghold. Leave 20 men to guard Ma family fort. Another 100 at supplies. Blood training today. Train with blood? Tainyo's face tightened. Shinyi, it's broad daylight. The strongholds are all on alert. A frontal assault is too risky. Let's wait till nightfall. Tainyo hadn't finished before Shinyi cut him off. At night, they'll have sentries on patrol. Those shifting patrols will wake the whole damn nest. We're hitting them in a single strike. It needs to be swift and brutal. Besides, when did I say anything about a frontal assault? Tainyo swallowed hard, said nothing more. He turned and sprinted toward the guardhouse. Shinyi watched him go, then turned back to the yard. He glanced at the stone table spot. Lin Yuru was gone. She bolted back to the firewood shed, sitting on that tiny straw bed, her gaze drifting. Shinyi paid no mind. He just pulled on his boots, strapped on his black armor, slung the giant cocoon blade across his back, and walked out. Soon, at my outpost, 100 cloth armored troops, wielding captured curved swords, stood assembled. These soldiers, sent by Commander Lu Fong, were nothing like the village conscripts they drafted before. Their eyes were pure, killing intent. Their faces steady and cold. Even their posture outclassed the veterans of Ma family fort. A grim 100-man square, fierce cold rolling off. Centurion Shun has arrived. A new recruit spoke without thinking. As the words fell, Shinyi, clad in black armor, walked slowly before the formation. All eyes snapped to the cocoon on Shinyi's back. Today, we train with blood. Memorize this stance. When the fight starts, no one breaks ranks. Win or lose. I'll court-martial anyone who does. 100 soldiers roared back. Orders received, sir. Shinyi swept his gaze over them. Most of the soldiers were unfamiliar faces. He's always had Tainyo, but the other 9 were sent by Commander Lu Fong. This battle wasn't just a drill for Shinyi. It wasn't just about wiping out Baifeng camp. More importantly, he intended to plant his authority deep among these so-called elites from Suyang garrison. Out here, a commander without weight has a shaky company, and nothing steadies a soldier's heart like victory. Anyone who can climb 50 meters of cliff, step forward. A scattered handful, 7 or 8 soldiers, sidestepped out from the ranks. Our target this time is Baifeng camp, a local plague for years. As he spoke, Shinyi pointed behind him. There was a wooden stockade, visibly carved in the cliff face. You're climbing the cliff with me first. We'll fix the ropes. The rest of the company will follow up. I'll take 30 shock troops, kill our way in from the rear, and draw their fire. Once the gate guards are pulled away, Tainyo leads the remaining 70 in a direct breach of their main gate. We lock down every watch post, hammer and anvil. We root them out. A thunderous orders received. Shook the ranks. Within moments, Shan Yi was leading his 100 soldiers, marching with murderous intent toward Baifeng camp. The villagers of the Ma outpost saw them and stared in disbelief. Is Centurion Shun off to hunt bandits? He should hunt them. Bandits beat northern scum. They make necklaces from children's teeth and wear them openly. Every time I see it, I weep. 3 years since the North's war. Suyangs crawled with their filth. If Centurion Shun truly wipes them out, he'll have done a great deed for us all. And so, under the heavy gaze of the Ma outpost villagers, the backs of Shun Yi and his 100 men faded slowly into the tree line at the village's edge. An hour later, at the foot of a sheer cliff, Shun Yi and his 7 climbers had already scaled it. They lashed ropes, thick as a man's calf, to the trees, and let them drop. One by one, the 100 soldiers hauled themselves up the lines. Shun Yi used that time to shimmy up a tree. One arm hooked a branch, the other used leaves for cover, as he peered deep in the heart of Baifeng camp. The main gate of Wagner stronghold was shut. 3 watch posts on the palisade. 9 men guarding the wall. 27 bandits patrolling inside the compound. Ragged gear and shit weapons. Tainyo, stick to the plan. We wipe him. The moment Shin Yi laid out the layout, Tainyo knew exactly what to do. He led his men, creeping toward the main gate. Shin Yi took a scratch force of 30 men, slicing straight through the back sally port. The ambush went sideways fast. The second Shin Yi breached White Wind stronghold. He was swarmed. Almost half the bandits inside the stronghold rushed to surround Shin Yi and his 30 men. Shin Yi fought a running retreat with his squad. He could cut down 10 men on his own, no problem. But the soldiers at his side were only flesh and blood. Still, something about Shin Yi's savage killing spree lit a fire under them. The 30 men backing him up. They started fighting with a fury no one expected. Soon, the screams of battle at the back gate. shook the air like war drums. Every guard at the main gate got drawn toward the noise. The watchman at the front had enough sense to try one thing, shutting the main gate. But just as they moved to slam it shut, a hulking beast of a man, face twisted with murder, burst in from the front. Behind him, 70 hardened, well-armed, disciplined Southern Gone soldiers swarmed inside. The front gate and back gate both turned into slaughterhouses. Bandits screamed, confused, slashing wildly, every one of them fighting like a cornered animal. Border troops advanced in tight wedges, cold and steady, butchering every last one. And right then, Shinya's side took a bad turn. A shrill cry cut through battle. No soldiers scream. Help! Help! Is that the Gone army? Save us! I'm a commander officer from the UN city. Save me first. Me. I'll make you rich with titles. Chapter 27. The Deadly Beauty, Xin Jinglian. 9 shots a heartbeat. The commander officer of the UN. Shinyi flicked his eyes sideways. His gaze at a small tent. The scream came from inside. The rear of the stronghold was mostly tents, rest spot for bandits, stuffed with stolen goods. Dozens of them. Tight. No breeze in the front. No exit in the back. Going blind. And you be butchered in a death trap. Better odds fighting in the open. Ryup. Shinyi hadn't even finished the thought when a bandit's blade came slashing down at his side. The steel tore right through the small tent behind him. The bandit drew his blade for another swing. Shinyi kicked him, sending him flying several meters. But just as he dispatched the bandit, a subtle fragrance of flowers drifted from behind him. Shinyi stiffened, sniffling as he turned his head. The tent just slashed open by the bandit. Held over a dozen young women, barely clothed, huddled together, trembling in the corner. Some were heavily painted with makeup, but without exception, all of them were strikingly pretty. What struck Shinyi as strange, however, was that their demeanor was the complete opposite of proper women. That worldly aura wasn't ordinary. In a flash, Shinyi realized these women were likely all from brothels. But why would a mountain stronghold have so many prostitutes? Shinyi had no time to dwell on it. Another bandit's cleaver came chopping at his skull. Shinyi raised his giant mace, swinging it with massive force. But just as the mace was about to connect, it snagged on a tree branch above. The cleaver shot straight for Shunye's face. In that split second, an arrow tore through the bandit from behind, punching clean through his body. The bandit's body went limp, lurching forward. The killing intent cleaver suddenly loosened its aim, falling harmlessly beside Shinyi. Drop your weapons, and you'll be spared. Tainyo stood atop the stockade tower. The 3 watchtowers of Bifeng stronghold were now fully under the southern Qin soldiers' control. 20-some archers drew their bows to the full. Arrows aimed at bandits below. Exchanged hand glances, but eventually they obediently dropped their cleavers. Just then, before Shinyi could react, 9 fast horses burst from the main camp, galloping directly for the still open stronghold gate. Tainyo saw them, immediately shouting to close the gate. But because the battle had been fought so swiftly, the soldiers were unfamiliar with Bifeng stronghold's layout. They fumbled around, unable to find it for a long time. Which mechanism dropped the gate? These 9 were well equipped, their saddles draped with gold and silverwares. They were the stronghold's prizes. Bifeng stronghold would be a pointless victory. A bow. Shinyi stretched out his hand for a bow. Tainyo hastily tossed the bow to Shunyi, along with a quiver still holding 10 arrows. Shinyi stood his ground, knocked an arrow, and drew. Bowstring, arrowhead, 1 line. Fwhip, 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 fwhip. Arrow after arrow flies out, swift as fallen stars. Shinya's drawing release cycle is brutally fast. To any onlooker, his hands leave after images in the air. In a single blink, 9 shafts have already been loosed into the sky. These 9 arrows even fly in an almost perfectly level trajectory. The next instant, all 9 shafts punch through the horse's heart. 9 bandit chiefs, virtually at the exact same moment, crash their saddles and hit the ground. Small tigers all spill across the dirt. At this sight, every Nantion noble present freezes, dumbstruck. Shinyi just finished a brutal round of close quarters fighting. By all logic, his strength should be completely spent. Drawing a war bow again and again drains a man's power. Even a veteran bowman, fresh and at full strength, cannot easily loose 9 shafts in rapid succession. And Shinyi stood over 100 paces from these bandit chiefs. Worse, every single one of those bastards was mounted and riding hard across moving terrain to fire 9 arrows without pause after half an hour of heavy combat, and still land such perfect grouping. These elites from Fuyang had never seen anything like it. Even a dozen or so women of the dust inside the tent see this, and without a word, every one of them looks toward Shinyi. Their eyes shine with awe. Check the stronghold's loot: horses, armor, weapons, treasure. Take it all to the meat estate. Prisoners and bandit forces march into Suyang garrison and leave them to Governor Lu's judgment. Shinyi drops the bow. His face stays utterly calm, as if that 1 second 9 arrow volley merely routine. At your command, soldiers freeze, then salute and move out. Where are you from? Why are you here? Shinyi turns his gaze toward the dozen women of the dust. His eyes finally rest on one woman, her beauty utterly striking. Her features sharpish, her body a deadly, alluring curve. She rivals any star's glow. Here is the key. The woman wears not a single trace of makeup. Bare-faced, she still outshines all. Shinyi asks his question, but no woman dares speak first. It is this unadorned woman who steps forward. Sir, we are penal women, sentenced to serve as camp followers. We headed to Ningyuan to aid the troops. But Ningyuan fell, so the bandits took us as plunder and drag us here. What is your name? Shinya's sword brow furrows. Xin Jinglian. The unpainted woman offers a slight bow. Her shoulders were slightly exposed. Those sultry eyes kept sending out sparks. Trouble. Pure trouble. Shinyi turned his head away. A fire had been lit in his gut. Even though he already had 2 beautiful wives at home, and had unhusbandly treated by both, the moment he laid eyes on this Xin Jinglian, Shinya's heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. At that very moment, Li Hui, the Ningyuan commander, screamed for rescue. Was dragged before Shanyi by 2 grunts. As one of the grunts passed Shinyi, he muttered a warning. This officer's name is Li Hui. That character. He's a commander officer, 1 rank above a Chiliarch, but still the lowest of the commission ranks. Usually just errand boys for the garrison generals. But even so, his authority and status. Centurion of Shinyi by 3 full tiers. You're Shinyi? Centurion of the Ma family outpost? Commander officer Li Hui was fat-headed and big-eared. His pasty face was whiter than a woman's face powder. He planted his hands on his hips, looking down his nose. At Shinyi with an air of absolute arrogance. His face was a mask of dissatisfaction. There was not a trace of joy at being rescued. I at your service. Shinyi kept his expression flat and gave a slight nod. But instead of thanking him, Li Hui smacked Shinyi hard across the face. Slap! The sharp crack echoed throughout the Bai compound. Li Hui jabbed at Shinyi and roared, "You useless piece of pig shit. A waste of breath. What took you so damn long? This general was held by those bandits for 2 full days, and only now you decide to mount a rescue? Ma Xiangshan of Suyang City is my sworn brother. Magistrate Ma is my uncle by oath. If any harm had come to me, killing you won't make up for it." CH-28, fake Southern Qian commander. After the slap landed, everyone in by Win's stronghold shot Li Hui looks of pure disgust. From the soldiers of the Ma family outpost garrison to the rescued officials and camp followers in the tents, every gaze directed at Li Hui was filled with contempt and loathing. It was clear they were deeply unhappy with this ungrateful bastard behavior. Shinyi kept his head bowed in silence for a moment, but his eyes had fixed on Li Hui's empty belt, where a command token should have hung. Shinyi slowly raised his head. With no trace of fear in his eyes, he asked a pointed question. "Where's your token, General Li?" Li Hui glanced down at his belt. "Must have lost it while fleeing, no. Lost it marching. Soldiers lose things. Don't jest with me, General. Launchian border knows the token, not faces. Military law. You should understand that." Shinyi spoke as he lifted the massive halberd from the tree. A clear killing intent flickered in his eyes. The frontier's full of battles. The token's the rule. Rules are dead. Men are alive. But if a man's dead set on courting death, both the rules and a man can end up dead. Li Hui heard this, and with a guilty conscience, slapped his breastplate, the one with 3 silver rivets, and spoke with feigned arrogance. "Shinyi, this iron armor of the staff officer is worth more than your. What are you doing with that money? I'm a staff officer of Ningyuan City. I'm escorting an imperial official to Suyang Garrison. Prepare a feast for me at once. I rest one night, then continue the escort mission. If you slight this general and delay the mission at Suyang, I'll strip you of rank." "Insolence!" Shinyi roared, holding his sword in one hand, and lashed out. The 24-pound heavy mace tore through the air with a terrifying boom. A blast of air smashed into Li Hui's face. "No token, just iron, and you dare pose as Southern Qin staff officer? You bandits have bare guts and leper hearts." Shinyi raised the mace, pointing straight at Li Hui's face. "With that pretty face, you're no staff officer. You're every inch a bandit chief. Treason. Outright treason." Li Hui, heavy shaking by heavy mace, held his ground and snarled back. "Ask the military clerks escorting us. Every single one of them can confirm my identity. Besides, a lowly centurion like you has no right to question a general. Your insolence offends me. I'll execute you where you stand." Li Hui finished speaking, snatched up a fallen blade from the ground, and pointed at Shijin. But the instant Li Hui drew his blade, over 20 soldiers beside Shinyi drew their own blades and leveled them at Li Hui. The archers on the stockade walls drew their bows and aimed at Li Hui as well. Seeing this, the civil officers who had followed went deathly pale with terror. Not one dared step forward to speak. In a heartbeat, the White Wind stockade reeked of impending bloodshed. The air was so thick you could choke on it. Then, in that razor's edge moment, Qin Jinglian rose to her feet among the camp followers and spoke with a sickly sweet, venomous tone. "Centurion Shun, the man before you is indeed a commander officer. But the reason we were captured by these bandits is entirely his doing." Qin Jinglian spilled the whole story of their capture in one breath. The city was about to fall. To save the imperial court officials still inside, the city garrison commander gave Li Hui 800 elite soldiers to race to Suyang Garrison for refuge. But this Li Hui is a paper-pushing sack of shit who bought his rank. The second the enemy appeared, he froze in terror. Those 800 elite soldiers, covering the retreat of these ass monkeys, were butchered by the northern barbarian scum. Fewer than 50 broke through the encirclement, then ran into by wind bandits out of the valley and straight into wolves. Li Hui and his 100 men were all captured. 800 elite soldiers down to fewer than 50. Those soldiers had fathers and mothers. You goddamn animal. How could you throw their lives away just to save your own skin? Shin is clenched, fury burning his veins. The southern border is already bleeding for fighting men. Those were 800 elite soldiers. Put them on a battlefield, even trading one for one. They take down 800 northern barbarian scum. And now, those 800 southern Gon elites, because of Li Hui's cowardice, were just meat on the northern barbarians' chopping block. They were just lowborn trash. Escorting the Jade Seal is their duty. So what if they died? Not just them. Even you, Shun Yi, a tiny centurion. Death? Now know I'm commander. Have your men lower their weapons. At Siyang, I'll tell Magistrate Ma, brand you rebels, kill your clan. Li Hui tilted his head back, full of arrogance. In his mind, his rank as commander officer was unshakable now. Shen Yi was nothing more than a centurion. Even if you gave Shun Yi 10 times the nerve, he would never dare step out of line. A commander is a ranked officer. A centurion is just an unranked flea. A garrison city might have dozens of centurions, but only 2 commander officers. The gap in power and status between them isn't a gap, it's a chasm. Commander dies, court notified. But when a centurion dies, at best, he's buried at a garrison post, mourned by one village. Nothing more. Sheen, Jane Lion, when did you become a camp follower? Shen didn't bother answering Li Hui. Instead, his gaze shifted to the shamelessly alluring Qin Jinglian. At his words, Qin Jinglian's eyes welled up. It only sharpened her edge as she answered. Answering Centurion Shun, I entered the camps rolls the day Ning Yuan fell. Before that, have you ever seen Commander Officer Li Hui? Shen Yi asked, heavy with implication. Qin Jinglian glanced at Li Hui, then back to Shen Yi. After a pause, she shook her head. Never, sir. Then Shen Yi spoke again. Besides Qin Jinglian here, does any of you vouch for this? At these words, White Wind's stronghold fell deathly silent. The captured Southern Dynasty veterans kept their mouths shut, a seething, silent resentment brewing. The captured Southern Dynasty clerks traded looks. They knew exactly what was coming next, and kept their peace, a silent pact. Seeing this, Shen Yi allowed himself a thin smile. Hefting his axe, he advanced relentlessly on Li Hui. It seems, aside from Qin Jinglian, no one can prove you are who you claim. And Qin Jinglian met you but once. Her word is worthless. You have no officer seal. Skin soft as a pampered brat. Nothing under that armor. You're nothing but a liar. With that, the sentence was passed. 20 pole cleavers surged forward. On the ramparts, bows were drawn taut, thirsting for the kill. Li Hui stumbled back. She looked around, bewildered. Her eyes found Qin Jinglian again. Qin Jinglian, your entire family was meant for the headsman. Our house granted you this life, made you a camp follower. You dare turn on me like this? Qin Jinlian said nothing. Only a venomous hatred flared in her eyes. If not for you, my line would never have faced the headman's blade. Li Hui tried to fire back. But before she could even draw breath, a sickening crack. The massive 24 Caddy War mace came down. Li Hui's neck was obliterated on impact, face unrecognizable. Shinny hefted the mace one-handed and whipped it clean, flinging the blood away, face carved from ice. Damn bandits, daring to impersonate a Southern commander officer. To let you live would stain my honor as the dynasty's border guard. Chapter 29, Absorbing Troops, Raising Killers. Bang! Shinny lunged forward, swinging the massive halberd in a wild frenzy. He battered Li Hui until the man's face was unrecognizable, his skull plowed 3 feet deep into the mud. Only when a man was dead beyond death did Shun Yi finally stop. A deafening silence followed. Every single person in Baifeng stronghold fell into a death-like stillness. A dozen camp followers wept and huddled together in terror, too afraid to make a single sound. Qin Jinlian stood alone, a figure tracing line on her cheek, adding a touch of hazy sorrow to her seductive features. All turned their heads away, unable to look. The 40-some captured crack troops of Southern Dawn, however, looked at Shun Yi with grim satisfaction. Centurion Shun, mighty. No one knew which soldier started the chant. But before the words faded, a tidal wave of Centurion Shun, mighty, roared across Baifeng stronghold. Seeing this, Shun Yi raised his clasped hands and barked a command. Today's battle is costly. It's not yet winter, and the midday sun still brings warmth. Plague will fester. Clean this battlefield now. Armor, weapons, horses, and provisions. Escort them to Ma's outpost for storage. These surrendered bandits, captured Southern Dawn soldiers, and camp followers. Send all to Suyang for Lord Liu. Dismissed. 100 Southern Dawn soldiers acknowledged with a salute. Soon, Baifeng stronghold buzzed with activity. But the 40-some captured soldiers, who had been under Li Hui's command, came forward to Shun Yi one by one, kneeling with clasped hands. Centurion Shun, by Southern Dawn's code, captured returners only fit for stables. We are men of skill and strength. We refuse to run away, shoveling shit in stables. We 43 riders wish to stay at Ma's outpost and lend you our strength. You're all cavalry? Shinny scanned them with a sharp gaze. All 43 captured soldiers were tall and strong, starkly different from ordinary troops. Most importantly, not one of these 43 men had an identity tablet hanging from their belts. Addressing Centurion Shun. What is your name? Shinny locked eyes on the long-faced young man who spoke. About 27, but spoke with veteran poise. Pale intent his eyes with east strength letters. You got the look of a wolf, not some sheep. Sun Lianzhan, ex-Yuaning cavalry centurion. Here. Sun Lianzhan clasped his fists. His eyes burned with resolve. Both centurions. Wouldn't it be an insult for you to serve under me? Shinny raised an eyebrow, testing him. Captain Shun is a decisive killer, a legend on the frontier. Serving under him is no insult. It's an honor. Sun Lianzhan spoke, then spat on Li Hui's corpse. He bowed to Shun Yi. Blunt, I'll admit. Shinny nodded. He was cut from the same rough cloth. He had an eye for men with guts, including the Ma family outpost taken today. We now have 37 war horses. As of now, these 37 horses are yours to command. You'll forge a cavalry unit, answering directly to me. But Sun Lianzhan, you know Southfield's code. 37 riders under you. Yet I can only grant you the rank of sergeant. Win some fights, I'll vouch for your rise. But for now, you're just a sergeant. The rations and pay compared to your old centurion post. It's a hard fall. Sun Lianzhan, you willing to swallow that? At these words, Sun Lianzhan's eyes reddened. He raised his fists, his voice raw as gravel. Sun Lianzhan thanks Commander Shun for this new life. Sun Lianzhan knelt and banged his head around. The 42 Southern Qian skirmishers behind him. They bowed too. Southern Qian's rules are harsh. These infiltrators, stripped of their identity tags, even if they made it back to their own lines, could prove who they were. They'd still be greeted by suspicion. No one would trust them with anything of value. Most of the time, a captured soldier like Sun Lianzhan ends up as cannon fodder, a dog waiting to be put down, tossed in the grinder just to soak up arrows. Their skills? Worthless. At assault, no armor, no real swords. Just raw bait. The bottom of the bottom. No one treats prisoners like men. But today, Shinny broke the mold. He didn't just give Sun Lianzhan a sergeant's rank and command over men. He gave him back something far rarer, his pride. In these times on this frontier, Shinya's act was indistinguishable from raising a wolf at your door. Rise. In camp. You and I are brothers in arms. Drop formalities. Shake his hand dismissively and toss the suit of horse armor next to him. Since you brought up the river, the transport of spoils between the stronghold and the garrison is your job now. I will go through fire and water for you, Lord Shun. That itself won't stop me. Sun Lianzhan heaved up the horse armor, rounded up the 42 prisoners, and got straight to work. Shinny nodded, satisfied. A faint grin crossed his lips. The attack was swift and merciless, catching them with their breeches down. The Ma family garrison lost maybe a dozen men. Now, with more than 40 battle-hardened riders joining us, the garrison stands a full 150 soldiers strong. Small as it is, it's got everything it needs. Among these 150 troops, we've got foot soldiers, archers, and now cavalry. A versatile unit composition on the battlefield gets you twice the results with half the effort. Looking at the towns and 8 villages outside the garrison, the Ma family outpost is now a force to be reckoned with. But more soldiers means more mouths to feed. Shinny let out a long sigh. Back at camp, I need to audit the garrison accounts, buy more supplies and grain seeds, and build a few dozen more acres of those vegetable sheds. Otherwise, this winter is going to bite hard. With that, Shinny didn't leave. He turned to face the civil officials from Ningyuan City. He spared them during cleanup. Because a scholar's tongue can be quicker than a butcher's blade. Today, he killed in the name of putting down bandits. But if these officials use that as leverage later, he'd just be inviting trouble, wouldn't he? The officials saw Shun Yi turn their way and immediately got the message. They scrambled for their silver, offering it up with cupped hands, begging Shun Yi to spare them. Shin Yi saw this, but he didn't take the silver. Instead, he had a man rush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed them before the 7 or 8 officials in the group. All you lords are scholars. Shin Yi was a veteran, but today, killing was forced upon me. So, for the time being, I'll need each of you lords to write down a little insurance for me to keep. Leave some leverage with Shun. So, shall I have my men escort you all to Fuyang City? Then, Shin Yi smiled faintly, but his eyes were ice cold. The civil officials exchanged glances, their faces falling. But Shin Yi raised the stakes. Years in office, nothing to hide? What? Are you all so utterly incorruptible? Or are you co-conspirators with that bandit chief? with nothing to write down. Chapter 30. Is this whore truly untainted? The words left Shun in his mouth. 8 officials kneeled at once, brushes flying as they scribbled down proof of their corruption. Shin Yi clasped his hands behind his back and stalked behind them. You are all clever men, he reminded them. Lie to me, and I have no choice but to assume you're bandits in disguise. At that, 2 or 3 of them frantically splattered ink over what they had just written and started anew on another line. Before long, the officials rose one by one and presented their inked sheets to Shun Yi with trembling hands. Centurion Shun, my leverage is written. Centurion Shun, mine too. And mine, Lord Shun. I wrote more than all of them. Shin Yi merely glanced at them. Exchange them, he ordered flatly. 2 and 2. Check for forgeries and half measures. The officials dared not refuse. Heads bowed, they swapped the evidence of their own sins. At first, they showed little reaction, but the deeper they read, the more agitated they grew. Some exchanged glances, their eyes clouded with a deep and brooding dread. Seeing this, Shun Yi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He stepped forward and took the sheets. Tainyo, escort these honored imperial mandarins to Governor Liu in Shuyang. Care for them well. And march the officials away. Shin Yi looked down at their confessions. Framed, not desert. Ma deals with barbarians. His nephew is the go-between. Liu seeks an official post in Shuyang. Camp girls for Ma. The northern border has less than 3 months' supply of grain left. Court made trader's peace. I once had a night's indiscretion with a colleague's wife. I betted a colleague's wife. Shin exhaled slowly, chilled by the scene. By all reason, secrets like these should rot in a man's gut. Every single one of these levers held crushing weight. Reveal just one of these secrets to the world, and it would plunge the northern border of southern Qin into chaos. Now, these earth-shattering pieces of intelligence lay casually in Sergeant Shin's grip, light as a feather. Just then, a young soldier stepped forward, appearing right before Shin Yi. He cupped his hands and asked in a low voice, Sergeant Shin, the bandits' corpses have been buried on the spot. The descent from my stronghold is steep and treacherous. Carry or fallen down, or bury them here. Shin Yi's face darkened. Fallen leaves return to their roots. Carrying bodies down earns 500 coppers each. The young soldier started to reply, but he was cut off by a lewd, swaying motion from Qin Jinli nearby. Sergeant Shun treats his men as sons, simple girls and all. But in my humble view, these corpses should be buried right here, covered in quicklime. We'll say plague hit the outpost. Shin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Living twice, he knew quicklime sealed graves. A means to stop an epidemic from spreading. Sergeant Shun, in my reasoning, White Wind's bandits have been sick with chills. Chills linger past death, with autumn ending. Cold spreads fast. Burying them home is kind, but if it kills a whole village, it's not worth it. Also, Sergeant Shun, you might send men to gather some wild ginger. Have every soldier present today take a dose of it. That will guarantee no mishaps. Qin Jinli and her knees is like her sheer-clad figure was utterly enticing. Wild ginger, a traditional remedy. Shin Yi spoke up, questioning. Miss Qin understands medicine? A smattering. I've read her books. Minor ailments are easy. Qin bit her lip, her gaze silky. Your question is flushed and heated. You need inner balance. Yin-yang harmony. Shin Yi listened, then nodded, pleasantly surprised. A physician in these lawless borderlands was worth more than gold. One competent medic could be worth more than a whole commander. On the march, what soldiers fear is not a fight to the death. What they fear is a plague breaking out, dying without a proper grave. Come late autumn, cold air spreads chills. Before he awakened the system, the reason Shun Yi dragged around a sickly body, flickering like a candle. The real lack was doctors. Sick without a healer, dead without medicine. Just wait to rot. The whole garrison, 2 towns, 8 villages. You can count the real campaign surgeons on one hand. If the garrison post had a healer stationed, so men could be treated, it would secure the supply line and harden their fighting spirit. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Shin Yi's brows rose. He tossed out the bait, balancing yin and yang. Huh? No need for Lady Qin to trouble herself. I've got 3 beauties at home, more than enough for my balance. But the Ma family shop just lost its healer. What does Lady Qin think? Qin Jinlian froze at the words, but the wanton mischief in her eyes flared right back up. A cheap life, that's all I am now. So long as Commander Shin doesn't mind throwing me scraps. Whatever role the master wants me to play, I'll play it. Then the 7 stars harvest is yours to handle. Shin Yi's mouth tugged up. He gave Qin Jinlian the blank, sealed form. You'll handle the elixir distribution too. Qin Jinlian stared at the blank, sealed paper he handed her. A flicker of shock. Commander, you're serious? The garrison post has no spare quarters at the moment. You'll stay in my house's side room for a while. Shin Yi didn't answer. He just decided her lodgings for her, as if she had no say. The post is packed with young, hard men. Qin Jinlian, a old title healer, but she's still a woman. Sticking her in there brings trouble. House rules, martial law. If the soldiers blur lines, stop thinking of Qin Jinlian as a healer, and start thinking of Qin Jinlian as a camp follower. Cuts the whole garrison post. The fighting spirit, the killer instinct I've barely forged gone. Qin Jinlian caught the unspoken thought. A brief flash of thanks crossed her eyes, crushed under her usual sultry swagger. She swayed her pale, long legs, slinking right up to Shun Yi, took the blank order, and the moment her fingers touched the paper, her slender hand accidentally brushed against Shun Yi. Solid muscle, burning hot blood. He was a beast. Qin Jinlian's legs buckled. Shock numbed her. Her mind went blank. When her wits clawed back, that flirtatious face was written all over with raw shame. Qin Jinlian's throat popped. Her voice went stiff, catching her chest. Thank you, Centurion Shun. Qin Jinlian took the blank paper. She turned away, her steps heavy, one at a time. It was as if her legs had forgotten how to move. She saw this, his sharp brows furrowing slightly. A curiosity flickered hard enough. This Qin Jinlian looked like a wanton. So why does she blush like a maiden at a man's touch? It was very much how Su Fengling acted on her first time. Could it be that this Qin Jinlian is still untouched goods? Lean on the dresser, gaze in bronze mirror. Don't turn back. He shook his head at the thought. A self-mocking laugh escaped his lips. And frontier army, how could a camp follower have a clean body? A plain woman sent as camp follower on day 1. By day 2, she won't climb off their bed, let alone exquisite creatures like Qin Jinlian. A temptress with that one grace. Maybe it's just my imagination, But at that very moment, Sun Lianzhan came galloping back on his horse, hurtling straight towards Shan Yi like an arrow. Commander Shun, I deserve death. We have a disaster. Just before the warhorse crashed into Shan Yi, Sun Lianzhan yanked the reins, and the horse reared high into the air, stopping dead just 2 feet from Shan Yi. Seeing the scene, the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield nearby all wore looks of utter shock, especially those few soldiers closest to Shan Yi. They nearly cursed reckless Sun Lianzhan. If that horse hadn't stopped, the damage from that collision would have snapped a couple of ribs on a grown soldier. But Shan Yi was completely unfazed. He simply stroked the horse's mane. Easy. What happened? My fault. A rider escaped with a horse and gold, and flee towards Suyang garrison. Sun Lianzhan cupped his hands, baring the back of his neck. Centurion Shun, the first task you entrusted to me, and I failed utterly. I offer my life as penance. Each man has his path. Who was a rider who fled? Shen Yi pulled the kneeling Sun Lianzhan up by a single arm, then waved his hand, dismissing the gaggle of gawking soldiers. Centurion Shun, the one who fled was one of your own trusted men. I sent men to give chase, but they lost their way in unfamiliar terrain. I'm afraid that coward may flee to Suyang and find Ma Xiaoxin, dragging your name through the mud. Sun Lianzhan lowered his head in shame. She sounded ready for death. Let her be. The mate means nothing now. War is constant. A border soldier's life is a currency all its own. Ma Xiaoxin sits in Suyang garrison. He can have the ear of heaven itself. His reach ends my camp lines. Besides, if Commander Ma dares to come, Shen Yi, will make sure his horse is never foul. Shen Yi let the threat pass with a shrug, then clapped Sun Lianzhan on the shoulder. His tone hardened. But Sergeant Sun, this mess started with your failure. If I let slide, the men will lose faith. From this moment on, you will take the cavalry and Tainyo to break the wasteland. Build the growing sheds. When you've raised 30 acres of covered land, we'll consider your debt paid. Sun Lianzhan didn't understand what growing sheds meant, but he clasped his hands, his voice now ironclad with resolve. An hour later, the plunder from Baifeng stronghold was fully tallied. Shen Yi had 2 extra dressing tables seized. Bronze mirrors, half-body height, table perfectly sized, hitting Shen Yi perfectly at the waist. He ordered those 2 tables sent back to his personal quarters. Camp followers, clerks, captives marched to Suyang. Inside the Dark Cloud Cavalry main camp at Suyang garrison, Commander Lu Feng dropped to one knee. He reverently presented Shen Yi's tribute ledger to the man seated in the command chair. That man's brow bore a sharp family resemblance to Lu Feng, but his armor was the genuine article, general class black plate. For silver rivets gleamed on his breastplate. His sheer presence dwarfed the famously tough Lu Feng by several orders of magnitude. He was the commanding authority over all Suyang garrison, General Lu Murin. He was also the blood uncle of Commander Lu Feng. Uncle, this Shen Yi is the real deal, a natural in battle. Lu clasped his hands, grinning openly. At work, you call me by my rank. Besides, I hear you put considerable effort into that terrain map. You gave Shen Yi. Lu Murin took the tribute ledger, a flicker of teasing reproach in his eyes. Commander Lu Feng's head snapped up, staring at Centurion Li beside him. The man could read the room. Uncle, General Lu, just supporting my subordinate. Talent like that shouldn't fester in the ranks. So he gave him our Lu clan's guarded sword manual as well, a prize meant to stay in the bloodline. Lu Murin lifts his chin slightly. His tone turns probing. I believe proper rewards do more for morale. Centurion Lu Feng answers without a trace of fear. You little shit. Your tongue gets smoother every day. Lu Murin smirks and waves a hand, dismissing the soldiers standing around. All of you leave us. Settle the civil officials from Ningyuan City. In 7 days, we raid the North Barbarian camp. Top priority for Suyang and the court. The drills won't slack for a single day. Yes, sir. The officers in the tent salute and file out. In a moment, only Lu Feng and Lu Murin remain inside the command tent. Stop kneeling. Get up. Lu Murin gestures with a wave. Lu Feng doesn't stand on ceremony and rises. Uncle, any progress on Magistrate Ma's treason? That coward Ma values his worthless hide above all else. We could bury him for treason without even investigating. Lu Murin shakes his head, his face grim. The Suyang garrison is beset with enemies inside and out. We need the Ma family supplies. Don't touch the magistrate. Let him strut about for a few more days. And Shen Yi? Lu Feng looks at Lu Murin, hesitating. Lu Murin says in a low voice, whether Shen Yi rises to commander, ruling a town and 4 villages, depends on his own mettle. We lack mid-level officers, but we can't rush it. As for your recommendation, I'll consider it. Thank you, Commander Lu. Lu Feng clasped his fists. A smile crosses his face. Lu Murin slowly stands, pointing a finger. One more thing. Commander Qin Zhong's daughter, Qin Jinlian. She's at the Ma trading post now, isn't she? Scouts report. Shen Yi ordered Qin Jinlian to stay at the garrison post as a medic. Lu Feng answers steadily. Lu Murin listens, and a satisfied look finally appears on his face. Qin Zhong was my sworn brother in life. Time and again, he asked me to find a good husband for Qin Jinlian. If we summon Qin Jinlian to Suyang garrison now, her status can't change. It'd shame the Qin family. I'd fail my friend. Wars need men. Let Qin Jinlian stay by Shan Yi's side. Drop a marriage decree. I, Lu Murin, will stand his family. Dowry, 1,000 tael silver, 100 silk bolts. Tell Shen Yi he is to treat Qin Jinlian with all due honor. At Suyang stables. Ma Xiaoxin's face was a mask of pure, venomous fury. He stared down at Hui's lackey, who knelt for him, along with the 2 bags of brocade beads. He meant to smash a teacup to vent his rage, but his miserly nature wouldn't let him shatter the cheap clay. So he just drove his foot hard into the kneeling lackey's body. You useless curs. Not only did that Dakshin Yi steal my military stock beauty, he also murdered my sworn brother, Li Hui. Tell the barbarians, 10,000 taels. 1,000 taels of silver for Shen Yi's head. In 7 days, I want Shen Yi dead, with no grave to rot in. Dusk at the Ma supply post. Qin Jinlian was still out, tying up herbs and decocting medicine. His dressing tables, spoils of Baifeng's grade, had already been set up in the courtyard. Shen Shooting, Su Fengling, and Lin Yiru, all penal women of former status, knew this piece of furniture far too well. Our husband is so capable. The craftsmanship on these tables is so fine. This is a rare luxury, the kind only a general's wife could use. Su Fengling leaned back against one of the tables, gazing at Shen Yi with pure adoration. Lin Yiru brushed her hair. Shen Shooting stood before her dressing table, leaning down to study her reflection, adjusting her collar. Ah, young master, what are you doing? Right in front of Su Fengling and Lin Yiru. Shen Yi hugged Shen Shooting. She trembled and turned her head back, a little embarrassed. But Shen Yi just looked at her bashful reflection in the bronze mirror and teased her. Shooting, look in the mirror, not at me. Let me paint your eyebrows tonight. How's that sound? Chapter 32, forced to take a fourth young wife. 3 guards, 3 wives? Shun Shooting lowered her head slightly. Husband knows this? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Lingru, who always seems so dignified and cold, shyly turned her head away as well. Fengling, when you're feeling better, I'll paint your brows too. Shen Yi patted Su Fengling's little head. Old Yi, move this dressing table into the side room first. It'll be more convenient for our sisters Fengling. And Yuru. Shun Shooting called out to Shen Yi, who was standing right behind her. But Shen Yi ignored her. He just stared at Shun Shooting's reflection in the bronze mirror. But at that very moment, the sound of urgent hoofbeats thundered outside the gate. After a few kills in battle, Shen Yi's senses had sharpened slightly, his hearing especially, not yet attuned to all directions. But his range had expanded by several paces. Shen Yi moved to the door on his own. Shun Shooting sighed in relief, but a hint of lingering desire flickered in her eyes. The love in her gaze clung to Shun Yi like a spider's thread. But the next second, as Shun Yi pulled the gates open, 12 soldiers in black armor flooded the Shun family courtyard. Fully armed, they flanked both sides of the yard, spears in hand. A middle-aged man in a short gray robe, stroking his goatee, scanned the shabby courtyard. From the ranks of the dark-armored soldiers, he stepped slowly toward Shen Yi. He clasped his hands, and suddenly flashed a grin. Centurion Shun, you hold such rank now. Why still live in a rat hole like this? Who are you? No Centurion's home here. Shen Yi didn't answer. Instead, he returned the salute with a question. He didn't know this man's face, but he recognized the dark armor on those soldiers. These troops were part of the Black Feather Guard. In other words, this man likely answered to Commander Lu Fong. I was too hasty. Forgive me, Centurion Shun. I am Lu Xiong, Vice Magistrate of Suyang Garrison. I oversee logistics and armament. Lu Xiong clasped his hands again. As he spoke, he handed a red copperplate paper. Marriage decree to Shen Yi. I've come here, on the orders of General Lu Murin and Commander Lu Fong. Centurion Shun, you've right. To seal a marriage pact. Lu Fong was sending him a wife. Shen Yi took the decree, flipping through it with a stunned look. It made sense. He helped Lu Fong wipe out the bandits and save the civil official from Minyuan. Lu Fong did owe him a reward. In normal times, gifting a beauty would pass as a prize. But out here on this chaotic frontier, women outnumber the men. Another woman is just another mouth to feed, another burden. Not to mention, Shen Yi, already had 3 wives. Commander Lu Fong wouldn't miss that logic. But the moment he saw the name written on that decree, a flicker of disbelief in Shen Yi's eyes now hardened into something feral. Qin Jinlian? Why has Commander Lu forced that woman on me? Shen Yi's brow furrowed, displeasure etched on his face. Lu Xiong straightened his back and smiled thinly. Commander Lu Fong did not issue this decree. It was Commander Lu Murin himself. Miss Qin is the cherished daughter of Commander Lu's sworn brother. It's an honor. And mark my words, the dowry Commander Lu has provided is enough to keep your entire household fed, Commander Shen. Shen Yi froze at the words. He could scarcely believe it. A marriage personally decreed by General Lu Murin. His eyes flicked down the marriage decree. His mouth fell open. A dowry of 1,000 silver taels, 20 bolts of silk. The moment he saw the wealth, Shen Yi understood the immeasurable weight Qin Jinlian now carried. At least, in General Lu's eyes, she was worth this price. That meant Qin Jinlian was no dead weight. She was the olive branch General Lu Murin was extending to him. General Lu Murin, the garrison commander of Suyang, one of the 2 gods of war guarding the frontier. A man of honor, unyielding, with plenty of enemies at court, but beloved by his men. His virtue was beyond repute. To Shen Yi, Lu Murin was a true hero of the age. A hero honoring him now. Shen Yi would not spit on that. Shen Yi accepts, but since Qin Jinlian has returned, Counselor Lu, please stay. I'll send men to find her. Shen Yi tucked the decree into his coat. His eyes burned with grim resolve. No need, Commander Shun. General Lu Murin was quite specific. Miss Qin is a woman of fierce will. Just know this is set in stone. Do not fail her. As Lu Xiong and his entourage departed, the 2 large dowry chests appeared at the doorstep of Shun Yi's home. One chest gleamed with silver tails. The other was packed with silk of varied shades. Though by custom, marital silks should all be red, to signify dignity and ceremony. But with war raging in Suyang, these bolts were hard to scrape together. With a few heaves, Shen Yi hauled both hefty chests into the main hall. 1,000 taels of silver, enough to keep a household 1 man and 4 women fed for a decade more. His gaze drifted to the eldest sister-in-law, Shun Shuqin. She was still wearing that undersized tunic. The fabric clung to her. When this fight soon, I'll have new clothes made for you all from this very silk. Shen Yi touched the silk, then left calmly. Su Fengling, hearing this, her eyes sparkled. Best husband ever. Lin Yuru remained silent, but a flicker of displeasure darkened her eyes. As if, in Lin Yuru's mind, she should have had such a dowry, her family's backing, not be standing here now alone, a penal woman, forced to become a wife with nothing. Shun Shuqin flinched sharply at the words. She collected herself, a trace of unmasked jealousy in her voice. Xiao Yi, my clothes still have wear in them. Don't waste the coin. Besides, this silk is Lady Qin's dowry. We should first seek Lady Qin's thoughts on the matter. Just as the words fell, the main door groaned open. Qin Jinlian stepped in, her cheeks flushed, exuding a brazen, seductive allure. She swayed her pale, bare legs as she walked toward Shen Yi. Her bearing, her whole manner, more like a camp follower than the daughter of a loyal and honored house. Shun Shuqin, Su Fengling, and Lin Yuru exchanged a glance. In silent, wordless agreement, Qin Jinlian bit her lip softly, then, right there before the 3 women, leaned against Shun Yi's shoulder and whispered in his ear. Master Shun, I've distributed the silks as you asked. Need my care tonight? She asked. Shun Shuqin's expression of jealousy deepened further. Su Fengling, fiercely possessive, threw her arms around Shen Yi, forcing her body between them, to physically separate Shun Yi from Qin Jinlian. But both Shun Shuqin and Su Fengling knew in their hearts. Tonight, it would be Qin Jinlian, has to get close to Shun Yi. This is Commander Lu Murin's order. Shen Yi cannot refuse, and they had better not be fools about it. After a moment of thought, Su Fengling pursed her lips. She looked Qin Jinlian up and down, Finally, she relented. You knew here. You don't know our husband's ways. Our husband has a warrior's body. He needs careful tending. If you want to tend to our husband. Tonight, sister shooting, and I must be there to guide you. Chapter 33. Tend to Jean Lian all night. Inside skyrockets. Jean Lian shot Su Fengling a surprised look. Then she raised her head and met Chen Shooting's gaze, which was clouded with jealousy. The flirtatious look on Jean Lian's face didn't fade, but relief flashed in her eyes. She bent her knees slightly. Every motion exuded a seductive charm. His manager's knees are already crowded with beauties. My sudden offer is a bit rash. In that case, tonight I shall not. Xinye's throat tightened. His expression turned serious. Lady Jean, perhaps you should look after me tonight after all. A few days ago, I caught a chill. I've recovered well these past days, but I fear a hidden ailment. Please have Lady Jean check. Commander Lu Murin forbade Shen Yi from mentioning the Duke. After racking his brains, this was the only decent excuse he could find. Jean Lian was a bit taken aback. A flicker of hesitation showed in her seductive eyes. Seeing this, Su Fengling quickly grabbed Jean Lian's wrist. Pouting, she said, Lady Jean, don't worry. Our husband has a warrior's body. He can handle it. Besides, at the worst, sister shooting and I will just rub his back tonight. We'll leave the rest to you. Cornered, Jean Lian was at a loss. She didn't know how to respond, and the flirtatious air around her visibly weakened. As Miss Mansion doesn't despise me for being a penal woman. Turn camp follower. I'm willing to serve you. We're all penal women. Our husband never looked down on us. Before Shen Yi could answer, Su Fengling spoke first. Even if you're a camp follower, our husband, and we will treat you like our own sister. We will never neglect you for it. Right, husband? Su Fengling turned her head to look at Shen Yi, her eyes full of earnestness. Shen Yi nodded. A bitter smile touched his lips. He said all the good words, but tonight, you and Shooting do not need to be there. Su Fengling lightly nibbled Shen Yi's ear. She whispered coyly, Sister Shooting said, it's a custom in your homeland. The first night of caring, someone must be nearby to serve. If you won't let me and Sister Shooting come, are you planning to have Sister Yuru keep you company? Shen Yi heard this. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Yuru. This time, Lin Yuru's eyes weren't cold. Instead, a hint of shyness surfaced. Even though Chen Shooting's eyes held a touch of jealousy, she took the initiative to speak. Xiao Yi, Miss Jean is new here. She's bound to be awkward. You're as strong as an ox. Tonight, Shooting and Sister Songling should still look after you together. It'll also help build a bond with Miss Jean. Jean Lian bit her lip, wanted to speak, but stopping. The flirtatiousness and charm in her eyes quietly turned into a shy gesture. Then I'll trouble you two sisters tonight. Shen Yi saw this and couldn't help rubbing his temples. He hadn't gotten a word in the entire time, but he was still forcefully assigned 3 scrutinizing wives. On second thought, it's better this way. Women understand women. What kind of person Jean Lian really is. Even he, Shen Yi, couldn't quite figure out if he truly offended or hurt her somehow. Shen Yi is in trouble with General Lu. Having Chen Shooting and Su Fengling with her might yield better results. Soon, Shen Yi placed 2 dressing tables in the main room and the side room. The mirror faced the brick bed. With a slight tilt of his head, Shen Yi could see everything happening on that bed. Chen Shooting finished cooking the meal. The original rations for 4 now fed 5. Porridge, pickles, pork. This dinner couldn't compare to that of high officials in the capital, but within the Ma family shop in Suyong City, it was already top tier. This kind of food, Chen Shooting, Su Fengling, and Lin Yuru had eaten it for a few days. They were quite used to it, lacked the excitement they had when first eating it. Jean Lian, however, wolfed it down. It was painfully obvious that Jean Lian had been starving for days. In no time, night fell. Lin Yuru returned to the woodshed early, as usual. After Chen Shooting finished scrubbing the dishes, she, Su Fengling, and Jean Lian all came to the main house. By the clay sleeping platform, Su Fengling was already tending to Shen Yi, washing his feet. Chen Shooting, practiced as ever, knelt down on the platform and began kneading Shen Yi's shoulders. Jean Lian stood there, frozen, unsure of what to do. And right then, Chen Shooting spoke up. Don't be so stiff. Start by loosening up the young master's legs. His muscles are strong, but they can lock up tight. You'll need to use a bit more strength in your hands. Yes, Jean Lian listened, then pressed her jade hand on his thigh. The moment their skin touched, Jean Lian's face instantly flushed red. That flirtatious, worldly look she once had was completely gone. Instead, it revealed a desire very similar to what Su Fengling had shown her first time. Shen Yi saw a hint of the truth. Chen Shooting and Su Fengling saw it too. This Jean Lian, despite her lewd words, her fox-like face and manners, even calling herself a camp follower, from the way Jean Lian was reacting, she was likely untouched. Miss Jean, check my pulse for me. Shen Yi offered his wrist on his own, wanted to test her a little further. Su Fengling and Chen Shooting understood his intent. Both stopped what they were doing and just watched Jean Lian's performance. Hearing this, Jean Lian froze for a second, but quickly reached out and placed her fingers on the inch, gate, and foot points of Shen Yi's wrist. Jean Lian knew medicine. She could feel it clear as day. Shen Yi's kidney pulse pounding, hammering, fierce as an earthquake, a pulse surging with raw yang energy. Shen Lian had only ever read about it, a freak pulse seen only in creatures of pure yang, like a tiger. As for any cold or sickness, Jean Lian found not a trace of it. Well, Shen Yi leaned his head in slightly and asked. Jean Lian flinched as if shocked. She yanked her hand back, face burning. Very good. Lord Shen's body is exceptionally strong. Miss Jean, you even know the healing arts? Then please, Miss Jean, take my pulse as well. Seeing this, Su Fengling quickly offered her wrist. Jean Lian felt the inch, gate, and foot points. She smiled faintly. You're just overtaxed, sister. But lately, the harmony of your humors has been good. It's brought you much more peaceful sleep. Su Fengling blushed, but a satisfied smile crossed her face. That's true. Miss Jean's medical skills are so remarkable, Sister Shooting. You should try it too. Chen Shooting didn't refuse out of politeness. Instead, she willingly extended her wrist. Jean Lian placed her fingers to take the pulse. But this time, Jean Lian froze for a moment. Sister Shooting seems to be with child. Life force incomplete. Bed rest needed soon. Sister Shooting, it might be best if you go back tonight, to avoid disturbing the pregnancy. Shen Yi listened to look of, but hearing this, Chen Shooting's eyes suddenly reddened. Miss Jean, I'm truly with child? Absolutely certain? Not formed yet. That's why no bump. Jean Lian nodded. Then, looking shyly at Shen Yi, she said, Master Shen, since Sister Shooting is with child, let Sister Fengling go and look after her for tonight. I will care for Master Shen alone tonight. Shen Yi caught the hint of dismissal in Jean Lian's words. After all, in the first month of showing, a woman can still manage. But Shen Yi also sensed Jean Lian's deep embarrassment. By now, he'd mostly figured out. This Jean Lian was untouched. Though a registered camp follower, she hadn't yet been with anyone. She'd already tainted by the others. That's why she used her seductive illusion to play the wanton. Very well then, Xiao Yi. Shooting won't be joining you tonight. Shen Shooting understood perfectly. She rose from the earthen platform and took Su Fengling with her. On her way out, she snuffed the window candle. Qin Jinlian bit her lip. By the moonlight, she climbed on the earthen platform. Awkwardly, she reached out her arms and wrapped around Shunya's neck, her voice soft with a plea. Master Shun, I'm scared of the pain. Be gentle with me, please? I'll be good to you. Shunya's voice was a low growl in reply. Moments later, the familiar chime sounded in his ear. Current care subject, Qin Jinlian. Charm, 95 affection, 60 compliance, 50. Note, the woman being cared for this round is untouched. Attribute critical hit. Care mission successful. Perception significantly increased. Lord Shun, can we not face the... Don't look back. The bronze mirror is the whole point. Chapter 34. Sucking snake venom for Lin Yuru. Favorability increased. The next morning, at cockcrow, Shinny opened his eyes and climbed off the earthen bed. He exhaled a long breath of stale air. He glanced at Qin Jinlian asleep. A smear of crimson stained the bedding, a match for the shy blush on Qin Jinlian's cheeks. Qin Jinlian truly lives up to the name, a warrior's daughter. Shinya's throat tightened. Ever since his strength and agility shot up, whether it was Chen Shooting or Su Fengling, neither could give him a proper back rub for long. His muscle density had increased, and not just a little either. Ordinary women are too soft and weak to keep it up. But Qin Jinlian, even though it was the first time, showed a natural talent for it. Especially those alluring eyes of hers, flashing with shyness every so often. It gave Shunya immense satisfaction deep in his soul. The last night went on too long. She won't be getting out of bed today. Shinny smiled faintly and walked toward the courtyard. With a flick of his will, he summoned the Emerald Scroll. The Emerald Scroll unfurled silently. Lines of gilded characters shimmered into view. Host, Shinyi. Age, 20. Strength, minor achievement. Agility, major. Perception, minor. Insight, ordinary. Endurance, minor achievement. Insight is a minor achievement now too. Shunya's starbright eyes lit up. He felt his spirit clear. The minor achievement stage basically means 3 to 5 times the ability of a common soldier. And right now, Shunya's every attribute has reached at least minor achievement. Used well together, 1 versus 10. Is a breeze. Right insight increased. Those were manual moves he couldn't grasp before. Can he get them now? Shunyi quickly stripped off his shirt, holding saw in one hand. Flipping manual, steadied his breath, and began to blindly mimic the movements in the manual. Practicing martial arts. Shun is unbreakable ritual. Right at cockcrow. Only a few moves, honed over and over again, now burned into his muscle memory. However, this morning, Shunya's training. Progress clear, reverse grip, sky split, half moon. Techniques he couldn't grasp before. Shinyi broke through in 30 minutes. Each move, swung a few times, and Shinyi had it burned into his bones. One day's training surpasses 10. Here's the real core. Every move Shinyi executed now carried raw, overbearing dominance. Air rippling, birds dared not near. More trained, braver. For a long moment, he was utterly consumed by the trance of mastering forms and honing his deadly craft. It was as if the mountain blocking Shinya's path to martial mastery had turned into parchment paper, and Shinyi had punched right through it. At this very moment, a stark clarity, like clouds parting. An hour passed. Shinya's body was drenched in sweat. Pleased, he shut the manual, eyes on the cocoon. Gained plenty. Only, the weapon in hand lacks a bit of tempering. This cocoon's rough, but usable by weight. But in real combat, it's hard to draw out. Full power awaits, with the old smith. 6 days to the northern raid. And the fighting cools a bit. They'll have the blacksmith hammer out these flaws. Shinyi calmed, scanned the yard. But something felt out of place. Where's Lin Yuru? He recalled dawn training each day. Lin Yuru was already outside reading poetry or playing chess. But today, after training an extra hour, he still hadn't seen her emerge. Did something happen? Curious, Shinyi rose to his feet, pulled by an inexplicable impulse toward the woodshed. Lin Yuru voided the engagement 3 years back. The root cause of Shinya's ultimate humiliation. By all rights, Shinyi should not care, dead or alive, let her be. But after these past days spent together, Shinyi felt, beyond cold and strange surface, Lin Yuru didn't seem to have any glaring faults. After all, she's from a scholarly lineage, a noble daughter of high-ranking officials. Some finicky habits Shinyi can understand. While thinking, Shinyi had already moved to the paper window. The window was full of drafts. There was no need to poke a hole. He peered through the gaps into the woodshed and saw Lin Yuru lying on a makeshift cot of piled straw, covered by a thin blanket curled into a tight ball, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Could she have caught a chill? Shinya's brows furrowed slightly, but then he looked closer. But Shinyi saw her lips had gone purple, dark shadows under her eyes. Not the look of a chill, more like poison. His throat tightened. He stepped into the woodshed to see for himself. The very moment he crossed the threshold, a black-bellied snake, near a meter long, slithered right up to his boot. Watching that snake bare its fang maw, Shinya's mind clicked. The southern borderlands, rich lands. By late autumn, early winter, these low-venom snakes used to keep the rats down, hunt for a den to sleep through the cold. Seems this one decided his woodshed was its winter nest. And Lin Yuru was prey. The venom's not lethal, but it'll numb you to the bone. Lin Yuru was paralyzed by it. That's why she couldn't even crawl out of bed. A black belly like this fetches 10 silver taels in Fuyang City. Plenty of farmers hunt these to pay the tax man. Shinyi muttered to himself, a small wicker basket appearing in his hand. From who knows where. In his past life, a top-tier special operator, Shinyi fought in jungles thick as this. Snatching a slippery bastard barehanded was pure instinct. He dropped low, feinted left, and his hand snapped shut. Caught the head, shoved it in the basket. The whole move was seamless. Didn't even stir the dust. Done. He set the basket aside. He turned to Lin Yuru, leaning down. Where did it bite you? Lin Yuru let out a soft whimper, her lips parting then closing. Wanted to speak, but not. Her grip on the blanket only tightened. Leave this venom too long. You'll end up a cripple. If that's what you want, I won't. Shinyi saw her hesitation and went for the goat. Hearing that, her clenched hand loosened from the blanket. A slender arm lifted, pointing down at her skirt, at her leg. It bit my leg. Shinyi shifted a step to his left, his large hand closing around her right leg. Lin Yuru flinched. A bashful murmur. The other leg. Shen Yi lifted her left leg. The calf was smooth and pale, the blue veins visible beneath the skin. No bite mark. He looked higher, and finally, in the hollow behind her knee, he found it. Lin Yuru bit her lip, her face flushing deep red. And before she could even suck in a breath, Shen Yi pressed his mouth to the wound and sucked hard. He spat the poisoned blood onto the dirt floor. Lin Yuru shuddered violently. Gently, she whimpered. Shen Yi nodded, but paid her no mind. He kept sucking with the same raw force. Venom left in the wound causes a second flare-up. Twice the agony. Too much trouble. But this time, Lin Yuru's whole body trembled. She nearly rolled off the straw bed, pain stealing her voice. She bit her lips white, breath hitching in quiet whimpers. Just then, a familiar chime rang in Shen Yi's ears. Lin Yuru affection +1. Chapter 35. No more sucking. Time for archery practice. Affection +1. Shen Yi rubbed his ears, eyeing Lin Yuru in skeptical disbelief as she writhed in pain. He knew the agony of drawing venom. Grown soldiers barely endure it. On top of that, he hadn't shown her an ounce of gentleness. He used maximum force. Under those circumstances, her not hating him was the best he could hope for. Yet somehow, her affection increased. This Lin Yuru looks so cold and dignified. But what if deep down she's actually done? Lin Yuru bit her lip. Color returned to her face, a hint of red touching her lips. She looked down at Shen Yi gripping her knee, her voice tight with embarrassment. It's done. Shen Yi lowered her calf. He stood to fetch herbs and bandages. But just as he turned to leave, Lin Yuru's slender fingers caught the hem of his tunic. Shen Yi glanced back, brows furrowed. She'd already put her mask back on, the untouchable, ethereal goddess. She turned her head aside, baring the pale skin of her collarbone. 2 raw bite marks stood out plain as day. Shen Yi understood. He bent down and sucked at the new wound. The collarbone is far more tender than the knee, far more sensitive. The pain was doubled. As he worked, he watched her expression. She endured it well. Despite the searing pain, Lin Yuru held her mask of cold indifference. Only her delicate fingers clenched tighter. Softer, she murmured under breath. But the words stayed trapped in her throat, never spoken. It looked like the pressure was too much for him to bear. Yet it also seemed he couldn't bring himself to pull away. Right then, that familiar prompt echoed in Shen Yi's mind. Lin Yuru favorability +1. Favorability up again. Shen Yi heard it and looked up at Lin Yuru. A blush betrayed Lin Yuru's neck. She snapped her head away, dodging Shen Yi's gaze. Even though Lin Yuru turned away fast, Shen Yi still caught the flash of something hidden deep in her eyes. Pleasure. Done. Shen Yi sucked out the last of the venom and stood abruptly. Lin Yuru didn't react right away. Her cold expression actually held a trace of lingering desire. And many thanks. The paralyzing venom hadn't worn off yet. She couldn't salute, so she just thanked him aloud. Shen Yi nodded. He turned to get bandages and herbs. But when he turned around, he saw Chen Shuting and Su Fengling, unsure when they'd come. They were already holding the herbs and bandages behind him. Chen Shuting and Su Fengling exchanged a glance. Both of them broke into knowing, indulgent grins. Su Fengling pouted. She rolled her eyes upward. Husband, is Sister Yuru fair-skinned? Chen Shuting wore a look of pure relief. Shen Yi cast his eyes hard feeling to say someone. A true man. As she spoke, Chen Shuting handed the bandages and herbs to Shen Yi, then pointed through the half-open skirt at Lin Yuru's pale, bitten leg. Finish what you started, Xiao Yi. Apply the medicine for Sister Yuru. Shen Yi's throat rolled. He was utterly at a loss for words. Just as Shen Yi stood there, not knowing what the hell to do. A hoarse old shout came from outside the gate. Centurion Shun, the old man's brought your bows. Test draw 1 from this batch. See how it feels. If there's a problem, I'll head right back and fix it. Hearing this, Shen Yi hastily shoved the herbs and bandages back to Chen Shuting. Shooting, you'd better bandage her up first. He fled, leaving in 3 quick strides. Outside his home, Shen Yi let out a long, deep breath. Don't know if it's the black belly serpent venom messing with him, or the shock of Lin Yuru's affection attribute, but his head's swimming right now. Centurion Shun, follow your blueprints. I crafted 5 bows this batch. Give it a try. This design will work. The old blacksmith rolled off his donkey cart, handing Shen Yi a crude composite bow, fitted with a slide mechanism. Arrows. Shen Yi hefted the composite bow, testing its weight. Satisfied, he knocked an arrow and drew the string back in one motion. Centurion Shun, the arrows aren't made yet. Just testing draw, weight, and feel. Old Smith grinned. Shen Yi smiled wryly. But in the next moment, he dry fired the bow. A loud thwack echoed as the mob bow released. A sound like tearing air exploded right beside the old smith's ear. Shockwave blasted several meters outward. Even the morning dew on the ground rippled from the vibration. The 2 pulleys on the bow whirred at high speed. A constant, swift hum followed. Good. A fine bow. I used only 2 pickles of ox sinew. That draw. 5 pickles at least. Smith smirked. He picked up another bow, handling it with pure adoration. Concentration, asked me Nick. It's a godly weapon. The old smith wasn't speaking empty flattery. His words came from the gut, pure awe. A bow made with 2 pickles of ox sinew. Usually there's just 3 pickles of force, but add these 2 pulleys, and a 2-pickle draw releases 5 pickles of power. In other words, a soldier who can only draw 2 pickles, now with this composite bow, can shoot a 5-pickle arrow with just 2 pickles of effort. Kill at 300 paces. Smith forged for decades. He knew the truth deep in his bones. This bow was a leap to a new era, a tool to double the Nangan army's fighting strength. Still lacked something, but Shen Yi set the bow down. Shaking head. Limb tips too long. Shorten them. Save soldiers 30% draw strength. Save even more strength? The old smith stared at the bow in his hands. Shock on his face. If it saves any more strength, then even a child could draw it. Which means women and children could use this bow to kill on the battlefield. Understand. I'll head back and make the modifications right away. Thrilled, he grabbed Shen Yi's bow. But Shen Yi waved him off. Perfect for me. Too light loses control. Understood. Give me another 3 or 4 days, and I will deliver the bows and arrows all together. The old smith. No reply. Fist salute, turn away. Shen Yi slung the bow across his back. To the post for troop drills. And building the greenhouses, the account books needed checking. How the villagers of the Ma family shop would survive the winter depended entirely on the silver left in those books. At the same time, outside the walls of Suyang Garrison, a dozen riders in black armor appeared. They thundered toward Ma family village. The man in the lead was Commander Lu Fong, but he wore no armor, just plain cloth. The moment the Suyang Garrison outpost came into view, Commander Lu Fong clenched his fists. He told soldiers, "This inspection's a drill, and we're going in plain sight. Reliable intel says some depot centurions are bribed by northern scum. They've turned traitor." Commander Officer Lu Mura gave specific orders. "This is the final check before the night raid. It's not a game. We'll root out the rot and remove it. Prepared garrisons earn merit points. The best prepared unit gets a prime estate in Suyang Garrison. 1 or 2 of you come with me. The rest wait outside the village. Stay quiet. No mistakes. We don't want to spook the prey." Chapter 36. Every man a sharpshooter. Shinya's silent training, brilliant as ever. The dozen dark-armored cavalrymen reined in their horses. Only 2 hulking figures in black armor followed Commander Lu Fong. They were death on a leash. One carried a longbow on his back. The other, a heavy sword at his hip. The one with the longbow was Dark Cloud Cavalry Centurion 69. The one with the greatsword was Dark Cloud Cavalry Centurion 60. They flanked Lu Fong, one on each side, like 2 guardian demons. In a few heartbeats, Lu Fong and his 2 men arrived at Ma family village's training grounds on a small hill overlooking it. The position offered solid cover, a perfect vantage point to observe their drills unseen. "Commander Lu, this Shen Yi is your own protege. He can't be the northern spy. You idiot." Commander Lu treats everyone the same. The archer, 6'9", said, slapping the sword-wielding Lu Shi hard on the back of the neck. Lu Fong just smirked. Shen Yi rose through the ranks on merit points. He earned his rank. This plainclothes check targets corrupt moles and posts. It rallies troops and sets an example. Understood. 6'9" and Lu Shi spoke in unison, saluting. As their voices faded, the Ma family village training ground began to fill with soldiers. In groups of 10, led by squad leaders, they formed a single line. At first, Lu Fong and his 2 centurions saw nothing amiss, but slowly, as more and more soldiers flooded the field, 6'9" and Lu Shi both tightened their brows, looking at Commander Lu Fong. Isn't Ma Stockade just a centurion-level garrison? There must be at least 150 soldiers here. No? Where the hell did Shen Yi get so many men? Deputy Overseer Lu Fong furrowed his brow as he watched. He took a sharp breath and stroked his chin. "I did assign a few dozen elite soldiers to Ma Stockade, but after the skirmish at my wind camp, Ma Stockade lost nearly 20 men. The garrison has under 100 soldiers. Where did the remaining 40 or 50 come from? Could Shen Yi have forcibly recruited them from the village? Forcing civilians into service breaks military law. Commander Lu, you always say Shen Yi is a smart man. Would he really do such a thing?" 69 sensed trouble, glanced down, and saw 40 cavalry in formation. Tall men with an imposing bearing. 69 changed tack and ventured guess. "Commander Lu, Ma Stockade is classified as a soldier unit. They only have 3 or 5 horses for scouts and messengers. These war horses and cavalry, could they be bandits Shen Yi recruited at by wind camp?" Before Lu Fong could speak, 60 cut him off flatly. "Impossible. All the bandits at by wind camp were accounted for. Shen Yi either cut them down on the spot, or dragged them in chains to Suyang Garrison. I scouted that camp's defenses myself. There are no leftover bandits for Shen Yi to turn." The longbowman 69 didn't reply. He just fixed his gaze on the mounted soldiers below. "Wait a minute. That man looks like a guard captain. Command Officer Li Hui from the UNC. His name is Sun Lianzhan. I saw him during last year's Border Army combat trials. He completely crushed the veterans in the riding events and claimed the bronze laurels." Sun Lianzhan? Lu Fong stiffened. This was not an unfamiliar name. During last year's Border Army combat trials, Lu Fong personally tried to recruit Sun Lianzhan. He wanted Sun as Dark Cloud's riding master, the rank of Centurion Lord, with the commander's pay. Sun Lianzhan was fiercely loyal and honorable. Lu Fong talked until he was hoarse, but failed to lure this tiger of a warrior. Yet now, this tiger was standing in the Ma Stockade column, and judging by the way Sun Lianzhan was talking with Shen Yi, it seems he now fights under Shen Yi's banner. This Shen Yi, he's got a sharp edge to him. This covert inspection has truly been an eye-opener. Lu Fong dismounted with keen interest. He stood on a small hill, gazing into the distance. 69 and 60 dismounted as well. They flanked Lu Fong, their gaze just as intense. And then, the drilling began. Parade troops split into 3s, then into larger triangle formations of 27. The way these soldiers moved and stood was nothing like the formations used by the standard Southern Qian border troops. The training itself was also different from hack and slash, methods most common in the Southern Qian army. The Ma family infantry drill focused more on coordination. It focused on the mobility of the formation. After watching the hour-long drill, Lu Fong, 69, and 60 all stared with wide eyes. Never seen anything like it. The formation is ingenious. Truly remarkable. To integrate cavalry and infantry this well, Shen Yi has real skill. 69 and 60 were both veteran centurions. Extensive experience in actual combat, the formation of various enemies encountered, and shifting strategies. Yet even so, when they saw the formation Shen Yi had deployed, they marveled at its brilliance. A great commander's mark. Lu Fong took a sharp breath, stroking his beard. The admiration in his eyes deepened. This Shen Yi, who knew he had such mastery in troop deployment. A formation like this, even General Lu Murin would view it anew. Before he finished below, Shen Yi brought out a strangely shaped longbow. He ordered all skilled archers to form a line and take turns testing this bizarrely shaped bow. Lu Fong turned to Centurion 69, who carried his own longbow. Many share one bow for training. What's the reasoning there? Reporting, my lord. This is the first time I've seen this training method. Perhaps the Ma family post has limited arrows. Shen Yi is cutting corners to save equipment. 69 clasped hands, confused. Then, whoosh, a sharp sound tore through the mountain air. Lu Fong, 69, and 60 all looked down. They saw the first archer knock his arrow and draw the bow. The arrow flew 300 meters. It wasn't just the distance. The power was terrifying. The arrow struck the straw target 300 paces away. But it didn't stick in the target. It punched straight through the straw center and embedded itself in the tree trunk behind the target. The arrow hit. Every branch shook. Leaves rustled. 69 spun, startled. Impossible. Such a sharpshooter at the Ma family shop. But before he could regain his composure, a second soldier had already knocked an arrow and drawn the bow. A sharp hiss tore through the air again. Still 300 paces. The arrow pierced the straw target once more, burying itself in the tree trunk behind. Then came a third, a fourth, all the way to the 30th soldier. Every single one of them mimicked the motion not draw loose. A few were even clumsy, their form awkward. Yet every arrow these soldiers loosed reached the 300-pace mark with brutal, shocking force, and not a single man missed. 69 froze, palms sweating. His hand instinctively clenched the longbow behind him. He was a sharpshooter of the Dark Cloud Cavalry. 100 paces from horseback? Child's play. 200 on flat ground? Also child's play. 300? He could land a few with luck. That alone had launched his rise through the ranks. At last year's Border Army trials, he'd taken second place in archery. And yet, even he couldn't reliably hit at 300 paces. Hitting 300 paces as easily as drawing breath? That wasn't marksmanship. That was a damn miracle. Commander Lu Fang's throat tightened. He spoke suddenly. Master 6.
Those men down there. How do you compare?
Lu's sharp roused breathed there. After an awkward pause, he said, Commander Lu, Ma's archers could pierce willow leaves at 100 paces. This humble officer, though I have some small skill with the bow, cannot match the hands of Ma family soldiers. It is a skill that borders on the divine. Chapter 37. Not even 100 elites could by single squad leader. Even you are inferior to them? Commander Lu Fang's powerful frame jolted.
The shock was palpable. In Lu Fang's mind,
Centurion 69 was already a top-tier archer.
Range, power, accuracy, all best in class.
During one ambush, Centurion 69 had once taken down 12 enemies with a single bow. But now, even the consummate bowman,
Lu Jiu admitted defeat.
Could Shen Yi truly be a prodigy at forging soldiers? Lu Fang shook his head. A flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. It had been so short a time since Shen Yi became a centurion.
A matter of days.
Shen Yi's accomplishments outshine
what a centurion earns in a year.
First, he breaks cavalry on foot and butchers a barbarian centurion. Then, with 100 single years post, he raises fort by phone and frees southern officials from captivity. Now, Shen Yi has forged those soldiers into a wolf pack. In Lu Fang's eyes, Shen Yi is that rare breed, a commander. Even a commander officer's rank wouldn't be wasted on him.
But can Shen Yi seize the next rung up? It hinges on the caliber of tonight's raid.
A night assault on the barbarian main camp means every foe you meet is regular army, not like the rabble that burns villages.
The gap in fighting metal is a chasm.
He's bloodied the barbarians before, but bearing a centurion's rank, 100 lives on his shoulders. Shouldering the reinforcements alone, this is his first taste. Shift in rank, shift in tactics, shift in the enemy. A trial for any man. Before Lu Fang could fully grasp it, an arrow shrieked past, grazing his ear.
A blistering shot.
The two men at his side didn't even flinch in time. They exchanged a glance, shielding Lu Fang, scanning for the threat.
Hunting the arrow's origin.
6'9", the bowman, had the keenest eyes. He locked onto the training grounds in an instant. The archer was no stranger, one of Shen Yi's own grunts. As that shaft flew, the entire 150 men on the drill field pivoted, eyes fixed on the hill crest, on Lu Fang, 6'9", and Lu Shi. 60 gripped his broadsword, forcing a grim smile. Lord Lu, looks like we're made. 6'9" scooped up the spent arrow, voice low. Lord Lu, no tip on this one. Seems like Centurion Shun's having a bit of sport with us. Ha! Shen Yi and his hawk eye. Hardly a surprise, he sniffed this out. Lu Fang stared at that bare wind shaft,
the corner of his mouth twitching. So be it. Since we're discovered.
No more skulking. We ride down. Open inspection. The three wheeled their horses, thundering down the knoll straight onto the training grounds. Reins pulled taut. Lu Fang and his men halted. Greetings, Commander Lu. You sly fox, Shen Yi. You just gave me a hard lesson, and now you play the courteous host? Lu Fang didn't take offense. Instead, with the same joking tone, he tossed the bare arrow shaft back to Shen Yi. Shen Yi gave a faint smile and said,
tested them with a shaft.
I never imagined it was Commander Lu himself. My apologies. I didn't come here for your apologies. Lu Fang waved his hand dismissively, his eager eyes fixed on Sun Lianzhan, standing aside. Shen Yi, unless my eyes deceive me, isn't this Sun Lianzhan, the Centurion, Under Centurion Officer Li of Ningyuan Garrison? Shen Yi paused, slightly caught off guard, but his face quickly settled back to calm. Commander Lu's eyes are sharp as ever. This man is now a cavalry sergeant under my command.
A sergeant?
You have Sun Lianzhan, the top scholar warrior, serving as a sergeant, Lu Jiu and 60, flanking Lu Fang, wore matching expressions of sheer disbelief. They sized up Sun Lianzhan, mounted on his warhorse, with his gallant bearing and killing intent. He's overqualified even for Centurion in the Dark Cloud Cavalry. Yet here he is, wasting away as a sergeant for Shen Yi. But what shocked 60 and Lu Jiu most, simply absence of grace in Sun Lianzhan's eyes. No sign of a great talent wasted, just pure, unwavering confidence. Head held high. This man has grit, Shen Yi. He's exactly my Dark Cloud Cavalry grace. I will trade you 100 elite mounted men for him. Do you accept? Lu Fang dismounted, stepping before Shen Yi to make his offer. Sun Lianzhan's skills were plain for all to see. With his strength in the Dark Cloud Cavalry, their combat power would skyrocket daily. Besides, Maja Outpost is just a militia garrison, not a formal cavalry unit by any measure. Trading Sun Lianzhan for 100 elite clan warriors is no losing bargain. Commander Lu honors me, and I dare not refuse. But my word likely holds no weight here. Shen Yi shot a glance at Sun Lianzhan. He continued,
Sergeant Sun, join us?
We should ask Sergeant Sun his own mind on this matter. Lu Fang heard this, turned, and walked over to Sun Lianzhan. Sun Lianzhan stood 7 feet tall, twin spears, broad shoulders, killing tools. That thick, powerful back. He was born for the cavalry. Lu Fang had never observed him this closely before. Now, the more he looked, the more he liked what he saw. Sergeant Sun, join Dark Cloud as my second. Serve for 1 year, and I'll sponsor your promotion to commander.
Your own battalion, my rank.
Deal? Lu Fang swallowed hard. He had just set terms that would shock any frontier soldier. Start as a vice captain, rise to vice commander in a year. An honor soldiers bleed for. Over a decade and never come close to earning. Yet now Lu Fang had laid it out. Before Sung Lian Zhan, like a dish at a feast, the Ma family outpost troops instantly erupted in murmurs. Even 69 and Lu Shi, standing right beside Lu Fang, looked stunned. But at those words, Sung Lian Zhan's gaze remained steady. His tone was flat. I appreciate the offer, Lord Lu, but I've sworn to follow Lord Shun. To the death. Wolf. The moment he spoke, a dead silence fell over the training ground. 69 and Lu Shi exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. Hundreds of frontier soldiers were equally baffled. Only Shun Yi looked completely unbothered. Just as he'd predicted. Truly, Sergeant? Lu Fang paused in shock for a moment, before asking back. In life, I am Lord Shen's soldier. In death, I am Lord Shen's corpse. Lord Lu, you are a hero. I, Sung Lian Zhan, respect you. But a loyal man does not serve two masters. Forgive me. Sung Lian Zhan stood straight. That high, calm answer. Lu Fang frowned. He shook his head awkwardly, and then glanced at Shen Yi. Fine. Stay at my outpost. When fighting eases, I'll send you a few more war horses to train. Shen Yi raised his hands. Thanks, Lord Lu. That training. Formations drills. But close combat? Why wasn't that practiced? Lu Fang cleared his throat, pressing the question to ease the awkwardness. At those words, Shen Yi slowly raised the mighty 24-gene halberd. Close quarters butchery? I only know the secret blade arts of the Lu family manuals. Can't share without leave. Sharp tongue. A smile touched Lu Fang's lips. You may teach the basic forms yourself. But first, I need to test your skill. If it's lacking, I can't allow you to pass it on. I will not have my Lu ancestors disgraced. I can't shoulder that charge. Show me what you've got, Commander Lu. Saluting with sword in hand. The moment those words left his mouth, beside Lu Fang, Lu Shi drew his blade. He leveled it right in front of Shen Yi. Passing down the Lu family sword manual. Tactical offense. Department offense. Mention. Chapter 38. Lu Fang was stunned. An outsider who mastered the Lu sword manual? It was made for frontier troops. The first half became army tactics. Many know it, but if you want to teach it, you need decent skill in the rest. But those who can truly master the latter half to a proficient level are as rare as phoenix feathers. Lu Fang stroked his beard. It seemed he had finally found an opportunity to regain some face in front of Shen Yi. Lu Shi, 60, also gripped his heavy sword tightly. He dropped into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Shen Yi smirked, ready to go all out. Is indeed brilliant. But let me teach it to the men. I ask for your forgiveness today. Enough talk. Centurion Lu Shi, built like a bear, wielded a heavy sword weighing 15 pounds. He lunged forward, opening with a fierce gale slash. The blade shrieked, making soldiers wince. The heavy sword slashed towards Shen Yi's face at terrifying speed. Common sense dictated Shun Yi should sidestep, dodge the edge of that opening strike. But Shen Yi didn't. He went against the norm, attacking to defend. Well struck. Grip tight. Back-end uppercutting. Though he was striking second, momentum and raw power made him just as fast. The 24-pound iron mace met the 15-pound heavy sword midair. The two weapons clashed. A deafening boom exploded outward. All soldiers cover their ears. Commander Lu Fang and Centurion 69 grimaced, pained looks on their faces. Lu Shi wanted to launch a counterattack, using his higher ground and sheer power to crush Shen Yi with brute force. But no matter how Lu Shi strained, the iron mace in Shen Yi's hand didn't budge an inch. How is that possible? That Shen Yi's frame is so slight. Could he actually be stronger than me? Lu Shi muttered to himself, dismayed. Lu Shi looked fierce and dark. He was the Dark Cloud Cavalry's greatest strongman. Back when Lu Fang was still a Centurion, 60 was already Lu Fang's squad leader back then. Battle of Little Liang River, a slaughter at Southfield. Lu Fang led the rear guard, but they walked straight into an ambush. The northern scum hacked half the supply wagons apart. 60 wrapped himself in chains and lifted the wagon shaft, using his own flesh as a wheel. He dragged Lu Fang back from a trap, darker than death itself. That day, 61 men, Commander Lu Murin himself, honored their valor, praised as soldiers of unmatched ferocity. Last year, during the Great Border Army Trials, 60, with the strength of 1,000 men, in the Centurion duels, fought into the top 10 in raw power among 50,000 troops. There aren't many who can outmatch old 60. Yet 60's pouring every last ounce of strength into this. He can't budge Shen Yi by a single hair. Nice try, boy. You got some muscle. Again, 60 couldn't break through with brute force. He switched to a two-handed grip on his heavy sword. The blade spun, sliding up the giant silk cocoon, aiming to shear off Shen Yi's brow. 60's no conventional fool. He's a rough-hewn warrior with a sharp mind. He knows brute force beats tricks, but prefers smashing tricks with force. Clang. But just as his blade was about to slice into Shen Yi's forehead, Shen Yi kicked off with his toes. Twisting the cocoon up one-handed, it slammed into the heavy sword again, letting out a violent metallic shriek. But this time, Shen Yi gave it all. The cocoon, heavy as a falling mountain, fast as lightning, snapped 60's sword in two. He stopped, one hand on the cocoon, one on the ground. Crouched low, the blade sheared off tip hit the dirt. With a heavy thud, the remaining half of the sword, its body riddled with hairline cracks, spreading like a spider's web. How is this possible? 60 forgot to breathe for a moment, staring at the heavy sword, broken clean in half in his grip. The world swam before his eyes. This was the blade commander Lu Murin personally gifted him. 3 years this sacred blade has fought beside him, a slaughter weapon, drunk on blood and reeking of death. How many northern barbarian scum? How many southern warriors? Couldn't even last 10 exchanges against this blade's edge? And now, this invincible heavy sword. This art of swordsmanship pushed to its absolute peak. In Shen Yi's hands, couldn't even survive 3 rounds. 69, the archer Centurion stared blankly in shock. Getting your weapon broken in a duel, that's a total, crushing defeat. It means Shen Yi was never aiming to fight those 60 men. He was aiming for Lu Shi's weapon, a blade that can cut through steel, snapped in 2 moves. If Shen Yi had aimed for Lu Shi's flesh from the start, unleashing every killing blow, Lu Shi wouldn't have lasted 1 move. He'd be cut down instantly. This isn't just a gap in strength, speed, or steel. It's a chasm of experience and skill. Overseer Lu Fang's throat tightened, watching Shen Yi hold his ending stance, half-crouched. He asked, voice trembling slightly, Shen Yi, that foot kick move you just used. Why target the weapon, not the man? Sir, that move in the Lu family manual is a bridge between 2 killing forms. Shen Yi cupped his fist, his tone flat. At first, I also thought it should strike the vital point. But during drills, it never flowed. Into the throat-slitting follow-up. At dawn, it struck me, strike the weapon, then the throat. The flow is smooth. Strike steel first, flesh second. Ingenious. Lu Fang drew a sharp breath, silent for a long moment, then praised him nonstop. Centurion 60's sword broke. Felt his own body jolt. So the foot kick was never meant to attack the man. It was to break the blade. Words to wake a fool from a dream. Centurion, stand as way. I, Lucier, am inferior to you in perception. Shouldn't he bend down, pick up the broken blade, and offer it to Lucier? Centurion Lucier, it was just a lucky insight. Leave the sword. I'll fix the tang tomorrow. It will be as good as before. No need, Shan, sir. It's my lack of skill. Lucier took the broken greatsword, clearly ashamed, and cupped his fists toward Shen Yi saw this and didn't push further. To insist now would be a true insult to Lucier. Then, Commander Lu, this manual, may I teach its techniques to the men under my command? Shen Yi cupped his fists, his expression calm. Lu Fang smiled, relieved. The appreciation in his eyes deepened. To think my Lu family's ancestral sword manual, its secrets first grasped by an outsider. So be it. Fate wills it. The first half of the Lu manual is yours to teach your soldiers. Thank you, Commander Lu. Shen Yi cupped his fists and nodded in thanks. Within a breath, 100 soldiers behind Shen Yi followed suit, fist in palm. Our thanks, Commander Lu. By the by, what brings you here, Commander Lu? Shen Yi's tone shifted. The pleasantries over. At his words, Lu Fang's face hardened into something grim. He stepped in close to Shen Yi and dropped his voice. That sealed letter you handed me before.
I worked out a lead.
2 towns and 8 villages of Sunyang. A centurion, there is a northern spy. As for which one? Unconfirmed. Undercover inspection. To smoke this rat out before they screw us over. During the night raid in 6 days. Understood. Then I won't keep you, Commander. Safe travels. Always so hasty. A faint smile touched Lu Fang's lips. He clapped Shen Yi on the shoulder and went on. Though the inspection might be a front, the reward of 5 fine houses within Sunyang's walls is very real.
Drilling shown, they're yours. There's one more thing I need to tell you.
Yesterday, a covert pigeon from my agent deep in the north arrived. A new bounty has been posted, worth 1,000 taels of silver. And the one they're looking to cash in on is none other than your head, Shen Yi.
Pre-battle air, wives' pity.
The north has put 1,000 silver on my head. Could the scouts have got it wrong? Shen Yi jabbed a thumb at himself, completely lost. 2 years on this border. Sure, his Hawkeye had earned him the rank of youngest sergeant in the Nantian border army, but the northern scum he'd put down were a known tally, and his reputation was limited. He'd worn the centurion rank for less than a fortnight, and hadn't even fought in a proper charge yet. How in the hells would the north know who I am? A bounty. Men worth 1,000 silver are at least commanders. You're the first and only centurion to receive such honor. Lu Fang's smile held a deep, unspoken meaning. That unique? How could the scouts possibly be wrong? Shen Yi scratched his head, genuinely stumped. That defensive action back at the Ma family shop.
Long-range killer, then squad lead.
No way the northern vermin would remember him. After that skirmish outside the training grounds, they burned the northern centurion and his 23 scouts to ash. No chance of being discovered there either. By all logic, to the northern barbarian scum, Shen Yi ought to be a complete nobody. Tonight's raid, that was supposed to be where he'd make his name. Lu Fang could read confusion written all over Shen Yi's face. She spoke first. You've angered a powerful family. Someone's marked you for death. Could be someone with a grudge who wants her head on a spike. Only those words left her mouth. The names of ex-centurion Wang, Hu, and Ma Xiangshan flashed through Shen Yi's mind instantly. 2 years on the frontier, Shen Yi always treated others fairly. No groveling, no arrogance. Never made an enemy. His only flaw, claiming 3 brides with points. That's why Ma Xiangshan and Wang Hu crossed his path. Especially Ma Xiangshan. That rat holds grudges, and he's got an uncle sitting as governor. Long reach, deep pockets. Real power. If someone paid for that Thunder Fang bounty deliberately,
It could only be him.
only. Ma Xiangshan's a notorious miser. Why would he cough up 1,000 taels of silver?
Just to buy my head?
Either a ghoul crawled up Ma Xiangshan's ass and took over his body.
Or he got word of.
His sworn brother Pan, Jiang Li Hui's death. It had to be that cavalry prisoner who escaped. After all, just before Hui died, he admitted it. Those camp followers from White Wind Stockade. He brought them specifically for Ma Xiangshan. But I intercepted that delivery. Ma Xiangshan, time and again,
He watched me steal beauties. It turned to poison.
in a blind rage, he must have gone to the Northern Barbarians and placed the bounty, 1,000 taels of silver for my corpse. A jolt shot through Shen Yi's mind.
Everything snapped into place.
Ma Xiangshan bears me a grudge. He's behind this. Has to be. Shen Yi stroked his chin. A cold resolve settled in his eyes. He never sought a war with Ma Xiangshan. It was Ma Xiangshan who tried to shame his wives first. Then he sent his sworn brother, whose cowardice in battle got 800 elite soldiers butchered. He mocked commoners' lives. My wife was shamed. To ignore that is betrayal. My soldiers were wronged. To ignore that is dishonor. Ma Xiangshan, with no loyalty to the crown or kin. He's no nobleman. He's vermin. Ma Xiangshan is Governor Ma's nephew. Lu Fang cut in. Half Suyang's grain flows through his family. How the hell did you 2 cross swords? Lu Fang's brow furrowed. He couldn't make sense of it. A traitorous, honorless dog. I wouldn't share a latrine with him. Shen Yi just shook his head. Lu Fang saw he didn't want to say more. He didn't press further, but the spark of admiration in his eyes grew a shade deeper. He clapped Shen Yi on the shoulder, his tone even and calm. The Ma family's an old clan, after all. You can speak freely to me, but keep it to yourself in public. The deed of the Wuyang Manor estate in Luyang City.
Supplies arrive soon. Keep drilling.
At the edgy battle, make sure you put on a good show. I still need to sniff out the spies, so I won't keep you. Centurion Shun, I'll see you on the battlefield. With that, Lu Fang swung onto his horse. 69 and 60 followed suit, mounting their horses one after the other. They cut their fists at Shen Yi with genuine respect, and were gone at gallop, trailing Lu Fang. Shen Yi watched them leave, first clenching his fists, then letting out a long, weary sigh. As for provisions, Shen Yi's plan was always self-sufficiency. After all, the supply grain from Suyang Garrison was limited, and the Ma clan had their hooks in most of the rest.
Cross them, and you can kiss your supplies goodbye.
Soldiers need food and supply lines. Don't run out, and the army defeats itself. That's why, ever since his days as a squad leader, Shen Yi had been pushing these vegetable sheds. Enough. Training ends here for today. Each squad digs 5 acres of greenhouse. Dismissed. Shen Yi turned to face the 100-odd soldiers from Ma's post. His command hard as iron. Yes, sir. They shouted back, fists cupped. They set down their weapons and picked up their hoes, flooding out toward the fields. Shen Yi had gone through Ma's post ledgers. Nothing but debt. Not a copper coin of savings. Come spring, villagers need seed, taxes, and rents loom. East water wheel needs fixing. and a new drainage ditch has to be dug. All told, it'll take at least 6,000 taels of silver. For now, his own purse is thin. He can't just burn through Qin Jilian's entire dowry in one go. Every coin counted. Shen Yi has to scrape up another 5,000 taels this winter to keep Ma's post alive through spring. If he could seize the top spot in the Border Army's Grand Tournament, they'd be exempt from a year's land tax and rent. Nail that. Has 1,000 taels of silver saved, free and clear. After that, skim some fat off a few bandit gangs. Or smash a handful of plump little Northern Barbarian squads. The remaining 4,000 taels won't be so hard to come by. Drills ended, fields plowed, greenhouses sealed. The nights that followed all blurred into the same dark road. My infantry sharpened to deadly precision. 50 newly upgraded composite bows. 1,000 barbed trilobate arrows, all fletched and ready. 5 days later, sundown. The Shen family's small courtyard. Shen Yi sat with the 4 women around the stone table, eating. No laughter graced the meal today. Only a heavy, suffocating silence. Su Fengling refused to touch the single rice. She stared at Shen Yi, eyes glistening and bare. Shen Shooting lowered her head, silent. But word was a wild thing clawing her eyes. Qin Jilian still feigned her usual playful ease. Her trembling gaze betrayed inner panic. Even Lin Yiru, also cold and ethereal, removed words, kept stealing glances at Shen Yi. Husband, you march to the battlefield tomorrow night, don't you? Su Fengling broke the quiet first, her voice both sweet and fierce. Yeah, tomorrow night. Your husband kills more northern scum for you. Shen Yi ruffled Su Fengling's hair. Yeah, Su Fengling heard this. But a flash of shame crossed her eyes. Out of her head, she murmured, more than dead barbarians. I just want you back. Shen Yi froze. Words failed him completely. No response meeting the silence. And just then, Shen Shooting set down her chopsticks. She grabbed Shen Ye's wrist with her bare hand, and through welling tears said, in war, 9 out of 10 meet death. Penal women must bear a child in 3 months. They'll force us onto the camp follow register. Sister Fengling's feelings for you are true. Her body is ready now, Xiaoya. After you finish eating, I'll help you wash up. Tonight, give Fengling a child to carry on your name. Chapter 40. The delicate wife is a deposed empress. This phoenix tattoo is hidden too deep. Su Fengling bowed her head and said nothing. In her eyes bloomed that same shyness from the very first time. Seeing this, Shen Yi couldn't help but feel a stir. Reunion spark outshone new conquest under one roof. Su Fengling had on a monthly cycle 7 days ago, and those 7 days had been consumed by brutal training drills. Aside from taking care of Qin Jilian once, he hadn't touched any other woman. And Qin Jilian was one showing aside, burning shyness inside. Su Fengling looks like a doll, but inside, she's all fire. Completely different. The experience is worlds apart. Going days without touching either makes a man restless. Thank you, Shooting. Shen Yi froze for a second. His first instinct was to refuse. After all, having Shooting wash his body hasn't happened since he was 10 years old. But that was the past. In name, she's just that. But in reality, Chen Shooting has become Shen Ye's irreplaceable right hand. Refusing these intimate things would be a mistake. Besides, it's been days since he last felt Chen Shooting's skin against his. A wash would only bring them closer. Good for the pregnancy, too. Fine. Shooting, fetch the water. Chen Shooting smiled, nodded, and turned to go. But Su Fengling stood up too. A little embarrassed, she said, Sister Shooting, I'll come with you. I need to wash up too. I haven't been summoned by my husband for days. I fear I'm dirty. He might find me repulsive. Shen Yi put down his bowl and chopsticks. He followed the women to the washroom. I'll wash with Shooting and Fengling. Saves water that way, Shen Yi said as he walked. Ah, husband, no. If you see how dirty I am when I wash, you'll despise me. Su Fengling mumbled, head down. A deep blush spread across her cheeks. Chen Shooting let out a hot, shaky breath. She tucked hair back. Shall Yi, what? With my condition, how could I join you? Fengling and I haven't been very together in many days. A bath for 2 will only deepen our bond. The new life needs strengthening. It's a 2-for-1 deal. Shen looked at Su Fengling and then at Chen Shooting, his face perfectly serious. Both women lowered their heads, faces flushed, but under the intensity of Shen Ye's gaze. They exchanged a look, then nodded and stepped into the washroom. The room was small, barely 20 square feet. The walls were rough yellow mud brick. In a corner, a clay stove held a massive iron pot. Steam hissed from unboiled water. 2 wooden tubs sat beside the pot. One large, one small. The bigger tub can fit 2. For Shen Yi to bathe. The smaller one holds maybe half a grown man. For the household water, Chen Shooting crouched by the clay stove. The firewood crackled and popped. Shen Yi, quick and efficient, stripped off his sweat-soaked, stinking clothes. He started pouring hot water from the small bucket into the big one. Soon enough, it was nearly full. Shen Yi stepped in, submerging his body. Droplets traced the hard lines of his muscles. Steam hit his smooth skin, swirling like mist around him. Shen Yi let out a long, easy sigh. His arms rested on the tub's edges. First, he looked at Su Fengling biting her lip by the doorway and beckoned her. Fengling, don't just stand there. The water is getting cold. Come in. Your husband will scrub your back. Su Fengling felt a pang of shyness. She moved slow, blushing from her ears down to her neck. Then Shen Yi looked toward Chen Shooting, still by the fire. Shooting, stop fussing. There's enough water. Didn't you just say you'd wash my back? I'm in the tub. Shooting, you come in too. Clothes are pain. They're hell when they're wet. Chen Shooting heard this. Her face flushed too. She glanced at Shen Yi in the tub. Then at Su, who was down to nothing but a startling green bodice. Her hands quickened without thought. Before Chen Shooting could even react, Shen Yi rose abruptly from the big tub, his broad, bare back exposed. Chen Shooting saw him. Her face went red first, but she quickly steadied herself. She wrapped a cloth around her hand and started scrubbing Shen Yi's wide back. Xiao Yi, how's this pressure? Chen Shooting bit her lip, her plump hand gripping the cloth tight, scrubbing. Harder. Shen Yi, enjoying himself, gave the order. Chen Shooting was already straining with all her might, her hand gripping the cloth, turning white. Even her voice shook. Xiao Yi, is it hard enough now? Shen Yi glanced at Su Fengling in that vivid bodice, turned his head and said, still not enough. Fengling, join in. But husband, my strength's too weak. I'm afraid I can't help. Su Fengling pressed her ankles together, her skin pale, her tone a little awkward. Chen Shooting immediately understood. She moved a hand on the towel to make some space. Su Fengling stretched out her smaller hand, overlapping with Chen Shooting's. Together, they scrubbed Shen Ye's back. Husband, is the pressure enough now? Su Fengling used all her strength, her voice trembling. Done. The back is done. Time to wash something else. Shen Yi said, turning around first. His solid muscles were in full view. Although this Ronin-like physique of Shunye's had been seen many times by Chun Shooting and Su Fengling, it wasn't a big deal. But that was always in the pitch black night. The sunset fades, fire burns our cheeks. Chun Shooting and Su Fengling looked at Shunyi, their faces involuntarily flushing with shyness. But this shyness lasted only a moment. As Shunyi drew closer, Chun Shooting and Su Fengling both proactively opened their arms and wrapped them around Shun Ye's neck. Chun Shooting pressed against Shun Ye's ear, whispering softly, "Xiao Yi, keep your voice down. Sister Qin and Yuru are still in the courtyard. Don't let them laugh at us." Subject of care, Chun Shooting. Charm, 91. Favorability, 97. Cooperation, 90. Chun Shooting favorability +1. Su Fengling also hugged Shunyi tightly. Husband, subject of care, Su Fengling. Charm, 93. Favorability, 88. Cooperation, 81. Synergy bonus for shared care. Attribute increases doubled. Care successful. Minor strength increase obtained. Minor agility increase. Dead of night, not a sound. The steam in the kitchen died down. Chun Shooting fell into a deep sleep in the tub, but Su Fengling held Shunya's hand, looking at him with eager eyes. Husband, I want to bear your children. Fengling, don't worry. Shunya gave a faint smile. He patted Su Fengling's head. After tomorrow's raid, we'll have time for children. Tomorrow night, I'll kill a few more northern barbarians for you. Su Fengling's eyes glistened with emotion. She reached out and placed her hand on Shun Ye's shoulder. Kill all northern scum, husband. If you fall, I won't live a breath longer than you, husband. My life is yours. What kind of life did you live before? Why do you hate the northern barbarians so deeply? Listening to Su Fengling's words, Shunyi felt no comfort. She barely looked past 20 winters. In these times, that's not counted as a child, but still a fledgling new to the world. Forget killing. Most would have nightmares just seeing a chicken slaughtered. But Su Fengling was a different breed. Her greatest desire wasn't silk, rouge, or perfume. To butcher northerners. Shunya's gut twisted. He couldn't stomach the horrors that must have carved such a bloody need into her. Su Fengling froze at the question, but seeing the iron will in Shun Ye's eyes, she lifted her skirt and revealed the phoenix tattoo on her thigh. She let out a long breath and said, "Husband, I am not just a common penal woman. I am the fallen empress of the Western Shu." Chapter 41, Metal Attribute Enhanced. The night raid begins. Empress of the Western Shu, staring at the phoenix brand on her skin. Shunyi paused for a split second, then a knowing smile broke through. It was just as he had guessed, when he first tended to her wounds. Her silhouette matched the memory perfectly. The empress he saw on border tours. But a fallen empress, even a dethroned one, was still royalty. How did she end up in southern Qian? Went down to filth Congress. Shunyi's curiosity shook away the silence, and he asked. Su Fengling glanced at the sleeping Chun Shooting, releasing another heavy sigh, before spilling the bitter truth of her fall. Western Shu and Southern Qian allied against the North. But what spread inside Western Shu? Factions tore the court apart. Officials cared only for their pockets. The northern scum slid in, spending millions in silver, to turn a handful of high-ranking ministers. 1,000-mile dam breaks from an anthole. Even as the generals, citizens burned to fight, vipers stung blind. Civil block fake decrees. 12 gold orders chased the front, commanding every soldier on the border to stand down. In a single day, the barbarian scum force-marched 800 miles and punched straight through our heartland. The royal house scattered under the northern charge. General Yuan Tai, the pillar of the state, rode a lone horse 1,000 miles to the capital, cutting a path to smuggle me south into your lands. At first, Nangon, out of honor toward a fallen ally, allowed Su Fengling and her retinue to stay in the capital. But before long, these refugee officials fell back into old habits. They started forming factions on Nangon soil. Nangon Emperor cracked down on schemers. Most resigned and fled. Swearing off politics, even Su Fengling thought her fate was sealed to live out her days as a fallen queen on foreign soil. But what Su Fengling never saw coming was that Nangon had its own vipers, greedy and ruthless. Western Shu loyalists posed no threat. Yet the chief eunuch, Feng Bao, driven by pure ambition, hungry for rank and glory, framed them. He accused those old ministers of plotting rebellion. He slaughtered innocents for merit. Even General Yuan Tai, a man of unmatched courage, was slapped with a fabricated death sentence. And Su Fengling, the fallen empress of Western Shu, she was the trophy, first in line for the axe. After half a year rotting in a lightless dungeon, Su Fengling and 20-some imperial loyalists were dragged to the execution grounds. They forced her head down on the blood-soaked block. She had already accepted death. But General Yuan Tai, he broke loose. He cut through the guards, seized a horse, and carved a path north, riding hard until he crossed paths with a Nangon commander he once called brother, bound by a blood oath from the old wars. Yuan Tai entrusted Su Fengling to him, then vanished into the wilds. But that snake, he took the silver and did nothing. Instead, he slipped Su Fengling into consignment of Pinoy, smiling as he called it protection. By then, Su Fengling had lost all hope. She knew no way to face Western Shu. She saw no path to reclaim the homeland. All she felt was the crushing weight of shame before her people, walking through life like a hollow shell. That was her only release. She despised Nangon's scheming ministers. She hated faction wars, cursed the barbarians. They torched her home, slaughtered her father. They defiled her mother, ruined her life. My one luck, finding you, husband. Su Fengling's eyes brimmed with tears, her nose flushed pink. She didn't wait for Shunyi to answer. She cut her palm with stove shears. Drip, drip, drip. Blood ran down Su Fengling's pale hand, splattering on the ground. He frowned, wrapped up, and left to fetch medicine and bandages. But Su Fengling seized him with her injured hand, holding him fast. That gaze, usually so soft and naive, erupted with the crushing authority of an empress looking down upon her realm. Tonight, husband, Fengling seals your oath in blood. Go, fight. If you fall, then on the road to the underworld, Fengling will walk beside you, staring into that unbreakable look in Su Fengling's eyes. A dark fire kindled in Shun Ye's chest. He craved a death battle, no holding back. He strode forward and pulled her into his arms. Fengling, the night raid is tomorrow. Your husband will slaughter those northern barbarians come for you. We carry on tonight. If I die, 3 months on, a child in your belly earns you a household registry in southern Qian. I can't promise to restore your kingdom, Can't give you a world of heroes, but at the very least, I can let you live like a person. Su Fengling affection +1. Su Fengling's nose stung, ignoring the wound on her hand. She pulls up closer, wrapping her arm around Shinny. Husband, tonight I am your care. Target of care, Su Fengling. Affection has exceeded 90. Tonight's bloodline continuation. Success rate doubled. Charm value, 93. Affection, 90. Cooperation, 81. Care successful. New attribute acquired. Charm significantly increased. Husband, tonight you feel just like a hero from the Western Shu myths. Su Fengling cupped Shan Ye's face in both hands. Her eyes were filled with adoration and admiration. And Shan Yi spared no effort. He vowed to get Su Fengling that registry. No camp fall or fate. Next morning, Shan Yi was up early. After the last brief drill, he led 100 soldiers and the archers to the designated hillside, awaiting orders. The infantry were arranged in 3-man cells. Each archer carried a composite bow, with 20 barbed trilobate arrows ready to fly. Shan Yi also sent Sun Lianzhan with 40 cavalry to hide in the blind spot of the mountain's flank as his trump card. The night raid starts at midnight, but to avoid alerting the enemy, all southern troops position 4 watches early. Yet the killing intent in Shan Ye's eyes did not diminish. He still remembered last night, Su Fengling, drinking the blood red wine with absolute resolve to see him off. He still remembered how she looked at him, with that worship in her eyes. He still remembered the oath to slaughter the enemy he made with Su Fengling. The northern barbarian scum who plagued the land must die. Shan Ye's thoughts held fast, his war lust reaching its peak. In the next breath, muffled war drums rumbled from all around. Hundreds of tribal figures emerged from the gloom below. Vanguard battalion clear the path, cannon fodder. The brick thrown out to draw the jade of our night raid. Vanguard passed Ma's in, colors hastily raised. Shan Ye's sharp brows furrowed, his gaze locked on. The standard bearer of the Vanguard was none other than the pale-faced centurion, Wang Hu. CH-42. Northern scum use women kids as shields. Shoot these animals down. Everyone, get to your positions and prepare for battle. The sight of Wang Hu told Shan Yi the night raid had begun. Fist clenched, low growl, soldiers scattered. Archers formed line, hid behind barricades. Spearmen and swordsmen split wide to guard the archers' flanks. 4 cavalrymen, led by Sun Lianzhan, pressed themselves tight against their horses' backs, set in a stance ready to charge at any moment. Soon, the Vanguard battalion vanished from the soldiers' sight. Only a single regimental color fluttered in the distance. But soon, that banner began to thrash wildly. Shan Yi snapped his head around for a clear look. Vanguard clashed blades with northern barbarians. The northern scum moved fast. Their vanguard outnumbered the southern vanguard 3-1. Every man clad in leather armor, wielding a northern scimitar. Killing intent soared in a blink. The southern vanguard battalion was completely surrounded. The southern vanguard battalion was always meant to be cannon fodder. Tactics, deployment, supplies worse than regular units. The troops were a random band thrown together. Strategically or mentally, this vanguard couldn't withstand a single blow. They quickly fell into a desperate position. Hundreds of soldiers began fighting for themselves. Cannon fodder's fear exploded. Formation broke. Weapons knocked from their hands. In less than one breath's time, more than half the vanguard lay dead across the field. Too fast. Shan Ye's grip tightened on his great halberd. The northern barbarian scum were war machines, born and bred. The vanguard battalion from Nangon was just cannon fodder. Even butchering a few hundred pigs would take longer. Yet these northern barbarian scum cut through the vanguard in a single breath. Before Shan Yu could even react, the vanguard's regimental colors toppled. Centurion Wang Hu, who was holding the standard, was hacked to mincemeat by 10 desert blades. As he died, his eyes were wide open, staring towards Suyang garrison. As the great banner that held the vanguard's fighting spirit fell, the last shred of hope in the cannon fodder was snuffed out. 100 who remained became live targets. The barbarians butchered them at will. No resistance. No fight left. Just as the vanguard faced annihilation. Boom. 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 A surging wave of hoofbeats rumbled from below Shan Yi. Shan Yi looked down. 800 dark cloud cavalry riders, clad in black armor, were charging in a wedge formation. Commander Lu Feng led from the front. With a sweep of his lance, the 800 behind him raised their lances in unison. Steel points bristled. A forest of cold light. Break them. Lu Feng roared. The mountains shook. Like demons come to drag souls away, the 800 riders rolled in as a black mass, a wave of pure menace crashing down. The northern scum, busy butchering the vanguard just seconds before, never knew what hit them. The barbarian line fell in an instant to 800 riders. From Shan Ye's godlike vantage point, the barbarian vanguard and main force were split wide open like a river stopped midflow. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 800 dark cloud cavalry streamed straight through, an unstoppable blade cutting through the front, crushing the center, charging the main camp's gate. Then, a lance shot out from the flying cloud banner. Crack! The barbarian vanguard's standard was snapped in two. The killing frenzy in the northern men's eyes burned so fiercely before his out. Under Lu Feng's command, the flying cloud banner seized the exact moment. The barbarians' morale faltered and hit them with a wheelback charge. The fresh corpses of the Nangon vanguard were quickly buried under a new layer of dead northern barbarians. Beautiful. Punched through to their camp in one go. Burn those northern barbarian scum's grain stores to ash. Shan Yi clenched his fist and pounded his chest, adrenaline surging. That wheelback charge Lu Feng just executed was a work of art. A miracle. Not only did we eliminate our weak spot in one strike, including the entire Nanshan army, it lifted the entire Southern Shan army morale by full notch. The night raid had 2 objectives. 1. Break into the northern barbarian main camp. Crush their fighting spirit. The other, as much as possible, burn the northern barbarians' grain stores. This way, we hit both their morale and their rations. For a short while, even for the whole winter, those northern barbarian scum won't launch any large-scale attacks on Suyang garrison. That was the real purpose of the night raid. But just as the Dark Cloud cavalry had lit their torches and were about to breach the northern camp, right at the very front of the Dark Cloud cavalry charge, Lu Feng suddenly pulled up his reins. The hundreds of Dark Cloud cavalry behind him all pulled up their reins in unison. The greatest taboo for cavalry in battle is halting the charge. Stop them, and they break. Stopping the charge now is practically an open invitation for those northern barbarian scum to attack. A veteran like Lu Feng had to know this. This is suicide. What's happening? Shan Ye's brows furrowed. He crawled up to a higher vantage point on the hill, staring at the battlefield in front of the northern camp gate. Hundreds of wooden stakes were pushed forward, and tied to those hundreds of wooden stakes were Southern Qian women and children. Kids of 7 or 8 soldiers' kin. Young boys of 7 or 8 are like gold to the Southern Qian. And those soldiers' families, they're the only soft spot a Southern Qian warrior has. Now, the only 2 things that can make a Southern Qian soldier stop had all been taken as hostages by the northern barbarians. The little boys were stripped to the waist, covered in bloody welts. The soldiers' families were disheveled, hair wild. Who knows how much they suffered? Husband, forget about me. Kill these savages. Stop, Dad, I'm scared. Scared of the savages. It hurts, Uncle, it hurts so much. Help me, I don't want to die. Hundreds of hostages cried out in unison. Among
大哭求救，泪流满面。这一幕看得柳芳心碎，看得800飞云旗流泪。不少南前骑兵按耐不住，想冲杀上去与北蛮蛮子一命换一命。可为首的千夫长柳芳却只是举起长枪，语气决绝道：“人质自有大军来救，尔等先随我逃阵破敌。”柳芳一骑当先，穿着玄甲，手握长矛，如杀神一般向北莽营门冲杀了上去。余下的800飞云旗见状，也都纷纷怒吼，跟着柳芳冲杀而上。北莽蛮子见人质攻势无效，便抽出弯刀，一个个的将这些人质杀害。那些娃娃眼中尽是绝望，那些兵士家卷死实木在解脱。沈夜看着这一幕，不禁流下了一行眼泪。畜生，杀我族娃娃，辱我族妻小，这些北莽蛮子简直连畜生都不如。可还不等沈夜反应过来，北莽大营内便出现了一波接一波的援军，将飞云旗团团围住等杀。不过片刻，飞云旗折损过半，柳芳带仅剩的300翼飞云旗迅速撤退。北莽蛮子派出上千精锐撕咬飞机，看着飞云旗和北莽骑兵距自己的无基地越来越近。沈夜咬紧了牙，攥起拳，怒声一喝，弓箭手准备，10箭连发，给我射穿这群北莽畜生！第43章50张弓，硬汉签名集起。柳木人看傻了。话音刚落，柳芳便带着仅剩的300飞云旗，从沈夜埋伏的下方官路奔袭了过去。搭弓，沈夜将背后背着的复合弓摘下，拉马攻击。在山丘上埋伏着的50名弓箭手同样拉弓搭箭，3棱箭头直指下方的官道，箭死一般的寂静。每一个在山丘上埋伏的弓箭手都屏住了呼吸，全神贯注地控制手中长弓，咔咔咔，直到下一阵马蹄声响起，一个个北莽骑兵从官道上出现，山丘上的死寂才被打破。沈夜怒声一喝，放箭！50支3棱倒刺箭如雨点般射出，而还不等这50支箭射出，第2轮50支箭，第3轮50支箭，直至第10轮50支箭也都接踵而至。500支3棱倒钩箭矢，个个攒着武弹的力，如雨点一般从天而降。在月光的倒映下，这500支3棱倒刺箭闪出点点寒芒，如杀星重阳。嗖嗖嗖！箭矢落下的一瞬间，数百名追击的北莽蛮子当场被扎成了刺猬，其速度之快，压根就没给北莽蛮子留有任何反击的余地。抬头的骑兵接连栽了跟头，跟进的骑兵收不住力，战马踩烂失手，血浆四溅，人仰马翻。伏击！伏击！在官道上疯狂追击的北莽骑兵回过神来，纷纷向后续跟进的骑兵部队呐喊嘶吼。最后的200-300名北莽骑兵见状，则纷纷调转了马头朝下，转而将目光对准了在山丘上伏击的沈夜，仿佛下一秒这些北莽骑兵就会冲杀上来，将沈夜大卸八块，将那些弓箭手撕成碎片。可还不等这些北莽骑兵开口，搭钩10箭连发，站在山丘上的沈夜便面色淡然的大手一挥，50名弓箭手同样眼神坚毅，他们再次搭弓射击，500支3棱倒刺箭接踵而至。起初最末的北莽骑兵并未过多退避，他们都是久经沙场的正规军，是精锐，他们很清楚南前的弓箭只能射200发，南前军中可是300步者无不是凤毛麟角般的存在，那种级别的弓箭手，南前将军会像宝贝一样留在城里，绝不会冒险将其调出并放在这样的易攻难守的位置上做伏击。可是当500支3棱倒刺箭落下的那一刻，这些北莽骑兵才意识到他们的固有认知错误，没有客观依仗的经验主义在战场上带来的是死亡。当带有血槽的3棱箭头穿过他们的皮肤，当倒刺插入皮肉难以拔除，引得鲜血横流之时，这余下的200多北莽骑兵才意识到伏击之兵非寻常之辈，发冲锋令叫孤朵来杀了山上射箭的南前狗。1000余名北莽骑兵的首领怒声一喝，侥幸没被射死的百10个骑兵纷纷从腰间掏出了铁炮，挂在嘴边吹了起来，一股低频的如呼麦一般的声音登时扩散开来。戍边2年，一些简单的北莽话沈夜听得懂，他知道这是这群北莽残余在求援，必须斩草除根，以绝后患。弓箭手换普通箭矢，5箭连射。沈夜没有迟疑，再次与50名弓箭手一起搭弓射箭。要知道3棱倒刺箭是沈夜自费锻造的，1000支全射出去也不算战死消耗，可这些普通的箭矢却是宿阳城按照屯部弓箭手人数专门配的，数量有限，这一轮射完就只能等到下个月才能获得新的箭矢。嗖嗖嗖！话音未落，200多支箭矢再次划破夜空，急转直下。箭矢虽然变了，可是复合弓没变，武弹的力还是武弹的力，箭矢仍能破北莽骑兵的皮甲，仍能克其性命。3轮射箭掩杀完毕，才刚汹涌追击的1000名北莽骑兵，此刻就只剩下了零星的10几骑。不过这仅剩的10几个北莽骑兵却没逃，也没继续追击，而是像痴傻了一般，只是顾自的在马背上吹着小号，小号发出的低频声音仍在不断刺激着沈夜的耳朵。聒噪！沈夜从箭袋摸出10支箭，他搭弓射箭，一次张合便杀一敌，精准度、杀伤力都是无可挑剔的存在。箭袋射空的同时，余下的10几个北莽骑兵也纷纷中箭落马，一阵寒风吹过，血腥味四起，1000名北莽骑兵尽数死绝。见此一幕，仅跑出去几里地的柳芳愣住， 他勒住了马，回头凝望了许久，这千名北莽精骑竟在一瞬间被沈烨杀光了。跟在柳芳身后的200多名黑云骑，同样是露出了一副错愕之色。他们面面相觑，看着身后的尸横遍野，眼神木然。这马家铺到底有多少兵士，竟能在这么短的时间内杀进北莽追兵？不可思议，能以如此精准度射杀行进攻的敌人，这批弓箭手难道是从宿阳城调出来的？而在这200名黑云骑和千夫长柳芳的身后，同样还有一双眼睛在注视着战场上发生的一切。宿阳城外15里，南前军临时大营。简易瞭望台，一身枣红色亮甲的下将军柳木人放下了手中单筒镜，他看向身旁的军需官，有些难以置信地问道：“宿阳城内的精锐弓弩手，可是被柳芳调去做伏击了？”未曾。军需官双手一拱，沉声说道：“宿阳城内所有精锐弓弩手尽在城墙部署。”下将军柳木人闻言先是一愣，但很快他的眼中便再次升起了一抹疑惑：马家铺多少兵士，多少箭士，何以射箭千发，克敌1000人？马家铺在籍兵士共118人。军需官双手一拱，继续说道：“调配箭矢共500支，再克弓箭共5张。但战前统计，马家堡时有箭矢1500，弓箭55张。”此话一出，柳木人当场傻了，但很快他的眼神骤然明亮。所以沈烨是仅用50张弓便掩杀了莫比千骑。第44章，北莽骑兵自杀式冲锋。沈烨一紧挑之，正是如此。军需官双手一拱，冲着柳木人沉声回应。柳木人喉咙一滚，眸中欣赏之色渐浓，这沈烨还当真有点本事。紧接着，柳木人话音未落，一阵急促的马蹄声便在脚下出现，仅剩的200多黑云骑重回大营。千夫长柳芳翻身下马，径直向瞭望塔走，来到柳木人身前拱手一拜：“标下魏管人质，特来请罪。”柳木人摆了摆手，免了，多谢将军。柳芳话锋一转，继续说道：“才刚一招，黑云骑折损将士超过400，还请将军准许标下在7日后的边军大比武中挑选一些骑兵精锐，以补充黑云骑战力。”宿阳城兵力吃紧，柳木人先是一愣，有些为难道：“若将地方上的精锐都调入黑云骑，倘若北莽蛮子真的大举进攻，宿阳城外围岂不连1日都抵抗不了？可是宿阳城若没了黑云骑，可就没了主动向北莽蛮子进攻的手段。”柳芳猛地抬头起身，语气激动了几分。莫急，柳木人长出一口气，拿起单筒镜，继续向前方战场看去。若今晚能将北莽大营的粮草烧掉半数，能让宿阳城熬过这个冬天，万事都还有转圜的余地。标下，明白。柳芳双手一拱，转身就想要离开，可柳木人见状，却连忙摆手拦住了柳芳：“你看你又急，我说让你走了吗？将军还有何事？”柳芳双眉一蹙，有些不解：“这是白鱼营的虎符，营内还剩精兵1300，你带着这些人去驰援沈烨。”柳木人一边说着，一边将腰上的一块虎符解下，扔给了柳芳。柳芳接过虎符，可眼神却依然发懵：“驰援沈烨，沈烨这小子颇有些能耐。”柳木人点了点头，能用50张破弓和1斤半吊的弓箭手，就端掉了1000名北莽骑兵。若是将他保下来，去训练一下宿阳城的弓箭手，宿阳城防力量还能强上许多。还愣着干什么？还不快去！柳芳还没回过神，便被柳木人一脚踹了下去。柳芳快步跑下瞭望塔，朝着远处一看，才刚追击他的1000名北莽骑兵已被沈烨尽数消灭。可北莽蛮子是有仇必报，现在北莽又派出了数百名骑兵，直冲沈烨所在的小山丘也杀了过去。要知道，沈烨所在的这个位置是易攻难守，一旦被骑兵打近身，虽凭地势可暂守片刻，但时间一长，沈烨部竟会被北莽骑兵杀得血流成河，尸横遍野。原本在柳芳的计划中，沈烨的定位就是执行完支援任务之后，以牺牲7成兵士为代价，换取沈烨平安退回马家铺。马家铺兵士死伤惨重，是柳芳预料到的。但现在柳木人将军的爱才之心升起，马家铺的那7成兵士不用死了，沈烨部的实力也将得以大幅保。这在7日后的边军大比武中，可谓是一条得天独厚的条件。标下令令，柳芳回过神，手握虎符，冲着瞭望塔上的柳木人双手一转身，柳芳便朝着后方军营走了过去，向前行进几步，几个罩着银白色棚顶的军帐赫然入目，与周围的粗布军帐形成了鲜明的对比。柳芳来到银白色军帐前，举起手中的虎符，虎符在此，白玉营集合，随我前往马家铺驰援百夫长沈烨。与此同时，随着沈烨带人将1000名北蛮骑兵全部绞杀，官道上已是尸横遍野，不便行军。沈烨立刻让那50个弓箭手率先向马家铺哨口方向撤去。一方面，沈烨是想保全这50个人。另一方面，沈烨是想保全他们背后的50张复合弓，而随着50弓箭手向后撤，才刚在弓箭手外围的50多长毛兵、刀盾手也都纷纷站起身，在小山丘上摆出了熟悉的3-3制阵型。阵型摆好的一瞬间，第一批来截杀沈烨的70多个北莽骑兵便率先冲了上来，发起了自杀式的冲锋。起初，南前部族以3-3制还能勉强顶住，但随着一波接着一波的北莽骑兵接踵而至，在200北莽骑兵对50个南前部族的巨大人数差异之下，即便3-3制的效果再怎么拉群，却也只是杯水车薪。不过一刻钟的时间，这50多个部族就所剩无几，仅有不到2个神的部族才勉强能喘气。可即便如此，沈烨却仍然没有下令撤退。如果此时下令撤退，北莽骑兵追入马家铺，百姓就会遭殃。况且沈烨还埋伏了40个骑兵，他的计划从来都不是坐以待毙，用7成兵士的命换一个惨胜。沈烨的计划是以自己为饵，全歼北莽骑兵换一个大胜。 全员向后撤。沈烨见己方兵士已完全招架不住了，这才攥紧右拳下令撤。但山丘上的200多北莽骑兵可丝毫没有放过南前兵士的意思。北莽骑兵由散阵变为一字长蛇，如尖刀一般向撤离的10几个南前部族追杀了过去，拿出了一副不杀进不罢休的气势。沈烨见状，箭步一迈，只身拦在了北莽骑兵冲锋的路上。他身上的玄甲在月光下倒露出寒光，手中24斤重的巨锭迸发杀机。来！沈烨挥舞着手中巨锭，恐怖的攻击范围令人错愕的力道，抡杀北莽骑兵如割韭菜一般，一茬接着一茬。不到1刻钟的时间，一字长蛇阵的北莽骑兵竟被沈烨一人拦成了一团。远处瞭望塔上的柳木人见状，眸中尽是错愕之色。神了，这沈烨竟有一夫当关，百骑莫开之勇！可下一秒，还不等柳木人回过神来，一股骑兵便从山丘的视野盲区冲出。这股骑兵身着南前布甲，领头的骑术超群，瞬间将北莽骑兵反包围了起来。同时，在沈烨的牵制之下，北莽骑兵首尾不能相顾，南前骑兵竟肉眼可见的占据了上风。片刻间，战场形势反转。柳木人眸子一亮，满眼错愕道：“这马家铺何时多了一支骑兵？这莫非也是沈烨练出来的？”第45章，一夫当关，万夫莫开。这马家铺兵册上确实没有在编骑兵。军需官快速翻动手册，脸上表情同样错愕。马家铺地理位置特殊，四周矿产资源匮乏，土地肥力一般，又坐落在敌人进攻轨迹的口袋里，易攻难守。从战事开打时，马家铺的定位就是炮灰，其余马家铺的武器装备，包括调派的兵员，都是次一级的，兵种也只有不足1种，只留了2、3个骑兵以做斥候通信，仅此而已。按理说，马家铺打完这一仗，至少半年都恢复不了元气。可现在这一仗，马家铺打的非但没有折兵损将，反而是展示出了极强的韧性。自训的弓箭手以50张弓箭克敌1000，自训的骑兵更是杀声震天，仿佛这一仗的主角已经从攻入北莽大营的5000部族变成了沈烨，变成了马家铺的兵士。这沈烨的排兵布阵着实精妙，但这沈烨打的是不是有些太疯了？柳木人驻足远望，透过单筒镜清晰可见，沈烨正在以自己为饵，挥舞着手中的巨锭，替南前骑兵争取搏杀的机会。堂堂百夫长，身先士卒也就罢了，竟还将自己安排在十死无生的位置上去战斗。这沈烨究竟是不知死活，还是对自己的武艺自信过头？可下一秒，随着沈烨继续挥舞巨锭，压腰收腿，凌空劈，柳木人却逐渐皱起了眉头。这沈烨用的怎是我柳家剑谱的招数？军需官在一旁拱手解答：将军，柳家剑谱的上半部已被柳方外传了给了边军，沈烨与柳方交好，会几招柳家剑谱中的招式不足为奇。可是这沈烨用的招数是我柳家剑谱下半部的招数啊！柳木人喉咙一滚，他眼中错愕散尽，反倒生出了一抹欣赏。这沈烨用的是戟飞剑，可打出的招式却完全没有变形，反而颇有几分本乡的影子。将军此话当真？军需官闻言满眼错愕，他没有单筒镜，看不到沈烨的招式打得如何精炼，但是他很清楚柳木人将军的剑法是多么炉火纯青。曾经柳木人将军一人一剑克敌100余，边军人人皆知柳木人就是南前边军剑圣。看到了柳木人手中的剑，便看到了克敌的曙光。若连柳木人自己都亲口承认沈烨的招式打得炉火纯青，那这沈烨的造诣绝非池中之物。可下一秒，还不等军需官反应过来，柳木人便颤颤巍巍地放下单筒镜，他没有回应军需官的话，只是情绪一发激动，眼神就像见鬼了一样。不止如此，这沈烨竟然还打出了我柳家剑谱中的不传秘术。他究竟是从何处习得？莫非是千夫长柳方擅自传授的？军需官开口猜测，可柳木人闻言却摆了摆手，绝无可能。这柳家剑谱中的不传秘术难度极高，整个柳家就只有我柳木人一人习得了。柳方并不清楚秘术的存在。什么？军需官闻言也是一愣，难道说这招数是沈烨自己悟出来的？柳木人没有回应，可眼中的欣赏之色却愈发明。他放下了手中的单筒镜，低头向下看，四处找寻起了千夫长柳方的身影。柳方呢？旁边一个小卒拱手出列：回柳将军，千夫长柳方去军营调兵了，眼下人在大营之中，传我口令，向柳方全速前进，10员马家铺若伤了沈烨，我以军律治罪于他。柳木人大手一挥，声如洪钟，小卒不敢怠慢，连忙转身向军营跑去。见此一幕，柳木人这才放心的拿起了单筒镜，继续满眼欣赏的看向沈烨。而彼时的柳方，在准备了白玉营的1000兵士之后，刚走到大门，便迎面碰上了传令的小卒。柳方同样不敢怠慢，他3步并作2步，带着1000部族，硬生生的跑出了骑兵该有的速度，向前奔袭了几里地，小山丘便映入眼帘了。彼时的沈烨正在挥舞手中巨锭，如杀神一般，硬生生的将冲杀上来的北莽骑兵拦截在了山路上。北莽骑兵的外围是零星的南前骑兵，孙连战的身影也同样频繁闪过，但战事已经陷入到了白热化。沈烨的动作越来越慢，北莽骑兵的援军逐步跟上。在外人看来，彼时的沈烨尚能与北莽骑兵分庭抗礼，甚至是打得热火朝天。可在柳方这种身经百战的将领眼中，他很清楚沈烨的身体已经到极限了。快，分头走，一路从北坡上，一路从南坡上，直接斩断敌军后路，绞杀他们。柳方立刻下令，以最稳的人数包围之法，分兵2路解围沈烨。可当柳方带着白玉营的兵士冲杀上小山丘之时，映入眼帘的却只有小山丘上一群黑压压的骑兵。这些骑兵全是南前骑兵，为首的孙连战杀红了眼，看到柳方带人围上来，竟有些敌我不分，想出矛攻击，却被柳方身旁的6左60二人合力用刀将长矛架了下来。孙连战力气大，与其僵持好一会，直到看到了柳方的脸， 这才猛地一惊，丢掉手中长矛。柳大人，标下糊涂了。可柳芳全程面如平湖，他环顾四周，只见北莽骑兵尸横遍野，白热化的战争肆意结束，全然不见沈烨的身影。沈烨呢？柳芳看向孙连战，开口问道。孙连战听罢，让骑兵分列两侧，让出了一条通路，而通路的尽头正是沈烨。沈烨一手拄着巨锏，一手握着军旗，如雕像一般纹丝不动。他身上所着玄甲已被鲜血浸红，而沈烨的身侧正是堆积成山的北莽蛮子尸体。沈烨身前百10个北莽骑兵望而生畏，100倍人数优势在此，却无一人敢上前。见此一幕，柳芳都懵了。他甚至忘记了下令围攻敌军，可下一秒，沈烨却沙哑地说道：“马家铺沈烨在此，不怕死的速来一战。”第46章，沈烨升迁千夫长，听调不听宣。沈烨一吼，其身前的100余北莽骑兵全都愣住。这支北莽阵营中最骁勇的兵种，此刻却勒马驻足，停滞不前。何人敢上前一战？见这些北莽骑兵面生惧色，沈烨便拄着巨锏，再次怒声一喝，扑通！吼声落地的瞬间，一个北莽骑兵被当场吓足了胆汁，摔下战马，抽搐而亡。众北莽骑兵纷纷向那个被吓死的小卒看去，眼中惧色翻滚，再无一人敢与沈烨对视。跑！北莽骑兵中不知何人大喊一声，可这一声跑也成了压垮北莽骑兵的最后一根稻草。无数北莽骑兵掉头狂奔，可一掉头却发现他们早已落入了白云营的包围圈。北莽骑兵剧中生怒，完全没把白云的精兵放在眼里，而是3、5成群冲刺突围，就好像北莽骑兵怕了，只有沈烨一人。而随着100余北莽骑兵慌不择路的冲出包围之后，又赶来增援的这些北莽蛮子同样开始向后撤退，仅是几个眨眼功夫，北莽蛮子就彻底消失在了视野。这群北莽蛮子冲锋快，撤退同样不慢啊！北莽骑兵竟被吓得慌不择路，真乃北疆奇闻。看着如此奇特的百夫长69入时都露出了一副错愕之色，而彼时的千夫长柳芳则满脸震惊，一句话都说不出来。戍边7年了，死在他柳芳手下的北莽蛮子没有1000也有800，负隅顽抗的，诈降反咬的，死战不退的地步，他柳芳全都经历过，最终大多是以难钱财胜收场。他还是头一次见到像沈烨这样一夫当关万夫莫开。马家铺前一声吼，喝醉北莽千百骑大，如此退敌之法，倒与15年前在平33之时一口喝醉3大藩王的柳木人将军颇有相似之处。可还不等柳芳回过神来，扑通，沈烨便身子一软，直接瘫倒在了血泊中。沉重的玄甲和巨锏砸在血泊，溅起阵阵涟漪。沈烨的脸满是血痂，眼睛半睁半闭。柳芳立刻翻身下，穿过众人，快步行至沈烨身前。他不嫌沈烨满身鲜血，用尽力气将沈烨从血泊中抬起，将沈烨的上半身抵在了自己的膝盖上。脉搏太弱了，快去叫医师来，快去！柳芳一只手按在沈烨手腕的寸关尺上，一只手掏出虎符丢给百夫长69不敢怠慢，转身就向南前大营跑去。柳芳则是从怀中掏出了止血草药，一边为沈烨手臂上的伤口上药，一边为沈烨卸起了玄甲。沈烨想说些什么，但干裂的嘴唇却发不出任何声音。沈烨，柳芳看着沈烨这奄奄一息的样子，不禁眼眶泛红。沈烨之所以会以身为饵，就是想保全马家铺的兵士，尽可能减少这些子弟兵的损失。若当初能再给沈烨多补充些兵员，今日之沈烨也不会如此。毕竟柳芳也没想到，沈烨是如此的爱兵如子，一个骁勇善战的虎将，却有着一颗细腻如针的心。将帅之才，难能可贵啊！啪！就在此时，一只大手突然搭在了柳芳的肩膀上。柳芳没有回头，以为是随军医师，便开口命令道：“无论如何救活沈烨，若沈烨出了一点问题，我拿你的脑袋祭旗。”柳芳，你让开！可下一秒，等待柳芳的不是言之凿凿的保证，而是一道苍老有力的声音。柳木人俯身蹲下，枣红色的盔甲格外显眼。柳芳见此，先是一愣，他刚想发问，却被柳木人又呵斥了一声：“让开！”柳木人从柳芳的手中接过了沈烨。沈烨那厚重的玄甲，沉重的巨锭，更是让刚接手的柳木人虎躯一震。他还特地多看了一眼那柄24斤重的巨锭。柳将军，沈烨想拱手作礼，但却没一口力气，只得用沙哑到极致的嗓音一字一顿道：“不动。”柳木人按住了沈烨的手，满眼欣慰：“你是南前的好兵士，本将已派医师住进马家铺，你不必再奔波一趟，就地医治就好。马家铺外围，本将也调来了一个营的兵士守护，安心养伤。另外，话音未落，轰隆，一束火光冲天而起，北莽大营内一座粮仓冒出了冲天的黑烟。得手了，这是得手了！太好了，北莽蛮子的粮仓终于被烧了，我们宿阳城有救了！”寻常南前兵士见此，纷纷相拥，满眼激动。可柳芳、柳木人见此，却当即黑了脸，眼中没有半点喜悦，尽是担忧。只因按计划，北莽大营内的3座粮仓应该一起烧起来，方能让北莽蛮子元气大伤，暂缓对宿阳城的攻击。可现在3座粮仓只烧了一个，并未触及北莽根本，反而会激怒北莽蛮子。柳芳仍旧是一脸担忧的看向北莽大营，可柳木人将笔却已露出了一抹释然的笑容。既不成，乃先令，与其纠结，不如趁此机会振奋士气。倘若日后北莽大军来犯，南前兵士也有抵御之力。柳木人看向沈烨，将腰间的一张青铜弓白令牌扯下，递给沈烨，而后故意抬高了8度声调，吸引了所有兵士的注意，喊道：“北莽粮仓已烧，宿阳城暂得安生。”此战首功当属沈烨，当属前线陷阵的万千兵士。沈烨，本将赏你做千夫长，统御1000人，可听调不听宣，独自发展，战时可入大帐议事矣。第47章，亲传柳家绝学，监领3村封地，标下礼。沈烨话说半句，血气尚未出口，便觉得浑身发软。 无力、发冷，好像整个人掉进了冰窟窿，动弹不得。他当即双眼一沉，直接昏了过去。再一睁眼，沈夜是被自己的呼噜吵醒的，他迷迷糊糊的睁开眼，觉得身边温暖无比。这是哪？沈夜环顾四周，看是熟悉的自家土炕，但围坐在土炕一圈的人却全是陌生面孔。这些人生的绑扎腰圆，身着金铁盔甲，腰间清一色佩戴着千夫长令牌。下一秒，翠绿色的长卷却突然在沈夜眼前展开，几行鎏金小字随之跳出：宿主沈夜，年龄20，力量大成，敏捷大成，感知小成，悟性小成，耐力小成。击杀一般的北莽蛮子获得的属性返还大多为力量和敏捷。第二，经此一战，力量和敏捷都迈入了大成就，悟性的提升则几乎无。杀敌所得的属性提升都是用血来换，还是舒婷和凤鸣的温柔乡让人流连。刘将军，沈千夫长醒了！还不等沈夜反应过来，这些围坐在土炕上的将领便异口同声的大喊了一声。下一秒，陈淑婷、苏凤鸣、秦金莲3个女子率先跑到了沈夜面前。夫君，你终于醒了！苏凤鸣一把搂住沈夜，哭得梨花带雨。小叶，我就知道你会没事的。陈淑婷坐在沈夜身旁，眼眶泛红。沈公子秦金莲同样是一脸担忧，就连林玉茹都趴在了纸窗户外，露出一只水汪汪的大眼睛偷看。柳将军到！一声呐喊响彻沈家小院，土炕上的将领纷纷下地，分列两侧站得标板溜直。身着枣红色铠甲的柳木人在无数将领的注视下，走到了沈夜面前。柳木人脱掉了头盔，摘下了腰间之剑，如此举止是以家臣之礼相待。柳将军，沈夜起身拱手，睡足了吗？柳木人淡然一笑，看向沈夜那身健硕的肌肉，眼中尽是欣赏。睡足了吗？标下不是负伤了吗？沈夜有些不明所以的摸了摸身上，确实没少喝。你睡了3天3夜。柳木人将军笑道，本将特地叫军医给你查验过，你身上连一丝皮外伤都没有，只是力竭过度，当场昏睡了过去。有劳柳将军见见。沈夜先是一愣，有些难为情的拱了拱手，他以为自己是浴血奋战被暗伤倒地，没成想这一战下来，自己竟没受一点伤，只是累晕睡着了，着实是个奇才。柳木人青缕长须，看着沈夜的眼神愈发欣赏。军医给你查验之时说，你的皮肉宛若钢筋铁骨，相当于自带一层肉做的盔甲，再加上飞云系的玄甲加身，这一战下来分毫不伤，倒也不怪。说着，柳木人向后摆了摆手，千夫长柳芳快步跟上，将2块百夫长令牌递了上去。沈夜，这是夏平村和铁林堡的百夫长令。柳木人转手将2块令牌递给沈夜，语重心长道：即日起，马家铺、夏平村、铁林堡3座村庄魂铺全部由你全权代管。这沈夜看着柳木人递来的令牌，一时有些懵逼。夏平村、铁林堡是马家铺分裂左右的邻村，其二者共与马家铺构成了宿阳城北的第一道防线。若将这2块百夫长令牌一并收下，这就相当于宿阳城北的防线完全落入了他沈夜的手中，这分量可是相当重啊。柳木人见沈夜有些迟疑，便大手一挥，直接将这2块百夫长令牌砸进了沈夜手中。3日前，我赠你千夫长令，赠你千夫长之职，但宿阳城上下确实没有千夫长级别的缺，况且宿阳城外的防线需遗憾相坐镇，又恰逢铁林堡、夏平村的百夫长双双战死，基层将领青黄不接，这坐守宿阳城北之重任只有你担得起。柳将军抬爱，沈夜信不辱命。听到柳木人说这话，沈夜不敢再开口推辞，双手一拱便接过了那2枚百夫长令。下一秒，还不等沈夜反应过来，站在柳木人将军身后的柳芳便又从怀中掏出了2本户籍册，一本是夏平村的，一本是铁林堡的。柳芳眉眼一抬，示意沈夜接下。沈夜先是一愣，但见很快便心领神会，伸手一并接下。要知道，在古代，尤其是战火纷飞的边疆，户籍册就是一个村子的根。如果户籍册没了，这个村子即便是还在，可他在南前皇帝的眼中就只是一片虚无，不会有任何的粮草救济、官银补助，是生是死全都要靠户籍。而此时的沈夜便掌握了这2个村子的根。换言之，当沈夜接手这2本户籍册的那一刻，夏平村、铁林堡千余百姓的命就一并交给沈夜了。这担子上背的名重达万斤不止，莫急着谢。柳木人摆了摆手，继续说道：你虽统领3座村铺，但却领的是千夫长之衔，所要衔的便应当也是千夫长之责。沈夜，我1不给你加兵员，2不给你拨粮草，唯独军饷管够，银子要多少，本将都给你。本将只有一个要求。柳木人伸出一根手指，眼神瞬间严肃，那就是在北莽大军压境之时，你所构筑的防线至少要撑过3个时辰。只要撑过3个时辰，即便主帅全军撤退，本将非但不怪罪你，反而要嘉奖于你。但你所构筑的防线若没能抵御北莽大军3个时辰，即便你战死沙场，本将也要在你死后追问罪责。柳将军放心，标下您也会在北莽大军来临之时硬汉3个时辰。沈夜双手一拱，眸中却闪过了一丝狐疑，让自己构筑第1道城外防线，却不给补兵，不给拨粮，只给银子，这种情况前世在军里可以见，往往是孤城受围，资源极度有限，货币即将成为废纸，才会如此。难道彼时的宿阳城已经进入到了危急存亡之秋？况且他在3天前累瘫之前还依稀记得粮仓明明烧起来了，计划应当成功了才对。柳木人何必如此着急的赶鸭子上架？难道是北莽的3个粮仓没烧完，那夜袭偷家可就成了赤裸裸的挑衅宣战了？若是如此，一切就都说得通了。按往年经验估计，今年冬天第1场雪，北莽蛮子定会趁机来袭，以报夜袭大营之仇。好，本将没看错人，你们都先出去。柳木人大手一挥，瞬间遣散了屋内众人。而最后一个离开的柳芳还特地关上了房门。 自是有什么不为人知的秘密事。还不等沈烨反应过来，柳木人便从怀中掏出了一个暗黄色的小本，小本封面上是4个手写的篆书字“柳家简谱”。柳木人将简谱册进沈烨手中，满眼欣赏。沈烨，此乃柳家绝学，原本就是简谱，之所以改为简谱，是因为能习其招数霸气者万里无一，为传承才无奈改为简谱。但70年过去了，没想到你仅凭自悟就打出了柳家绝学。原本这绝学简谱只传给柳家族长，但本将今日将它传给你，是为报国杀敌，不算辱没些人。你若有朝一日将这简谱练至圆满，本将为你沈烨在柳家族谱单开一页，设作上宾，授子孙百年香火。第48章复合弓换火药，第1道防线，天雷地火。柳将军厚爱，标下铭记。沈烨从柳木人手中颤颤巍巍地接过了那本柳家简谱，他刚想拱起双手以表感谢，却被柳木人一把拦了下来。不可！柳木人面色凝重，看向沈烨怀中的柳家简谱，得此简谱者与柳家族长同理，你身怀此谱拜我柳木人受不起了。标下明白。沈烨将简谱放在手边，又一次拱手作揖。这一次柳木人不再阻止，但柳木人也没有转身离开的意思，而是看向沈烨，露出一抹意味深长的笑意。沈烨，以伏击北莽骑兵时所用之功，我听你手下的兵士说，那叫复合弓，剑则是名为3棱绑刺剑，这一弓一箭，你可有图纸？此话一出，沈烨先是一愣，怪不得柳木人堂堂义城将军，先是赏自己千苏长之名，又亲传了柳家绝学，这位的绝不只是将自己立为边军标杆，以鼓励全军士气而已。这复合弓和3棱剑的图纸，才是柳木人此行前来的真实目的。毕竟复合弓和3棱剑在实战中展现出的威力不容小觑。若是宿阳城的城墙上能装备如此利器，守城一事事半功倍。但对兼任宿阳城北3村百夫长的沈烨而言，这复合弓和3棱剑的作用便削弱了许多。毕竟宿阳城外可居高临下的狙击点武器，他要在宿阳城北构建起抗击北莽蛮子的第1道防线，只靠弓箭是绝对办不到的。弓箭天克，骑兵不假，但3村之兵力有限，地理位置有限。当北莽骑兵利用机动性大军压境之时，弓箭反倒成了雷。倒不如将弓箭图纸上交柳木族，再以此为由换些更适配野外作战的武器，这图纸标价自然是要上交。沈烨嘴角一挑，话锋一转道：“这复合弓和3棱剑乃是我萧一干时研究出来的，这是标价的心头肉。”沈烨一脸为难，柳木人却只是撇嘴一笑，他摆了摆手，深谋老恨地说道：“沈烨，本将可是连柳家绝学都传给你还不知足。柳将军见谅，这复合弓与3棱剑我视如己出，堪称挚爱。”沈烨仍作为难状，无奈地撇了撇嘴。若柳将军真心想要这图纸，得加钱。你小子！柳木人嗤笑着摇了摇头，说吧，你还想要什么条件？3村之地贫瘠，青壮有限，标下实在缺人，还望柳将军给补充800骑兵。沈烨说着，又刻意加重了几分语气，最好是800骑兵。800还骑兵？柳木人被气笑了。沈烨，宿阳城兵力紧缺，骑兵更是稀罕，本将最多能给你叫100余人，而且还是新兵，你要不要？不要。沈烨故作不满地摇了摇头，100新兵，标下也可招募，不劳将军费心了。但工欲善其事，必先利其器。若柳将军不能给标下补充兵员，那就赐标下500套铁甲吧。标下1月之内，定还柳将军一个精兵营，500铁甲。柳木人长叹一口气，沈烨，只有千夫长和本将的禁军才能穿铁甲，整个宿阳城的铁甲都是定量的，本将上哪给你弄500套？唉。沈烨放下了拱起的双手，故做出一脸无奈的表情道：“柳将军，这也没有，那也没有，这弓箭图纸标下实难割舍。不如柳将军从军备库给我拨出300斤火药吧，火药威力大，说不定能在抗击北莽蛮子之时有奇效。300斤火药。”柳木人死须沉思，虽有几分为难，但还是开口问道：“这倒是能给，只不过沈烨，本将可没有多余的火器给你马家铺，这300斤出火药。你要又有何用？给北莽蛮子放烟火吗？”沈烨淡然一笑，眼底快速闪过一丝得逞，但很快这一抹得逞就被沈烨压制了下来。他双手一拱，斩钉截铁道：“柳将军放心，标下并非贪得无厌之辈，这300斤火药到手，标下自有打算，这就不劳柳将军费心了。”柳木人抬起手，欲言又止。话说到这个份上，他不便多问，毕竟他不清楚沈烨是怎么想的。若沈烨是想用这个火药下套，借机调出一批火器，这可就亏大了。毕竟宿阳城能立于北疆不倒的根本原因，就是因为宿阳城是南前北疆36城中火器储备最多的一个。若随意向下调拨火器，大战来临之时，恐有变数。倒不如就吃了这个哑巴亏，把300斤火药以顺水人情给沈烨，既能得到复合弓图纸，又不会损失及战士。一石二鸟。既然如此，本将不多问。柳木人大手一挥，终于满意的起身：“300斤粗火药，明日一早我就派人给你送来。”多谢柳将军。沈烨嘴角一挑，眼中尽是得逞之意。这300斤粗火药，在别人眼中没有火器的衬托，就是一堆废物；可在沈烨眼中，这却是实实在在的大杀器。前世在野外执行特种部队任务时，他曾按照先烈们的技巧制作过简易的地雷，一发即可毙敌数人，每3斤火药就能做成一个威力巨大的石头地雷。300斤火药就是100个石头雷，将其放置在宿阳城北这种野外作战的空旷地带，专克骑兵。北莽骑兵一踩上去，引发的连锁爆炸定是空前绝后的天雷地火，绝命北莽。别急着写。柳木人走到门旁，忽地扭头看向沈烨。沈烨，北莽的3座粮仓只烧了1座，你应该清楚这意味着什么。接下来的1个月内，我要你以最快的速度补充兵员，将3个村部的兵力发展到巅峰。 你如何扩充部队，我不管；如何备齐粮草，我不问。自主权本将给你，本将只要一件事，那就是1个月后初冬将至，北莽大军压境之时，你要替本将在宿阳城北拖住北莽蛮子至少3个时辰。此乃军令，分毫不可差。第49章，林玉如帮他身子。陈淑婷拿到户籍，标下领命。沈烨双手一拱，目送柳木人离开。院里的兵士、千夫长也都有2列合围一个跟着离开。一个呼吸的功夫，沈家小院内就只剩下了陈淑婷、苏凤玲、秦金莲和林玉如4个女子，纷纷向屋内跳舞。但见沈烨没有出声，便各自忙活了起来，不去打扰沈烨。而沈烨见此，也是长呼一口气，他捏了捏眉心，缓步走到土炕旁，一屁股坐下，拿起手边的2本户籍册，直接翻看了起来。夜袭战结束，自己昏睡了3天，宿阳城的情况不容乐观。原本一个马家铺的百余户村民就够让人头疼的，如今构筑宿阳城北抗击北莽第1道防线的重任又落到了他沈烨的身上，压力倍增啊！下平村和铁林堡百姓户数都远高于马家铺，沈烨越看脸色越铁青。可这兵员数量、粮草储备怎么比马家铺还贫瘠？要知道，眼下是秋末，各村铺的粮草储备应是1年中最富足的。可经过推算，这铁林堡和下平村的粮草竟连1个月都撑不住，扣蔬菜大棚也来不及啊！毕竟蔬菜大棚的凉菜作物也是有生长周期的，凉菜不能在半个月内就瓜熟蒂落，像宿阳城借粮又不太可能，总不能让下平村和铁林堡的600户村民活活饿死吧？况且南前边军多为屯兵制，耕战一起，村中百姓竟是兵士的家眷，一旦百姓受冻挨饿，这些南前边军的士气同样会大跌。自古以来，士气问题就是能直接影响两军胜负，若是把士气搞臭，这个便不战自败了。更关键的是，粮草不足只是其一，下平村和铁林堡的兵员如何补充，才是真正让人头疼的难题。初雪将至，北莽蛮子随时都可能发起袭击，短则半个月，长则1个月，兵源不足，何谈抗击北莽？何谈第1道防线？留给他沈烨准备的时间寥寥无几。况且初雪之后便是大雪封山，山里的土匪流寇每年都会趁此时机大肆掠夺边关村铺，若是不在短期内将下平村和铁林堡的兵源补充上，说不定在北莽大军压境之前，马家铺、下平村、铁林堡便会变成土匪的后花园。可扩充兵力说着容易，做起来却何其困难。整个南前的青壮力都有限，靠抓壮丁来充军，所拼之数不多，还会伤军民于水情，是个不可走的近路。等等，土匪！沈烨挠了挠头，似是想到了，他又伸手从土炕的木柜里掏出了那张被柳芳特别标注过的敌情图，左手边是敌情图，右手边是2本户籍册。沈烨以指为笔，大手一挥，直接在下平村和铁林堡的交界处找到了一处土匪窝点。虎头山这里的土匪多为流兵和农民，平日里不欺压百姓，多是劫富济贫，又经常出手抗击北莽蛮子，算得上是一匪了。最关键的是，先前虎头山大当家曾多次表示想归顺南前朝廷，过几天安生日子，但却都被当时的百夫长王虎给拒绝了。理由是虎头山太穷了，拿不出招安费，一切免谈。沈烨想着，转身从木桌上拿起毛笔，将这虎头山圈上面。虎头山匪众170余人，算是个中等山寨，若能将其招安，短期内的兵源补充便可迎刃而解。沈烨想着，嘴角露出了一抹笑容。紧接着，他又将目光放到了一处北莽蛮子的百夫长据点，据点位于马家铺、下平村、铁林堡的交界处，常年都有120个左右的北莽蛮子驻守。前2年，3个村部的百夫长曾为拔除此据点商议过多次，但还是老问题，这个费力不讨好的活，究竟谁来当主公，承担最大的伤亡风险？谁来当辅攻，承担较小的伤亡风险呢？现在宿阳城北3村之地尽归他沈烨所有，打下这个北莽的百夫长据点，或可将短期内的粮草空缺填补上，而只要战术得当，便不会过分折兵损将。整体来看是大有可为的。如此一来，一个虎头山用以招安补充兵源，一个北莽据点用以补充短期内的粮草，只要将这2个地方打下来，马家铺、下平村、铁林堡3村之危机便可迎刃而解。接下来，无论是热水掠边还是北莽进攻，他沈烨都有一战之法。小叶，房门被推开，陈淑婷端着一盆水，颤颤巍巍地走到了沈烨面前。淑婷，怎么？沈烨下意识地想收起土炕上的户籍册和敌情图，但一想到来人是陈淑婷，便没去记忆。小叶，我来给你擦擦身子。这几日你昏睡不醒，是姐妹们轮流给你擦身子换衣服，今日轮到我了。陈淑婷一边说着，一边将毛巾浸湿。她微微抬眉，眼中却生出了一抹羞涩，似是有几分小别胜新婚之意。可沈烨见状，却摆了摆手，道：“淑婷，我自己来就行。这几日都是你凤玲和秦姑娘替我擦身子的吗？”陈淑婷听闻也没扭捏，她看得出来沈烨在忙，便将毛巾搭在了水盆旁边。但陈淑婷却没着急走，而是转身说道：“今日我是第一次替你擦身子，前几日是凤玲、秦姑娘还有玉如妹妹3人轮班的。”什么？沈烨闻言虎躯一震，林玉如给我擦身子了？她给你擦了好久。陈淑婷一脸淫笑的回应。还不等沈烨反应，沈烨便突然觉得有一道目光正在暗中注视着自己，他像纸窗一瞥，一个透露出几分吃醋的黑眼人正盯着自己看。沈烨记忆力不足，一眼就认出那是林玉如的美眉。下一秒，林玉如好感度加1，一道熟悉的提示音响起，更让沈烨平添了几分疑惑。这林玉如不是不食人间烟火吗？她竟会替自己一个大老粗擦身子，而且擦的还格外的久。当年上门退婚的可是他，如今为何又这般消息？思绪未断，院门外便传来了一阵急促的敲门声。沈千夫长， 随军医师确定陈淑婷有了喜脉，柳木人将军念您劳苦功高，便提前将罪女陈淑婷转为良民，纳入南前边军户籍，与普通百姓同理。户籍名册已登入宿阳城，望审千夫长周之。第50章，林玉如吃醋了。沈夜单骑招安虎头山。沈夜领命。沈夜闻言先是一怔，过了好一会，这才双手拱起，冲着门外回应道：“等沈夜再回过神，陈淑婷已经热泪盈眶。小叶，谢谢你。”他张开白皙的手臂，一把搂住了沈夜。淑婷，这是你应得的，从今往后咱们就踏踏实实活吧。沈夜也伸手抱住了陈淑婷，眼中满是宠爱。自从陈淑婷来到家中，他便操持起了这个家，大大小小的家务做得干净，热腾腾的饭菜做得可口。是陈淑婷的到来，让冷清的小院变得热闹。如今陈淑婷又怀上了自己的骨肉，沈夜对陈淑婷更是爱上加爱。凤林，你怎么也有喜脉了？而就在此时，小院内却传来了秦金莲的一声惊呼。沈夜和陈淑婷的注意力被吸引，双双向小院探头看去。秦姑娘，凤林妹妹真有喜脉了吗？陈淑婷扒着门边，满脸欣喜地问道。秦金莲玉只搭在苏凤林手腕的寸关尺上，轻吸一口气，坚决地点了点头。凤林确实有了喜脉，只不过还很弱，胎气尚未形成。这么说，我3个月后不会被拉去充当军妓了？我会有南前户籍，能和副军长相厮守的对吗？苏凤林捂着嘴，眼泪四段性的珠子般滑落。他激动地跑开，与陈淑婷一起，双双搂住了沈夜。在马家铺的这半个月，苏凤林活得担惊受怕。他不想当军妓，但更怕遇到一个坏夫君，夜夜折磨他，让他生不如死。可在见到沈夜之后，这一切的担忧全都烟消云散。沈夜杀敌戍边，为人正直，正是苏凤林梦想中的男人。他曾为西蜀女帝悬于万人之上不假，可现在的苏凤林心中却再不只有西蜀，在他心里，沈夜与西蜀同样重要。她既是西蜀的亡国女帝，同样也是沈夜的妻子。沈夜不语，只是一味的抱着美人。秦金莲见此，收敛了几分风流，眼中略过一抹欣慰。可坐在石桌旁的林玉如却悄悄低下了头，眼中生出了一抹醋意。这一抹醋意闪过的速度极快，但沈夜却精准地捕捉到了。淑婷、凤林，今晚多做些肉来吃，你们都刚回不久，这个阶段最为重要。沈夜一边说着，一边脱离开了二人的怀抱，又扭头看向秦金莲。秦姑娘，还劳烦你配几副安胎药。淑婷身子虚，凤林身子弱，这喜脉对我而言仅是延续相符，但对他们二人而言，这喜脉是改头换面的根本。沈公子放心。秦金莲点了点头。沈夜见状，也转身回屋，从主屋的被褥里掏出了一枚10两的银，转手放在了小院的石桌上，供给接下来一段时间家里的开销。做完这一切，沈夜便收起了土炕上的敌情图和2本户籍册，穿好了衣服，眼神愈发坚决。眼下业绩站起过去3天，秋已深，冬将至，时间不等人。土匪的劫掠，北莽的入侵，就像一把利剑，悬在有千夫长之名、行百夫长之实的沈夜头顶。而能否成功招安虎头山的这170位，便是破局之要。只要成功招安了虎头山的匪众，宿阳城北的3村便有了足够的自保之力。至于如何招安虎头山，沈夜嘴角一挑，眸中生出了一股热忱。虎头山的匪众乃是义子，大多数都是被官府逼上山落草为寇的，他们心中对南前朝堂或许有恨，但在家国大义面前，这些义匪并不孤立。只要许诺公平正义，再摆出自己监领3村的千夫长身份，恩威并施，软硬交织，虎头山的匪众大概率会服软。唯一的变数就是2年前，虎头山的匪众曾来找过马家铺的百夫长王胡投诚，但却被王胡以上供的银子不够多为由拒绝。2年过去了，沈夜并不清楚虎头山对马家铺、对南前边军的态度如何，但至少从这2年虎头山劫富济贫、主动杀北莽蛮子的行为来看，虎头山仍是义匪。即便此番招安有些风险，这个险也值得一冒。想恩威并施，要先有底气才行。沈夜长呼一口气，目光落在了悬甲和巨钳上，但仅是1秒钟后，沈夜便大不由心从悬甲和巨钳旁边走过，以布衣之身离开了沈家小院。既然是去招安，何须穿甲带兵？只需带着腰间的千夫长令，手持马家铺、铁灵堡、下平村的3面军旗，一人前往足矣。小叶，你这是要出门？陈淑婷开口发问。夫君不急，今日可先行歇息。苏凤林古灵精怪道。秦金莲则媚眼一瞥道：“沈公子，柳将军说了，战后5天，南前边军不练兵，让兵士们好好歇息。我不是去练兵的，我是去过军。”沈夜嘴角一挑，目光落在陈淑婷的身上。淑婷，今晚我会晚些回来，记得把饭留在锅里。说罢，沈夜便头也不回的离开了。不多时，沈夜便来到了马家铺位，军旗就插在卫所的门前。沈夜大手一挥，直接摘掉了军旗。巡视的兵士见状，非但没有生疑，反而纷纷向沈夜拱手行礼。毕竟夜袭一战，若是没有沈夜的布局和战术，马家铺这些兵士定会死得10不存1。可现在马家铺的伤亡只有20几个，多数兵士的命都被沈夜保了下来。沈夜在马家铺已不只是威望的象征，更是军民心中不可磨灭的旗号。沈夜这2个字，对马家铺军民而言，才是真正的军旗。沈夜，你醒了？等等，你拿军旗坐镇？在卫所坐镇的铁牛见状，探出头，有些不解道。巡视的兵士也都纷纷驻足，将目光投向了背着军旗的沈夜。铁牛，我若没回来，你记得带下平村和铁灵堡的兵士多扣些粮菜大团。沈夜没有正面回应，但语气却愈发坚决。说着，沈夜又将腰间的马家铺百夫长令摘下，一把丢给了铁牛。接过百夫长令的铁牛一连忙，围观的兵士也都是一头雾水。可随着沈夜脚一踢，将军旗背在身后，又翻身上了一匹战马，背影渐行渐远。沈夜这才扬声一喝：“如今兵士不足，恐难御敌，我去招安虎头山， 你们莫要忧心，莫要行动兵我沈夜一人足矣。今晚将兵名册摆在位子，等我招安回来，直接将虎头山以北登记造册。第51章，一寸国土一寸血，参战皆是青年军。不多时，沈夜便一路骑马来到了下坪村。下坪村距离最远，与虎头山又是反方向，这便理所当然的成了沈夜收集3地军旗的第一站。下坪村地处平原，易攻难守。按理说，下坪村这个环境，每次开战都会损失惨重，但由于下坪村的地理位置偏远，在战略上的权重不大。北莽蛮子一般都只是派个100人营与之缠斗而已，从未展开过大规模的清剿和屠杀，所以这里的土地肥力、田亩开垦程度，也是宿阳城下2镇8村中最好的几个之一。沈夜看着下坪村连在一片的肥沃土地，眼中满是热忱。在此地凑大棚、搭粮仓，宿阳全城足矣。站住！你是马家铺的斥候吗？为何扛着军旗来？就在沈夜畅想之际，一个年仅17、18岁的青色小卒却握着坡刀挡在了沈夜的马前。我来借下坪村军旗一用。沈夜说着，直接将腰间的千夫掌令掏了出来。青色小卒凑近一看，印有牛角纹的铜牌上刻着一个大个的沈字，他眼中的警惕瞬间变成了错愕。标下下坪村部族罗二代，见过沈千夫长。不必，就去将军旗取来，我有急用，明日一早我再派人送回来。沈夜淡然一笑，重新将令牌塞回腰间。小卒不敢怠慢，连忙向下坪村内跑去。不一会的功夫，几个小卒便将下坪村的军旗取来了，只不过为首的却从那17、18岁的青色小卒变成了下坪村的老资历时常严刚。沈千夫长，下坪村军旗在此，不知沈千夫长要作何用的？严刚双手一拱，一边将军旗递给沈夜，一边开口发问。下坪村的军旗完好，干净平整，就连挂军旗的竹竿都是新换的。沈夜接过军旗，语气平淡道：“去招安虎头山。”招安虎头山！严刚闻言虎躯一震，整个人的眸中都生出了几个错愕。周围的士卒同样是一头雾水，看向沈夜的眼中满是不解。虎头山是宿阳城北威名远扬的山寨，其山寨内大小匪众近200，地处断崖，易守难攻。即便是吉马家铺和下坪村的全部兵士，从虎头山的正面硬攻上去，想要取胜都是痴人说梦。可彼时的沈夜只是穿着一身布衣，扛着2杆军旗，身后没有带一兵一卒，完全不像是打仗的样子。沈大人是认真的，不带一兵一卒去招安虎头山？严刚有些不解，但官大一级压死人，他也没过多发问。你准备好兵名册吧，待我招安归来，会推些兵士填补你下坪村的战场。沈夜大手一挥，扛着下坪村和马家铺的军旗便扬长而去，只留下了一脸懵逼的石长严刚以及下坪村部众。而从下坪村离开后，沈夜便一骑绝尘来到了铁灵堡。铁灵堡的地理位置特殊，坐落在边疆的一个小山丘上，山丘内是南拳王谷，山丘外便是北莽蛮子，是宿阳城北实实在在的第一道防线。铁灵堡虽易守难攻，但因其战略地位特殊，拿下铁灵堡就等于一举瘫痪了宿阳城北防线，所以每次南前和北莽开战，铁灵堡都是兵家必争之地。双方在此投入的兵力巨大，战场惨烈程度堪称绞肉机。刚一到铁灵堡村口，一股浓厚的血腥味便直接冲进了沈夜的鼻腔。沈夜进入铁灵堡，这一次村口没有迎宾问话，只有尚未被清洗干净的血迹还印在地上，道路两旁有不少百姓的尸体还没来得及收尸，或许亲人死绝了，这些百姓无人收尸，只能曝尸荒野，惨烈啊！沈夜心中暗道，但一转头却看到了铁灵堡军旗，军旗插在哨所旁的青石砖缝，但只剩下了半面，这半面军旗被血泡成了暗红色，已经发硬。任由北风肆虐，这半面军旗却纹丝不动。咔嚓！沈夜伸手去拔军旗，准备先斩后奏，等招安了虎头山之后再派人防回来就是了。可军旗拔出的一瞬间，这青石砖围成的哨所内却发出了簌簌的声音。还不等沈夜反应过来，哨所的木门被由内外的打开，10几个身负重伤的兵士拖着卷刃的坡刀，怒气冲冲的看向沈夜。只不过这些兵士长相普遍稚嫩，自是都是些尚未长大的娃娃一般。你是何人？送我铁灵堡军旗作甚？为首的是个15、16岁的青年，他一只眼睛被纱布缠着，渗出的血在脸颊刻成一道血痕。你们李百夫长呢？沈夜见此，先是一愣，但很快气定神闲的问道：死了。为首的青年说着，眼眶一红。沈夜喉咙一滚，一时哑语，愣了片刻，这才从腰间掏出那枚千夫长令牌。我是宿阳城千夫长沈夜，如今暂管下坪村、铁灵堡、马家铺3所村库，这军旗我要拿走不用。沈夜说着，眼中生出了一抹坚定。可就在他要继续拔出铁灵堡军旗之时，为首的15岁青年却怒声一喝：不许拔！李百夫长说过，军旗在铁灵堡就在，如今铁灵堡百姓军户10不存1，你若拔了军旗，铁灵堡就没了。此话一出，沈夜鼻子一酸，李百夫长在铁灵堡的威望极高，他的话对铁灵堡的百姓军户而言与圣旨一样，再加上铁灵堡的兵士都已经成了娃娃，可想而知，铁灵堡的可战之兵已经贫瘠到了骨头里。看着这反抗的15岁青年军，沈夜没有怪罪，只是长呼一口气，眼神中生出了一抹坚毅，语气低沉道：小伙子，你是南前的兵士吗？我自然是，我们都是兵士，就得服从将令。沈夜满意的点了点头，指着那半面带血的军旗道：今日我若不借此这军旗，等下一次北莽蛮子来袭，铁灵堡无人可用，便是灰飞烟灭。可若今日我带走这军旗，铁灵堡便多了一丝生机。这军旗借我1日，我沈夜以项上人头担保，会给你们补充兵员装备，我保证铁灵堡永远都是铁灵堡。你就是沈夜，沈千夫长。青年士卒微微一愣，但眼中却生出了一抹敬畏。沈千夫长， 你要这军旗作甚？沈烨淡然一笑，拔出铁灵堡军旗往自己的背上一插，沉声说道：我借此期招安虎头山一死，你们准备好兵名册，明日一早我便将兵员送至铁灵堡位，尔等替其登记造册，以保铁灵堡太平。第52章招安虎头山，投名状杀马相申。那沈千夫长还能带我们杀北莽蛮子吗？最矮的一个兵士走出，他约莫只有11、12岁，脸上稚气未退，他就瞪着那双水汪汪的眼睛注视着沈烨。沈烨看着问话的娃娃，一时哑语。11、12岁，这是一个本该享受童年的年纪，可他问的不是吃喝玩乐，却是能否上阵杀敌。可悲可叹，生活在一个战火纷飞的朝代，娃娃苦难如牛，成人心情如马，北莽蛮子一日不除，南前便一日不安。以前李百夫长在的时候，带你们杀过多少北莽蛮子？沈烨沉默片刻，语气低沉的问道。去年大小战役，铁灵堡共斩敌192人，10几个娃娃军异口同声的回答，仿佛这杀敌军功是他们最大的骄傲。李百夫长带你们杀10人本人，今后我沈烨带你们杀1000人、万人。沈烨说罢，不再露骨，而是背着3杆军旗一起绝尘而去。他不敢再与那几个娃娃兵对话，残酷的战争本不该由他们承担，但南前战力青黄不接，抗敌之心又人皆有之。沈烨的心里悄然埋下了一颗杀穿北莽、结束战争的种子。一个时辰后，虎头山脚下，身背3杆军旗的沈烨逐渐放慢了行进速度。一个占地近1000亩、修筑风格狂野的山寨赫然入目。这山寨是由青石砖和木头搭建而成。从山脚向上看，山寨整体呈椭圆形，10几座哨所环抱山寨内外，安排的错落有致，两两相望。实木栅栏修得有3、4个成年人高，在资源匮乏的边疆，这种级别的防御足以抵御数百人乃至上千人的进攻了。此外，这座山寨背靠3面断崖修建，只有一条羊肠小路直通寨门，易守难攻。想要像上次打白风寨那样突袭，几乎是不可能的。这虎头山寨每一个位置都无懈可击，与先前的白风寨相比，白风寨不过是一群乌合之众，声势壮观。这山寨修的比马家布哨所还气派。沈烨骑马步行数十步，来到了虎头山寨前，看着那飘扬的由虎皮织成的大花，沈烨心中不由得一紧。古代边疆的吊睛白额虎是弱肉强食下厮杀出来的，正儿八经的凶兽，与动物园里那种被驯没了野性的猎物截然不同。想杀一只大虎，所需要的至少是10几个优秀的猎人弓箭手共同配合，而眼前如此一张大马，少说也是10几只猛虎的皮制成的。换言之，虎头山寨内至少有110个身手不足的猎人和弓弩手。他沈烨一会若是没能搅开山门，很有可能会被射成筛子。哪来的蠢货？这是虎头山，赶紧走！沈烨刚到虎头山寨大门前，大门左右两侧的哨所哨兵便纷纷搭弓，瞄准沈烨。若是一般的百姓来虎头山寨的哨兵不会如此紧张，但一般的百姓怎么穿着得体，怎会买得起马，背后还插着3个奇怪的大旗呢？小兄弟莫急，替我开了山门，叫你们大当家来见我。沈烨长舒一口气，面色平静地你是何人？也配见我们虎头山大当家？跟他废什么话？赶紧滚！刀剑无眼。一左一右2个哨所的哨兵也纷纷开口回应。沈烨没有回应，只是竖起背后的这3杆军旗，开门见山道：我乃宿阳城千夫长沈烨，特带下坪村、铁灵堡、马家铺3村军旗来招安虎头山部众，速速打开寨门，我要见你大当家。此话一出，寨门前哨所的几个哨兵都纷纷向沈烨背后的军旗看了过去。这一看，所有哨兵都愣了，他们面面相觑，一时拿不定主意，但手中的弓箭却不约而同地放了下来。虎头山的匪众大多是宿阳城周围的流兵难民，尤其是以宿阳城北的3村为主，他们对自家的军旗可谓相当熟悉。放他进来！就在沈烨和哨兵僵持之时，虎头山寨内却传来了一道严肃且洪亮的声音。下一秒，寨门缓缓打开，沈烨勒着缰绳，骑着马，扛着3杆军旗缓缓入内。虎头山寨内部的排布像极了一个放大版的大宅院，8进8出，3堂连坐。一个秃瓢大汉主动替沈烨牵马，带着沈烨一路来到了中堂。中堂内，一张长桌纵贯，道路两侧左右各3把交椅，6把交椅上坐着6位金刚，个个凶神恶煞。正对着门的主位，则是一个披着虎皮的大长子，远远看去，颇有几分座山雕宝座的味道。而在这宝座之上的人，便是虎头山寨大当家张冲。宿阳城千夫长何在？张冲瞥了沈烨一眼，有些不屑地问道。沈烨一个翻身，将背后的3杆军旗甩出，握在手中。这3杆军旗皆带血影，尤其是铁灵堡的军旗惨烈无比。在看到这面旗帜的时候，不少匪众的眼眶都红了。张冲也不禁虎躯一震，毕竟军旗所在之地也曾是他们的家。张大当家的，我便是沈烨。沈烨持旗而立，不卑不亢。可此话一出，山寨内的所有匪众却纷纷将目光投向了沈烨。看着沈烨那张年轻且白皙的小脸，张冲不禁大笑道：老子也曾在南前军中效过力，你这年纪撑死是个武者，怎可能是千夫长？若再说玩笑，我可不敢保你活着走出虎头山。砰！话音未落，沈烨便一把将腰间的千夫掌令扯下，重重地拍在了长桌上。张大当家的，我沈烨是带着诚意来的，你若从了，我沈烨保证一视同仁，拿你虎头山部众当几家兄。但你若不从，张大当家的，官匪有爷，我攻打虎头山之时绝不会手软。嗡！此话一出，长桌两侧坐着的6大金刚纷纷抱起木马，威胁我们。我看你是找死啊！不知天高地厚的东西，我现在就杀你！乳臭未干，还敢口出狂言！ 你这货生是活得不耐烦了。可当家的张冲却仔细端详起了那款千夫长令，做工精细，花纹完整，质地细腻，确实是南秦边军的千夫长令，是真货，都给我坐下。张冲大手一挥，营寨内瞬间鸦雀无声。张冲说罢，又看向沈烨，沈千夫长少年英雄，我张冲佩服，但想招安我虎头山，只靠3面旗1块令，未免也太轻松了吧。当年我曾向马家副百夫长提出过归顺，可那厮却是个阉杂货。我张冲怕沈千夫长也是个阿杂货，我虎头山兄弟有心抗敌，在此之前，需要沈千夫掌握我虎头山兄弟那一份投名状。沈烨闻言，直接点头道：“张大当家，但说无妨。”张冲冷冷一笑，只怕沈千夫长你不敢。我要的投名状是素阳城马乡参那畜生的项上人头。第53章，山寨寺的流油，虎头山还有铁矿，马乡参的项上人头，我沈烨应了。沈烨闻言，先是一愣，但很快眼中便生出了一抹金光，坚毅的语气宛若磐石，没有丝毫动摇。马乡参所在的素阳马家与北莽勾结，失礼排外，刘牧人将军已暗中派人调查，只等时机到来，铲除马家是早晚的事，马乡参必死无疑。可听闻此言，笑着说出这话的张冲，表情却不尽相应。山寨内的一众金刚、义匪也都是满脸震惊。要知道，马乡参可是素阳城马知府的亲侄子，大半个素阳城的粮草全都在马家的管控之下。马乡参平时鱼肉百姓，欺辱良家妇女，可即便恶贯满盈，却无人敢说，无人敢管，只因他手中捏着全城粮草命脉。莫要说杀了马乡参，即便是与马乡参结下梁，所带来断粮断饷的后果，都不是一般人能承担的。先前虎头山就是以此条件吓退了想要招安的一众南前将领，但虎头山匪众不知道的是，沈烨有自己的粮草命脉，短时间内沈烨不受制于人。况且沈烨早就与马乡参结下了梁子，于公于私，在沈烨的眼中，马乡参都必死。沈千夫长，玩笑可不能乱开，我这个人不信口风之言。张冲回过神，冲手下示意，将一张羊皮纸和一叠朱砂堆到了沈烨面前，纸上是几行工整的小篆，内容简单，只有4句话：3个月内马乡参人头落地，虎头山全体头疼，尽听调遣。这是一份投名状，沈千夫长只要敢按下手印，我张冲便只携虎头山部众投诚于你。在古代，一个手印、一纸状书就可以作为决定性的证据。沈烨若按下手印，这便是法子。可沈烨闻言却没有片刻犹豫，他抬起拇指，沾满了朱砂，在羊皮纸上重重一按。张大当家，君子一言，驷马难追。沈烨将羊皮纸向前一推，面色从容。张冲则连忙起身，拿起羊皮纸，对着那枚朱砂指印仔细端详了起来。分列长桌两侧而坐的6大金刚也都凑了过去，看着沈烨按下手印的那张纸，一脸错愕。沈千夫长当真敢杀马乡参？张冲颤颤巍巍的开口发问，语气尽是不解。这可是马乡参啊，这可是素阳城第一大氏族马家，多少人攀附都来不及。可如今年纪轻轻的沈烨却敢以杀罪当头，张大当家，马乡参为富不仁，横行乡里，我为何不敢杀？沈烨字字珠玑，将没人敢说的实话尽数说出。先前我遇到的南前将领，一提到马乡参就闭口不谈。沈千夫长当真是少年英雄。张冲满意的点了点头，眼中竟生出一抹欣赏。可紧接着，张冲却长叹一口气，继续说道：当年若不是被马乡参逼到粪，我也不会落草为寇。曾几何时，我也想手刃了他，一杀为快。但我不过是南前边军一小卒，我抗衡不了马家，我不能让家人受连坐，便只得怒发上山，聚众为匪，为家人治安危落草。张大当家中，沈烨毫不吝啬夸赞。张冲释然一笑，看向沈烨，满眼敬佩道：沈千夫长，我张冲言而有信。既然这投名状你大，我今日便率虎头山部众投诚于你，但3月内我还是要见到马乡参的项上人头，不然3月后我便带我部队重新落草。一言为定。沈烨满意的点了点头。马乡参绝对活不过3个月，初雪即将到来。入冬之后，北莽蛮子定会大军来犯，每一次战争都会有数以万担的粮草被消耗。当粮草紧缺，马家吝啬不出粮草之时，便是民心哀怨、军心愤怒之时。马家必有一人要引起受禄，这个人大抵就是马乡参。沈千夫长可否将这3面军旗递我一看？沈烨思绪未断，中堂内便已聚集了许多人。沈烨将3面军旗向前一推，数以百计的义匪便仔细看了起来。张冲拿着那仅剩半面被鲜血泡印的铁领导军旗，热泪盈眶。沈千夫长，招安后可否将我安排在前线？我要亲手杀光这群北莽蛮子。张大当家的放心。沈烨点了点头。素阳城北只有前线可去，多谢沈千夫长。张冲放下军旗，长出一口气。来人，把虎头山名册、账本都带上来，给沈千夫长过目。从今往后，虎头山的一切尽听沈千夫长调配。话音未落，3大货放行的急册便被抬到了沈烨眼前。沈烨抬眼一看，先是一怔，这3个账本的厚度、大小都远超马家宝账，如百年老鳖一般，又厚又大。翻开标注着名册的第一本，映入眼帘的便是213个名字，多于敌情图上的170人。继续往后翻，每一个人的名字都对应了一页，那一页记录了他们的生平，为何落草，落草前是什么身份，能干些什么，记载的事无巨细。有了这名册，山寨中的这些人，沈烨便能精准的分派到各个屯库位置。不错，沈烨满意的点了点头，转手翻开第2本标注着装备的册子，拖刀、长枪、弓弩、甲胄、战马，目录上几大类被分得清清楚楚。沈烨简单翻看了起来，拖刀330，长枪120，弓弩87张，副甲110，铁甲47，战马62匹。越往下看，眼中错愕之色便愈发明显。 虎头山这么富，简直富得流油，这装备的存储量都快赶上2个寻常的南前村户，足够武装300精兵啊！张大当家的，这册上所记皆真。沈夜合上第2本册子，转手拿起了第3本标有粮草的册子。张冲点了点头，造册之事我亲手负责，绝无戏言。沈夜默然的点头，继续翻开第3本册子。边疆战事吃紧，北莽和南前的粮草储备都有限，虎头山寨以劫掠为生，还多劫速济贫。想来粮草这一块应有不少的亏空才是。原本在翻开册子之前，沈夜是这样想，但翻开册子一看，沈夜却惊喜的一笑。粮草上有1000余担，还有鸡100，鸭30，猪18，牛5头。沈夜满眼激动。粮草虽不算多，只够200人小半月吃食，但这些牲畜在乱世边疆可是要比黄金还值钱。关键是这些牲畜都是成规模可繁衍的，只要尽量分配，就吃不成绝户。这是相当难得的储备肉，更是提升军心士气的灵丹妙药。粮草的册子最薄，沈夜很快就翻到了最后一页。原本沈夜觉得此行收获颇丰，但在看到最后一页的记录之时，沈夜却还是倒吸一口凉气，错愕发问道：“张大当家的，你们虎头山内竟还有一座铁矿？”第54章下山投诚。3日后把北莽据点，铁矿就在我们脚下。张冲做了跺脚，嘴角却掠过一抹无奈。但这铁矿所处位置刁钻，难以开采，而且我曾叫高人来看过，说这铁矿是神仙留下，用来镇妖狐的，一旦开采，恐怕整个虎头山都将不复存在。妖狐？沈夜淡然一笑，指了指铁矿的分布图道：“依我看，这妖狐就是虎头山本身。这铁矿纵贯虎头山几带，若要大举采矿，虎头山必将不复存在。”想必那高人也看出了这一点，只是为了多要些银子，才想出了妖狐的说法。竟是如此。张冲闻言一愣，后知后觉的挠了挠头。从这铁矿的规模来看，少说也有20几吨原矿。沈夜轻抚下颚，合上了手中的册子。虎头山我会派兵轮流把守，此地不可丢，皆听沈千夫长安排。张冲双手一拱，点了点头。沈夜则是站起身，也若有所思的踩了踩地。底下这些铁矿，若是用来锻造武器甲胄，少说能武装一支万人队。只不过炼铁的技术和设备，宿阳城没有，只有失手的宁远城才有。这大幅开采铁矿一事急不得，但这20吨铁矿也绝不能拱手让人，必须派兵把守。山寨内的粮草装备各留1成，余下9成皆送至马家铺和一店。沈夜说着，一只手又按在了花名册上，凭借超强的记忆力，直接按照山寨内200余人的能力分配起了各自的去向。张三去铁灵堡做弓箭手，李四去下平村做斥候。至于张大当家的，我许你师长之名，管百不百之时，你携30精进，与我共回马家铺。领命！一听沈夜的军令，山寨内所有人都站直了军姿，他们当中大多都是曾经的边军小卒，这些年虽落手为寇，但行的尽是仗义之事，杀敌为国的本心从未改变。下山，沈夜大手一挥，声音响彻整个山寨。下一秒，虎头山200亿匪众便有条不紊地行动了起来。很快，这200多亿匪便分裂成了3队人马：铁灵堡、下平村、马家铺3座村铺，一处一队。沈夜又将身后的军旗分给了要前往铁灵堡、下平村的2队招安义，叫他们拿着军旗自行归队。等到了所在屯铺的位置之后，自会有人为其登记造册。不多时，虎头山寨门大开，200多亿匪屋泱泱的一起涌出。通过羊肠小道后，200多亿匪分成了3路，分别朝着3个不同的村铺奔袭了过去。他们分别之时，都不禁回头向虎头山望去，却有不舍，但杀敌之心更甚。一个时辰后，铁灵堡哨手上的火把点燃，照亮了一方天地。10几个身披布甲的娃娃正仔细清洗着坡刀上的每一处血迹，武器沾上了血，极易被氧化。长时间不清洗，武器便会锈成一坨废铁，杀不了你，防不了身，更保不了身后的百姓。你们说，沈千夫长真的能招安虎头山吗？不，沈千夫长不带一兵一卒就敢单骑入山，这一点就足够硬。在磨刀石上搓洗坡刀的娃娃兵3、5成群的热气。可就在此时，一股强劲的风却猛地刮来，地上的尘土被卷成扬沙，火把上火苗摇曳，尘土飞扬间，80、90号人正在甲扛旗奔袭而来。敌情！村外来了好多北莽蛮子，哨兵大吼一声，在村口磨刀的一众娃娃兵瞬间紧张了起来。他们握紧了坡刀，以最快的速度站好了队，10几个人星星落落的守在宽阔的村口，形成了强烈的反差。来袭的敌人少说也有80多个，从身形上来看，敌军个个膀大腰圆，他们手中的刀刃借月光反出寒芒，似蕴藏着万丈杀机。为首的几个骑兵更是英姿飒爽，无论是阵型、人数还是单兵战力，与铁灵堡这10几个娃娃兵相比，简直是天差地别。可即便如此，这10几个南前娃娃兵却没有后退半步，每个人的眼神中都生出了一抹视死如归之。列阵冲锋，誓死守护铁灵堡。为首的15、16岁青年怒声一喝，他双手持剑，满眼愤怒。可就在他即将发起自杀式冲锋的一瞬间，月光下，敌军群中一面熟悉的旗帜却飘扬而出，半面染血铁灵2字挂在旗内。等等，这是铁灵堡的军旗！为首的青年一愣，余下娃娃兵都是一脸错愕。咱们的军旗不是沈千夫长借走的吗？怎么会落到敌人的手里？难道沈千夫想被虎头山的匪众害了？娃娃兵们3、5成群的热议。可还不等一众娃娃兵们回过神来，敌军中在马上扛旗的那人却猛地举起军旗，大声喊道：虎头山金刚在此， 特奉沈千夫长之命，率我部83人到铁灵堡投诚，挟军旗以正身份。打不打？娃娃兵们面面相觑，这黑灯瞎火的，他们无法判断对方说的是真话还是假话。但为首的青年看着那仅剩半面的铁灵堡军旗，又想起了沈烨今天说过的话。出于对沈烨威名的信任，为首的青年放下了坡刀，摆了摆手，放他们进来，军旗再次可为凭证。况且沈千夫长今日说过，他会招安虎头山役，我信沈千夫长的。听到沈烨的名号，娃娃兵们也都放下了手中坡刀，主动朝着原本的敌人迎了上去。之后便是一叫解务会，登记造册，安排住。虎头山下来的义匪中，大多是铁灵堡本地人。再看到这些娃娃兵，再看到家园被掳、尸横遍野之时，痛哭声、悲悯声，子欲养而亲不待的愧疚，一时间充斥了铁灵堡。但悲伤过后，便是无尽的愤怒，是要杀尽我族异类、斩草除根的愤。仅此一遭，铁灵堡有生战力补全，士气提高了数倍不等。隔壁的下平村亦是如此，虽悲鸣苦愤少了几分，但他们心中的怒都已经被彻底勾起来。如今若是有几个北莽蛮子在这些兵士面前，他们就算赤手空拳，也能把北莽蛮子活活撕了。与此同时，马家铺沈烨翻身下来，一眼就看到了卫所门前的300斤粗火药。卫所内的兵士正在铁牛的指挥下将火药搬运至库房。一旁的虎头山大当家张冲一看，一脸敬意。我记得南前军律记载，火器营可是万夫长才能配备的，沈千夫长麾下竟也有火器可用。柳将军赏赐的小玩一把。沈烨摆了摆手，不以为意。可张冲闻言却严肃的点了点头，心里已下定了决心，要跟着沈烨干。毕竟柳木人将军可是南前北疆的2大军神之一，能得到柳木人将军的赏赐，沈烨绝非池中之物。铁牛，你带他们去登记造册给张大当家。沈千夫长在军严军要标下张冲即可。张冲十分上道的开口说道。沈烨点头示意，继续说道：给张冲兄弟拿一块10掌令牌，明天开始练兵搭档。3日后3村一起行动，我亲自带队剿灭北莽据点，拔出这颗插在宿阳城北3年之久的钉子。第55章，这地雷威力堪比火炮，半城百姓都被炸醒了，北莽蛮子还会来。听闻此言，刚从虎头山下来的张冲眉头一紧。3日前，南前边军主动出击，夜袭北莽大营，烧毁敌人粮仓，那可是一场伤及北莽人元气的大胜。作为一个曾经的南前老兵，张冲很清楚，这场战争的胜利意味着短时间内北莽蛮子将再无出击的可能。北莽军营内的3座粮仓只烧毁1座。铁牛在一旁低着头，略显不甘地说道。张冲闻言眉头一闪，眼神中生出了一抹了然。原来如此，若是这样，北莽蛮子很有可能会趁着初雪的那日对宿阳城发起袭击。但北莽蛮子一将既投，烧粮仓之事未，他们在派兵前来，至少也会有数千之众。届时仅靠宿阳城北的3村数百人，如何抵御？就用这个抵御。沈烨接过话茬，转头一笑，晃了晃手中的那包粗火药，旋即便走进了位子。铁牛见状，只是一脸淡然，招呼兵士继续搬运起了火药，又向张冲招了招手，示意随他前去。张冲心领神会的跟上，一脸好奇的发问：铁石长，咱们马家铺有多少火器可用啊？300斤粗火药，至少得有150支火铳吧？在下虽在南前从军多年，但火铳还真不曾见，不知铁神长可否带在下见见世面？火器，马家铺并无火器啊。铁牛憨厚的摇了摇头，可说着无心听者有意。张冲脸上的笑容却瞬间僵硬，眉间生出了一抹懵逼之色。铁石长莫要玩笑，若马家铺没有火器，柳将军为何赐火药给沈千夫长？我也不清楚，这是沈烨要的。铁牛思考片刻，但还是憨厚的摇了摇头。不过沈烨这个人很有头脑，是个好兵，若是没有他，夜袭那一战，马家铺的兵士怕是会死得十不从一。但现在9成兄弟都活了下来，只有沈烨一人昏迷了3日，竟是如此。张冲若有所思的点了点头，眼中却生出了一丝热忱。一方面，他是敬佩沈烨这种爱兵如子的做法，在他心里，沈烨的地位更高了几分。另一方面，张冲对这个敢直呼沈千夫长大名的铁牛生出了些好奇。人看着憨厚了些，但并不傻，而且干活很卖力气，与沈千夫长貌似关系不俗。能入沈千夫长法眼的人，人品一定不会差。这个朋友值得一交。来，兄弟们，帮铁石长一起开火药。从今天开始，这就是咱们的新家，再也不走了。张冲大手一挥，冲着虎头山那帮兄弟喊道：领命！从虎头山下来的这帮兄弟也是齐声回应，转头就一箱箱粗火药扛了起来，替张冲撑足了场面。而张冲可是跟着铁牛有一句没一句的聊着，又随铁牛去卫所登记造册，将带来的37个兵员一一录入军籍。而在铁牛将官印在户籍册上的一瞬间，张冲眼睛一酸，这一刻他怎么虚？原本以为此生再无机会重回南前，这个匪民要背一辈子。可现在随着沈烨的出现，一切都变了。还不等张冲伤感片刻，一道爆裂的嗡鸣便瞬间贯穿了耳膜。铁牛和张冲同时虎躯一震，目光看向了沈烨所在的偏屋。偏屋内一阵阵刺鼻的白烟冒出，火药的味道瞬间灌满了整个卫所。沈千夫长，你没事吧？沈烨，你怎么样了？铁牛和张冲一前一后向偏屋内逼袭，可还不等二人迈步出去，沈烨便拨开烟雾，手持2个形状怪异的石头，从偏屋内主动走了出来。铁牛和张冲的注意力瞬间被那2个石头吸引。大体上来看，这2个缠着火药的石头几乎一模一样，可若仔细看去，绑在这2块石头上的火药纹路绑法却完全不同。我没有大碍，不必慌张。沈烨轻咳2声，转头向卫所外走去。正好 试验一下这2枚石头雷哪一枚的爆炸效果更好。试验结束后，便可将石头雷的火药用量和绑法固定下来了。沈夜说着，径直来到了卫所外一处空地，他还特地走远了一些，环顾四周，确定没人，这才将第一枚似麻花般缠绕的石头雷放在地上引燃。引燃后，沈夜收起火折子，快速后退，既视感如果碾滚炮仗一般。张冲和铁牛则是一脸淡然，并未有多大波澜。毕竟一块西瓜大小的石头，就算有了火药的加持，又能爆发出多大的威力呢？在他们看来，石头这个东西还是用在投石车上才是正途。可下1秒，还不等张冲和铁牛2人反应过来，轰隆一声巨响，宛若平地惊雷，瞬间炸响，尘土飞扬，碎石乱窜，整个马家铺都明显震了一下。运送火药的兵士纷纷驻足围观。待烟雾散尽后，一个半米多深、1米多宽的大坑赫然出现。这火药配石头竟有如此威力，不可思议！这都快赶上火炮的破坏力了。沈千夫长研究出的石头雷威力未免也太强了。众人3、5成群的热议着，可沈夜看着地上的爆炸大坑，却一脸不满的撇了撇嘴，太弱了。紧接着，还不等众人反应过来，沈夜便大手一挥，直接点燃了第2个石头雷。这枚石头雷是10字花缠绕，火药用量更多。引线被点燃，爆炸的火光迸发而出，轰隆隆一声震撼大地的巨响瞬间炸起，一道亮如白昼的火光撕碎了夜色，爆炸带来的冲击多肉眼可见，形成了一个松圈。张冲和铁牛见状，连忙向周围兵士挥手，爬下，快爬下！背过身去，周围兵士纷纷爬下，可爆炸的余波却还是让他们耳朵嗡鸣不断。这一次震感之大，不光是马家铺能感受，就连宿阳城内的百姓都明显感受到了震撼。城墙上的兵士纷纷向马家铺爆发的火光看去。大营内坐镇的柳芳虎躯一震，走出营帐，向马家铺方向望去。将军府内，柳木人将军伏案而坐，看着无风摇曳的主府，同样是一脸错愕。宿阳城多年不曾地震，莫非这是上苍的暗示？与此同时，随着这一次爆炸的烟雾散尽，一个1米多宽、2米深的大坑瞬间出现，爆炸范围、爆炸威力都比第1个石头雷强了数倍不止。张冲、铁牛以及一众兵士看去，皆张大了嘴巴，眼中写满了难以置信。而沈夜见此，嘴角终于微微上扬，他连忙拿起墨笔，在图纸上写下了最后的火药剂量和绑法，一脸释然的将图纸和一张地图交给了铁牛。铁牛让兄弟们按照这个图纸上的配比和绑法去复刻石头雷。我估计这石头雷能做150克，之后再趁夜色将石头雷按我所画之处埋好，告诉百姓切莫靠近，等北莽蛮子进攻之时，让他们好好尝尝南前火药的厉害。第56章，秦金莲的极致配合，你还要领教我的大龙。话音刚落，还不等铁牛和张冲反应过来，沈夜便掸了掸身上的沙子，转身朝着家的方向走了过去。沈千夫长，您这是？张冲看着沈夜离开，有些不明所以。整个马家铺的兵士乃至宿阳城的守城兵士都被才刚的石头雷惊得目瞪口呆，不少兵士甚至都已经开始幻想用石头雷炸碎北莽蛮子的痛快场景。他们正等着和这一切的始作俑者沈夜分享惊喜，可沈夜却只是一脸淡然摆了摆手。虎头山一游实在耗费精力，石头雷也已研制试验成功，我便先回家休息，余下的交给你。那淡然的语气和现场兵士们的欢呼雀跃，形成了鲜明的对比，仿佛这石头雷不过尔，仿佛这天雷地火阵也只是意料之中的存在。只不过沈夜的官衔最大，贡献最多，威望最深，他想回家，没人劝得住。张冲看着沈夜渐行渐远废弃，眼中却生出了一抹更深的震撼，似是彻底被沈夜这种多做少说、不张扬的人格给征服了。原本在张冲眼里，沈夜只是个颇有本领的小将，侥幸得了柳将军的欣赏，但现在看来，沈夜沈千夫长是有真本事的。与此同时，沈家小院漆黑的夜色吞没了一切，但沈夜推开院门的一瞬间，几道烛光却倒映在了他的脸上。顺着光源一看，陈淑婷、苏凤鸣、秦金莲、林玉如4人正围坐在石桌一群，石桌上摆着酒菜，这一幕就宛若一个5口之家在等男主人回家似的，温馨至极。夫君，你回来了，快来快来，淑婷姐今晚做了好多吃食。苏凤鸣第一个站起身，冲着沈夜抱了上去。陈淑婷见状，同样伸手招呼了起来，小叶过来坐，我给你盛饭。林玉如偷偷抬头瞥了沈夜一眼，但却仍旧是默不作声。可唯独秦金莲的眼光没向沈夜的身上投去，沈夜感官发达，自然捕捉到了这一细节。虽说秦金莲刚来不久，但好歹自己也照顾过秦金莲2次，照顾的时候秦金莲也很满意，不至于自己回来他都不抬眼看吧。莫非是出了什么事？沈夜想着，又想到柳木人将军送来的那张婚书和一句警告，他不敢怠慢，3步并作2步，便来到了秦金莲身边，一屁股可这一坐下，沈夜就懵了，一股浓烈的酒味扑鼻而来。他扭头一看，发现秦金莲正抱着酒壶，已经喝得双眼迷离，面色潮红。沈公子，你回来了。秦金莲似乎是感受到了沈夜的目光，便搔首回头，轻咬嘴唇，魅力十足的呢喃了一句。这一套小连招看得沈夜心里冒火，但他并未表现出来。毕竟这里还坐着陈淑婷、苏凤鸣、林玉如，就算有再大的火气，也不能当着他们3人的面表露，不然明天一早等秦金莲酒醒，他还怎么见人？万一他告到柳木人将军那里去，自己岂不是玩完了？怎么喝了这么多？沈夜开口发问，手却不知不觉的将是桌上的酒壶抽走。没喝多，我海量，人家都说我是醉酒西施，越喝越勾人了。秦金莲只穿了一件素衣，在月光下白皙的肌肤若隐若现。她抬起白皙的玉筷子搭在石桌上，小腿上的青色血管清晰可见。咕咚，沈夜咽了咽口水，心里的火焰愈发膨胀。其实我在做军妓的时候，经常能见到各种各样的人， 秦金莲伸出玉指搭在沈烨的耳边，一脸欣赏地说道：“有些男人看着帅气精致的，可却是个半残；而有些男人看着不太出众，但却精力十足。我本以为这世上不会有十全十美之人，但沈公子却打破了我的偏见。上一次2个时辰就如这美酒一般，醇厚幽香，令人回味无穷。”秦金莲说着，又轻轻一抿嘴唇，粉面含春的挑逗一笑。那张风流的脸做出这种表情，简直就是犯规。陈淑婷木然一笑，心领神会的扭过头。苏凤玲也撇了撇嘴，主动松开了沈烨，嘴角露出了一抹微笑。唯独林玉如时不时用眼睛扫着沈烨，眼神中的醋意明显浓厚了几分。见众女都给沈烨做出了明示，沈烨也不再隐忍，他一把抱起秦金莲，转身就朝主屋走去。在外面不行，那就进屋，这样绝对万无一失。淑婷，菜帮我留一下，明月一早我再起来吃。沈烨说着，转身便关上了主屋的大门。紧接着，纸窗旁的烛光被吹灭，沈烨将醉成一滩烂泥的秦金莲放在紫炕上，他伸手去解秦金莲的素衣，肌肤相接的一瞬间，沈烨便感受到了一股由内而外的炽热，滚烫的皮肤，滚烫的血液，还有滚烫。沈烨咽了咽口水，秦金莲长相风流，但内心却十分羞涩。先前照顾的那样，沈烨也花了不少精力去担心她的状态，便没能好好的治。但这一次，咕咚，沈烨咽了咽口水，秦金莲迷迷糊糊的伸出双臂，搂住沈烨的脖子，配合的可谓天衣无缝。下一秒，沈烨微闭双眼，秦金莲也轻呼一口热气，红唇微颤。本次照顾对象秦金莲，魅力值95，好感度70，配合度90。由于本次配合度极高，属性暴击提升，照顾成功，本次获得大幅悟性提升。悟性小成、大成。翌日清晨，秦金莲还在土炕上呼呼大睡，但沈烨却已经早早起了床。在昨晚得到了悟性的大幅提升之后，沈烨就一直对柳木人给他的柳虾简谱耿耿于怀。鸡鸣之时刚到，沈烨便来到小院中，一手持简，一手翻阅经，赤膊上身，迎着初阳操练了起来。横扫、竖劈、格挡，一招一式都返璞归真，与先前变化多样的绝学截然相反。这简谱内所记载的招式，无不是大道至简的产物。每一刻钟，沈烨便能完全领悟一个招式，常人数年都无法参悟的功法，不过1个时辰便被沈烨参悟了7成。呼！沈烨收简一伸，长舒一气，他缓睁双眸，还在回味刚才的招式，但还不等沈烨反应过来，石桌前林玉如却自顾地将棋盘摆在了上面。沈烨闻声只是瞥了一眼，本想转身走开，可林玉如却有些难为情的伸手，玉句还应得轻吟道：“沈烨，我思索了一夜，能不能让我的妙手再领教你的大龙？第57章，让你预演边军大比，一打北莽据点，你赢不了我了。”沈烨摇了摇头，转身就想走。孽菜，没意思。林玉如棋艺在这难前或许算得上小九者，但在半步国手的沈烨面前，林玉如根本不值一提。可眼见沈烨要走，林玉如却着急的伸手拦住：“别走，我们赌一把。”赌什么？2两银子。林玉如从腰间挤出了1两银子，还有几分碎银。这银子泛黄，很明显是林玉如藏了许久。沈烨先是一愣，然后伸手接住，转身坐在了棋盘的一侧。2两银子倒是能买些肉吃，来吧。林玉如轻嗯一声，坐到沈烨对面。这一次，林玉如没再低估沈烨的实力，她主动拿起了黑子，在那张不食人间烟火的脸上摆出了一副严肃。她玉指轻捻棋子，在棋盘上翩翩起舞，落子、布局、暗线起伏，每一招都暗藏杀机。可沈烨的应对同样滴水不漏，黑子落听，白子为杀。沈烨落子的速度越来越快，林玉如落子的速度则越来越慢，逐渐落入了下风。啪！最后一枚白子落下，明暗杀局已成，黑子被彻底围杀。你说了。沈烨收手，将棋子暂时放下。林玉如喉咙一滚，有些恍惚，她盯着棋盘上的布局，惊愕之中又带有几分佩服。沈烨，你的大龙为何如此奇妙？想学？我想学。林玉如欲言又止，攥紧小嘴拳。这是她第一次在沈烨面前低下头。沈烨见此也是虎躯一震，因为这同样是沈烨第一次看到不食人间烟火的大家闺秀林玉如向他求一件事，拜师学棋可没有白教。沈烨喉咙一滚，眼神略带几分打趣的说道：“这倒没错，但如今我身上最值钱的，除了这2两银子，就只有……”林玉如眉眼一低，将束腰扯开，玉手伸进衣服里摸索了起来。玉手伸进去的一瞬间，一抹白皙的皮肤从衣缝中露出。沈烨见此，下意识的咽了咽口水，白，过分的白。那一抹纯天然的冷白皮，胜过无数娱乐圈女星。可还不等沈烨反应过来，林玉如便将一条绣有牡丹的金手链塞进了沈烨手中。那金手链上还有林玉如的余温，鼻子一吸，淡淡的清香散开。这是金手链，我平时都挂在肚兜里，这个就是我最值钱的东西。沈公子能否相授其艺？林玉如弯腰不低头，冲着沈烨落落大方的作揖行礼。沈烨见状，先是微微一愣，却鬼使神差的点了点头。等战事出平，我教你。多谢沈公子。林玉如满意的颔首示意。之后又过了2天，林玉如还是鸡鸣时分将棋盘摆出，她眼中酷意愈少，反倒是偷瞄沈烨时的欣赏加重。而沈烨经过2天的练习，所以将这本柳家简谱参悟了7成，余下的3成简法需以做棋组数才能发挥出全力。沈烨收简擦汗，坐在石桌旁，若有所思。自己棋术上的，但力量尤大，会所内的战马都是些2流货色，寻常战马实难以承受得住沈烨的力。明日进攻北莽据点之时，得寻一寻北莽的马场决战。沈烨轻抚下颚，但又很快回过神，将目光放在了石桌的折子上。折子上所写是柳木人将军的提醒。4日后，边军大比武照常开办。虽此番只有富阳城1个城池之下的兵士参加，但该有的项目一个都不会缩减。 骑术、射术、摔跤、战法、沙盘演武等一应俱全。这次柳木人将军特地写折子给沈烨，就是督促沈烨要认真准备，并让沈烨汇报最近的练兵情况，以探明沈烨是有所准备，还是草草敷衍。毕竟如今的沈烨只是挂着千夫长之名，行的却是百夫长之实，若想再往上走一步，分管军阵，须先不动，这边军大敌便是舞台。关键是宿阳城内有能耐的千夫长不在少数，亲率黑云旗的柳芳，掌管白云的马海，北风镇千夫长李成，这些人都是10几年的边军老资历，论能力论经验都不输沈烨。这一场边军大比，花落谁家还不好说。沈烨看得出这是柳木人将军的良苦用心，柳将军想提拔自己，需以此次边军大比为意。沈千夫长，劳烦您快些。柳将军那边急着要。小院内石桌旁，上次来过的李百夫长冲着沈烨低头一笑。沈烨回过神，提笔挥墨开始回信。近日练兵收获颇丰，明日一早，标下便携3村兵士，围剿宿阳城北的北莽据点，以做边军大比前的实战演练。此番边军大比，标下势在必得。写好了回复的格子，沈烨吹干墨迹，将回信交给了宿阳城的李百夫长。有劳沈千夫长标下先行一步。李百夫长接过折子，作揖后转身离开，一气呵成。沈烨则掏出敌情图，研究了明日围剿北莽蛮子，损耗最小的战术。1个时辰后，宿阳城内，将军府，柳木人坐在木椅上，青缕长须，看着军需官呈上来的边军大比目录，连连点头示意。柳将军以为这边军大比的夺回奖励定为免除2年税收，尚可。军需官拱手说道：“不错。”柳木人满意点头，但突然眼神一闪，补充道：“对了，前几日夜袭北莽大营，不是还带出来了一匹难以驯服的烈马吗？正是，那烈马是寻常战马的4倍之大，名为赤鹿。对，将赤鹿也作为夺回奖励，标下领命。”军需官领到命令后转身离开，柳木人则淡然一笑，这赤鹿是他给沈烨准备的礼物。柳家剑谱练到极致，需辅佐坐骑才能发挥出全力。沈烨悟性不足，或许不出1年，沈烨就能悟到这一点。先将这战马预备好，以免到时候沈烨抓下。将军，沈千夫长的回旨到了。思绪未断，李百夫长进入营帐，双手将那封折子呈上。柳木人伸手接过，眼中满是激动。他想看看沈烨这几日为了边军大比都做了哪些准备，是加紧了练兵，扩充了军队，还是又研发了什么新式武器？可一打开折子，柳木人就愣住了。他揉了揉眼睛，有些不可置信的呢喃道：“我不是发折让沈烨预演边军大比吗？这沈烨怎么在回之中说他明日要去攻打北莽据点？第58章打的就是硬仗，南前史无前例的正面迎击。”翌日清晨，马家铺卫所前，140名兵士列成方阵，阳光打在每一个兵士的脸上，勾勒出他们坚毅浑厚、庄严肃穆、霸气十足。沈烨横剪立马，立于众兵士身前。沈千夫长，马家铺140名行军部队已经准备就绪，铁牛侧步出列，一手扛旗，一手捶胸。沈烨伸手从铁牛的手中接过军旗，他将军旗绑在了自己的背上，眼中战意。似是下一秒，沈烨便会率千军万马直杀住。可就在沈烨勒紧缰绳，准备策马出征之际，宿阳城来的李百夫长却双手一鼓，语气中略带祈求道：“沈千夫长，柳将军给您派来的援军已经在路上，您确定不用吗？”李百夫长，替我多谢柳将军的好意。沈烨释然一笑，目光睽盯远方的北莽据点，在我麾下兵士380，无需再借柳将军之兵。铁牛、孙连战、张冲以3军之力向北莽据点行军，标下领命。铁牛、孙连战、张冲3人异口同声的拱手回应。下一秒，全副武装的步兵，身材高大的骑兵，箭矢满营的弓，也在铁牛3人的率领下，以前中后的阶梯配置向北莽的百夫长据点奔袭了过去。沈千夫长，您不必再说了。李百夫长，沈烨在马上弯腰拍了拍李百夫长的肩膀，我身负军旗，当了兵士同行，带我清剿北莽据点，自会发现。李百夫长回城内等我捷报即可，替我向刘将军致谢。说罢，沈烨点头也不回的离开了马家铺。他并非是不想要柳木人将军的精兵之语，但战场上的战机稍纵即逝。经过几天的考察，沈烨发现北莽据点内的蛮子开始活动的时间是鸡鸣之后。这个据点的职能并非是传统意义上的前沿哨所，而更像是一个情报交换中心。每天一到鸡鸣之后，据点内便会有20几个北莽侍候，骑着快马，裹挟着情报，将情报信息发散于各地。想要将据点内的北莽蛮子一网打尽，就必须提前出击，不然若是等到北莽侍候四散开来，这据点被袭击的情况定会被外出未归的北莽侍候传播出去。如此一来，北莽方面必将派大军反扑，届时马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡3座村铺便都会陷入危险之中，那可就是偷鸡不成蚀把米，赔本的买卖，他沈烨可不愿意干。唯一的破局之法，就是早早出击，早早剿灭，将这北莽据点的所有侍候全部宰杀于屠刀之下。沈千夫长看到北莽百夫长据点的军旗了，一骑当先冲在队伍最前面的孙连战回头一报，沈烨当即举拳，全军驻足，前军骑兵、中军步兵、后军工兵几乎是在同一时间停了下来。沈烨此役怎么打？铁牛勒住缰绳，来到沈烨身旁问道。孙连战、张冲也都主动聚拢过来。按理说，战役开打应当先给出战法策略，可此役开始前，沈烨全程一言不发，只是一味的用3-3制练兵。换言之，当前的南前部队除了队列好看之外，接下来这场战役该如何去打，全都是未知数。可沈烨见此，却只是淡然一笑，硬碰硬，针尖对麦芒。沈千夫长的意思是正面突击。张冲眼珠一转，率先开口问道。 对，唯而攻之，正面迎敌便是战术。沈夜语气平静，脸上尽是淡然。可听闻此言，铁牛、孙连战却都虎躯一震。唯而攻之，正面迎敌，那就是没有战术，和140几个全副武装的北莽骑兵打，不用任何战术，纯正面应战。虽说只是小规模战役，可南前边军从未有过先例啊！沈千夫长，这样会不会太冒险了？孙连战敬佩沈夜的兵法和为人，但现在沈夜的战术完全摒弃了兵法，即便是身经百战的孙连战也有些看不懂了。南前边军已经有多少年未曾正面击溃过北莽蛮子了？沈夜没有回应，只是面色凝重的问。此话一出，铁牛、孙连战、张聪3人都齐刷刷的低下了脑袋。自从3年前北疆13城丢了大半之后，南前边军就从未在野外正面迎战过北莽蛮子。像前几日发起的那一场夜袭战，就已经算是最硬气的战役。南前边军的士气一直低迷，宿阳城、南前边军都太需要一场正面击败北莽蛮子的胜仗。这一次，我们3村不合力，总计300余人，兵力是北莽蛮子的2倍有余。再加上北莽据点方圆几里并无藏身之所，战场空旷利好，天时地利人和俱在，这一战打的就是硬碰硬，错的就是北莽蛮子的锐气。市长，我沈夜敢打，难道你们不敢打吗？沈夜字字珠玑，每一个字都说进了南前兵士的心坎里。士气有时候要比装备、人数更重要，心凝在一起，城才能守得住。关键是沈夜已经通过敌情图分析过了，北莽百夫长据点所处的位置特殊，地处平原，四周没有什么太出色的掩体，无论是发动突袭还是远程偷袭，都免不了会有一场近身厮杀。这样一来，战损比就与正面硬刚相差无几了。况且由于这个据点内大多是斥候，机动能力相当强，若是发起突袭，让一部分斥候险逊逃脱，无法全部歼灭的话，那后续的麻烦可就大了。可若能将这据点内的蛮子全歼，按照北莽人交换情报的频率来看，至少15日内，马家铺、下平村、铁灵堡3村是绝对安全的。沈千夫长，铁灵堡和下平村的人来了。孙连战沉声一喝。沈夜环顾四周，西北2个方向，2张大旗飘扬而至。铁灵堡的青年娃娃军、下平村的青壮兵士，都在按照沈夜的指令，以一字长蛇阵排开，向北莽据点包围过去。沈夜见状，也不多费口舌，他将背后的军旗拔出，握在手中，迎风而起。马家铺兵士听令，从南压上去，包围北莽据点，不打袭击，正面迎战。此役唯有一条，全歼北莽蛮子，不留活口。杀敌取功者，皆以白银重赏。第59章，3村兵士全看傻了。沈夜真乃当世战神。吹号！铁牛见此，同样大手一挥，一个手持角号的兵士侧步出列，嗡嗡，低沉的号声瞬间贯穿战场。铁灵堡、下平村在接收到号声后，都第一时间吹响了回应的号角。一时间，号声遍布山谷间，从3个方向奔袭而来的数百兵士，也在各自飘扬的军旗下，快速包围了北莽据点。弓箭手实箭齐射，放！沈夜放慢速度来到工兵方阵，一声令下，复合弓拉开，3棱倒刺箭上弦，速！漫天箭雨直杀北莽据点，哀嚎声、呼救声一时响彻了整个战场。3村部队此刻距北莽据点不过2里地，3条长蛇阵已经形成了一个粗略的包围圈。沈夜见状，大手一挥，直接叫停了弓箭手的射击，转而变换手型，又将部队排列成了熟悉的3-3制。这3-3制，铁牛、孙连战都已经是相当习惯，但刚从虎头山下来没几天的张冲，心里还是有些发毛。毕竟张冲也曾为南前边军，北莽骑兵有多凶，他可是在前线来教过。以复刻其这种事，即便是军中口口相传，张冲也还是更愿意相信眼见为实。南前部族多为轻装，即便有多兵种的配合，想要在战场上正面引杀北莽骑兵，仍是有些不可思议。去提醒铁灵堡和下平村在外围构筑好包围圈，不要放过任何一个逃出来的北莽蛮子，不然军法处置。沈夜冲着身旁的2个小骑兵说道。是，2个小骑兵领命，转身就飞奔了出去。而彼时的沈夜也已经率马家铺部队行至北莽据点的几百米处。可就在此时，一个北莽打扮的骑兵却突然从北莽据点中钻了出来。那人马术极强，速度极快，趁着包围圈尚未紧密形成，竟一连突破了2层兵马的围追抵截。但他驾马而行的方向却并非是北莽大营，而是宿阳城的方向。沈夜见此一愣，但来不及多想，便冲着身旁的一个贴身骑兵说道：“快去把那人追上，万不能留活口。”领命！又一个骑兵从马家铺部队中疾驰而出。沈夜长舒一口气，不再多想，直接率军杀入了北莽据点。北莽据点占地有几十亩，因为兵种以斥候居多，所以北莽蛮子的卧榻就修在马棚旁边。当沈夜率军杀进去的时候，就已经有不少北莽骑兵可以成规模的发起冲锋了。谢备！张冲看着即将冲锋而来的北莽骑兵，下意识的怒声大喝。但见此一幕，沈夜却只是一脸淡然。他拍了拍张冲的肩膀，沉声说道：“张时常不必着急，且看北莽骑兵是如何被诛杀的。”话音刚落，3-3制进攻的南前部队便以每27人一个3角小队的配置，将冲锋而来的北莽骑兵全部分割了开，而后以相当熟练的技巧将其赶于马下，接连刺。那动作之快，甚至连张冲还没看清楚，北莽骑兵便已经如韭菜一般，一茬接着一茬的倒下去。圆阵围杀，眼见北莽骑兵的冲锋越来越疲软，可供北莽骑兵冲锋的空地越来越狭窄。沈夜当即下令，从3-3制的逐个击破变成了圆阵的围而绞杀。起初效果斐然， 南前兵士战意十足，一度将战损比控制在了惊为天人的2比1。见此一幕，张冲也不禁倒吸一口冷气，瞪大了眼睛的难道这3-3制竟有如此奇效，真能做到以不克己？但很快，北莽骑兵马上作战的优势开始逐渐显现了出来，高打低，落差明显，战损与被不断缩进。可沈烨却没有下令电阵，这不光是马家铺要面临的困境，更是整个南前边军正在面临的困境。不敢和北莽蛮子面对面，硬碰硬，害怕打消耗战，逃避正面对抗。一味的逃避，虽然在某种程度上确实是保全了一定的有生力量，但有生力量早晚有补完的那一天。可丢失的士气却在没有重来的时候，这一战要么打赢，要么打没。不于北莽蛮子中立威，就于南前军中以非分鼓舞士气，撑不住了。沈千夫长，张冲浴血奋战，他一手持盾，一手拿刀，整个人压在最前线，半张脸都被血淋淋，手中的盾牌更是被砍出了几十个活口，似是下一秒就会当场解体。北莽骑兵也看出了张冲这一股的防御力陷入，便将突围的压力全都压在了张冲这一支兵士的身上。兵士们咬牙奋战，奈何高打低的落差实在难以施展拳脚。我来！就在张冲这边节节败退之际，沈烨却拉了一匹战马，翻身上马，手持巨剑，直接堵上了张冲的窟窿。他一人一戟，横立于数十个北莽骑兵面前。北莽骑兵迫切的想要突围，个个杀红了眼，弯刀如柳条一般，带着破空声刀刀劈下。沈烨却面色淡然，只是手腕一抖，破巨剑横扫弯刀，10几柄弯刀在一瞬间断裂。北莽骑兵看着拦腰截断的弯刀，个个眼神一愣。沈烨趁机再次挥戟，砰！10几个北莽蛮子如多米诺骨牌一般被齐刷刷的扇飞，但还不等沈烨喘口气，下一波突围的北莽蛮子就紧跟了上来。沈烨不断挥舞着手中巨戟，几个回合下来，一个小石山逐渐堆起，原阵中最弱的一环硬是被沈烨以一己之力筑成了最不可能攻破的绞肉机。余下的10几个北莽蛮子见状，更是直接放弃了抵抗，纷纷翻身下马，放下弯刀，主动降了。见此一幕，张冲瞪大了眼睛，眸中尽是错愕。他本以为沈烨是排兵布阵厉害，没想到沈烨的武力竟也达到了一夫当关，万夫莫开的境界。逐步收缩防线，进据界内驰援的铁灵堡、下平村兵士也都纷纷张大了嘴巴。他们看向沈烨，沈烨手持巨剑，浑身浴血，胯下战马早已被压得没了气，烈日反射在悬甲，杀意凛然。即便战事已经结束，可据点内100余兵士见状，竟无一人敢上前和沈烨说话。张冲咽了咽口水，只觉得眼前这一幕像做梦一样。北莽蛮子正面不可敌的神话，就这么轻易的被沈烨一击击碎了。第60章盘点收获，与林玉如首次肌肤相接。沈千夫长，粮食！众人僵持之时，一道犀利的喊声却打破了寂静。孙连战翻身下马，激动地将一布袋小麦撑开，里面的小麦颗颗饱满，品质上乘。沈烨低头看去，一手拄着巨戟，一手伸出抓了满满一大袋麦子，从指缝流过，只剩几颗最为饱满的还留在手上。兵士发现了粮窖，有存粮8只鱼蛋，另有腌肉、咸菜、鸡蛋100余筐。孙连战一边拱手说着，一边招呼着兵士将一筐筐肉蛋抬上来，扎实的粮肉摆成一排。许久没开荤的南前兵士全都看见了，将粮肉均分成3份，马家铺、下平村、铁灵堡各有1份。沈烨当即下令，今晚我所辖之村铺皆炖肉煮面，以犒劳兵士。标下领命，多谢沈千夫长。孙连战率先拱手回应，多谢沈千夫长。余下众兵士随之拱手回应，声音浑厚，底气十足。被围在中间的10几个北莽骑兵还以为是死期将至，都害怕的打起了冷战。而沈烨见此，嘴角也终于露出了一抹久违的笑容。这北莽据点内的粮肉，足够宿阳城北的3村百姓吃上大半个月，再加上先前从虎头山上运来的，从粮菜大棚里收获的杂七杂八的粮肉加起来，3村百姓吃1个月绝对不成问题。关键是初雪10日内必下，届时北莽第一波反攻也将接踵而来。北莽大军压境，3村百姓军部要守城防御，若无充足的粮草，马家铺、下平村、铁灵堡3村定会被北莽攻破屠村。这些北莽蛮子个个都是杀人成瘾的恶魔，过一城屠3日，车轮立在城门口，身高超过车轮的男丁，无论年龄大小，一律格杀勿论。而生还下来的百姓还要经过筛选，被判定为良民，才能继续活下去。在北莽蛮子的眼里，南前百姓贱如蝼蚁，鏖战多年，这已不单单是2国之间的战争，更是2个民族之间的生死存亡，守不住就会尸横遍野，寸草不生。这个孽他沈烨不敢造。沈千夫长，这些降兵怎么办？张冲伸手指向蹲在地上快被吓尿了的10几个北莽降兵。沈烨回头大手一挥，本想放这些北莽蛮子一马，将其押进宿阳城，交给柳将军关押处理。如此一来，清剿北莽据点一事也能给刘柳牧人将军长长脸。可正是沈烨回头的这一看，竟惊讶地发现，这10几个北莽蛮子的脖梗上都戴着一串獠牙制成的项链，只不过这项链上的狼牙并不长，不过小拇指甲大小，与7、8岁娃娃的乳牙倒是极为相似。这项链就是用南前娃娃的乳牙制成的。北莽蛮子信鬼神，这些项链常戴在巫师的脖梗上，而北莽巫师要比寻常蛮子更可恨，他们奸淫掳掠，无恶不作，用肮脏血腥的手段，用南前同胞之肉身做各种恶心的术法，全杀了。沈烨咬着牙，眼神狠厉，就现在一个不留，全杀了！领命！起刀斩！张冲先是一愣，但低头的瞬间也发现了这些北莽蛮子脖梗上戴着的乳牙项链，家仇国恨一时涌上心头。他亲自持刀连斩3人。 直至10几个降兵全部被杀，张冲这才平静了下来。他想起了那个被北莽巫师扔进大坑、生生活埋的可怜女儿，那娃娃才6岁啊！这些巫师畜生都不如，死不足惜。今后再遇到北莽巫师，无需问我，就地斩杀。沈烨咬紧了牙关，同样厉声一喝，标下领命。据殿内的一众男前师长纷纷拱手回应。可就在此时，一阵急促的马蹄声却传入了沈烨耳旁。2个小骑兵翻身下马，喘着粗气，单膝跪。沈千夫长，您让我们去追的人没追到，但我们看到了那个北莽骑兵最后消失的地方。沈烨眉头一紧，又提了一口气，哪里？宿阳城南李城府千夫长麾下的北风镇。北风镇？沈烨虎躯一震，追问道：“你们亲眼见到那北莽骑兵跑进北风镇就再没出来？我们想进北风镇抓人复命，但被李城府千夫长派人拦回来。”2个骑兵说着，都略带羞愧的低下头。沈烨听罢，没有半点怪罪的意思，反而陷入了深思。北风镇是李城府的地盘，其手下有不少北莽强兵，善匍匐骑射。宿阳城南的第一道防线，宿阳城的南大门，更是由李城府全权负责。若据典里的北莽蛮子真与李城府之间有瓜葛，事情可就大了。关键是李城府非骁勇善战，却并非是柳木人将军这一派，而是马之子的亲戚。宿阳马家与北莽不清不楚的勾结，这李城府作为马家亲信，同样具备通敌嫌疑。那宿阳城的南大门可就不安稳了。孙连战派几个眼神好的兄弟去北风镇蹲守几日，看能否蹲到那个从据点逃出去的北莽骑兵。标下领命，孙连战点了点头。话音刚落，沈烨眼珠一转，一把拽起蹲在地上的2个骑兵。你们回忆一下那北莽骑兵的长相模样，晚些找人画个像，通发全军。领命！2个小骑兵拱手退下。沈烨大手一挥，目光看向众兵士，李城府千夫长萧远。若那北莽骑兵真闯入北风镇，也是凶多吉少。所以我们大胜而归。明日一早，3村屯部兵士凭军功换上。话音刚落，山呼海啸的欢呼声迭起，每一个南前兵士都挂上了一道发自内心的笑。在这乱世中，有银子拿，有粮肉吃，赛过神仙。傍晚时分，黄昏颓暮，冷风呛鼻，沈家小院内却飘出了一道温暖的烟火气。沈烨推门入内，3女正在有条不紊的忙活。陈淑婷在锅台前炒菜，朱凤林在一旁收拾着锅碗瓢盆，秦金莲则是默默地模仿开中药。沈烨缓步入内，有些好奇地四处张望。林玉如呢？等等，自己为什么会想到林玉如？沈烨双眸一怔，有些错愕，但还不等他反应过来，林玉如便突然出现在了他的眼前。林玉如伸出纤纤玉手，将一张纸递出：“沈公子，这是我做的诗，下半阙总是缺了些味道，不知沈公子能否费心为这诗填上一？”沈烨喉咙一滚，竟觉得心中气血翻涌。他鬼使神差的接过那纸诗词，本想一边走一边抬眼思考，可沈烨却一个踉跄，直接扑倒在了林玉如身上。巨大的惯性将林玉如带倒在地，沈烨核心突出，硬是靠腰腹力量，单手做了个平板支撑，可另一只手却大力的按在了林玉如的香肩，滑、柔、软18种触觉一齐荡漾。小院内3女被动静吸引，也都纷纷看向沈烨和林玉如，而彼时的林玉如竟轻咬嘴唇，露出了一抹极为反差的羞涩，与平日里那不食人间烟火的形象大相径庭。沈烨见此也是一愣，自己这一掌按的林玉如应当十分吃痛才对，可林玉如的表现非但没有逃避，却十分享受。难道林玉如当真是个表里不一的小反差？沈烨思绪未断，紧接着一道熟悉的提示响起：林玉如好感度+1，第61章又要连续香火了。今天粮食大棚收菜，沈公子你弄疼我了。林玉如轻咬嘴唇，媚眼如丝的轻哼了一声。她被沈烨罩在身下，高冷的气质荡然无存，眼中只剩一抹小女人般的羞涩。沈烨点头示意，单手撑地，缓缓起身。烂了。沈烨盯着手中的那纸诗，纸张已经因为惯性而揉烂成了一团，青石地砖上的水珠浸透纸张，墨迹糊成了一团，半个字都认不出来。我明月陪你一首诗就是了。沈烨不想留有亏欠的心理，便对林玉如做出了回应。多谢沈公子。林玉如从地上爬起，但注意力却放在了腰窝破洞的衣裙上，她用2只纤纤玉手慌乱遮挡着露出的白皙皮肤。沈烨见此，释然的长舒一口气，淑婷结块绸子，明月替她把衣服绑上吧。好。陈淑婷先是一愣，但看到沈烨那微红的脸颊，陈淑婷便挂着姨母笑，冲沈烨点了点头。林玉如和沈烨之间的隔阂似乎越来越小了。当年林玉如虽主动上门退婚，让沈烨难堪至极，直接离家3年不回，但当年退婚之后没多久，林家便已没落。若沈烨当年没被退婚，成了林家的女婿，那今日林家满门被抄，沈烨的脑袋也会跟着满地。这事不知是塞翁失马焉知非福，还是林玉如故意为之，一切都太过巧合。除了林玉如亲口说，没人能妄下定论。但陈淑婷更偏向是后者。林玉如知书达理，她不会毫无理由的薄手下面。事出有因，恰逢年轻气盛，误会已经产生，心结已经落下。至于能否找到真相，解开心结，就只能看沈烨和林玉如的造化。夫君，我有事情求你。沈烨刚坐在石桌旁，在一旁默要的秦金莲却凑了上来，她双腿扭捏，欲言又止，捋了好一会头发，这才红着脸低头说道：下午的时候，户籍官来，说是马知府要彻查罪名，我本就是逃脱的罪名，户籍官便给我消去了查阅时间，如果1个月内我怀不上，我就要被拉到宿阳城去充当军舰。什么？沈烨眼中闪过一抹无语。秦金莲攥紧了双手，眼眶含泪。夫君，我这个月快来红了，我不想当军舰，今晚骚到我好吗？还有几日来红，算这日子呢吗？沈烨心里一沉，只觉得重任在肩，算着呢，还有5日来红。秦金莲轻咬嘴唇，丰额的脸上闪过一抹坚决。 诸君若不方便，今年您也不做军姐，说什么傻话呢？你去洗一洗吧，不用过晚饭我就来。沈烨伸手摸了摸秦金莲的脑袋，秦金莲点了点头，扭着那对白皙的玉筷子就奔向了灶房。看着秦金莲那慌张的步履，沈烨心里也是一酸。秦金莲是江门妇女，被奸人陷害，沦为山寨俘虏就已经够苦的了，可现在竟又被马知府盯上。马家与秦家是同水府，马知府定是故意为难秦金莲，但碍于柳木人将军的威势，马知府不敢明着来，就只能在私下里偷摸各种小动作。龌龊、肮脏，男前若王，便是亡于文官与世家。沈烨心里暗骂了一句。陈淑婷和苏凤鸣二人也相当识趣的为沈烨摆好晚饭，提前做好了饭菜，将饭菜端了上，蛋汤、腊肉、腌菜、精米饭，这2菜1汤的含金量在乱世边疆堪称圣。饿了一天的沈烨连干了3碗鸡，在饱餐一顿恢复了体力之后，沈烨便义无反顾地走向了主屋，吹灭蜡烛，人影相揪。夫君辛苦你了。秦金莲张开双臂，主动搂住沈烨的脖颈。沈烨不语，只是额头上的青筋若隐若现。本次照顾对象秦金莲，魅力值95，好感度75，配合度91，照顾成功，本次获得小服务性提升。翌日清晨鸡鸣之时，沈烨才刚睡下不到1个时辰，但还是早早的爬起床。秦金莲一夜未眠，累得够呛，睡得极沉。沈烨摸了摸秦金莲的脑袋，身为江门虎女，何至于此啊？都是南前朝堂腐败、文官党争所致的恶果。不过，既然你成了我沈烨的女，这一天一定会让你有沈家的香火，绝不会让你沦为军妓。沈烨轻声嘟囔着，旋即转身离开。今早，沈烨没有在小院内练习。初雪将至，凉菜还是重中之重。最先在马家铺扣下的那只大棚，凉菜也该成熟了。今天带人收获一波，将凉菜向苏阳城北的3村铺分发一番。本公子早。林玉如还是坐在石桌前盘算着棋局，但她时而抬眼，时而扭头，明显是心不在焉。沈烨忽地一怔，取出笔墨。你上次的诗是何意境？寂寞。林玉如沉思片刻，才从嘴里蹦出2个字。沈烨闻言却没有丝毫犹豫，当即题诗一首，墨迹挥洒于毫厘之间，苍劲有力的笔锋落于纸上。陪你的词若不满意，等我回来再写。沈烨落笔转身，一气呵成。林玉如拿起那纸词，初看仅是一愣，但再看，他便眼眶一红，整个人都动了。无言独上西楼，月可钩，寂寞无从深，愿所听秋。剪不断，理还乱，是离愁，别是一般滋味在心头。难道沈烨不只是有文采，他还看出了自己的心意吗？林玉如轻抚那纸词，眼眶逐渐饱含热。林玉如好感度加1。与此同时，离开家门已经来到卫所召集人手的沈烨，正派人通知铁领导，下坪村也派人前来观摩大棚凉菜的收获。马家铺凑齐了5个时，在沈烨的带领下向大棚走去。为首的沈烨满脸自信，但他身后的兵士却不免忐忑。这段时间，他们并没有过多的照顾凉菜，只是按照沈烨所说的，晚上将大棚铺上羊皮，白天掀起一半羊皮，以油纸覆盖。凉菜长势如何，结果与否，无人知晓。来到大棚面前，沈烨撸起袖子，一把就将竹架上的羊皮和油纸掀开。下一秒，在苍茫的洞府上，在枪敌的冷风中，一行航宝铺生机的盎然绿色突兀地出现在了众人眼前。张冲、孙连战、铁牛以及几十个兵士全都看直了眼。铁牛更是耿直，直接趴在地上揪起了一根成熟的雪菜，放在嘴里嚼了起来，一边嚼还一边不住地惊呼道：这洞府上竟真的能长出仙菜！第62章，边军大敌，奖励升级，特种部队集结。话音未落，一阵马蹄声响起，铁领导下坪村的军旗率先入伍，2支10人小队，马背上接斜匡罗，每个兵士的脸上并无激动，反而是生出一股不负举之责。为首的2个师长均为虎头山招安来的金刚，大哥大当家的。铁领导下坪村的2个师长相继翻身下。与寻常的兵士不同，他们2人却满脸激动，忽略了沈烨，直奔张冲而去。但张冲并未回应，而是眼神向沈烨一瞥。2个师长心领神会，连忙转头向沈烨拱手。沈千夫长见谅，实在是手足情深。沈千夫长，我们把箩筐都带来，但如今这个时候，真有新鲜的凉菜可收吗？沈烨朝着凉菜大棚一指，2人目光随之投去。北江洞府上，竹架羊皮下，10几行垄沟内满是绿油油的雪菜，颗粒饱满的荞麦。要知道，如今已是深秋，再有几日便会入冬。在这个时节，别说新鲜的凉菜，田垄里能有些杂草都算奇迹。可现在，这映入眼帘的一片盎然，是当真让远道而来的铁领导、下坪村兵士愣了。那2个久居龙虎山的招安使长也同样看傻了。这2个使长不顾别人的眼光，当即俯身趴下，大手颤抖着轻抚雪菜，冰凉的触感，饱含生机的绿意，通过指尖传入这2个使长脑海。是真的，竟然是真的新鲜凉菜，不可思议！沈千夫长，你究竟是怎么办到的？凉菜大棚，这就是冬天有鲜凉可吃的原因。沈烨指了指几根竹架、羊皮、油纸搭成的大棚，此物你们各自的卫所都有，切记好生打理。初雪降临后得1月，还可收获1次。什么？下雪之后，这凉菜大棚还能长出新鲜凉菜？沈烨此话一出，田垄里的几十名兵士全都傻眼了。他们本以为能在深秋吃上新鲜的凉菜，便已是惊为天人，可谁能想到，即便是在初雪降临之后，他们还能再收获一波新鲜的凉菜。今年大棚扣得太晚了，不然至少能多吃2波新鲜凉菜。沈烨说着，语气平静，甚至带了几分微微的傲。这股平静最不淡然，与其他兵士眼中的惊讶和错愕形成了完全的2极分化。 莫说那些了，抓紧时间。沈烨话锋一转，指了指姓白亩大棚，日落前将这些大棚内的粮菜全部收获。马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡均分，标下律令，数十名兵士纷纷拱手回应。在新鲜粮菜的诱惑之下，几十个兵士都卯足了干劲，撸起袖子，扛起背篓，如张飞绣花一般，疯狂且谨慎地收割每一株粮菜。沈烨见此，下意识长舒一口气。如今收了这一波粮菜，至少3座村铺都能撑到1个月之后，百姓、军户没人会挨饿。只不过饱的问题解决了，温的问题该怎么办呢？这里是北疆，冬天最低气温可达零下30度，没有暖气，没有羽绒服，百姓想取暖就只能烧火炕、穿棉衣。但如今宿阳城已经成了孤城，煤炭和棉花的价格必将狂飙。大雪封山后，即便是想靠着捡柴火过冬，也成了痴心妄想。煤市稀缺资源，唯一的煤矿在宁远城，不反攻宁远城，每一年的冬天，南前北疆都会死伤无数。沈烨嘴里嘟囔着，又从怀中掏出了那张敌情图，展开敌情图。沈烨向下看去，朱砂笔圈出的据点山寨，北莽大营分布事无巨细。宁远城被占领后，北莽派出了4万精兵驻守。按照古代攻城6比1的基础战术来算，想要反攻宁远城，少说要20万大军。宁远城虽有煤矿可解决温饱之温，但他沈烨手里无兵啊，就算把整个宿阳城的青壮都算上，也凑不齐20万。想靠反攻宁远城解决温饱之温是不用钱的。所以沈烨的目光落到了北莽大营上。北莽大营内有粮仓3座，煤仓2座，棉衣皮衣无数。最关键的是，北莽大营仅有2万余驻军，比宁远城驻军少了1倍。况且北莽大营虽位于平地，周围有丘陵环绕，但与宁远城高耸的城墙相比，完全不值一提。或许北莽蛮子主动进攻之时，就是闯入北莽大营，掠取煤仓、棉衣之计。沈烨想着，脑海中已经形成了一个将计就计的局面。北莽倾巢出动进攻宿阳城之时，南前完全可以派出一支部队，从小路摸到北莽大营，掩杀进去，再引大部队入内，以掠夺煤矿、棉衣。沈前组长不愧是少年英雄，这军情图进化的如此。沈烨思绪未断，两道熟悉的声音便在沈烨耳旁响起，来者不是别人，正是百夫长69和百夫长60。你们怎么来了？沈烨先是一愣，张口发问的同时，又将敌情图卷起。边军大比4日后就正式开始了，参赛名单要提前1天报入宿阳城。这次边军大比分个人和团队2个大项，其中个人比拼有骑术、剑术、枪术、弓术、力士、耐力、眼力等，单人夺魁可得3军功，榜眼2军功，探花1军功，团队则是只有联武对战这一项，胜者可得军功20。最后军功结算最多的村铺即为胜者。百夫长69掏出一张纸递给了沈烨，上面是详尽的参赛规则。60则是补充说道，另外沈千夫长、柳木仁将军特地让我2人来通知你，这一次边军大比的奖励做了调整，除了先前说好的免除夺魁村铺2年粮税之外，还将那匹北莽恶驹赤鹿也一并作为了奖励。赤鹿听到这个熟悉的名字，沈烨虎躯一震，连忙问道，是北莽万夫长姑朵的胯下坐骑？正是，上一次夜袭北莽大营，黑鱼营缴获了他。69和60一唱一和，而沈烨听罢，眼中却生出了一抹激动。他现在减法练到瓶颈，就缺一匹上好的坐骑，发挥出全部实力。这赤鹿可是整个北莽赫赫有名的恶驹，体型是寻常战马的数倍大，跑起来更是能日行1000，夜行800。但真正让赤鹿恶驹之名远扬的，还是1年前北莽攻破望北城的那一战。北莽万夫长姑朵被困于城墙内，南前兵士如潮水般围剿，眼瞅着姑朵就要被活捉了，可恶驹赤鹿却连踏3日，一跃纵横数10米，飞越高耸的城墙，硬是将十死无生的万夫长姑朵救了出来。自此赤鹿这恶驹之名便响彻了北疆13城。姑朵死了？沈烨又发问道。69和60摇了摇头，姑朵当时在大营休息，并未和赤鹿在一起，还是个烫手的山芋。沈烨嘴角一挑，姑朵没死就强占人家的马，就像强行挑了恶霸的女人一样。若是夺魁拿马，以后在战场上可要多提防北莽万夫长姑朵了。沈千夫长，消息已经知道，我们就先回去备战了。4日后边军大比，我们若遇到沈千夫长的队伍，可不会手下留情。69和60相视一眼，旋即便翻身上马离开了田垄。而沈烨闻言，眸中也生出了一抹深思。边军大比，团队协作是大头，只要拿下沙场联武的胜利，最终边军大比夺魁便10拿9稳。但参加沙场联武的每个村铺只能出30人，各位左右皆以部族为主，再用分割骑兵逐个逼迫的3-3制不太合适。沈烨眼珠一转，叫来铁牛，沉声说道：“铁牛，替我在马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡各选30精锐，明日一早在马家铺教场集合，我要亲自训练，把这些精锐练成南前北疆的特种部队。”第63章，90人连拔3座山寨，斩首行动提上日程。特种部队是何物？铁牛挠了挠头，虽不解，却也没多问。毕竟沈烨创造出的惊喜太多了，放眼整个马家铺都不会有人质疑沈烨。但很快，铁牛又话锋一转道：“对了，沈烨，我算精锐吗？你当然算。另外，孙连战、张冲以后一定算上。”沈烨摆了摆手，轻声应道：“余下的兵士就交给你去挑选了，晚上将名册给我。”领令。铁牛双手一拱，点头离开。但他并没有立刻去为所选，而是继续在田垄中和兵士站在一起，继续劳作。从兵士中来到兵士中去，这是沈烨麾下独有的一道风俗。至于寻常卫所，则给不森严。莫要说将领能与兵士同耕，其不压榨兵士当牛做马，就算人死了，可见重兵士劳作。就连已经贵为千夫长的沈烨都收起了敌情图，与兵士们拿一样的镰刀，一样的弯腰劳作了起来。 直至夕阳垂暮，人影斜长。最后一个大棚内的粮菜被收割干净，沈烨才与一众兵士从地里直起腰，他指了指堆积成山的雪菜、荞麦，沉声说道：“这些粮菜还不够我们活过一冬。初雪过后，北莽蛮子必将反扑宿阳城北。马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡3村铺一定要分配好粮菜，让每一个百姓和军户顿顿都有饱饭吃。”标下令令，铁灵堡、下坪村的2个使长连忙站起，冲沈烨拱手。太阳落山了，今晚不当值，不必拜我，装上粮菜，趁天黑前回味所存粮吧。沈烨只是淡然一笑。是。2人闻言还是习惯性的拱手。沈烨不再多说，只是默默的看着。下坪村和铁灵堡的兵士满眼激动地将粮菜塞进箩筐，夕阳余晖洒下，每个兵士的脸上都洋溢着笑容。在乱世边疆，如此一幕胜过万金。很快，下坪村和铁灵堡的兵士骑马离开。沈烨看向铁牛，吩咐道：“接下来2天，记得派人继续播种，再加以扩建，仍以雪菜和荞麦为主。出雪前细心照料第2批粮菜，这可是我们过冬的依仗。”明白。铁牛没有拱手，只是点了点头。这一晚，马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡家家户户的炉灶都升起炊烟，肃杀的寒风中满是欢声笑语。有人家推杯换盏，有人家彻夜长谈，但每个人的嘴里都在念着同一个名字：沈烨。吃水不忘挖井人，3村百姓皆知，这深秋收粮菜神迹的始作俑者就是马家铺那位最年轻的千夫长。很快，2天时间转瞬而过，马家铺教场90个兵士分列3队，每队排头有1人扛军旗，他们在太阳底下以跨立的姿势站着。这些兵士的站姿相当现代，穿着打扮也都以皮甲短装为主，背后一张弓，腰间一柄剑，胸前挂着一个圆木盾，装备搭配与寻常的南前部族截然不同。而沈烨则立于众人身前，满脸严肃道：“2天特训，时间不长，你们每个人都有不俗的单兵作战能力。单打独斗我不担心，但在协同作战上确实需要一场试炼来检验成绩，请沈千夫长吩咐。”90名兵士喊声震天。沈烨见状，冲身后几名小卒摆了摆手，6个小卒2人一组，将3张手绘的山寨地图分别摆在了3队兵士眼前。鱼头寨、飞虎寨、南峰山。沈烨从左到右依次说道：“这3座山寨人数相差不多，驻守匪众均为60人上下。这3座山寨所处之地理位置也都是易守难攻，但适合奇袭。给你们1天时间，分3队行动，以最快的速度清剿首选山寨。其中速度最快的那个，在边军大比结束之后，可入我麾下亲卫队，经我调遣。”领命！90名兵士喊声震天，还不等沈烨反应过来，这3队士兵便已将3张山寨地图收走，直奔牧的地行军而去。这一去就是1天，沈烨也在教场待了整整1天。期间，69和60还来找沈烨要走了马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡3村的参赛课，并告知了沈烨参赛场地和时间，明日一早宿阳城南的沙场。而随着暴雨降临，3队人马也陆陆续续的回来。最先回来的是由铁牛带领的马家铺特种部队，死伤4人，歼敌50，俘虏11。其次是下坪村特种部队，死伤6人，歼敌62，俘虏4人。最后回来的是由大量娃娃兵组成的铁灵堡特种部队，死伤8人，全歼敌军，无俘虏。战利品浩浩荡荡的开进马家铺。短短半个月时间，百姓们已经数不清这是第几场大胜。自是从沈烨当上百夫长之后，家门口的战役就一次没说。但这一战，南前90精锐，折损8人，受伤10人。沈烨从预备役里又挑出了几个精兵补上，90人的队伍这才再次充实。经此一役，每个人的眼神中都多了一抹杀意。每一支30人的小队都完成了以少胜多的杀戮退步。如今，这90名精锐才真正迈向了成为特种部队的第一步。第二步便是让这90名精锐在全军面前立威。当然，立威不是为了报仇，更不是为了证明他沈烨有多么了不起，而是纵观整个战局来看，对如今的宿阳城而言，想解北莽之围，非特种斩首不行。这一次边军大胜，奖励只是附加，沈烨要做的是让宿阳城上万军士亲眼见识到特种部队的厉害。唯有全军信服之后的斩首行动才能铺开，以攻为守，制敌群龙无首。等援军到来，宿阳才可保全。第64章，连开进攻90次，李成虎人傻了。翌日清晨，宿阳城南空旷的沙场外围架设了一圈木质看台，椭圆看台上分2层，柳木人将军与几名参将、万夫长坐在如讲台一般凸起的第2层，宿阳的10几名千夫长则是坐在了看台的第1层，南前以右为尊，而沈烨则坐在第1层的最北边。纵然沈烨近期的战绩不俗，但边军是一个拼资历的地方，没有资历，除非战绩1天，不然很难得到同袍的认可。毕竟能做到千夫长这个位置，谁的手上没点战绩？全军大比武现在开始，各位左小队依次进场。随着沙场上一小卒敲响锣鼓，沙场门大开，10几个小队涌进沙场，10几面军旗飘扬在沙场一角，队列严肃有序。很快，一个巨大的方阵赫然集结完毕。紧接着，看台中央一道身着枣红色盔甲的人影随之站起。柳木人将军扫视一圈，看着风貌正是你军伍，点寒星味道。宿阳城兵士共18000，能参与边军大比者不过10之1、2，能站在这等皆为精锐。此次边军大比，单项夺魁者不赐军功之外，还赏银100两，王延50，探花30。在所有个人比项结束后，便开始沙盘演武。沙盘演武夺魁者，本将军亲自提点赏之。咚咚咚，话音落地的同时，战鼓声再次响起。 几十个小兵从沙场两侧快速掠过，沙土飞扬。原本空旷的沙场上陡然多了一个个比赛场地，比拼力量的赛场，比拼攻术的靶场，比拼剑术的斗场。每一个赛场都独立存在，并被军旗隔开。边军大比正式开始。个人比拼报名从速，沙场中央，一个手持名册的小兵放声吆喝，攀比的兵士从各自队列中脱离，三五成群的去报名登记。很快，最基础的力量大比开始，每一个参赛选手脚下都放了一箩筐的牛皮弓，这些弓是特制的，弓身通体为硬木，牛筋是3层合一，想要拉满弓，至少需要5袋之力。比赛规则很简单，谁拉满弓的次数最多，谁便是最后的赢家。一人拉弓，一人计数，两两为正，同走无期。很快，拉弓的身影排排站立，一道道播报声也响彻整个沙场。林北村魏和尚开弓7次，罗汉堡里2开弓8次，马家铺铁牛开弓15次，但自铁牛开弓15次之后，其后相当一段时间都无人能开弓超过10次。椭圆看台上，柳木人将军青羽如须，看着铁牛那副雄壮的身子，颇为满意的点了点头。沈夜，你练兵有方，麾下能人不足啊。柳将军过誉了。沈夜起身拱手点头示意，本以为只是一次简单的问答，可坐在一层右边的千夫长李成却突然站起，保有敌意的瞥了沈夜一眼，走下看台道：开弓15次，在去年的边军大比连前4都拿不到。柳将军，标下愿下场一试，牵些彩头，去吧。柳木人皮笑肉不笑的挥了挥手，李成虎点头示意，转身来到了铁牛身旁。他顾自的从铁牛手中夺过弓，冲技术的兵士使了个眼色，新兵别花眼。技术的兵士点头如捣蒜。紧接着，李成虎便架着空弓对着沈夜的方向，卯足了力气，沉声一喝，开！一连18个开。李成虎的2条胳膊宛如巨钳，所开之弓个个都是圆月满弓。北风镇李成虎开弓23次，李成虎收弓入筐的瞬间，负责技术的小兵应声喊道：好！李千夫长不愧为我宿阳城南之屏障。柳木人将军点了点头，带头鼓掌。沈夜见此也是一惊，铁牛的力气异于常人，所能及者不多，可见这北风镇千夫长李成虎实力同样不俗啊。柳将军过誉，标下不过只是做了分内之事，军武中人当如是也。李成虎说着，但却再次用带有敌意的眼神贴向了沈夜道，但前几日却有这么一位千夫长逾越界限，不守安分，擅自派兵到标下的北风镇，还污蔑我李成虎私藏北莽戏。说再有一次这样的事发生，别怪我李成虎不计同僚之情。说罢，李成虎还狠狠瞪了沈夜一眼。沙场上的兵士顺着目光也都看向了沈夜，看台上的千夫长、万夫长等人同样瞥眼，时不时的瞄着沈夜。柳木人见此，脸上多少有几分挂不住。但李成虎是马知府的人，这是边军人尽皆知的事实。洛阳城的粮草受制于马知府，即便是柳木人也不好驳了李成虎的面子。可是沈夜毕竟是他柳木人亲手提拔上来，若是今日当着一众精锐将领的面大肆批斗沈夜，那岂不是打了自己的脸？将军的脸面没了。从今往后，柳木人还如何领兵，如何守城？所有人都等着柳木人开口定性，是严肃对待，还是高高抬起，轻轻放下？可还不等柳木人开口，沈夜却迎着无数道目光从座位上站起，他一言不发，只是步自的走下看台。看台两侧的执行兵士怕发生冲突，便想伸手拦住沈夜，可柳木人将军却递了一个眼神，放沈夜过去。沈夜来到赛场，忽略了李成虎，径直从箩筐中将那张特殊的长弓拿起。沈夜语气平淡，冲着技术的小卒低声一喝，技术的小卒再次点头如捣蒜。下一秒，在众目睽睽之下，沈夜飞但没和李成虎起争执，反而是自负的拉起了弓。起初众人不以为然，就沈夜这小身板能拉8次满弓就算到顶了。可渐渐的，第10次、第20次、第30次，沈夜一连开了40次满弓，4次满弓如圆月一般。最关键的是，沈夜还在继续。李成虎额头渗出一层汗珠，眼神有些慌张。参赛的兵士瞪大了眼睛，嘴里念念有词的替沈夜解释。看台上的一众千夫长、万夫长更是坐不住了，纷纷抬头向沈夜望去。边军大比新纪录，91次满弓。技术小卒看着记录诞生，下意识的大喊了一声。原有的记录是90次满弓，这个记录可是有50年前的南前战神王献之创下的。王献之曾携骑兵800杀入北莽腹地，一马瀚海，是实实在在的南前第一战神。可现在这个记录却被沈夜打破了。哼！还不等众人回过神，那张硬木牛皮弓便直接被沈夜拉断了。李成虎的心随着那断了的弓弦一颤。沙场上的一众兵士全看傻眼了，看台上的千夫长、万夫长同样被震惊的张大了嘴巴。91次满弓，甚至还把弓拉爆了。沈夜这小身板子到底是哪来的力气？李千夫长，你我皆为南前兵士。沈夜将那张断了的弓扔进了李成虎怀中，继续说道：若你看到北莽骑兵入宿阳，能不派兵追杀吗？见敌不杀，死守规矩，那才是坏了边军律令。况且前几日那名逃脱的北莽骑兵如今何在？李千夫长，你可还欠我一个交代。第65章铁灵堡娃娃军血战到底。柳木人将军泪目了。此话一出，李成虎瞬间愣住了，他只觉得脸色变红，额头温度快速升高。他想开口反驳，但却不知道该说什么。还是看台上的柳木人强压嘴角笑，主动站起身，冲着台下的沈夜大手一挥。沈夜，此事还有待检查。若是李千夫长真的包庇北莽盘子，此事我定然会让他给你一个交代。但眼下全军大比正在进行中，你若继续如此行事，可就算误了事。柳木人的语气听上去十分严肃，可实际上那股强憋着笑的感觉已经快溢出了嘴角。 沈烨闻言连忙拱手低头，冲着柳木人假意认错道：“标下心急了，还望柳将军恕罪。”看着沈烨如此神速的拱手认错，一旁的李成虎也想顺着台阶往下爬，可柳木人却完全没给李成虎机会。柳木人大手一挥，身上的枣红色盔甲定当作响，如二人皆无罪，都是素阳之屏障，速速上来，莫要妨碍边军大比的进行，妨碍了边军大比，那才是有罪。沈烨点头示意，大步流星的从李成虎身边掠过，眼中完全没有李成虎。李成虎自知理亏吃瘪，也不再多言，只是默默地跟在沈烨身后，朝着看台走了上去，继续看起了这场边军大比。个人项目进行得很快，力量、剑术、骑术、弓术等等8个项目，用了不到2个时辰的时间便全部结束。最终的结果，马家铺、下平村、铁灵堡3座村部的兵士几乎占据了50%的优胜。作为兼任这3村摆渡场的沈烨，只要其麾下的3支队伍有任意一支队伍能够在沙场演武的团队战中夺魁，这个边军大部的魁首就是沈烨无疑了。一时间，各种溢美之词不断灌入沈烨的耳畔。沈千夫长真乃少年英雄，麾下兵士皆为奇人啊！沈千夫长确实是练兵有方，出任千夫长不过短短10日，却让3座村部的面貌焕然一新，实在不凡。听着这些赞美，沈烨只是淡然一笑，全然不在意。话说的再多都是空的，只有拿下最后的沙场演武夺了魁，那实实在在的免粮税和乐居赤禄的奖励才是实在的。但这些溢美之词对沈烨来说无痛不痒，可这些话对柳木人将军和千夫长柳芳来说则是十分受用。柳芳麾下的黑云旗虽在个人比赛中没有取得多么出色的成绩，但柳芳的脑袋却始终高昂着，未曾放下过片刻。柳木人将军同样如此，他端坐在座位上，眉宇间尽是骄傲。就在此时，咚咚咚，熟悉的战鼓声再次响起。一个声音洪亮的小兵侧步出列，在沙场中央扬声大喊：“个人比赛结束，沙场演武准备开始，请抽到相同签的队伍分列沙场两侧，做战斗准备。”话音刚落，几十个小兵再次从沙场两侧掠过，先前用于个人比赛的装备、军旗全都被撤下，只剩下一个空旷的沙场，还有几个用于遮掩的草卷、木箱摆在沙场中间。抽到相同签的小队则分列沙场两侧。第一站是沈烨麾下的铁灵堡面对柳芳麾下的黑云旗，两边军旗飘扬，兵士眉眼间杀气十足。随着沙场中央小兵的战鼓敲响，杀战嘶吼声、喊杀声瞬间震天响。短兵相接的瞬间，几乎是招招到肉。铁灵堡的30人精锐，在一瞬间就排好了3-3阵的队伍。黑云旗那些久经沙场的老兵，同样是在第一时间就发起了冲锋。这两军相接一瞬间的惨烈程度，若是不知情的人看了，还以为这真是你死我活的敌我战争。不过，坐在看台上的千夫长、万夫长却并没有露出什么意外之色，反而对这激烈的战争场面看得十分受用。因为边军大比的沙场演武是力保模拟真实战场，所以在这演武场上没有兵种的限制，没有打法的限制。除了武器是木质的之外，一切都和真正的战场一样，需要厮杀的勇气，需要战术的博弈。铁灵堡的兵士排阵倒是新奇，3人一组，分工明确，竟真让黑云旗一时难以推进。我还以为黑云旗会轻取铁灵堡，没想到竟发生成了缠斗。众人看着沙场上僵持的局面，不禁开口感叹。千夫长柳芳的脸色则是有些难看，只因铁灵堡出战的这30名精锐中，有超过半数都是娃娃军。黑云旗这边可都是正值壮年的勇夫，就算沈烨的3-3制战法再强，黑云旗也不至于被10几个娃娃拦住啊。沈烨，铁灵堡这支队伍可够年轻的。负责宿阳城军需的千夫长冲沈烨挑眉问道。是啊，铁灵堡地理位置特殊，这一批兵士中年纪最小的只有15岁。沈烨点了点头，语气平淡的回应。这些娃娃军脸上虽稚气未脱，但排兵布阵的领悟能力却是第一流。这也是为什么沈烨会把这些娃娃军摆在赛场上的原因之一。战术执行到位，斩首行动才能顺利铺开。黑云旗这边负责统兵的不是别人，正是69和60兄弟俩。他们马上攻破了得，攻术同样不俗。很快，铁灵堡的3-3制就被黑云旗用蛮力硬生生撕开了。但在口子被撕开的一瞬间，负责斩首69和60的2名娃娃军也瞬间从平地暴起，2柄木质的利剑直愣愣冲69和60的心窝刺去。但下一秒，砰砰，黑云旗瞬间结成防御阵型，经验更为老道的2名战旗抢先冲出，堵截在娃娃军身前。木质的长枪如铁鞭一般破空砸下，2个娃娃军当场被打趴，疼得连喊都喊不出。69和60虽身经百战，但见此一幕也是虎躯一震。不过，战场经验更深的黑云旗很快就忘却了这所谓的斩首，而是展开了大规模反击。黑云旗与北莽骑兵完全不同，北莽骑兵多着轻装，注重机动性，而黑云旗则是清一色的重甲。3-3制就算再厉害，也无法抹平装备和兵种上的一切代差。冲锋！随着69的一声令下，30名精锐骑兵瞬间冲向了铁灵堡的娃娃兵阵型。仅是一个冲锋，铁灵堡的阵型就散了。按理说，铁灵堡的娃娃兵们可以认输了，即便这在像真实战争，可归根结底，这还是演武，保存实力，留有余地是共识。可经过一轮冲锋，铁灵堡虽倒下了10几个娃娃军，但还有10几个娃娃军咬牙强撑。他们没有降，没有退，只是眼中饱含战意，横立在黑云旗面前。冲锋！69和60心领神会，再次发起冲锋，想尽快结束这场不平等的战争，给铁灵堡这群娃娃一个体面的结局。随着第2轮冲锋结束，站在场上的铁灵堡娃娃军只剩下了4人。 这4人抱着军旗，身体已是摇摇欲坠。一旁担任裁判的小卒更是不断用眼神向铁灵堡的娃娃军示意投降。69和60更是生出了一抹涟漪，但很快这一抹怜悯就转化成了尊敬。在战场上对敌人最大的尊重，就是全力迎击。黑云旗冲锋，第3轮冲锋，有人留守，有人作假，但在人数的巨大差距，铁灵堡最后的4个娃娃兵也倒下了。裁判小卒立刻冲向战场，举旗宣布铁灵堡败，黑云旗晋级。沈烨见此心头一紧，他倒不是担心夺魁，只是心疼这些娃娃兵。但沈烨还是很快平复了心情，下意识地环顾四周。下一秒，看台上所有千夫长、万夫长都齐刷刷地鼓起了掌，沙场上的兵士同样掌声雷动。柳木人将军更是热泪盈眶，缓缓站起身，冲着铁灵堡的这群娃娃军说道：“国人皆如此，北蛮何敢？”第66章马知府到场观战，决赛马家铺对北风镇。柳木人将军话音落地，雷动掌声随之响彻。这掌声并非面子工程，而是所有兵士将领对铁灵堡这群娃娃军最真挚的敬佩。经过黑云旗与铁灵堡的第一战后，沙场演武场上的气氛也被彻底调动了起来。接下来上场作战的各支小队都卯足了斗志，即便交战的双方实力差距过大，却无降。每一支队伍都像铁灵堡娃娃军那样，展现出了血性，展现出了不屈的意志。一时间喊杀声震天，整个沙场的上空都弥漫着激励。当然，这样做的代价就是沙场演武比赛的进度被拉慢了，受伤兵卒的人数增加了。按照原本的计划，这沙场演武在申时就该结束。可现在有时将近，半决赛的名单才刚出炉。第一组是李城湖北风镇的小队与柳方的黑云旗对战，第二组是沈烨马家铺的小队与柳木人麾下的白鱼营对战。被淘汰了的队伍也没离场，而是围坐在沙场外围就地观摩了起来。半决赛开始前有1刻钟的休息时间，主要是为了让兵士们的身体恢复到最佳状态，以保证沙场演武最基本的战术性、观赏性。1刻钟休息结束，参赛双方上场准备。手持3角小令旗的小兵大喊一声，69和60所率之黑云旗率先进入指定位置，厚重的悬甲在马背上颠簸，发出咔嗒咔嗒的响声，给人的感觉就像是一群从锁妖塔中滚出的俘虏。接着便是李成虎麾下的北风镇小队入场。北风镇这边均为胡服骑射，从装备、战术、外形、打法等方面完全仿照北莽骑兵，骑射为主，轻装上阵，弯刀作斧。黑云骑士为了绞杀北莽骑兵专门设立，几乎每一个黑云骑兵士都对北莽骑兵有着极度的恨。北风镇的兵士中又有相当一部分是北莽骑兵。这2支队伍如今虽同处难前，但实际上这2支队伍的底色完全不同。一支是北莽骑兵转化而来的北风镇胡服骑射，一支是专克北莽骑兵的素阳黑云旗。势同水火就是这场比赛的基调。随着双方准备就绪，这场大战也即将发生。可就在沙场上的小卒准备挥旗下令让双方开打之时，一道穿透力极强的喊声瞬间响彻整个沙场。马知府驾到！演武场大门轰然打开，装备精良的府兵分列2队，快速占据大门两侧。枣红色的轿子如长毛般长驱直入，8个小兵扛着轿子在看台前轻轻放下。一个身着紫袍、头顶乌纱的芒果脸中年男子缓步从轿内走出。看台上有3、4个千夫长在见到这人的一瞬间，都主动起身迎接，脸上不约而同的写满了奉承之色。其中就包括和沈烨结下矛盾的李成虎，但更多的千夫长、万夫长看这人的眼神中明显带有不屑。柳将军，我马某人没来迟吧？紫袍芒果脸随意的拱了拱手，眼中掠过一抹不屑。不迟，柳木人冷笑一声，拍了拍身旁的空座位。决赛还没开始，马知府来的正是时。马知府闻言，一甩紫袍长袖，在府兵的搀扶下缓步走上了看台，十分自然的一屁股坐在了柳木人的右侧。不少柳木人的亲信将领都向马知府投去了白眼。南前以右为尊，马知府和柳木人隶属同级，但在军中默认柳木人是高半品，就像在衙门里默认马知府是高半品一样。可现在这马知府仗着自己拿捏着粮草命脉，竟骄傲狂妄到了如此地步。柳将军莫要怪罪，实在是粮草分配上的杂物繁多。马知府皮笑肉不笑，芒果脸上写满了挑诈。毕竟这大半个素阳城的粮草都由马家调配，我马某人有心负责百姓，但也不能置家族于不顾。对了，柳将军，眼下是打到内场，这次边军大比打得可够慢啊，有时还未到决赛。今日慢了些，眼下是半决赛第一场，北风镇对黑云旗。柳木人皮笑肉不笑的回应，若不是因为粮草受制于人，柳木人恨不得现在就一剑划开这次。哦，这我可要好好看看。马知府翘起2郎腿，不知从哪摸了一盏茶，如看戏的大爷一般紧紧眉头，喝着茶津津有味地看了起来。而现场发令的小兵一时也懵逼了，不知是该发令还是该叫停。他冲着看台上的柳木人投去了求助的眼神，在得到肯定的示意后，小兵才落旗一喝，双方做战斗准备，开战。话音落地的一瞬间，黑云旗和北风镇的骑兵就如脱弓之箭，速地窜了出去，左黑右白2股骑兵短兵相接的一刻，喊杀声响彻演武场。起初黑云旗靠着重甲的装备压制，打出了不小的优势，但因为前几轮比赛各支队伍都拿出了誓死不降的血性，这导致黑云旗的损失不小。此刻黑云旗已没有30人的马鞭队，只有20个出头的兵士在苦苦支撑。反观北风镇的胡服骑射则截然相反，他们没遇到什么强敌，多是能以骑兵顷刻的不足，打到半决赛只损失了2个兵士，而且体力充沛，机动性比黑云旗强了不少。 渐渐的，黑云旗全员重甲的劣势也开始显现出来，机动性不足，冲锋速度变慢，这给了北风镇多次反打的机会。黑云旗的战线被逐渐分割，坚不可摧的玄齿兵士逐渐被斩于马下。一刻钟的缠斗结束后，黑云旗最终输给了体能、人数，北风镇也以10人重伤的代价换来了直通决赛的资格。精彩！坐在看台上的马之辅酷似的拍手，毫不掩饰对北风镇的欣赏。毕竟掌管北风镇的不是别人，正是马之辅曾经的亲卫李成子。将士们战意昂然，素养安逸，柳木人还是皮笑肉不笑的附和。与此同时，第二组半决赛也在沙场开打，由铁牛、张冲、孙连战3人所率之马家铺对战素阳第一部族精锐白鱼营。喊杀声一波未平，一波又起，双方只是在第一时间就陷入了缠斗。马家铺还是沿用3-3制战法，但明显马家铺对3-3制战术的理解和战场分割的势头，做的都要比铁灵堡、夏平村熟练得多。不少千夫长、万夫长都定睛观摩起了沈夜的战术，可看台上的马之辅剑子却没有什么兴趣。他放下茶盏，冲着柳木人话锋一转：“柳将军，我马某人若没记错，黑云旗可是专为克杀北莽骑兵所立，良好军饷、装备补给都是最高规格。但为什么黑云旗会输给胡服骑射的北风镇？这是下属将领练兵无方，还是柳将军中饱私囊啊？”此话一出，10几个千夫长纷纷扭头向马之辅投去了带有敌意的目光。可柳木人闻言却只是淡然一笑。马之辅有话直说：“柳将军是聪明人，如今素阳已孤立无援，危机四伏，军权长时间压在一个人的肩上，难免犯昏。这黑云旗输给了北风镇，就是最好的证明。”马之辅说着，小将见险路，不如柳将军将军权分我马某人一半。黑云旗输了，是我柳方治兵无方，与柳将军有什么关系？还不等柳木人回应，一旁的千夫长柳方却主动开口回怼道：“况且这只是半决赛，白鱼营乃我素阳精锐，是柳木人将军亲率之利器。等白鱼营进了决赛，北风镇未必能赢。”马之辅闻言白了柳方一眼，可下1秒，还不等柳方话音落地，沙场演武场上负责裁决胜负的小兵便突然举旗，扬声一喝：“第2场马家铺胜，请马家铺和北风镇进入指定位置做战斗准备。”第67章斩首行动，一击必杀。马之辅脸黑了，听着下面举旗小兵的喊声，整个看台上的所有将领都愣住。千夫长们不顾形象的四下跳舞，坐在主座的柳木人更是眉头一紧，眸中生出了几分错愕。刚出口以白鱼营为傲的千夫长柳方更是在一瞬间哑语，唯独身着紫袍的马之辅笑了：“柳方，你身为千夫长，根本就没有资格和我马某人直接对话，你这是以下犯上。若不是看你身兼数职，就算没有柳将军的授意，我也能办。况且你口中的王牌精锐白鱼营好像并没有多强。”柳方想开口反驳，但却不知从何言起。马之辅见柳方吃瘪，更是起身走到了看台旁，伸手指向沙场上刚刚获胜的马家铺小队，语气中略带轻佻道：“一群山野村夫都能把你口中的精锐王牌白鱼营打成筛子，真不知道你这厮在军饷上贪墨了多少。”柳方闻言怒上心头，但他并没有发怒，而是顺着马之辅手指的方向看了过去。此时马家铺的30人刚刚打完半决赛，尚未整顿队伍，再加上马家堡的30名精锐全都是实战兵种，不是个头，身材匀称的样子，所以居高临下去看，马家铺精锐给人的感觉就是高矮胖瘦全都有，个个黑头土脸的，完全不像是浴血奋战的将士，更像是一群从地里务农回来的农夫。仅从外形上来看，说马家铺精锐是山野村夫还真不为过。柳方一时无语，不知该出何言回应。还是柳木人大手一挥，拦过话茬：“马之辅放心，军饷所有名气账本可查，若有贪墨，我柳木人这个下将军做不到现在。况且这本就是边军大礼，归军武所管。”马之辅不请自来，是想为将士们添些彩头，还是想替你的那位北莽故人孤子将这作为夺魁奖励的恶居赤路要回去？马之辅可知战时如此行径与通敌无异。此话一出，马之辅那张芒果脸上的嚣张气焰瞬间打没了大半。他重新坐回，端起茶盏，淡笑道：“我堂堂之辅会通敌？柳将军又开玩笑，我马某人不过是早年间两家尚未开战之时出使过北莽，与当地的一些名门望族颇有交情而已。但现在两家已经开战，我马某人自然是以大局为重，怎么会为敌人向自家人伸手？”马之辅说着，笑容中闪过一丝奸诈。但话说回来，这恶居赤路乃是夺魁奖励，若北风镇赢下，我马某人借其抵日，不算通敌吧？看来马之辅很看好北风镇。柳木人轻语长吁，颇为打趣的说道。马之辅放下茶盏，气定神闲道：“北风镇毕竟是正规军，岂会输给一群山野村夫？”柳木人笑而不语，只是目光看向了沈夜。许多柳木人将军麾下的千夫长也都捏了一把汗，眼中满是期许的看向了沈夜，那眼神中的内容似是在祈祷，希望沈夜麾下的马家铺能创造奇迹，胜过北风镇。可彼时的沈夜见状，却只是一脸淡然的注视着赛场。下一秒，咚咚咚，决赛的战鼓声响起。胡服骑射的北风镇率先发难，他们凭借着全员骑兵的优势，直接以一字长蛇阵发起了冲锋，想一波冲散马家铺战阵的意图再明显不过。按理说，在应对敌骑冲锋之时，以部族为主、骑兵为辅的马家铺小队，最应该做出的反应是结成圆阵、盾阵，以此来减少冲锋的伤害。这种最基本的应对方式，哪怕是入伍3天的新兵蛋子都知道。可马家铺小队却并没这么做，他们仍旧是3人一组，站姿十分散乱。最令人不解的是，马家铺小队后方还有3个骑兵完全不参与战斗，连个弓弩都不配，只是骑马在后方游走，规避敌人进攻。马之辅常年驻扎边疆，虽为文官，但多少有些基本战术。在看到马家铺打出这样杂乱无章的操作之时， 马知府不屑地嗤笑了一声：“柳将军，这马家铺是谁带的？竟连最简单的盾阵都不会用，以部族散阵为主。”他是一个回合就会。话音未落，沙场上两军短兵相接，可出现的结果却出人意料。马家铺的散阵部族并没有在一瞬间被冲散，马家铺没有兵败如山，反而是北风镇这些胡服骑射的骑兵被分割成了一块一块的，与马家铺部族缠斗了起来。原本极富冲击力的骑兵阵容，却莫名其妙地陷入了阵地肉搏，完全丧失了主动权。北风镇负责指挥的百夫长多次下令回撤，但马家铺的三制就像是一个巨大的活体泥潭，刀盾手、长矛手配合的天衣无缝，几乎每一个回合都有数个北风镇骑兵被挑落马下。北风镇百夫长硬是喊到声音沙哑，才终于重新集结了10人的小队凿阵。北风镇百夫长的打法相当粗暴，还是利用机动性去凿阵去游走，一字长蛇阵再次排开。9名骑兵一字排开，主动向马家铺的三阵冲锋。而经过刚才的一番缠斗，马家铺已重新获得了人数优势，并在这一轮冲锋利用人数优势直接迎击了上去。但这一击，北风镇的骑兵略有再陷入缠斗。北风镇的骑兵开始利用机动性游走罔顾，骑射、弯刀这两样最让南前士卒恐惧的利器，再次展现出了压制力。见此一幕，马知府僵硬的嘴角再次上扬。可笑，这马家铺竟还敢用同样的战术来打，才刚打出优势，不过是运气而已，敌不可及，可没那么容易。柳木人闻言，有些担忧的看向沈烨，毕竟此刻的战场局势确实不利于马家铺。可沈烨见此，却仍旧是气定神闲，看着沈烨如此沉稳，柳木人皱起眉头。虽说面如平湖而胸有筋为止，可败场中。但马家铺大势已去，沈烨连一点反应都没有，未免也过于平静。可下一秒，沙场演武场上一道惊呼声响彻，所有人的目光都被瞬间吸引。马家铺那隐忍了一整场的3个骑兵，竟如脱缰野马一般，凭借高超的骑术绕过前线，直奔北风镇百夫长杀去。3人3枪，直接将北风镇百夫长挑落马下。擒贼擒王，寻龙无首，北风镇的手已被斩落，余下9人很快被围剿击败。仅是一个呼吸的功夫，战场局势瞬间完成反转。其速度之快，就连站在沙场中间负责判决的举旗骑兵都愣了一秒，才扬声喝道：“北风镇全员被歼，马家铺取胜。”第68章，一人驯服恶居赤鹿，全场看不到。获胜的喊声响彻沙场，北风镇胡服骑射的兵士全部被斩落马下，只有马家铺的那群山野村夫还站在演武场上。见此一幕，看台上下的所有将领全怔住了，百夫长69、60以及无数参赛兵士站在演武场外围，皆是满眼错愕。千夫长柳芳主动起身，眉头紧锁，看向演武场，一脸木然。马知府用力揉了揉眼睛，脸上写满了难以置信。柳木人见状，先是愣了一秒，但很快他便扭头看向了坐在一旁的沈烨。沈烨还是那副样子，一脸淡然，眸中写满了疼怒，似是对马家铺已不可及，完成斩首这件事胸有成竹一般。这怎么可能啊！马知府拾起茶盏，重重的摔在地上。一群山野村夫怎么可能打得过北风镇？柳将军，这马家铺兵士莫不是用邪法？马家铺如今归谁人管辖？柳木人看着马知府这副急得跳脚的样子，并未开口回应，只是大手一挥，指了指沈烨。如今马家铺归沈千夫长兼任。沈千夫长，沈烨。马知府顺着柳木人手指的方向看过去，虎躯一震。沈烨2字，这半月以来，马知府可听了太多次，侄子马乡绅经常提起此人。据说是个颇有能力的边军小卒，还是北疆最年轻的武长。没想到还不到1月时间，这个武长沈烨就一路飙升到了千夫长。只不过这沈烨虽有能耐，但却是柳木人的人，站错了队，能力再强，到头来也是一场空。宝马配英雄，我马某人在此恭喜沈千夫长了。马知府皮笑肉不笑，双手一拱，语气中尽是轻佻。他确实是为了恶居赤鹿。若北风镇的李成虎能成功夺回，这赤鹿也就到手了。但现在北风镇输了，马家铺赢了，这恶居赤鹿的归属权看似是要拱手让人，可实则不然。恶居赤鹿生性桀骜，力大无穷，非常人所能驯服。就凭沈烨这副小身板，大抵也驯服不了。届时他再以知府之名出手，砸重金将恶居赤鹿买下，想必沈烨是不会拒绝。而紧接着还不等沈烨开口回应，看台上的柳木人将军便也低眉劝道：“沈烨，这恶居赤鹿的名号你应该听说过，其生性桀骜，实难驯服。这几日为了控制这匹马，还伤了我不少兵士，所以这恶居虽然给你了，但能否驾驭人，还要看你自己的本事。标下明白。”沈烨缓缓起身，双手一举，眼中仍是那不如湖面般的平静。柳木人见状，也是立刻拍了拍手，沙场一侧的木质栅栏打开，10几个兵士率先走出，他们10几个人握着缰绳，个个额头青筋暴起，卯足了力气，不断向后拉。随着缰绳的推进，一阵如发动机般的轰鸣声瞬间响彻了整个沙场，所有兵士将领纷纷向那缰绳的另一端看去。下一秒，一个体型硕大、通体红棕的战马被缓缓拉出，这匹马要比寻常战马大了3圈不止，那4双马蹄就像是弓箭的柱子一样粗壮有力，通体暗红。这战马行过的每一步都在沙地上烙下了一张深深的马蹄印。沙场内外数百名将士见此，都不禁张大了嘴巴，3、5成群的热议了起来。这就是北莽恶居赤鹿，这还是马吗？太大了，这种体型的马都快比得上天竺的巨险。沈千夫长虽能力开弯弓51次，但若想驯服此等怪物，怕是还不够。听着众人的热议，柳木人又看向了沈烨，沈烨，此马生性顽劣，力大非凡，我派几名精锐与你协同驯服吧。不必了， 沈烨摆了摆手，语气平静，若连一头马都驯服不了，何以驯服北马？柳将军的好意我心领了，这恶居赤鹿，标价自己便能降服。说罢，还不等柳木人开口回应，沈烨便一跃而下，从看台跳到了沙场。他缓步向沙场中央的恶居赤鹿。恶居赤鹿在见到沈烨的一瞬间，竟直接做出了蓄力攻击的动作。10几个负责拉住赤鹿的小兵，即便已经咬紧了牙关，可还是被恶居赤鹿恐怖的力气向前拖行了好一段路。沈千夫长，切记一定要在马背上驯它，这怪物的力气太大。沈千夫长，这我怎么还有力气？速来上马！负责拉住赤鹿的10几个兵士也是纷纷向沈烨喊道。可沈烨闻言却再次摆了摆手，放开他，腾出地方，我自己来。什么？沈千夫长，这赤鹿可是能踩死人的。沈千夫长，此事不可玩笑，这恶居赤鹿绝非寻常啊！10几个兵士再次齐声喊道。可沈烨见状，却只是沉声一喝，放手。这一喊声如洪钟，响彻整个沙场。居赤鹿也像是受到了沈烨的召唤，竟抬起前蹄，长鸣一声，直接甩飞了身后的一众小兵，红着眼睛直奔沈烨冲了过去。一股猛烈的气浪更是瞬间炸开。这恶居赤鹿体型庞大，但冲刺起来却一点都不笨拙，反而灵动如脱兔，速度奇快，旁人甚至连残影都看不到。但这对感官超群的沈烨来说，却并不算什么。沈烨能清楚地捕捉到恶居赤鹿下脚的每一个位置。来，沈烨扎好马步，以不变应万变。恶居赤鹿冲上来的一瞬间，沈烨眼疾手快，直接抓住了缰绳。随后，沈烨便踏空一转，翻身上马。这动作行云流水，一气呵成，与那拉着恶居赤鹿10几个兵士的狼狈模样形成了鲜明的对比。这沈烨当真有些本事，着实不凡啊！这是近几日除了柳木人将军之外，唯一能尽得了赤鹿之身的人了。沈千夫长的行动虽轻快灵便，但赤鹿也不慢，况且这赤鹿的力气还是他的看家本领。沙场内外的兵士再次三五成群的热议起来。随着沈烨成功翻身上马，一半的人已经开始认为沈烨能成功驯服赤鹿，但另一半的人仍然认为沈烨无法成功。好，居赤鹿嘶吼一声，他用尽全力疯狂甩背上的沈烨，其速度之快，力量之大，更是直接在沙场中央形成了一个小型的龙卷风。沈烨即便是已经攥紧了缰绳，可在巨大的冲击力之下，却仍然险些被甩飞。众人见此，皆是屏气凝神，生怕沈烨被甩飞出去受伤。可下一秒，砰！一声巨响瞬间炸开。沈烨用浑身力量硬是在马背上横压住了恶居赤鹿，赤鹿疯狂的挣扎，4个如弓箭柱子一般的马蹄疯狂摆动，但无论赤鹿如何挣扎，那4个蹄子却仍旧死死的立在原地一动不动。沈烨的力气明显压过了赤鹿，看台上的众人见此皆是惊呼，不可思议，沈千夫长竟然有如此力气，太恐怖了！恶居赤鹿昨日可是派上了6个兵士啊，早知道沈千夫长有如此能耐，这恶居赤鹿还不如直接赠他。可马知府闻言却是冷冷的嘟囔了一句，急什么？只是在力气上胜过了赤鹿。赤鹿生性桀骜，能否成功驯服，还得看他沈烨的造化。此话一出，整个看台上瞬间鸦雀无声。但下一秒，又是一声长鸣，响彻了整个沙场。居赤鹿在和沈烨较量了几个回合之后，竟然一改暴躁的常态，主动跪了下来，还微微向沈烨的方向侧身，甚至还用马嘴叼起了缰绳往沈烨的怀里送。见此一幕，千夫长柳芳最为激动，扬声一喝，这恶居赤鹿是认沈烨为主了。第69章，马知府晚宴邀约，我不去能如何？话音刚落，沙场上沈烨便拿起了缰绳，一个翻身上马，直接骑着赤鹿行走了起来。赤鹿脚力不凡，每走一步都有一个蹄印冒在沙场。一开始，沈烨明显骑数不够，多少有些配不上赤鹿，但仅仅是溜了几圈下来，沈烨和赤鹿的配合度竟明显上升了一个档次。虽说还达不到人马合一的地步，但如今也足以算得上是大成了。见此一幕，演武场内外雷鸣般的掌声随之响起，看台上的将领，沙场外围的兵士，每个人都齐声呐喊，对沈烨此举由衷的赞叹。才，实在是才！想不到这恶居赤鹿竟真能被沈千夫长驯服，英雄出少年啊！沈千夫长习惯不久便取得如此成绩，后生可畏。若是被北莽万夫长孤朵看到了如此一幕，他会不会直接气死过去？孤朵看似身材雄伟，实际上是个小青年，若是看到别人骑了他的马，恐怕他还真会气死过去。听着众人的热议，沈烨并未在马背上过多停留，而是直接翻身下马，快步回到了看台。唐风，这是前世身为王牌特种兵学到的第一课，锋芒毕露的太早不是好事，常在关键的时候出鞘，才能对敌人一击毙命。好，沈烨，本将没看错。柳木人满意的轻捋长须，眼中尽是欣慰。旋即，他又将一个册子递给了沈烨，语气稍有异样。另外，刚才在你驯服赤鹿的这段时间，边军大比的军功排名已经算出来了，马家铺位列魁首。按照此次边军大比的奖励，准许马家铺3人不收粮税，一切所得作物可尽归自己所有。标价替马家铺百姓谢过了将军。沈烨伸手接过了那张册子，可却欲擒故纵似的欲言又止了起来。柳木人见状，也给了个台阶。说完，标下的意思是，如今马家铺、铁林堡、下坪村3座村铺皆在标下麾下，若此次边军大比获胜，只给马家铺免除粮税，一碗谁可断不平？沈烨铺垫到位，这才抬头说道：“可否将马家铺3年的粮税免收，改为3村铺各免收1年？”自然可以，沈千夫长如此爱民，这是好事。还不等柳木人开口回应，一旁的马知府便率先接过了话茬，一边拍打着沈烨的肩膀，一边沉声说道：“宿阳城内的粮草、粮税皆由我马某人统管。此事我既有将军印象，但沈千夫长，这3座村铺的粮税可略有不同。 若按照马家铺的粮税标准来均分，铁灵堡还是要额外交一些粮税的。沈夜不语，只是低头看向了柳木人。柳木人心领神会，无奈笑道：“无碍，这多出来的粮税，军中替你出了。”柳将军不是整日跟我服从吗？马知府嘴角一撇，有些阴阳怪气的说道：“怎么到了沈千夫长这里，柳将军的粮草就不短缺了？”马知府说笑了。柳木人被粮草威胁了半天，终于说出了一句硬气话：“铁灵堡补交的粮税不过几担，这点粮食怕是还不够鳄居赤鹿几日的吃食，本将自然出得起。多谢柳将军成全。”沈夜拎得清，知道该谢谁，点头冲着柳木人示意之后，便想转身离开，但柳木人却用眼神示意。沈夜心领神会，快步走到柳木人身旁：“柳将军还有事？”柳木人闻言点了点头。密探来报，北莽巫卜预言7日后初雪将至，届时北莽大军也将向宿阳城开拔。这一次，北莽会派出一个万夫长，携5000余众发起攻势，而且北莽巫卜也会破天荒的随军同来，少说有6000余众，6000余众，还有北莽巫卜随军。沈夜闻言，眼中不禁闪过了一丝惊愕。虽说过去的3年，北莽不止一次对宿阳城发起过进攻，但第一波来的攻城队人数一般都控制在2000左右，大多是以佯攻、掠夺周边村铺为主。可这一次来的敌众竟是平时的3倍有余，甚至还有北莽巫卜随军。仅从账面实力来看，这个分量完全就是冲着攻城来，是绝对的攻城先遣队啊！沈夜，你回去之后一定要快速构建防御工事。柳木人见沈夜愣住，却没住嘴，反而是继续补充道：“需要多少人手，尽管言语。我还是那句话，宿阳城北无论如何要守住3个时辰，只要这样，宿阳城才有足够的时间将护城河水放干，在城外形成一个天然的堤洼，这就是宿阳城最后的一道防线。而只要守住3个小时，你就可以带着你的兵从东门入城。本将保证宿阳城有你沈夜一席之地。柳将军，标下不在乎，于宿阳城内有无一席之地，标下只有一个问题。”沈夜回过神，轻声说道：“宿阳城北3村的百姓怎么办？一城百姓16万，3村百姓不过1000人。”柳木人没有正面回答，只是长叹一口气，拍了拍沈夜的肩膀。沈夜鼻子一酸，心领神会，但他的眼中却生出了一缕不甘。16万百姓的命是命，一个百姓的命也是命。若能打退北莽的第一波进攻，将北莽的势头拦截在宿阳城外，这3村百姓便能活。500打6000，若是火药不够，未尝不可一试。沈夜眸中金光闪烁，他刚要张嘴向柳木人要火药，可下一秒，马知府却一脸狡诈的凑了过来：“沈千夫长少年英雄，今日边军大比表现出色，马某人在府上被2州国酒，为沈千夫长祝贺一番。”沈千夫长可否赏脸？沈夜正式被打断，不爽的回了一句：“我不愿是嗟来之食，望马知府一。”沈夜说罢，又抬手找柳木人要火药，可马知府却抢先一步，大手按在了柳木人的肩膀。他用威胁的语气说道：“柳将军免除粮税一事，还有许多细节尚未敲定，马某人有心宴请，沈千夫长不给面子，柳将军不会也不给面子。”柳木人揉了揉眉心，长叹一口气：“沈夜，马知府有心宴请，敲定免粮税的细节，今晚就随本将去马府造访一番吧。对了。”马知府见柳木人开口帮腔，便小人得志的多说了一句：“沈千夫长记得骑上鳄居赤鹿，却提鳄居，马某人很感兴趣。”可沈夜闻言却只是冷哼一声：“马知府这是拿柳将军压我，但我若就是不去，马知府又能如何？”第70章，马家的靠山能通天，不过看门狗罢了。此话一出，整个看台瞬间鸦雀无声，其上将领纷纷转头看向沈夜，眸中尽是惊愕。宿阳城上下何人不知，何人不晓？宿阳城头顶有2片天，是绝对不能得罪的。一片是统武的柳木人将军，柳木人将军的威名是一刀硬杀出来的，权威自然无需质疑。而另一片便是同文的马知府，马知府可不是靠着走关系上位的半吊子，他精通西域8国语言，在出使别国、处理外交之事上有着得天独厚的天赋。此外，马家在京中尚有一位大人物为靠山，据说这位马家的大人物已经做到了2品大员，是南前朝堂的权臣之一，动一动手指也封弹劾的底子。像宿阳这种边陲小城就会被当场湮灭，就连柳木人将军对待马知府时的态度都是尽量避而不谈，井水不犯河水。而沈夜升任千夫长不到1夜，在宿阳城内连半个宅子都没，脚跟尚未站稳，他就敢当众和马知府对峙。在这群老油条看来，沈夜此举和找死无异。沈千夫长一直都这么有锋芒吗？马知府冷笑一声，眸中寒意尽显，他没有大发雷霆，但语气中的冰冷却寒人骨髓。此话一出，看台上所有千夫长、万夫长都扭过头，不再看沈夜，生怕他们的目光和正在气头上的马知府的目光连上。沈夜，马知府既然是真心邀请，你安有不去之道？柳木人主动伸手做起了和事佬。马知府，沈夜年轻气盛，空有力气，做人做事上尚且欠缺了些经验。晚宴我会带沈夜一同前去的。见柳木人开口，马知府也不再计较，故作轻松的摆了摆手。他想要的是用鳄居赤鹿换北莽万夫长孤董的人情债，与一个未来有可能成为北莽将军的人情债相比，沈夜当众挑衅带来的羞辱根本算不了什么。既然柳将军这么说了，我马某人也不便多疑。马知府嘴角一挑，旋即转身离开。抬轿的府兵连忙跑到看台旁，单膝跪地，枣红色的轿子也瞬间倾向一侧。可就在马知府即将上轿的一刻，他却突然转头看向沈夜，补充了一句：“沈千夫长参加晚宴之时，记得带上鳄居赤鹿。”说罢，还不等沈夜反应，枣红色的轿子便瞬间掉头，分列演武场大门2侧的府兵也快速聚拢成一列。马知府的队伍风风火火地离开了演武场。柳将军，沈夜满眼厌恶地看着马知府。他在宿阳城戍边2年多，有关马家的传闻多多少少也听过一些。 奸淫掳掠，杀人放火，无法无天。但现在的素阳城已经是一座孤城了，为什么还要忍让马知府这个披着官衣的无赖？可沈夜问话尚未说出口，柳木人将军便主动开口说道：“沈夜，马知府还不能得罪，现在还不是时候。他的罪行你知我知，但素阳城的百姓不知，他们不相信用嘴说的，只相信亲眼看到。如果马知府没有输在百姓眼前，口口相传之后，或许我们就成了罪人。”柳木人拍了拍沈夜的肩膀，又冲着身旁的亲兵示意，带着沈夜下去换了一身便装。演武场中央的小兵也是大手一挥，举起了手中令旗，扬声一喝，宣告了这场边军大比的结束。演武场4个大门打开，各村部的兵士陆陆续续的结队离开。不一会儿的功夫，夜幕微垂，月明星稀，沈夜、柳芳、柳木人3人也在几十个亲卫骑兵的护送下，来到了素阳城最为繁华的房市。房市旁便是素阳城最大的8进8出的大宅门马府。这大宅门怕是能够攻殿替补。沈夜骑着赤鹿一踩而过，看着马府的数米高的偏门，不免心生错愕。这算什么？你还没进马府，进了马府你才知道什么叫酒池肉林。千夫长柳芳冷哼了一声，似是对马知府十分不满。柳木人则是一言不发，只是默默捋了捋胡须。沈夜一会儿进了马府，闲话少说，所有的事都不要答应，看时机不对就给我使眼色，我自会给你台阶，让你脱身。多谢柳将军。说着，沈夜一行3人就来到了马府正门。马府的正门宽有5米，高有8米，是拱门形状。朱红的大门上镶着一圈金漆门钉。仅论豪华程度，这马府大门绝对甩素阳城城门一条街。门前8个装备精良的府兵正手持长矛，分列2侧。请柬，8个府兵将长矛放下，长矛两两相交，形成了一道天然屏障。柳芳从怀中掏出一张朱红印金的长条请柬，请柬上用小篆刻着沈夜3人的名字。进去吧。府兵点了点头，两侧长矛重新竖起。沈夜3人得以进入马府。刚一进入马府，沈夜就被眼前的景象震撼到。一般的府邸都有一个前院，一个后院，顺着前院向后眺望，不远处就是中堂。可进入马府，目光掠过此院，即便是感知力不足的沈夜，都没能一眼从竹林池塘的交错中看到中堂。大，太大了，傻了吧？不用下了，还有断路要赶。骑到中堂前，再将马放到马厩即可。柳芳仍旧是在用一种阴阳怪气的味道向沈夜讲解马府的规矩。沈夜这一路上则是目不暇接，水池中的银龙鱼剪成人形的迎客松。沈夜实在没想到，在南前边疆生产力如此低下的地方，会有这么奢华的景象。直至行到了马厩前，沈夜还在感叹，还是柳芳拍了拍沈夜的肩膀，示意他翻身下入堂坐席。沈夜这才回过神来，3步并作2步，跟在柳芳和柳木人的身后走进了马府晚宴的现场。一进马府的中堂，8大桌珍馐美味，上百号人围桌畅饮的一幕便映入眼帘。他们正在推杯换盏，觥筹交错，吵闹声覆盖了一切，压根就没有人注意到他们3人进来。沈夜见状，正想自己找位置坐下，可马知府却突然窜了出来。柳将军、沈千夫长，你们来了，快来入座。马知府自来熟的搂着柳木人和沈夜，但沈夜一眼都没看马知府，而是把所有的注意力都放在了马知府身边的2个人。那是2个道士打扮的中年男人，每人身后都背了一把桃木剑。这2个道士，一个高壮，一个瘦小，但眼中的杀气却是同等凛然。或许是他们也注意到了沈夜的目光，瘦小道士便略带几分不屑，主动开口说道：“你就是沈夜？马大人说你力能刚，还驯服了恶居赤鹿，小道还以为你会是个壮汉，没想到竟是这般模样。这位道长看上去不比我强壮多少，你有何高见？”沈夜没有回嘴，只是冷冷一笑的反问道：“高见谈不上，但不会比沈千夫长差到哪里去。”瘦小道士双手一拱，语气突然变得坚决：“小道乃北派云游方士吕三，生性好斗争勇，斗胆请沈千夫长赐教一番。败者削发3寸，悬于城门半月，供世人取笑。不知沈千夫长敢否？”沈夜闻言，只是不屑地拍了拍小道的肩膀：“当婊子还要立牌坊，不在山上修道，非要给权贵当狗。我沈夜乃是南前千夫长，你算什么东西？看门狗吧！你配与我沈夜过招吗？”第71章良居换恶居，你就这么想当北莽的舔狗？沈夜不可无礼，来者皆是马知府的座上宾。柳木人将军看着沈夜毫不留情的回头，先是嘴角一挑，心中暗爽，但下一秒他还是故作中立的开口劝了柳将军多虑了。马知府脸色略显难看，但还是强挤出一抹笑容。沈千夫长所言不错，军武中人确实不便与外人随意交手，但此处是马府，并非军务。沈千夫长做不出手，这马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡3村免能这里折的，我马某人怕是也不定在意呢。马知府一边说着，一边从袖口中掏出了一张折子，折子展开，上面竟是用小篆写成的免税字条，字迹已成，但大印人空，阴险。柳芳扭过头，暗戳戳的骂了一句。沈夜见状，则是立刻开口回应道：“既然马知府以此为要挟，我不得不从了。客随主便，想怎么比，马知府安排吧。”说着，马知府冲那个瘦小的道士使了个眼色。瘦小道士轻捋胡须，满眼自信道：“既然沈千夫长的力气超群，那就此一起。我在地上画定一个圈，沈千夫长与我以右脚脚心相对，双手相握，率先被甩出圈内的算书留在圈里的算赢。”没问题。沈夜点了点头，果断答应。瘦小道士吕三见状，也立刻转身向宴会中间走去。他从腰间朴素的布袋里掏出了一把金子，在地上圈了一个仅供2人站下的圆圈。见此一幕，马府内的宾客都3、5成群的瞬间围了上来。吕三道长又要开始比了吗？这次的对手是哪位大力士？今日真是彩极了，竟然还有吕三道长的表演能看。 快些快些，正好下酒。这些宾客自是对如此一幕习以为常，每个人的眼神中都充斥着一股极端的热情。沈千夫长，请吧。瘦小道士吕三率先迈步入内，冲着右侧留下的空地指了指。沈烨见状也丝毫没有迟疑，他同样迈步入圈，而后点了点头，来吧。说罢，瘦小道士吕三便和沈烨以右脚相对，双手相围。金粉圈外更是不知在何时多出了一张红布，红布中间有一道用铜钱摆成的分界线，左侧的银子对应下注的是瘦小道士吕三，右侧的银子对应下注的是沈烨。很快，站在外围的宾客便开始轻车熟路地掏出银子，往这红布上扔。左侧是堆积成山的银子，右侧则是星星落落的几个铜板。沈烨瞥了一眼，知道这是在，但他不明白这瘦瘦小小的道士吕三为何能博得如此之多的幸。可下一秒，还不等沈烨想清楚，嗡！一股寺内功一般暗劲瞬间从吕三的手掌中灌出，其力道之大，当场就将沈烨的上半个身子飞出了圈外，险些被直接淘汰。好在沈烨凭借超绝的腰腹力量，硬生生将自己的上半身重新搬回到圈内。踩！这小后生身板不大，没想到竟能扛得住吕三道长。我要加住这个后生！外围的宾客见此，喝彩声不断。呵！沈烨低吼一声，额头青筋暴起，想要用最大的力量，一口气直接将道士吕三推翻。沈烨如今的力量已经大成，相当于8、9个成年男人的总和。平日里就这一点，连铁牛都会被推倒在地，但吕三却纹丝不动，就像是一堵墙，倒是有些气力。再来，吕三再次发力，还是那股诡异的暗劲，四内力、四气功。沈烨说不上来那到底是什么，但总而言之，那与他学到和了解的武学体系截然不同。沈烨站桩不动，硬是凭借着肉身强度以及强大的力量，接住了道士吕三一波又一波的暗劲，直到1刻钟后，吕三和沈烨皆满头大汗，但却无一人出圈。马知府见此，则是主动横在了沈烨和吕三的中间，他举起手，高声一喝：“今日赌注不算，吕三道长和沈千夫长平手。”此话一出，吕三紧绷的身体瞬间松懈了下来，而沈烨同样长舒一口气，他们两个都已经没力气。才刚已经是强撑着，就比意志力，要是一直坚持下去，年轻力壮的沈烨肯定是更胜一筹。不过事到如今，只要免粮税的大印能盖上，沈烨也不死那么多了。沈千夫长，你是有真本事的，我马某人竟是条汉子。马知府说着，从腰间掏出了大印，直接打开折子，在上面盖下去，而后大手一挥，直接将折子丢给了沈烨。沈烨领到后，先是翻看确认了，而后便快速将折子收进了怀中。不必着急，没人和你抢，这3分的粮税对我马某人来说，不，对苏阳城来说，不过是9牛1毛上的毛尖尖。马知府主动伸手拍了拍沈烨的肩膀，但这钱对沈千夫长来说，则是杯水车薪了，减免了这些粮税，也是远水解不了近渴。马知府何意？沈烨目光一斜，马知府淡然一笑，自然是想帮沈千夫长。说罢，马知府拍了拍手，宾客自觉地让开路，8个府兵扛着4大箱银子，重重落在了沈烨的面前。沈千夫长，这是白银1万。马知府一边抿茶，一边指了指门外，外加我马厩里的300匹良驹，你随便挑多少都可以，只要你把恶驹赤路留下，白银、良驹都是你的。此话一出，满座宾客皆是一震，就连柳木人和柳芳都不禁皱起眉。马知府给出的交换筹码，救护实在太大了。1万两白银足以在京城买个7品官和一座4进4出的大宅子，拿了这笔钱，谁还会在边郡拼命？可沈烨见状，却只是冷笑一声：“马知府既然有300匹良驹，为何要让良驹田死于马厩之间？何不让这些良驹为边军所用，上战场杀敌报国？”马知府一时哑语，满座宾朋也都纷纷扭头避开了沈烨的视线。世路千金不换，沈烨扭头向外走去，还望马大人死了这条心吧，给北莽人做嫁衣的卖国贼，哪一个有好下场？马知府若不想留下千古骂名，就莫再纠缠。沈烨，马知府一把摔碎茶盏，指着沈烨的后脑木吼道：“你不过南前边军一小卒，竟敢3番5次的辱我马某人乃是朝廷命官，正6品，你一个连品阶都不入流的千夫长，根本没资格和我这么说话。今天你胆敢走出这个门，我马某人保证，下一次北莽大军来袭，你沈烨必死无疑。”第72章，抒情别出声，开气需要静养。听闻此言，马府宴会内的所有宾客全都收敛了笑容，屏住了呼吸。这是赤裸裸的威胁，但他们都很清楚，马知府在南前北疆足以称得上是言出法随，无论是在南前内部还是在北莽外部，马知府都有着相当不俗的资源。他想让沈烨死在北莽之手，绝对不只是一句玩笑。所有人的目光都放到了沈烨身上，他们都在等着沈烨的回应。可沈烨闻言却只是冷哼一声，旋即头也不回的离开了宴会中堂。马知府见此，气得咬紧了牙关，他恶狠狠地冲2侧府兵使了个眼神，甚至还做出了抹脖子的动作。老油条柳木人见此，则是连忙推了一把柳芳，故作生气的喊道：“柳芳，快去把沈烨追回来！谁给他的胆子，竟然敢冲撞马知府？速速押他来认罪！”是。柳芳和柳木人交换了一下眼神，瞬间心领神会的追了出来。马知府见此，纵然气得脖梗青筋隆起，但碍于柳木人将军的3分薄面，却也不好再发。已经有所动作的府兵更是纷纷收起了腰间利刃，向幕后退去了。这是缓兵之计。柳芳去追沈烨，只是为了给马知府一个台阶下。无论是柳木人还是马知府，都心知肚明，沈烨今晚不会回来，面子功夫做足，有时能化解许多箭在弦上不得不发的矛盾。 沈烨，你慢些走，累死我了。柳芳快步追上沈烨，气喘吁吁，年轻就是好，走这么快，连大气都不喘。柳千夫长，你若是来劝我的，还请回吧。劝什么劝？眼下若不是柳将军被撤职，马知府早死1万遍。柳芳一边说着，一边将一个小手指大小的竹笛塞进了沈烨手中。只要在宿阳城方圆30里内吹响这个竹笛，就能换来传信鸽，信鸽直接和将军府沟通。之后你有什么消息需求，直接给柳将军写信就是了。明白了，多谢柳千夫长。沈烨看着手中的竹笛，先是一愣，但很快沈烨便反应过来，这是柳木人将军给自己想的脱身之法，不然就以马知府那睚眦必报的脾气，说不定他今日要走出这个马府，还真要血流成河了。届时他沈烨即便不是恶人，也会冠以杀死知府凶手的名号，无知的百姓只会当他是罪人，朝堂只会当沈烨是叛贼，师出无名，最终落下的大抵就是这个结果。让我们先走。等等，沈烨叫住了要回去的柳芳，开口说道：“我直说吧，柳千夫长，我要。柳将军不是已经给你300斤了吗？还是我派人亲自押运的，没到吗？”柳芳闻言挠了挠头，略显不解。沈烨听罢，则是开口解释道：“那300斤到，但是接下来北莽骑兵要有近6000人大举进攻北线，这300斤火药不够用，要多少？”柳芳开口发问，沈烨伸出2根手指，斩钉截铁道：“2000斤火药，明日一早就必须送到马家铺。”2000斤！柳芳懵逼的看着沈烨，整个宿阳城的火药库存才5000斤。沈烨，你马家铺连一个像样的火器都没有，要这么多火药到底就甚？况且这些火药当真能防得住北莽骑兵的进攻？只要给我这2000斤火药，我能让这些北莽蛮子连宿阳城的城门都摸不到。沈烨点了点头，语气平淡，但内容却惊人不休。此事我要和柳将军商议之后才能给你拿。柳芳双眉一紧，开口回应道：“切莫心疼那些火药，宿阳城的火器有限，想打完这5000斤火药还远呢。若是这一次没能拦住北莽蛮子的进攻，这些火药可就尽归北莽所有。”沈烨拍了拍柳芳的肩膀，旋即便头也不回的骑上了赤鹿，而后奔袭出了马府。这一路上，沈烨是真的体会到了风驰电掣的感觉。居赤鹿日行千里，夜行800公里，消耗3矿草能耐，真不是盖的。但今天真正让沈烨记忆深刻的，却并非是这匹早就威名远扬的恶驹，而是那个瘦小道士吕三。吕三虽看上去飞瘦，可他的力量却完全不输给自己。吕三的力量并非是肌肉筋骨带来的外力，那是一种像气功一样的内力，浑厚磅礴，甚至给人一种能穿透肌肉、执夺性命的感觉。这还只是马知府手下的一个云游道士，听闻马府的奇人亦是不少。若人人皆如此，他沈烨的这身横练筋可就不顶用了。力量虽已大成，但还是不够经济，得将外力提升为内力，日后再打高端局时，方能有自保之力啊！沈烨心里暗戳戳的想着，眼神中明显生出了一抹热忱。他本以为自己的力量已经够用，但现在来看，这身横练的外力对付没有习过武的一般兵士够用，但真要对付一些练家子，着实失练。眼下提升力量最快的办法，就是接下来的几天每晚都照顾一番陈淑婷，如此累积下来，力量必有提升。虽说陈淑婷有胎气，许多姿势都摆不出，但轻微照顾是可以的，大不了找块木枕垫着。而且她也有一阵没和陈淑婷有过肌肤之亲了，那成熟的韵味是其他3女都不具备的独特气质，着实让人回味。想到这儿，沈烨加快了速度，不多时，一人一马消失在了夜府。马家铺沈家小院，沈烨勒马从赤鹿身上翻身下马，他本是想把赤鹿放到卫所，但时间太晚了，卫所马厩的战马都已休息，赤鹿生性骄纵，脾气大等，若是夜半惊了其他的战马，可就得不偿失了。嘎吱，沈烨推开门，月光不偏不倚的打在了石桌上。石桌前，陈淑婷、苏凤玲、秦金莲、林玉如4个女子正围坐在一起，喝着水做的白粥，吃着干煸的咸菜。看到沈烨突然回来，4个女子都不禁一愣。陈淑婷拿走一旁石凳上的菜来，冲着沈烨说道：“小烨，你怎么回来了？不是说去赴马师府的庆功宴吗？吃饱了吗？要不要再喝些白粥？”马知府不足与谋，什么庆功宴，不过是世家大族的酒池肉林。沈烨无奈的笑了，旋即坐在了陈淑婷身旁。他低头看向石桌上平瘠的2样咸菜和不浓稠的白粥，语气有些不满道：“我不在家，你们就是这个。夫君作战辛苦，粮食自然是要给夫君多吃。”苏凤玲嘟着嘴，眼神真诚的说道：“我们姐妹几个在家做的活少，不必吃那么多。”秦金莲同样点头附和，生怕沈烨担心。陈淑婷更是直接盛了一碗粥摆在了沈烨面前，小烨还是热乎的，趁热吃。陈淑婷有了胎气之后，整个人气色红润了许多，成熟女人的韵味在她身上一览无余。看着陈淑婷肉感十足的白皙小手，沈烨一把攥住了陈淑婷的手腕，而后腰马合一，当场来了个公主抱。小烨，你这是干什么？快把我放开！陈淑婷来回挣扎，脸色写满羞涩，可沈烨的2只大手就像铁钳一样。淑婷，我不想吃白粥，我想你。沈烨看着陈淑婷，深情的说了一句：“不仅小烨，我有了胎气，若有肌肤之亲，岂不危险？”陈淑婷轻咬嘴唇，羞愧的扭过头，不与沈烨对视。没事的，淑婷姐，你现在胎气已稳，有些肌肤之亲，反而对保胎气更好。秦金莲在一旁点了点头，出言安抚。沈烨闻言，更是直接抱起陈淑婷进了屋。可即便如此，陈淑婷也还在羞耻的挣扎。小烨，宋林他们还在外面呢，这么多人呢，再晚些行吗？沈烨用鼻尖抵住陈淑婷的丰唇，摇了摇头，怕被人听到的话，一会我帮你把嘴堵上就好。第73章，力量提升后天圆满。林玉如哭着求我治疗，本次照顾对象陈淑婷，魅力值91，好感度99。 配合度95，陈淑婷好感度升至满级，本次照顾成功，增加胎气存活率，力量获得超大幅度提升，力量大成，后天圆满。2个时辰后，月亮高悬于夜空，除了2只候鸟的长鸣，万籁俱寂。沈家小院主屋内，小叶，这个真的能吃吗？陈淑婷嘴角抬起，美眸微蹙，别说话，继续吃，这个对身体好。沈叶端着一碗夜末的粉碎的白粥，将米糊一勺一勺的喂给陈淑婷，白粥里面还捏了一小撮金盐。在这边疆乱世，金盐可是比黄金还贵。即便是沈叶，他们平时吃饭大多用的也都是微微发苦的粗盐，这金盐是沈叶升任伍长之时从卫所里来，一共半两，是保命的物资。可以了，小叶，我吃不下了，今晚太累了，我想先睡下。陈淑婷拍了拍沈叶的手，咽下最后一口米糊，便钻进了被窝，很快便沉沉的睡下。沈叶见状，也端走了米糊，但他并没有回到主屋休息，而是径直的走到了小院。呵，沈叶扎稳马步，猛地横冲一拳，旋风破空，苍劲有力。这后天圆满的力量是大成境的数倍。如果说大成的力量能和7、8个成年男子相比，那这后天圆满的力量就能和15、16个成年男子相比。沈叶兴奋至极，一方面是被陈淑婷的好感度升压，开启了胎气；另一方面是沈叶的力量第一次得到了超大幅度的提升，晋升到了后天圆满境。这种提升给沈叶的感觉，就好似吃了仙丹之后醍醐灌顶，浑身上下都充满了使不完的牛劲。而且沈叶隐约发觉，原先在他丹田之中杂乱无章的那些气，竟然有了一些凝聚成团的迹象，但不知这是真实发生，还只是错觉。今晚唯一让沈叶有些不悦，便是没尽兴。淑婷有胎气在身，即便是能配合，但时间上总归是有限的，精力还剩下许多，练剑吧。沈叶想着，目光放在了一旁的巨钳上，他又去小院门前把鳄居赤鹿牵了进来。如今有了得意战马，又得了力量的提升，不练一下柳家简谱的最后几招绝学，实在是浪费。小院不够大，所以得把赤鹿牵进来，然后去后院练习。沈叶放慢了脚步和动静，不想打扰到已经熟睡的吉米，悄咪咪的牵来了战马，来到了后院，便直接翻身上马，一手持巨锏，一手看简谱，直接借着月光操练了起来。按照简谱之上的记载，沈叶摆出了一个个只有在马上才能做出的动作。原本沈叶以为和鳄居赤鹿的磨合需要一定的时间，只有练出肌肉记忆，这简谱之上的绝招才能用得心应手。毕竟人马殊途，他沈叶看得懂简谱，但是赤鹿却看不懂。可让沈叶感到惊讶的是，这鳄居赤鹿在领悟力方面同样是天才。沈叶每做出一个动作，鳄居赤鹿便能靠猜测摆出相应的姿势。最关键的是，鳄居赤鹿完全凭借战争本能摆出的姿势，竟然和简谱之上所记载的绝招一模一样，几乎10之8九都是完美复刻下来的。操练了1个时辰，天开始蒙蒙亮了，但还是以夜色为主基调，只有天边泛起了一圈鱼肚白。居赤鹿丝毫没有疲惫，沈叶却有点倦了，毕竟多余的精力已经消耗殆尽。柳家简谱之中的绝招也领悟了4分之3，只剩下最后一招名为亢龙有虎的绝学，是一片空白的，没有任何图解，也没留下任何的文字，就只有一个招式的名称高高的挂在简谱最后一页。这亢龙有悔就不是一时半会能参悟透的。沈叶翻身下马，将赤鹿牵回小院门前，他自己也穿上了衣服，把巨锭归位。贪多嚼不烂这个道理，沈叶了。况且今日收获也够多了，只剩一个亢龙有悔的绝招尚未参悟，无伤大。沈叶处理完这一切，便准备遣岁2个时辰，而后好去带兵造火雷，修建防御工事，以抵御接下来要来的6000北马大军。可沈叶刚把马牵回去，行至柴房之时，便听到林玉如居住的柴房内传来了一阵阵莫名的呻吟。难道又被蛇咬了？沈叶听着这奇怪的呻吟，从纸窗探头看去，可映入眼帘的却是林玉如躺在草席上，用力揉搓着小腿。她轻咬下唇，强忍着不发出声音，但惹人遐想的轻盈却还是穿透了出来。沈叶定睛一看，林玉如白皙的小腿上赫然有一个乌青，再一回想，这小腿上的乌青正是他那天不小心绊倒林玉如时磕到的位置。沈叶眼中不禁掠过一丝自责，继续看去，却发现林玉如所按之穴位全都是错误。这样继续按下去，不仅不会痊愈，还会越来越差，甚至会让整条腿都疼痛来着。至此，秉承着一人做事一人当的原则，沈叶径直走进了柴房，还不等林玉如反应过来，沈叶那双如铁钳一般的大手便直接捏在了林玉如的小腿上，白皙的小腿一颤，林玉如想往后缩，但却分毫未必。紧接着，沈叶便直接大范围的用手掌疏通起了经脉。沈公子，别！林玉如嘴上抗拒，但身体却十分诚实，哪个舒服，哪个有用，身体是最清楚。他主动将小腿送进了沈叶的怀里，酸胀、酥麻、刺痛，18种感觉一齐迸发而出，从小腿蔓延到全身，如过电一般。忍着点疼，一会就好了，这是活血化瘀。沈叶并拢了中指和无名指，对准小腿上的穴位便开始揉了起来。前世是特种兵王的他，对外伤的治疗相当有心。像林玉如这种伤，上一世的沈叶不知道受了多少。熟练的手法，霸道的力，反而让林玉如的呼吸加剧了几分。这里最痛，受不了就叫出来。沈叶挪动手指来到了膝盖窝附近，这里的皮肉最嫩，按摩也最痛。林玉如眼眶含泪，点了点头。可下一秒，当沈叶有力的手指按下，林玉如却如失去了所有意识，情不自禁的长吟了一声。她白皙的小腿更似激活了动物本能，直接勾住了沈叶的腰窝。沈叶见此，连忙停手，要停一下吗？林玉如闻言，却有些羞涩的摇了摇头，别停，继续吧。林玉如好感值加1，第74章，刚要干柴烈火，女杀手来索命了。 好感度+1。沈夜手上的动作未停，但速度明显慢了下来。才刚那一套按摩走穴的手法带来的痛感和轻微骨折没什么区别。这种级别的痛，即便是一个成年壮汉都会叫出声来。可林玉如这娇滴滴如水一般的身子，受非但没有痛苦叫喊，反而美眸中生出了一丝微弱的享受，甚至连好感度都提升了一点。这林玉如就是走爱美，再一再二不再三。先前沈夜替林玉如吸蛇毒，又不小心弄伤林玉如，都获得了好感度提升。当时沈夜还以为是意外，毕竟其他3女提升好感度的方法，要么是照顾的舒服，要么就是所作之符合他们的心。唯独不曾有过肌肤之亲的林玉如，每一次提升好感度都是伴随着疼痛。纯纯的受虐体质啊！怎么慢下来了？沈公子能再快些吗？林玉如轻咬嘴唇，美眸含春。她感受到了沈夜手法的变化，羞涩的说道：“按摩讲究的是九浅一深，现在要疏通外皮经脉，自然要浅些。”沈夜喉咙一滚，连忙开口回应。可下1秒，还不等沈夜回过神，林玉如便再次用白皙软滑的小腿勾了勾沈夜的腰窝，像极了一个渴望得到满足的动物。沈夜见此，心中邪火在被勾起。他刻意加大了一些力道，同时加快了速度，粗壮手指在白皙的小腿上每揉摸一把，便会留下一道深红的指印。沈公子。随着沈夜不断按揉林玉如小腿上的穴脉，疼痛的感觉随之遍布林玉如全身。她像一只白天高冷、夜晚欲求不满的小猫一般，完全出自本能的轻微扭动小腿。而林玉如没意识到，她每向下挪动一分，便距沈夜滚烫的身体更近一些，直到因受伤而冰冷的白皙小腿触碰到了沈夜那滚烫的身躯，林玉如才像受惊的金丝雀，下意识的抽腿收回。只不过，那出于生理本能的颤抖，根本无法与沈夜铁钳一般的双手比拟。而此刻，林玉如的大腿都已经碰到了眼前，这个姿势穴位都是不通的，完全没办法继续按摩疏通。见此，沈夜也缓缓停下了手中的动作，林玉如也稍稍回过神，冰凉的大腿主动从沈夜滚烫的背挪开，语气满是羞涩道：“沈公子，我们是不是离得太近了？这样还能按吗？”咕咚，沈夜吞咽了一下口水，眼中金光四射。林玉如的皮肤实在是太细，和另外3女相比，真的是如仙子。当那清冷的白皮不断与就自己产生接触之时，沈夜心中的火焰就已彻底燃起。尤其是才刚翠绿色长卷突然展开，似是有意提醒一番。林玉如魅力值98点的魅力值，差2点就满了。这个魅力值足以称得上是倾国倾城了。最关键的是，沈夜的心里产生了好奇，他想知道照顾林玉如之后会得到哪种属性的提升，是面板之上还是面板之外。林玉如，你当年为什么要上门退婚？沈夜话锋一转，目光炽热地看向了林玉如。林玉如闻言一怔，但很快她的嘴角就挑起了一抹释然的弧度。时至今日，沈公子还没想清楚吗？沈夜摇了摇头，林玉如眼中闪过一丝失落，但还是闭上了眼睛，似是用行动告诉沈夜可以开始了。沈夜脑子正热，想不了那么多，铁钳一般的大手一边一个直接锁住了林玉如的手腕，呼吸的热浪打在林玉如似天鹅般的脖颈上。林玉如眉眼间写满了紧张，嘴里还在小声呢喃着不要，但手腕被扼着的酸痛却再次激发了林玉如的本能。她身体极度诚实的不断挪动，双臂更是若隐若现的要搂住沈玉。可就在2人即将肌肤相接的一瞬间，咔嚓一声砖瓦断裂的微弱响声瞬间传入沈夜耳畔。感官极强的沈夜骨躯一震，他抬头看向柴房的棚顶，没有任何意义。但沈夜缓缓闭眼，除了林玉如紧张的呼吸声之外，在棚顶上竟还有一道微弱的呼吸，而且或许是最近几场战役积累的第6感，沈夜还明显感觉到了一股杀意。一会，你无论听到什么看到什么都不要出来。沈夜强压心中邪火，松开了林玉如的手腕，眼神坚定的盯住。林玉如有些不明所以，但她愿意相信沈夜，便同样坚决的紧了紧头。旋即，沈夜便一个箭步冲出了柴房，离开柴房之时还不忘回首关门。沈夜走出柴房后，便故作轻松的缓步慢行。下一秒，那位于房顶的呼吸声再次响起，不是1道，是2道，一道在柴房上，一道在主屋上。柴房离得近，先办了这个。沈夜猛地睁开眼，缓步走到石桌旁，抄起桌上的茶盏，猛地向后一甩。嗖！茶盏如炮弹一般裹着劲风冲出，茶盏掠过柴房房顶，爆裂的破空声瞬间炸响。啊！一道痛苦的女声传出，沈夜愣了1秒，旋即抛弃手边巨戟，踩着石桌凌空而起，直接飞身踏在了不高的柴房顶上。低眉一看，一个梳着短发的素衣女孩正痛苦的捂着肩膀，白嫩的香肩上2行鲜血流淌出，茶盏碎裂的瓷片洒满了房顶。这女孩看上去不过18、19岁，稚气未褪，但沈夜两世从军，深知不能被敌人的外表迷惑。沈夜甩出巨锏，直抵那短发女孩的下颚，语气冰冷道：“谁派你们来的？”那短发女孩不说，但手上动作极快，她掏出了一瓶鹤子，抬手就要往嘴里灌。沈夜眼疾手快，一把将小四瓶击碎，能在被俘的这么短时间内就做出服毒自杀的。沈夜已经断定这2人是经过专业训练的杀手无疑。旋即，沈夜转头看向主屋顶，本想再次出手将这2人一网打尽，可这一看却是空无一物。好了，沈夜冷哼一声，杀手很少成群结队的出现，这2个杀手能结伴而来，足以说明他们之间的关系不一般，要么是情侣，要么是姐妹，所以只需以这个短发女孩为质，就竟能逼另一个杀手现身。沈夜想着，大手一伸，捏着这短发女孩的脖子就将她提了起来，而肌肤相接的一瞬间，沈夜便感受到了一股熟悉的炽热， 透过那年轻的皮肤直抵主心，这股炽热与道士女三的魅力如出一敌，都是由那儿外发散出来的。但沈夜来不及多想，他一把将这短发女孩揽入怀中，不顾她肩膀上的伤势，故作贪婪地吮吸着那青春锁骨上的滚烫。短发女孩满眼嫌弃，想用力推开沈夜，却完全使不上。沈夜贴在短发女孩耳旁，热气翻涌，另一个在哪？短发女孩美眸噙泪，扭头一喝，不知道，就我一个。沈夜见此不再多费口舌，而是缓缓转头，抬高了8个声调：我沈夜乃素阳城千夫长，你若再不现身，我就把这女孩拉到素阳城，充当军妓，供万人取乐，让她生不如死。第75章冰火两重天的双生杀手，你这姿势和意味，不过看你稍有几分姿色，倒是可以让我手下的兄弟们先轮番享用你。沈夜见周围依旧寂静无声，便加码威胁：杀了我吧！短发女孩噙着泪，带着几分哭腔：杀了你岂不是太便宜了？沈夜冷哼一声，保险起见，他怀抱女孩的手勒紧了紧，但随着二人之间肌肤贴合在一起，短发女杀手脸色倏地一红，她似是感受到了什么意，连连扭头向身后侧头看去。而沈夜见此，也回过神，略显尴尬的一笑。才刚在林玉如那没消的火还在燃烧，毕竟现在的耐力已达大成，没有半个时辰很难完全平静，但这样也好，反倒能有震慑的效果。你叫什么名字？沈夜故意又勒紧了紧，短发女杀手预备一颤，小脸潮红道：白羊，谁派你们来的？另一个杀手是谁？除了名字之外，一连几个问题，短发女杀手白羊都默不作声。沈夜耐心耗尽，大手一挥，直接掐住了白羊的裙摆，他手背上的青筋隆起，五指猛地向下一拽，裙摆连带着上衣同时一紧，强大的拉力更是让白羊的香肩直接从领口蹦出，不可名状的一抹圣光也在领口忽隐忽现。沈夜见此，立刻假模假式的贴了上去。他本来只是想借各位做个样子，倒不是出于道德不愿意碰女人，只是怕这女杀手身上有毒，害了自己。可白羊身上太滑了，沈夜鼻尖一蹭，直接有了肌肤之亲，滚烫的魅力再一次满出。沈夜贴着皮肤，仔细感受着经脉中的气息游走，渐渐入神。别！白羊娇羞的长吟一声，那是出于女孩最本能的羞耻。她眼眶噙泪，耳根瞬间红得滚烫。这一刻，她只想从沈夜这个陌生男人怀里逃走。她已然忘却了自己杀手的身份，只希望不被沈夜染指。够了！就在沈夜想继续向下游走探寻之时，一道高冷且气愤的喊声瞬间传入耳畔。还不等沈夜反应过来，只觉得一阵清风拂过，再一抬头，一个与这短发女孩长相极为相似，但面容却更高冷成熟的马尾女孩赫然出现在了眼前。双胞胎？沈夜不紧不慢地抬头发问。素长发女孩没有回答，只是冷着脸举起长剑，剑刃距离沈夜的眼睛只有3寸。把她放了，我来给你当真。长发女孩语气平静，不只是长相高冷，行事同样是异常冷静。你觉得你配合我谈条件吗？沈夜掐着白羊的手微微发力，手背上的青筋隆起，白羊喘不过气，小脸越憋越红。你到底想要什么？把他放了，我们走就是了。长发女孩柳眉紧蹙，眼中满是心疼。走，我沈夜的家事你们想来就来，想走就走吧。沈夜冷哼一声，以白羊为质，面色平淡的问道：是谁派你来？长发女孩扭头为难，不说。沈夜推波助澜，狠狠掐了一把白羊，白羊连连咳嗽，表情痛苦。马相生。长发女孩无奈的长叹一口气，马相生是马知府吧？这叔侄俩脚前脚后和自己结了俩，现在马府的人估计比北莽蛮子还恨自己，派杀手突然灭口，倒也合乎情理。不过大局当前，应当以国仇为主，暂放私仇。可这马知府叔侄俩竟如此混混，连孰轻孰重都分不清了，不出马价，素阳难保。马相生花了多少银子？沈夜回过神，继续开口问道。白银5000，但帮派要抽走一半。长发女孩继续开口回应，但脸上的为难之色明显加重了几分。帮派？沈夜脱口反问。残月杀手行。长发女孩继续补充道。沈夜闻言，眼神明显一愣，嘴角掠过一抹不可思议的笑容。残月可是北疆第1大杀手组织，纪律严明，等级森严，暗杀成功率有90%之高，上到边关将军，下到黎民百姓，只要赏银到位，皆可杀。唯一的弊端就是收费太贵，据坊间传闻，杀一个百夫长所要付出的赏银就要1000两白银起过。马家叔侄为了弄死自己，还真是不惜下血本啊！沈夜无奈的摇了摇头，脑海里竟然浮现出了马相生在出现之时那吝啬难舍的铁公鸡母。最后一个问题，如果我杀了你们，还会有新的杀手吗？沈夜突然话锋一转，眼神中凝聚出一丝寒光。会。长发女孩点了点头。如果15日之内残月接头人没有等到我们，就会判定任务失败。残月为了口碑，会自掏腰包付装备什么的，派更高级别的杀手来取你项上人头。那我若放了你们呢？沈夜微微松手，语气也缓和了几分。可长发女孩闻言却仍是冰冷说道：一样，放了我们也会被判定任务失败，后面还是一样的流程。而且你若放了我们，我们还要被强制扣除2000两白银的月历。此话一出，沈夜眼中冒出一道金光，他一把松开了身体滚烫的白羊，若有所思地看向了长发女孩。你叫什么名字？白宁。长发女孩仍旧是板着脸，但就在沈夜拎着巨戟逐步向白羊逼近之时，白宁却突然横在了沈夜身前，眼神坚定地说道：我来，放了我妹妹。姐白羊气势横流，转头看向沈夜，让我劫走，我去当军妓，我保证半个月内不会有人再来杀你。停！沈夜摆了摆手，我不想看姐妹情深的戏，谈一桩生意如何？你说。长发白宁和短发白羊异口同声地说道。 对你们而言，现在唯一的结局就是生死欲语，名字一分没有，小命也会丢掉。就算能活着回去，也大只是人财两空。韩月对待任务失败杀手的酷刑，你们比我清，但对我来说，无论是哪种结局，都无非是15日之后要再应付一批新的杀手。沈夜拄着巨剑继续说道，但现在我给你们一个选择，既能活命还能赚钱，如何？好啊，化干戈为玉帛。白羊兴冲冲地说道。白宁却一把拦住，在外善接私活，若被组织知道了，可是会被追杀的。破组织早就不想待了，任务情报不等，扣钱还多。白羊嘟囔道，明明说好的蛮力天夫长，但却是个懂内力的练家子，这不是第一次，脑袋别在裤腰上的日子我过够了。咱们团的钱也不少了，大不了精分稀少。白宁愣了几秒，若有所思地看向沈夜，你说吧，想要什么？沈夜伸出2根手指，2000两白银，15日之后杀掉马相生，你们何去何从？我沈夜不问。杀雇主。白宁和白羊相视一眼，但片刻后，二人还是坚定地点了点头。接了，但我们住哪里？白宁眼神冰冷地看向沈夜，就住这，一会儿我把柴房腾出来，1日3餐我管。沈夜指了指脚下的柴房，白宁和白羊又交换了一次眼神，点了点头。沈夜见此也长舒一口气，以为这次的刺杀就圆满结束。可下一秒，白宁和白羊各是在争执什么，紧接着白宁就扎紧了马尾，主动走到沈夜面前，单膝下跪，眼神直勾勾地盯着沈夜腹部。旋即，白宁毫无征兆地用那双白皙到清新明显、温度极致冰冷的玉手去拽沈夜的裤腰带，凉意上头让沈夜一激灵，他后退了2步，看着已经微微张紧的白宁，一脸狐疑地问道：“你要干什么？你这个姿势是什么意思？”第76章收服白家姐妹，秦金莲又来求香火了。我知道规矩，不能白撞。白宁说着，拖动膝盖，仍旧张着嘴，眼神直勾勾地盯着沈夜的裤腰带。我妹妹是干净身子，以后还能嫁人，这个房钱我一个人来出就行。沈大人不必客气，我什么都可以。打住！沈夜抬手横在白宁面前，我有4房娇妻，不缺你们2个。那沈大人不要房钱吗？白宁缓缓站起身，一头雾水地看向沈夜，那美眸中的冰冷和不解溢于言表，仿佛奇怪的人不是主动贡献的白宁，而是不要房钱的沈夜一般。7日后，北莽蛮子或会大军压境，你们替我多暗杀几个北莽百夫长，就算补房钱了。沈夜随口一说，旋即跳下屋子。白宁和白羊相视一眼，虽心生不解，但还是跟着沈夜一跃而下。剑刚一落地，沈夜便伸出手，目光紧锁白宁和白羊手中的长剑。只见与我姐妹2人如手足相伴，有劳沈大人保管。白宁和白羊把手中利剑给出，2人随即看了一眼柴房，柴房是木架干草简易搭成，屋顶上的青瓦碎了大半，唯一一扇纸窗也已破洞不堪，可他们的眼中没有丝毫嫌弃。白宁牵着白羊的手就大步往移，毕竟从小就被当杀手培养，吃苦与忍耐是必修课。他们睡过猪圈，睡过泥地，再脏再差的地方他们都睡。如今头顶能有3寸瓦片，等一等。沈夜见此，却突然摆了摆手，叫住了2人。还有什么事？沈大人。性格更为沉稳的白宁转头发问，房钱可以不要，但饭钱得给我。沈夜伸出手搓了搓3根手指，白宁走上前，从怀中掏出了一枚沉甸甸的银子，100两，我们身上只有这么多了，100两倒是寒酸了些，确定没有余钱了？沈夜眼珠一转，开口发问道。白宁摇了摇头，算了，就这样吧。沈夜说着，将银锭揣入怀中，又先一步进入柴房，把小腿受伤不便行走的林玉茹从柴房抱到了偏房，这才让白宁和白羊姐妹俩住进去。再怎么说，白宁和白羊还是杀手，不能让林玉茹和他们住在一起，风险太高。况且，虽说生意谈成了，眼下的刺杀危机解除了，但防人之心不可无啊。收利剑要饭钱，就是为了杜绝白羊和白宁与外界联系。最关键的是，这对姐妹花杀手的底色是唯利是图，想要金盆洗手。而这才是沈夜觉得可以加以利用的最重要的一步。先观察几天，若白宁白羊这姐妹俩敢有任何风吹草动，就直接杀了。很快安抚好林玉茹之后，沈夜又来到了小院，他驻足远望，带有几分观察之意。彼时的白宁白羊已经挤进了柴房，2女正拼凑草垛，配合默契的用稻草搭床，从杀手到俘虏，再到借助于此，身份转换迅速，但2女却没有丝毫不适。沈夜见此，这才转身向后，重新走进了偏屋。天刚蒙蒙亮，苏凤鸣还在呼呼大睡，秦金莲却是吵醒了，她迷迷糊糊的从炕上爬起，金丝红底的肚兜遮不住那丰柔的身姿，被折腾一早上还无处泄火的沈夜见更是下意识的吞咽了口水。林姑娘怎么受伤了？或是出于医师的本能？秦金莲第一眼就看到了林玉茹小腿上的乌青，她转身就从火炕上的枣木衣柜里拿出了纱布、草药、小木锤，像个细心的大姐姐一样，替林玉茹一边按摩一边上起了药。伤得不轻，但好在林姑娘自己处理的及时，把自己小腿上的穴位疏通开了。这草药能止疼，3天内就能活血化瘀，乌青自然会消失。秦金莲一边说着，一边替林玉茹的小腿缠上绷带。而被包扎好伤势的林玉茹脸上却没有任何笑容，反而是略带幽怨，好似失去了一个取乐的法宝。但出于大家闺秀的教养，林玉茹就只能无奈的低头呢喃道：“多谢。”明眼人都看得出来，林玉茹周身的气压极低。沈夜也心知肚明，就以林玉茹现在的心情，好感想继续干柴烈火是不可能的，充其量能搞个霸王硬上弓，但霸王硬上弓这种事，沈夜并不喜欢。正愁着满腹邪火无处宣泄之时，秦金莲却一反常态的从火炕上爬起。夫君，我有事和你说。秦金莲缓步走上前，风情万种的脸上满是美色。沈夜还没反应过来，秦金莲便一把挽住了沈夜的手臂，她身上温润的药香淡淡荡开。沈夜不知不觉的就被秦金莲拉到了主屋门前。 怎么？沈夜开口发问。夫君，我快来红了，若是来红，现在怀不上。秦金莲欲言又止，脸色微红的低下了头，忽然噙着泪说道：夫君，我不想当军妓，若是怀不上，金莲宁死。夫君不必怜香惜玉，金莲想留在夫君身边，哪怕只是做个小的。今天练兵之前还有时间，去偏屋还是？沈夜没有任何理由拒绝，而是环顾四周，主动找起了战场。柴房有白杨、白银两姐妹，不方便；偏屋内的林玉如又醒着，也不方便。貌似就只有主屋方便。但陈淑婷还在主屋睡觉，在陈淑婷身旁照顾秦金莲，总有一种偷偷摸摸的感觉啊。去主屋吧，夫君，动静小一点，不会吵起淑婷姐休息。秦金莲也不管沈夜是否同意，挽着沈夜的胳膊就坐在了主屋的土炕炕梢。土炕不算大，只能容纳4、5个成年人竖躺着。陈淑婷睡在炕头，丰腴的嘴唇随呼吸微微开合。而炕梢上，秦金莲已经乖乖的躺下。她长了一张风流的脸，可行事交谈却仍旧羞涩的要命。这种外热内羞的反差，俨然成了照顾秦金莲时的底色。即便这已经不是沈夜第一次照顾她了，但沈夜每次看到秦金莲那张风流的脸上生出娇羞的欲拒反应，心里都忍不住迸发出燥热。更何况今天沈夜在陈淑婷那没尽兴，在林玉如那里刚要进行却被打断，在和年轻貌美的白家姐妹有了几次肌肤之接，现在沈夜心里的火足以点燃一整座山。本次照顾对象秦金莲，魅力值95，好感度85，配合度93，照顾成功，本次获得小服务性提升。夫君，动静小点，淑婷姐好像要醒了。第77章，陈淑婷一直没睡，白羊你也太沉了吧。1个时辰后，鸡鸣升起，旭日从地平线东升。秦金莲满头大汗，连连用玉手揉搓自己的小臂，她的指尖精准刺激到了每一个经络，按摩的过程看着让人舒心，可秦金莲的脸上却写满了厌恶，完全没有半点享受的意思。他只是想尽可能增加延续香火待遇。沈夜见此，只是长叹一口气，觉得心酸。好感度没有达到90以上，无法触发延续香火的宝准，这一次基本上白扯了。但很快，这一抹心酸便转化成了对马知府、叔侄二人。若不是马知府、叔侄二人心胸狭窄，处处针对自己还有已故的情妇，秦金莲也不至于如此。有柳木人的庇护，她完全可以活得自在。可现在，堂堂的将门虎女，竟然为了延续香火做到如此地步。陈淑婷在睡梦中吧唧嘴，发出一声凝固的轻吟。衣冠不整的秦金莲闻言，娇躯一颤，她连忙停下了在火炕上按摩穴位的动作，而后强撑着身子，扶着墙就向屋外走去。沈夜见此，一脸不解道：金莲，你干什么去？淑婷姐快醒了，我怕叫。秦金莲低着头，风流的脸上再次挂上了一抹反差的羞涩，但她往出走的时候慢吞吞的，给人一种站都站不稳的感觉。沈夜见此，也不再出言相劝，秦金莲的心情他能理解。虽说陈淑婷、秦金莲都是自己的女人，他们平日里相处的也不错，但若让他们彼此以最真实的一面相处，他们之间还是会浑身不自在。上一次与苏凤玲和陈淑婷共舞之时，沈夜便发现了这一点。看着秦金莲的背影逐渐走出土屋，沈夜满意的伸了伸懒腰，这是他在力量达到后天圆满之后的第一回。霸道的力量伴随气浪翻涌，有好几次沈夜自己都控制不住力道，秦金莲更是险些哭出来。但有了一次照顾经验之后，沈夜对力道的控制明显成熟了许多，尤其是周身的经脉也都生出了一股通透之感。金莲回去了吗？就在沈夜感受着身体变化之时，睡在炕头的陈淑婷却突然含着笑向沈夜问道，她的眼神中没有睡意，只有一抹淡淡的触动，但更多的还是欣慰的冷笑。很显然，陈淑婷早就醒了，而且极有可能见证了全程。淑婷，你什么时候醒的？沈夜莲也是倏地一魂，有些紧张的挠了挠头。虽说陈淑婷已是自己的女人了，但每次照顾完其他女子之后，沈夜的心里就会莫名生出一股愧疚。这次也是一样，大概是你去喝水的时候醒的。陈淑婷轻咬嘴唇，眼中明显有几分挑逗的意味。骗人！你若不是早就醒了，怎么知道我何时喝水？沈夜嘴里嘟囔着，脸上尴尬之意明显。在陈淑婷的身边照顾别人，还被全程见证，多少有点难为情。好了，逗你的，我刚醒小坏。陈淑婷见沈夜不好意思，便主动接过话茬说道：小叶，你这夜没睡吧？我去熬粥喝，你休息一会出来吃饭。陈淑婷摸了摸沈夜的头，那股熟悉的温存感再次浮现，可沈夜却并未沉沦，而是从怀中掏出了那100两银币，直接塞进了陈淑婷的手中。干什么，小叶？家里还有银子用？陈淑婷把玩着这100两的大银币，但却笑着把银子推回，而沈夜则是将这1枚100两银子的来龙去脉尽数告诉给了陈淑婷。这么说，那2个姑娘现在就在柴房。陈淑婷眼神向外跑去，沈夜点了点头。但一会我去练兵，要带走一个。说到底，他们毕竟是杀手，我手中必须有1人为之，才会杜绝另一个乱来的可能。陈淑婷心领神会的点了点头。虽说女人同情女，她对那对双胞胎杀手多少有些怜悯之情，但陈淑婷拎得清，这个家的主心骨是沈夜，一个20出头就当上了千夫长的男人，无论是身体还是智慧，都不是她一个家庭主妇所能比拟。她没有理由不听沈夜的，况且沈夜本身就是在为了自己的安全考虑，她为什么要又当又立的呢？那从今天开始，我就多做2份饭。陈淑婷欣慰的笑了笑，转身离开。而沈夜见状，也没有片刻停留。7日之后，初雪将至，北莽的6000大军也会纷至沓来，修筑防御工事刻不容缓。 这7天内，即便是每天从鸡鸣时分开始布阵，也得到第6天晚上才能将防御工事全部构建完成。宿阳城北3村全部的可战之兵不过400出头，近乎15倍的兵力差距，无论是伏击还是突袭，在这巨大的人数面前都如杯水车薪一般。想要拦住北莽大军，唯一的办法就是构筑完整的防御工事，靠天雷地火阵炸翻北莽大军。白羊，随我走吧。沈夜来到柴房前，拎起白羊和白宁的2米线，冲屋内大喊了一声：“去哪儿？”白宁和白羊几乎是异口同声的问道：“会所去构建防御工事，想让你这个专业的杀手提点意见。”沈夜没有直白的说出是想让白羊当质子，而是用了一种更委婉的说辞：“好啊，我去。”白羊热情奔放，没什么心思，一听到自己能派上用场，屁颠的就跑到了沈夜身旁。姐姐白宁则是冷静的看向沈夜，语气平静道：“沈大人放心，我不会乱来的。”白羊闻言有些不明所以，但沈夜却欣然的点了点头。紧接着，沈夜便带白羊骑上了赤鹿，直奔马家铺卫所而去。白羊坐在马背上，双手搂着沈夜强壮的腰窝，他看向沈夜，眼中不禁生出了一抹佩服。沈大人，这战马是赤鹿，这可是北莽万夫长孤朵的恶驹，前些日子就听闻这赤鹿不见了，想不到竟是被沈大人驯服了。驯服一匹恶驹不值一提，驯服整个北莽才是大事。沈夜说着，猛地勒住了缰绳，一个帅气的翻身下马，稳稳落地。他甚至还伸出手作为军器，想拉白羊下马，但白羊上马容易下马，他身高不过1米6出头，小短腿能上，不敢下。快接，别怕，直接接。沈夜张开怀抱，做好了接他的准备。白羊愣了1秒，离地高度太高，他只得闭上眼睛，纵身一跃，扑通！沈夜双臂一颤，似水般的触感瞬间袭来。白羊，你怎么这么沉啊？第78章，进攻是最好的防守。3村煤炭告急。白羊感受着沈夜那粗壮的臂膀，一时有些流连忘返。不知为何，他喜欢强壮的男人，尤其是像沈夜这种看着不算壮，但每一条肌肉都像是刀刻般的精壮存在。先前在残月组织里训练之时，也有一个这样的男人让白羊流连忘返。不过那个男人去执行刺杀任务3年未归，这种怦然心动的感觉，白羊也很多年都没有感受过。和沈夜肌肤相接的这一次，却再次唤醒了白羊心中的记忆。白羊，还有一件事，为何你的身子这么热，而白宁的身子却冷如冰窖？沈夜用力晃了晃他的身子，白羊这才回过神，像个树懒一样从沈夜身上爬下，语气有些娇羞道：“我与姐姐所习武学乃是冰火两重，我所学为火，姐姐所学为冰，都是内功武学，与沈大人你所练之外功武学不属同途。你怎么知道我练的是外功？”沈夜剑眉一蹙，眼神中生出了一丝好奇。这是沈夜穿越至此第一次听说内功、外功这样的武学分类。虽说前世也有各种传武，但超过90%的传统武术都失传了，传武逐渐沦为了聚光灯下的花架。这就导致前世身为特种兵王的沈夜一直认为打磨皮筋才是最直接的变强之路，而他自己也是一直这么做。可现在，在经历了道士李三的4两拨千斤，经历了白羊、白宁两姐妹极度反差的体温，以及自己丹田内一股微弱的气血之后，沈夜开始对内功产生了更浓厚的兴趣。他能感受到这种内是能够辅助自己变强的。他虽不像玄幻小说中那般能一剑开山海，但足以拳碎石，以剪断木。若是练成了，没准还能当半个丈夫。外练筋骨皮，内练一口气。白羊沉声解释道：“沈大人的外力已经圆满，但内在的一口气还杂乱无章，自然能判断出沈大人练的是外功，但内功多为童子功。沈大人若是现在开始想练成一门内功，少说也要10几年，但内功的上限可要比外功高了不止一个档次。几乎所有皇族名将所习之武学皆为内功，外功更多时候是作为辅助。不过沈大人所练之外功绝对算一流。内功秘籍多少银子一本？”沈夜直言不讳地问道。沈大人说笑了，像沈大人所练之一流外功都多为价值，更何况内功？内功几乎是一传一，能否习得全凭血脉与命运。白羊抿嘴一笑，但看向沈夜的美眸中却生出了一抹欣赏。他能感受到沈夜是有一颗上进之心，在残月摸爬滚打这么多年，弱肉强食是常态。在这种环境中，白羊也隐约组成了一种慕强的底色。而20岁就当上仙夫长的沈夜，对白羊而言就如发金的鱼之于爱心的猫。我要到了。沈夜拴好赤鹿，缓步向卫所内走去。刚一抬眼，便见到一箱箱粗火药整齐的马放在卫所内。沈千夫长，火药是凌晨到的，2500斤火药已经全部入库。在卫所内值守的小兵立刻站起身，冲着沈夜恭敬说道：“2500斤。”沈夜嘴角一挑，想不到柳芳居然还多给500斤，好得很。韩信点兵多多益善，他沈夜用火药同样多多益善。2500斤粗火药制成的石头雷，足以将整个苏阳城北的防线都罩住。6000北莽大军只要踏入雷阵，那就必死无疑。只要雷阵落成，他沈夜有预感，这将会是一场记入史册，如天体大爆炸一般浓墨重彩的意义。召集卫所人手，即刻开始制作石头雷。沈夜放下用油脂高裹的粗火药，眼神坚毅的发令道。可小兵闻言，眼中却生出了一抹尴尬。沈千夫长，卫所内所有兵士都去扣粮菜大棚了，如今整个马家铺卫所内只有我一人值守，还在偷大棚。这几日一直在偷大棚。据张师长、铁石长所说，今日上午结束后，3村大棚数可达1000亩。小兵翻开账本递了上去。沈夜接过放行的书册，眼睛一扫，不禁一愣：1000亩粮菜大棚，就算按照亩产180斤来算，这1000亩粮菜大棚所产的粮食也足够马家铺、下坪村、铁林堡3村百姓吃上1年的冬天。粮食一事与宿阳城北3村百姓而言，自此再无大碍。 好，这千亩凉菜足够用了，你去通知铁师长，不必再继续勾大棚了。待兵士们回来，抓紧一切时间做石头雷，这才是正事。沈夜说罢，小兵不敢怠慢，冲着沈夜点了点头，旋即便头也不回的向田埂奔袭了过去。很快，100多名当值的兵士纷纷扛着农具进入卫所，铁牛将肩上的锄头递给一旁的小兵，而后径直向坐在卫所内的沈夜走去，开门见山的问道：“沈夜，初雪将至，我们为何不去构筑防御工事，反而要做石头雷啊？”防御工事？沈夜闻言，眼神一愣，旋即释然一笑。地雷这种大规模杀伤性的武器，南前从未有过。地雷阵在沈夜看来，足以称得上是极致的防御工事，但在土著的铁牛眼中则不然。沈夜指了指不远处耸立的哨所，在你眼里，只有哨所、城墙方才算得上是防御工事吗？北莽多骑兵自然是以哨所、城墙为主，才能更好的抵御外敌，不是？铁牛有些不解地问道。可我若以攻为守，靠地雷阵全歼敌军，算不算防御？沈夜嘴角一挑，目不斜视地反问道。铁牛闻言挠了挠头，若全歼敌军，自然算得上是防御成功。沈夜见状，也不再多问，只是大手一挥，示意让铁牛带人开始制作石头雷。铁牛心领神会的点了点头，转身就要叫去安排。可铁牛刚走出去没几步，便突然折返回来，来到沈夜身旁，从桌子下掏出了一个带有几分炭字的，语气凝重地说道：“沈夜，初雪将至，我统计了一下3村可用煤炭，数目还不足往年的1半。现在粮食不缺了，可取暖却是个大问题。若置之不理，今年寒冬过后，1半以上的百姓都会毙命于风雪。到那时，宿阳城北人丁西手，这所谓防线可就不攻自破。”第79章白羊好感度+1，秦金莲又来求香火了。找10个眼神领略的兵士，从小路绕到北莽大营，探寻北莽大营内煤仓的具体位置。沈夜清楚下颚，很快就给出了回答。煤炭短缺这件事，沈夜早就想到，但如何填补上煤炭的短缺，确实是一个让人头疼的问题。煤炭不比粮肉，是不可再生的资源。粮草肉蛋只需播种，喂食1年即可有所收获，煤炭则完全不一样。首先要确定煤矿的位置和存量，若位置不好，存量不多，贸然开采必定亏本。其次要修建矿坑、矿洞，成熟的矿洞体系更有利于煤矿的开采安全。毕竟蓝田女多男少，青壮力有限，掌握开采技术的青壮更是稀罕物。相比于煤矿，这些青壮更值钱。最后则是要准备好上交官府的煤税。南田朝堂有国策，只要是南田境内的矿产，尽归南田王室所有。若有人开采，无需办证，只需按照4成的比例上缴煤税即可。要是按照流程循矿采煤交付，少说也要1年半载的时间，层层通报，级级审批，到那时百姓早都冻死了。所以想要解决进攻煤炭短缺的问题，就必须另辟蹊径。沈夜，你莫非是想趁北莽进攻之时，派人进去抢北莽大营的煤？铁牛虽然憨了些，但在战场局势上的眼光还是较为敏锐的。通过沈夜的布局，铁牛立刻就意识到了沈夜此举的目的。不错。沈夜点了点头，嘴角挂上了一抹坚毅的笑容。初雪将至，北莽必将大军来袭，天雷地火阵不成，根本不需要过多的兵士支援。那么多出来的兵士完全可以突入北莽大营，一支进攻侧翼，佯攻骚扰，另一支则趁北莽大营顾此失彼之际，尽可能的多拿些煤炭回来。若此计可成，今年冬天宿阳城北将无半个热土。太冒险了！若运煤的小队遇到敌军无力还手该怎么办？铁牛眼神一紧，颇为担心的问道。所以运煤的小队需要有人护送。沈夜应对自如，自是早就将这一切都考虑好了。兵力已分散成防御、佯攻、运煤3个，哪还有多余的人手？我来。沈夜轻叩桌面，眼神坚毅。你留在马家铺指挥，我深入北莽大营护送运煤的兵士，顺便还能看一看北莽大营的情况。就你一个，就我一个，足矣。沈夜点了点头，面色平静。他不是贪功冒进，也不是为了装逼，而是北莽大营虽说有3、4万蛮子在驻，但每一支队伍都有自己的任务，除非是接到了军令，不然就算有军部队打来了，都不允许擅自前去支援。违令者斩立决。而北莽派出的第一波打工，通常都是前军，前军的营帐都驻扎在粮仓、煤仓的旁边，也就是北莽大营的北侧。简言之，当那6000北莽大军倾巢出动之时，北莽大营的粮仓、煤仓也是守军最空虚之际。在这种情况下，沈夜一行人遇到敌军的概率很小，充其量遇到一些10几人的巡逻散兵。对如今的沈夜而言，10个8个散兵根本不值一提。既然你已经想定，我不再多劝。铁牛点了点头，选择尊重沈夜的意思。他其实很担心沈夜这种激进的选择，但他已经见识过了发生在沈夜身上太多不可能的奇迹。相比于担心，铁牛更愿意相信沈夜的实力，更愿意相信沈夜做出的每一个抉择。对了，铁牛，沈夜说着，突然拿起纸笔，生疏的画了个简易图纸，图纸上是熟悉的石头雷，但却是3个连在一起。给我拿3个石头雷，我要做个试验，若这个办法可行，我就能让地雷一炮3响，起爆速度、威力、范围都是成倍的提升。说罢，铁牛不敢怠慢，连忙给沈夜拿来了3个石头。沈夜见状，则是立刻动手实操了起来。他并不是简单的将3个地雷的引线拧在一起，而是将3个地雷的内部引火装置串在了一起，这样一炮3响的成功率更高。若只是串联引线，很容易被砍灭。沈夜认真的操作，白羊在一旁也看得出神。很快，3个石头雷串联完毕，沈夜带着白羊、铁牛等人来到了哨所外的一旁空地。空地旁的大坑引人注目，这是上一次试验地雷时留下的。准备放！沈夜将地雷埋下，点燃引线，快速向后跑去。引线点燃的一瞬间，所有马家铺兵士都捂住了耳朵，唯独白羊只是歪着头，好奇地看着快速引燃的引线。下一秒， 还不等白羊反应过来，轰！如龙腾翻涌的火舌冲天卷起，巨大的爆炸声更是刮起了一股高温热浪，冲击余波裹挟着热浪向四周扩散开来，无数飞沙走石更是宛若暗器一般无处不在。快走，向后撤！铁牛一边架起双臂抵御，一边面露难色的带人向后撤。三雷齐炸的威力实在是太大，即便是相隔10余米，却仍能感受到那股恐怖的热浪。沈夜见此，也不禁向后挪了几步，他下意识向白羊的方向前去，却发现白羊并未后撤，而是十分享受的站在热浪面前。他的脸上没有惊恐，只有一抹略显病态的享受，甚至随着热浪的翻涌，在白羊脸上出现了一抹独属于少女的羞耻。下一秒，还不等沈夜反应过来，白羊魅力值92，白羊好感度38，白羊好感度+1，翠绿色的长卷展开，2行流金小字跃然于眼前。白羊好感度+1，白羊也能攻略。沈夜喉咙一滚，眼中又惊又喜。白羊所练武学为，所以温度越高，好感度就越高。沈夜眼中金光翻涌，甚至生出了一抹对照顾白羊之后所获取性品类的好奇。只不过现在好感度还很低，想照顾白羊不再一朝一夕啊。而随着一炮3响的成功，沈夜也开始和冰室共同手搓起了石头雷，直到夜幕降临，冰室趁夜色去埋雷，沈夜才带着白羊回了家。可刚到家门口，还没进家门，沈夜就看到了一个高挑的熟悉身影站在自己。沈夜翻身下马，看着秦金莲问道：“金莲，你怎么在这？腿能站住了吗？”秦金莲瞥了一眼沈夜身后的白羊，风流的脸上再次多了一抹难为情。但思索片刻，秦金莲还是红着脸，轻咬嘴唇道：“夫君，今晚别选其他姐妹，让我来继续照顾你吧，可以吗？”第80章，秦金莲终得江湖，悟性提升1000了。沈夜闻言，先是一愣，并未开口回应。他看着秦金莲如今的这副模样，着实有些心一时语塞。可秦金莲见状，却以为沈夜是不想搭理自己，他连忙搂住沈夜坚实的臂膀，美眸含泪道：“夫君，我知道你练兵心，今晚我来照顾你，你无需费力，好吗？”秦金莲虽长了一张略显风流的脸，但内在却害羞至极。平日里，沈夜与其有肌肤之接时，多为沈夜主导，可现在，秦金莲为了不当群体，为了能延续香火，竟然连平日里最难为情的一关都硬生生克服了。没问题。沈夜点了点头，开始答应了下来。秦金莲见状，眼中明显生出了2道金光。多谢夫君，舒婷姐已经将晚饭做好了，我现在去洗洗。夫君用过饭之后，便来主屋寻我即可。说罢，秦金莲便羞红着小脸，头也不回的跑进了小院。白羊见状，则是一脸不解的歪着头。沈大人为何如此行事？若身体不适，不答应他不就好了？他们都是我用军功换来的罪名，男前女多男少，若3月内没能延续香火，他们可就要被拉去充当军舰。沈夜耐心的解释道，他早就听出了白羊不是男前身，自然不知道男前这边的政策。便一边拴马的同时，一边多说了几句。白羊闻言，眼神中却生出了一丝错愕。啊，竟有此事，怪不得你这几日每天晚上都春风得意。这几日你早就盯上我了？沈夜有些不解的问道。5日前，马知府就已经派我们来盯梢了，说是悬赏任务一经发布，直接动手即可。白羊伸出一根手指，使劲转了转太阳穴，面露深思的开口说道：“5天前你们就来盯梢了？”沈夜倒吸一口凉气，眼神一怔。5天前，也就是说，在边军大比武尚未开始之前，在攻克了北莽100人据点之后，马知府就已经注意到了自己，并派出了杀手前来盯梢。这马知府当真有些能耐，竟能将未雨绸缪做到如此地步，在5天前就已经将一个尚未见过面的千夫长先当成了可能的假想敌，这种魄力和谨慎实在是异于常人。但你放心，残月我们不想回去，既然已经和沈大人谈好了生意，我们自然会履行承诺。白羊又开口说道，算是给沈夜吃了一颗定心丸。沈夜闻言，只是一言不发的点了点头。旋即，沈夜便带着白羊直接回到了小院。小院内，陈淑婷已经做好了几人的饭菜，除了秦金莲在洗漱缺席之外，余下的几女全都围坐在石桌旁，等着沈夜开饭。见沈夜回来，陈淑婷、苏凤鸣都十分热情的围了上来。表情冷淡的白宁则全程没有看沈夜，而是将全部的注意力都放在了白羊身上。白宁拉着白羊坐在身边，不断摸索着白羊的身，在确认白羊没有缺胳膊少腿，没有受伤之后，身为姐姐的白宁这才长出一口浊气，眼神中闪过了一道安心之色。而与此同时，陈淑婷、苏凤鸣已经将沈夜夹在中间，二女嘴角露出一抹姨母笑，冲着沈夜说道：“小叶，秦姑娘行事紧张，若延续香火不易，你可以让她试试倒立。淑婷姐今年是医师，倒立这种办法不如她按摩穴位好使。”沈夜一边大口扒拉着米饭，一边扭头回应。陈淑婷点了点头，低声道：“可以试试吗？秦姑娘为人不错，若是被拉去当军妓，未免也太可惜了。”话音未落，苏凤鸣也古灵精怪的提出了建议：“夫君或许可以换个场景。就比如可以直接用大木桶接水，共沐一次，有了新鲜感，也可事半功倍。毕竟我的香火就是如此来。”沈夜摇了摇头，想开口反驳，但却欲言又止。女子能否延续香火，对寻常人而言确实是只能靠运气，但对他沈夜来说则是不然。只要能将照顾对象的好感度提升至90以上，就能大幅度增加延续香火的机会。若是能将照顾对象的好感度提升至99，就能100%延续香火。经过今早照顾后，秦金莲的好感度已经来到了85点，只要再照顾2次，提升5点好感度，以自己如今的水平，让秦金莲成功延续香火绝对不成问题。 苏俊，我洗干净了，你吃完药进来找我。就在此时，秦金莲却宛若出水芙蓉一般，从后院走到了主屋门前。他说完这句话，便眼神羞涩的起身走进了主屋。沈夜见状也不再多迟，猛地扒拉了2口饭菜，便跟了上去。时间紧，任务重，秦金莲必须要保住。若是没能让秦金莲延续香火，反而让他被马知府带走去充当军妓，柳木人将军定会第一个冲出来，把自己做成造物。这事必须要办成，而且初雪将至，3村防线还需协调精进，之后留给秦金莲的时间越来越少。所以无论如何，今晚也要把这件事办成。快去吧，小燕，夫君这次一定行。陈淑婷和苏凤玲都在为沈夜加油，白杨和白宁只是一脸淡然地注视着这一幕，面无波澜。唯独林玉如一言不发，她用饭碗半遮面，吃醋的小眼神时不时地向沈夜瞥去，给人的感觉就像是也想被照顾一样。但是出于身份，出于教训，像秦金莲所说的那种羞人直白的邀请，他林玉如连半个字都说不出来。很快，沈夜走进了主屋，他回手关上了房门，吹灭了纸窗前的蜡烛。若是平时，秦金莲一定会等到所有姐妹都睡下之后才会答应被照顾，但现在延续香火的任务迫在眉睫。若是当了军妓，可不只是丢尽清白，就连这条好不容易保下来的小命都有可能丢掉。秦家130口的头还等着他秦金莲去报命，比一时的脸面重要得多。苏俊，今晚就交给我吧。秦金莲伸出白藕般的双臂，主动搂住沈夜的脖颈。沈夜不语，只是闭眼沉沦。本次照顾成功，陈淑婷已有身孕，亲属性提升解锁。本次照顾成功，获得悟性大幅度提升，成功延续香火，获得运气大幅度提升，耐力大成，后天圆满，运气新普通小成。夫君，我有预感，这次要成了。第81章，亢龙锏回炉重造，撞破白羊深夜练功。夫君，扶我起来，我要再按摩保护一下。秦金莲眼中含笑，冲着沈夜伸出手，沈夜也没吝啬力气，一把就将秦金莲从火炕上拽起。旋即，秦金莲便像前几次那样，开始在经络之上游走按摩。这一次，秦金莲明显放松了许多，仿佛秦金莲已经感受到她必能延续香火的事。可实际上，在这么短的时间内，即便是水平再高明的医师都无法断定秦金莲究竟有无香火，但他自己却从心底里坐实了此事。沈夜长吁一口气，在心里默默佩服起了女人的第六感，实在是不同凡响。他靠着金手指才能得知的情况，秦金莲既然只靠一个第六感就能轻松感知到，那你慢慢按，夜深难眠，我先去外练练。沈夜见秦金莲已经无心再按，完全沉沦在了按摩宝气之中，便也就脱下鱼似的冲秦金莲开口说道：“秦金莲眼中寒光的点了点头，说话的语气都要比平时坚定了几分。沈夜见状，也不在火炕上继续留恋，他现在的耐力大成，力量已达后天圆满，若是不靠练剑来消耗精力，还真睡不着觉。事业月明清晰，沈家小院内，沈夜已经不用再一手拿简谱，一手握简了。简谱之中的招数已经全都印在了脑子里，超过70%的绝学杀招更是形成了肌肉记忆，几乎每一招每一式都能够打出应有的水平。而沈夜也没有机械性的应练，他回想起了今天上午白羊所说的那番话，内功不外传，只有私传。想记得像样的内功，要么靠血脉和背景，要么就只能祈祷自己是个万年出一次的天才。血脉和背景，沈夜确实没有，就只能将希望放在自己的天赋上。沈夜想着，缓缓卸下了心神。他手中持剑，不再用身上的蛮力去操持，而是用力回想着那道是吕三的发力方式，将丹田之中的气调出，以气巩固筋骨，以气为持。刚开始，沈夜的操作相当生疏，每一次松懈外力，全凭一口气撑着，连握简10个呼吸的功夫都做不到。但经过刚才的一次照顾，沈夜的悟性已经提升至了后天圆满。每一次失败对沈夜而言都是10倍乃至100倍的经验总结。仅仅在失败了7、8次之后，沈夜便已经能够紧操一口气，让巨简强行停留在手中半刻钟的时间。虽说这点持久还算不了什么，但这却让沈夜实打实的看到了内功的气。以气为推动，不仅对体能的消耗更少，还能将外练的筋骨皮也都发挥到极致。若是真能习得一个正儿八经的内功武学，日后以一当百，绝对不成问题。只不过当下的沈夜想要以一当百还有些困难，以1当20倒还有点机会出手。这不是沈夜的问题，而是他没有内功武学去练，去哪找一个内功武学，这是大问题。乱世边疆，多学些防身法门，绝对不误错。等等，这点的重心还是不对啊！沈夜拿着手中巨剑，握在手中上下晃了晃。原本在悟性没有达到后天圆满之时，沈夜并未觉得手中的巨剑有什么问题，但现在随着悟性提升，沈夜对武学、武器的敏感度也提升了上来。一把完美无瑕的兵器是发挥出战力的关键。这具简本就是大半月之前他在老铁匠那里拿来应急的。说到底，这巨简就算再沉，用起来再凶猛，但也终究只是一个半成品。想要将柳家剑谱的绝学发挥到极致，非一把完美无缺的巨简不可。沈夜一边想着，一边上下打量了起来手中的巨简，而后沈夜眸中灵光一闪，竟直接回到主屋，掏出了笔墨纸砚，在石桌之上画起了巨简的符体。虽然符纸之上的巨简只有墨迹草草的勾勒起，但方棱的造型、流线的设计，还有在简柄那里设计的佛环，都宛若大佛工匠般，每一个细节的绘制都堪称鬼斧神工。沈夜前世是特种兵王，对火器更为熟悉，冷兵器可是稍逊一些。但现在随着悟性的提升，仅靠实际感受，沈夜便能绘制出更精密的巨简蓝图。亢龙简齐活，沈夜落下狼毫笔，推干了纸上的墨迹，在月光之下，一脸得意地欣赏着自己的作品。这个亢龙简的灵感是来源于狄仁杰。 外形上相似，功能上相似，但在破坏力以及个头上，却是狄仁杰那抗龙锏的数倍有余。如果说狄仁杰的抗龙锏能破开兵器，那么沈烨设计的抗龙锏足以劈山。明日就把图纸送过去，让老铁匠加急赶制，回炉重造一番。沈烨小心翼翼地将图纸叠起，塞进怀里。有了这抗龙锏的加持，等到北莽大军进犯之时，等到偷美小队行动之际，应对起北莽蛮子也更加的得心应手。想着，沈烨便准备转身回屋，练了1个多时辰，身体额外的精力也都消耗下来。可就在沈烨即将走回去睡觉的时候，柴房内却传来了一阵窸窸窣窣的声音：“姐姐，我好热，再坚持一下，我马上就好了。”沈烨感官相当发达，耳朵一动，立刻回眸望去。是林玉如吗？不，林玉如已经被住到了偏房，现在住在柴房的是白杨、白宁姐妹俩。这大半夜还不睡，难道是白杨和白宁在谋划些什么？沈烨本就对外人的警惕心强，更何况白杨和白宁还是杀手，他放心不下，便踩着进步，缓缓挪动到了柴房的纸窗旁。透过纸窗往里看，柴房内确实是传出了一阵微弱的光芒，但那光芒不是从油灯发出的，更不是从火折子发出的，而是在白杨和白宁的身上发出的一圈淡光。此时的白杨只穿了一个小肚兜，白皙的皮肤大片暴露在外，汗珠遍布全身，他口吐热气，小脸热得通红。而姐姐白宁则是穿了3层衣服，在白杨身后紧紧搂住了他。但不同的是，姐姐白宁呼出的每一口气都是寒气，甚至白宁的眉毛上都结了一层淡淡的霜。二人一冰一火，相似的气息对冲出淡淡的光晕。下一秒，白杨缓缓抬起胳膊，超越所有女子的大片圣光涌出，从未见过如此波涛的沈烨不禁倒吸一口气，卧槽！紧接着，还不等沈烨反应过来，姐姐白宁也卸了衣物，同样抬起胳膊，一样汹涌的圣光也随之涌出。二人手掌相对，面色凝重，明显是在运功修炼。但下一秒，一股无形的外力直接将二人弹开。白杨痛苦倒地，轻咬嘴唇道：“姐姐，这个瓶颈已经卡了半年未有突破，冰火不能调和，内功始终停滞不前。若想继续习武，必须要找一个筋骨强劲之人，中间人，与你我姐妹共通内力，以作中和才行。”第82章，我成李儒了。北莽以南前老又记起宣战，需要一个中间人调和，还得是筋骨强横的中间人。听闻此言，沈烨喉咙一鼓，他低头看了看自己铁打般的身体，又看了看浑身大汗、气喘吁吁的白杨、白宁，自己不就是他们口中最合适的中间人吗？只不过自己对内功的修炼完全是一窍不通，贸然去给白杨、白宁当中间人，若是被这对杀手姐妹反利，成了被消耗的人才，岂不追悔莫及？沈烨虽然渴望历练，但孰轻孰重他还是分得清。回去再领教一下今年的巧舌如簧吧。沈烨摇了摇头，本着非礼勿视的想法，转头离开，视线也随之从白宁、白杨白皙的皮肤上挪开。可沈烨刚要转身离开，一阵妖风突然袭来，这阵风怪得很，只有一股直吹在了柴房的纸窗上。咔嗒，柴房纸窗被妖风吹起，就木窗磕在青石窗上，发出一声清脆的响声。谁？柴房内的白杨、白宁没有像寻常女子那样第一时间穿衣服遮挡关键部位，而是几乎是同时拔剑，以剑锋直指那扇纸窗。沈烨在纸窗外暂时没开口，只是默不作声，一步一步的向后撤，准备来个悄无声息的打道回府。可下一秒，嗖！一柄长剑映着寒光，直接将纸窗挑起。白杨和白宁目光如炬，直愣愣盯着窗外的沈烨。沈大人，怎么是你？姐姐白宁语气冰冷的问道，眸中寒意尽现，但却丝毫没有注意身前的波涛，已毫无遮掩的展现在了沈烨面前。沈大人，你在干什么？妹妹白杨则是美眸一低，放下了手中的长剑，转而用一只手捂着胸口，另一只手拉拽着肚兜，想尽可能的多遮住一些不可名状的位置。沈烨被抓了现行，也没法继续开口狡辩了。他挠了挠头，站在窗外，向白杨、白宁解释起了来龙去脉。这么说，沈大人今日当真只是偶然听到，并非有意为之？姐姐白宁眼神一紧，面色严肃地问道。沈烨点了点头。见此一幕，白宁长舒一口气，脸上露出了一道释然之色。白杨则是直接从柴房走出，挽住了沈烨的胳膊，而后直接在半推半就的状态下，把沈烨拉进了柴房内。沈大人来的正好，我和姐姐修炼遇到瓶颈许久，如今正需要一个像沈大人这般的英雄帮忙调和。白杨说着，又有些难为情的举起了胳膊。近距离看到如此波涛，沈烨还是下意识的咽了咽口水。白宁见状也没反驳，只是同样举起了胳膊，但这一次二女并没有将手掌相对，而是将沈烨架在了二人中间。白杨和白宁同时与沈烨十指相扣，强行抬高了沈烨的胳膊，以此作为桥梁媒介。沈烨不知所以，但还是照做了。起初，沈烨并未感受到任何内力和气息的变化，他只是觉得自己肩膀和双臂多了几分轻松之感，但很快，这种轻松之感便荡然无存，取而代之的是左手冷右手热的冰火两重天之感。在两种极致的温差之下，沈烨感觉筋骨在嘶吼，五脏六腑都在长鸣。那外练的筋骨即便再强，却也完全排不上用场，内力在他的双臂之中来回贯通流，仿佛外练如铁的筋骨，其唯一的作用就是作为管道，保证气机不会冲破皮肉，让自己暴走而亡。沈烨甚至在心中暗想，我是不是被当成炉鼎了？姐姐，我好冷，再坚持一下。而白杨和白宁的状态与沈烨相比也没好到哪里去，他们同样被冰火两重天的感觉包裹。白杨原本蒸腾着热气的皮肤开始变得阴冷，白宁原本结霜的眉眼则开始冒出热汗，可沈烨却在后天圆满的悟性加持下， 通过2米的内力交互，摸索到了一丝内力修炼的力量。渐渐的，完全不兼容的2种内力开始平衡。但这并非是白羊、白银的功劳，而是沈烨开始兼容并包。这场修炼的主导权也慢慢被沈烨所掌握。白羊、白银都不禁睁大了眼睛，看着沈烨愈发得心应手，面露错愕。沈大人的悟性就如此不凡，姐姐，沈大人这般天赋，说不定日后真能成为一代宗师啊！一夜未眠，白羊、白银都已经累得呼呼大睡，可沈烨却仍在打坐，这与他平时操练筋骨完全不同。外练筋骨的上限低，以1亿人之力硬抗10几20人便已经是极限，但内修五腑是完全有机会做到以1敌8的。内力的修炼是一种对5脏6腑的提升，是对内力的滋养。沈烨领悟到了这一点，同时也明显感受到了身体的变化。一连5天，沈烨除了派人督促一下天雷地火阵的布置，将巨简送到老铁匠那里回炉重造之外，几乎12个时辰里有11个时辰都在打坐内练。5天后，日落垂暮，沈烨在主屋的火炕上盘腿而坐，缓缓睁开了眼睛。呼，沈烨长长的吐出了一口浊气，气息如游丝一般，在夕阳照映下经久不散。这是沈烨连着内练了几天的成果，他已经能够熟练的掌握气息了。虽然这气息的体量极小，只有1丝，可即便如此，沈烨却依然能清晰的感受到自身实力有了明显提升。而这，据白羊、白银来说，几乎就是在没有内功武学传授的情况下，仅靠自悟能摸到的天花板了。小叶才刚外面来了一个兵士，说是替宿阳城外的老铁匠传话，而就在此时，陈淑婷却趴在房门旁，露出一双水汪汪的眼睛。宋沈烨小心翼翼地开口说道：“老铁匠的腿伤了，没法给你亲自送进来，委托别人送他信不着，就只能委屈你亲自跑一趟。”沈烨听罢点了点头，陈淑婷也心领神会地转身离开。沈烨从火炕上一跃而下，系紧布衣，登上布靴，快步走到沈家小院，翻身上马。距离北莽巫师预测的下雪日只剩下1天了，北莽大军将至，他沈烨不能赤手空拳的迎敌，必须抓紧时间取回亢龙锏。况且新兵器入手，沈烨即便是悟性不凡，可多少也是要适应，毕竟宿阳城北的天雷地火阵已经不成，后梅小队也集结完毕，将往返路线都背得滚瓜烂熟了，抗击外敌，取梅过冬，一切都已安排妥当。现在万事俱备，只欠东风，绝不能在他沈烨这条链子。想着，沈烨便一骑绝尘，很快就来到了宿阳城下。铁匠铺前，沈烨勒住缰绳，翻身下。屋内的老铁匠闻声赶来，连忙双手献上巨这剪通体玄黑28道方棱纵横，游龙般的嵌银纹路连贯每一道方棱。剪柄处是一只头角峥嵘的麒麟，正以吞口之势相入握，大气霸道深邃。这柄亢龙锏仅是一眼便入了沈烨的心。沈千夫掌过目，亢龙锏在手。老铁匠双臂被这巨锏压得发抖，但还是强撑着说道。沈烨大手一挥，反手握锏，背于身侧，直接舞了起来。气浪如龙卷，地面沙砾直冲云霄，力道浑厚，唧唧破空声随行。老铁匠见此，目瞪口呆。他看了看舞锏的沈烨，又看了看大门贴着的门神，仿佛沈烨握此锏亦胜神仙，好一把神兵利器。沈烨嘴角一挑，眼中尽是满意之色。他随手将一袋子银子丢给老铁匠：“老铁匠，你立大功了！等我击退北莽大军，我保举你入军备库。”沈烨说罢，翻身上。老铁匠不语，只是拱起双手向沈烨拜谢。可就在此时，嗡，长鸣的号角声响起。宿阳城北官道冷特，竟突然涌出了一面面北莽军旗，北莽军旗竟被血渍浸透，数十匹驮马拉着木板车向城门狂奔。守城的新兵见状，立刻大声呼喊：“急袭！急袭！北莽打进来了！”守城军乱作一团，连忙拉起城门。城外的百姓也都一窝蜂的往城门涌。可沈烨却并未惊慌，北莽大军若来袭，必将触发天雷地火阵。他一声响都没听到，所以这绝非敌军入侵。沈烨思绪未断，忽然发现了不对。他盯着那驮马拉着的板车，面目逐渐狰狞。只因那木板车上拉着的不是北莽敌军，而是一具具已经失去了生机的南前百姓尸身。这根本不是敌袭，而是北莽蛮子在与我族老幼祭旗。这是种族之间的血海深仇，是赤裸裸的宣战。第83章，梁太大鹏赠有牧人，马之死疯狂作死。北莽蛮子不杀尽你们这群畜生，我沈烨誓不为人！沈烨怒声一喝，眼中杀机尽显。与此同时，千夫长柳芳也站上了城墙，他抽出腰间佩剑，用剑鞘重重敲了一下新兵的脑袋。乱叫什么？烽火都未起，哪来的敌袭？柳芳沉声一喝，继续道：“打开城门，安抚百姓。今日之过不以计，若再不下，就押入大牢，拿你试问。”新兵闻言，纵然哭得涕泗横流，可还是点了点头，跑到城门下安抚起了百姓。紧接着，城门大开，2列飞云旗在柳芳的率领下，浩浩汤汤的出了城。他们直奔宿阳城北出现的10几辆板车奔袭而去，用手中锁链将驮马挨个连接在一起。随后又砍断了北莽沾血的军旗，以几个战马作为牵头，将10几板车、数百名惨死的南前百姓运进了宿阳城内。这是北莽巫师战前的常规操作，每次大战伊始都会有这么一出。沈烨戍边2年半，早就已习以为常。这个仪式名义上是血祭，是求他们北莽的神灵保佑，但实际上这就是一种心理攻势，通过残害南前百姓，在战前就种下失败和恐惧的种子，下到黎民百姓，上到守城将领，在开战之时都会不自觉的动摇。 败绩自然会显现出来。可这一次血迹的规模尤其大，所以在一开始的时候，沈烨也不敢信口开河，断言这不是机器。沈烨，你怎么在这？思绪未断，柳芳的声音却突然传来。沈烨举起手中巨剑，简单说明了情况。柳芳听罢，则是连忙说道：“正好，柳木人将军有要事和你说，我正准备去通知你。既然你来了，即刻去将军府吧。眼下初雪将至，明日很可能就是大战伊始。柳木人将军在这个节骨眼上说几句嘱咐的话，并不奇怪。”沈烨点了点头，旋即便扛着巨剑直奔将军府去。将军府内，柳木人正看着粮草、军饷的账本，满面愁容。大战在即，发粮草、银子绝对是提升士气的上策。奈何马知府处处为难，文官一脉的人更是有样学样，吃拿卡要。这就导致初雪将至，可宿阳城内除了马知府的府兵之外，还没有任何一支部队有过冬的粮食。柳将军，沈烨求见。沈烨在府外沉声一喝，柳木人则是合上了帐，冲着两侧的兵士摆了摆手，示意军营退下。可就在身边的小卒要离开之时，柳木人却叫住了那小卒。而后，柳木人掏出了一张信纸，塞进了小卒手里，再去催一催马知府。这些粮饷事关全城百姓啊！明白。小卒3步并作2步走出了府门，而随着两侧小卒走近，沈烨也缓步走进了府内。柳将军，沈烨双手一拱，面色淡然。沈烨，事情紧急，我就长话短说了。柳木人没有示意让沈烨坐下，而是开门见山道：据密探最新情报，北莽巫师推断今夜子时就会降雪。初雪下起，大军压境，北莽大军或许会提前进攻。今晚你要辛苦些了，标下领命。沈烨点头示意，可柳木人却摇了摇头，有些愧疚道：不必如此，马知府把这粮卖不松，此战的粮饷你要自己解决了。柳将军库中没有余粮了吗？沈烨有些好奇地问道。毕竟柳木人将军不是那种小气的人，此次大战事关宿阳城义东的安危，他不会为了省1800担粮饷说这种话。柳木人没有回答，只是无奈地摇了摇头。沈烨见状，则是从怀中掏出了一根新鲜的雪菜，这是他前几日在大棚里摘下，放在衣服里一直没拿出来。虽然过去了3、4天，但挂在外面气温低，新鲜程度却不减当初。这么新鲜的雪菜倒是很见。不过柳木人拿起雪菜打量了一圈，又放下，用这个来贿赂本将，未免太寒酸了吧？我最多只能给你出500担粮食，府库内的粮确实不够。不，柳将军，我不是要粮。沈烨说着，缓步上前，附耳将粮菜大棚一事完完整整地告诉了柳木人，并说初雪之后还可以种最后一层。宿阳城北的攻防压力太大，种不了粮菜，但若是能利用好城南的肥沃地，全民上阵后2、3千亩粮菜大棚，至少宿阳城的守军不会挨饿。沈烨又将粮菜大棚的图纸原理统统写下。柳木人看着那张图纸上歪歪扭扭的小篆字体，眼中是惊愕，再抬头看向沈烨之时，就像是在看一块价值连城的金子。沈烨，你帮了本将的大忙了。柳木人将图纸收入怀中，激动的眼眶含泪。不，你是帮了整个宿阳城的大忙了。今晚我就让柳芳带人开始尸体搭建，若此事可成，本将给你沈烨记一大功。等到你远城收复之后，我定亲自入京，为你谋个一官半职的。多谢柳将军好意，标下要备战，先行告退。沈烨见如此，也不再多言，只是拱手转身离开，留下满眼激动的柳木人独自高兴。粮菜大棚对于柳木人而言，可不只是一个能让百姓兵士吃上饭的玩意，更是能让他逐步摆脱马知府控制，成为宿阳城真正主人的不二法门。马家为富不仁，柳木人爱兵如子，粮菜大棚的技术该给谁？一目了然。砰！沈烨思绪未断，迎面就撞上了一。他本想开口道歉，可一抬头却发现被撞到的人是马知府的阿大。沈烨脸上的笑容瞬间收敛，旋即拍了拍屁股，头也不回的就准备离开此地。沈烨，你还没死啊？马知府则故意不聊的站起身，凑到沈烨面前说道。沈烨自然知道马知府说的是杀手之事，但眼下战事要紧，他不愿节外生枝，就当马知府放屁，顾自离开。马知府见此，却以为沈烨是害怕了自己，便幸灾乐祸的扬声喊道：沈烨，你就算现在跪下来求我也是，过了今晚，小心你的脑袋不跑。你的脑袋掉了之后，你家中藏的几房娇妻可就遭了罪了。马大人，沈千夫常家的娇妻中已有2人有胎息，甚至还有一个叫陈淑婷的已经给了户籍了。狗腿子见嘻嘻的补充道。马知府听后则是故作恍然大悟的说道：有了胎气，按南前律例，那确实不能将沈千夫长的娇妻充当军妓。不过户籍是马某人在管，罪女的肚子里有没有动物，能不能上户籍，都是我马某人说了算的嘛。我现在怀疑你沈烨徇私舞弊，你的那几房娇妻根本就没有怀胎。来呀，派几个军医去马家铺剖开那几个罪女的肚子看看，这怀胎究竟是真是假？第84章打的就是世家大族，宿阳绝无第二个沈烨。马知府说完这番话，仰头大笑着从沈烨身旁掠过，在他眼里，他精准地抓住了沈烨的软肋。此刻的沈烨已如蝼蚁一般，任人拿捏了。想着，马知府眼中得意之色渐起。在宿阳城这1亩3分地，他马知府就是土皇帝，他叫你3更死，绝留不到5更。沈烨也好，柳木人也罢，谁敢得罪马家？他马知府背靠户部侍郎马元，虽说是表叔表侄的关系，但血浓于水，一个在京2品官员的虎皮，足以下此一城官宦。站住！可就在马知府即将迈步入将军府的前一刻，始终一言不发的沈烨却沉着脸，背着身，以极度冰冷的语气冷喝了一声。马知府先是一愣，还以为自己听错了，但转头一看，沈烨这厮非但没有识趣的逃走，反而还偷摸攥起了拳头。见此一幕，马知府心中无名火起，脸面在马知府看来是比天还大的事。 可现在马知府只觉得自己在素阳城内的权威被无情践踏。你在跟我说话？马知府缓步上前，走到沈烨身旁，咬牙切齿地说道：“沈烨，你好大的胆！你一个连品都没入的千夫长，敢这么和我说话？是谁让你这么做的？是柳木人，还是你家里那几个臭烂的罪女？”马知府个子不高，他一边翘着脚，一边指着沈烨的鼻子怒骂，周围的狗嘴子朋党见此，更是自觉地围成了一圈，个个仰面大笑。马知府口吐飞剑，沈烨脸色越来越难看，一股淡淡的杀意甚至都在沈烨的眸中散开了。围在周围一圈的马府狗腿子见此，都被沈烨身上的那股杀意震撼，纷纷收敛了笑容，向外散开。这沈烨怎么一言不发？莫不是被马大人骂傻了？我看这沈烨脸色不太对了，咱们还是往后退退，弄出这么一副凶神恶煞的表情，看得怪甚。可马知府对此却充耳不闻，他仍在对着沈烨疯狂输出，连一个好好说话的意思都没有，几乎说出来的每一句话都在往沈烨的心窝里扎。沈烨，你那嫂子就是个破烂，扔到军营里都是3、4等军警。既然你诚心和我作对，我现在就回府召集人手，亲自去看看他肚子里到底有没有东西。马知府越说越上火，他大手一挥，就想带着这些狗腿子府兵离开将军。似是在今日就准备将沈烨全家满门查抄。可就在马知府刚要迈步离开的一瞬间，砰！沈烨猛吸一口气，以迅雷之势伸出鹰爪，一把卡住了马知府的脖子，用近乎恐怖的硬生生将小200斤的马知府从平地上提了起来。沈烨，你……马知府想开口说些什么，可话音还未从嘴里说出，沈烨便猛地发力，他手背上的青筋猛起，硬生生的将马知府想说出的话掐了回去。而见此一幕，才刚围观的一众马府狗腿子全都瞪大了眼睛，神色无比惶惶。沈烨，你要干什么？你不过一个千夫长，你若是敢伤了马大人，那就是诛9族的大罪。混账东西，赶紧把马大人放下！众人围着沈烨不断开口斥责，但却无一人敢上前相劝，只因在沈烨周身爆发出的杀意，就宛若一道天然屏障。除了作死的马知府之外，其余所有官员见此都不敢上前半步。马知府，你算什么知府？空有权柄却不为百姓和社稷谋，所有的一切皆为私家。眼下素阳已成孤城，正是需要上下一心，共同抗敌之时。你却对一个拿命守素阳的千夫长出言不逊，你配当这个知府吗？我今日就算是杀了你，那也是为民除害。沈烨掐着马知府脖子的大手越来越紧，马知府的脸都明显跌倒。直到此刻，那些没上过战场但却装备精良的府兵才缓过神来，立刻架起长矛将沈烨围了起来。锋利的长矛密密麻麻，矛头直至沈烨。可沈烨见此却视之无物，他只是恶狠狠地盯着马知府。在马知府命悬一线之时，轰的一声，沈烨卯足力气，一把将马知府甩到了青石砖上。啊！马知府惨叫声不断，他双手不断在后背上拨，额头更是腾出了一层冷汗。但马知府就这样像鲶鱼似的在地上打滚了半天，却也没站起身，仿佛整个脊柱都被沈烨摔断了，只能在地上荡去。才刚围着沈烨的那些府兵官员见此，也都不敢上前搀扶马知府，他们眼中满是对沈烨的惧意。沈烨每向马知府的方向迈出一步，府兵官员便向反方向撤去一步。沈烨，你疯了！你竟敢对我动手！我可是马家的人，我是南前世家，是先帝亲自下过圣旨的世家，不是你这种泥腿子能染指的。马知府疼得龇牙咧嘴，但还是不忘怒骂沈烨，殴打知府，无视南前朝廷命官，这是天大的罪过。沈烨，我要你全家都陪葬，死后我还要鞭尸泄愤，今我要你永世不得超生。操！我打的就是世家大族。沈烨见马知府的嘴没有半点缓和，便一个箭步冲上去，一脚将马知府踹出了10几米。马知府贴地滑行，官袍都被磨出了一个大洞。马知府大腿在青石砖上被摩擦得滚烫发红，皮都掉起来。这一次，马知府不再像鲶鱼一样打滚，而是平躺在地，眼神中生机渐消。和你说了这么多，你怎么就油盐不进？沈烨缓步上前，一把拎起马知府。所谓世家大族，应当是替百姓谋福利，是替朝廷分担。你马家都做了什么？素阳城其他的世家大族又做了什么？我本不愿说，但你竟还有脸说，无可救药，你自生自灭吧。沈烨转身离开，留了马知府一口气。但至少10天半个月内，马知府是绝对下不了床，绝对写不了字。这10天半月内，马知府废人无疑。说完这话，沈烨便头也不回的转身离开。包围着沈烨的府兵见状，虽然还在用矛头指向沈烨，但这些府兵却都十分主动，给沈烨让开了一条通路。沈烨也没和这些兵士计较，只是冷冷的看了一眼马知府，朝着地上啐了一口唾沫。嘿，他知道马知府该死，但不能如此轻易的死在自己手里。马知府一死，很多被隐藏在阴影里的秘密，这辈子都没办法再解开。有许多冤假错案，有许多无辜百姓，有许多有志之士，他们的血，他们的仇，就无人能报了。沈烨，你听着，我现在就撤了你全部官职，你给我滚出大牢，听候发落。可就在此时，马知府就像打不死的小强一样，竟然又凭借着自己的意志力，从红肿到拥挤的嗓子里憋出了一句话。可沈烨闻言只是冷冷一喝：“我的官是柳将军府，你一个狗屁知府，没资格罢免我沈烨的职。”沈烨，马知府嘶吼一声，但下一秒，一道浑厚且苍老的嗓音却瞬间响彻了整个将军府大院。柳木人背着手缓缓从府内走出，他满脸嫌弃的瞥了一眼马知府，而后霸气说道：“北莽大军来势汹汹，素阳城北易攻难守，素阳没有第二个沈烨可用，除了沈烨更无人担得起这城北城防一事。若马知府想罢免沈烨，那这素阳城北的防线就有老马知府亲自去守上一手。”第85章，柳家内功要传我。苏凤林赠西蜀王令。什么？马知府被沈烨打得鼻青脸肿，原本说话和呼吸都非常困难， 可一听到柳木人如此硬气的这番发言，马知府硬是靠着意志力抬起了脑袋，眼中写满了错愕的问道：“柳木人，你知道你在和谁说话吗？今天可是你求我来给你筹措军粮的，军粮你不要了？”军粮？柳木人冷冷一笑：“我向马大人讨要过不止一次军粮，可马大人直到现在却还是连一粒米都不肯给我。本将已经倦了，若马大人不愿借调粮草，那马大人就让粮菜烂在自家粮仓里吧。”柳木人说的话铿锵有力，他的眼神坚决，整个人都有一种容光焕发的味道。这是自宿阳城沦为孤城以来，柳木人第一次当着众官的面如此硬气的面对马知府，而马知府闻言却是彻底慌了。柳木人，你说什么？你不要粮，如何行军打仗？你这是在作践南前军队！他艰难地吞咽着口水，面色凝重无比，想说些什么，但又不知从何说起，仿佛自从沈夜进入视线之后，一切就都失控了。先是边军大举失利，再到柳木人趾高气扬的回应，马知府体会到了一种失控的无力感。本将自有活路，这就不必马知府操心了。来人啊，送马知府回府静养！柳木人冲着清兵使了个眼色，马知府这次摔得不轻，以后务必小心，派最好的随军医师为马知府治疗，10日内切莫让马知府离开府邸半步，一定要痊愈才行。说罢，几十个身着玄甲的清兵瞬间冲着马知府走了过去。马知府的那群府兵见状，则是破天荒地拦在了清兵面前。可见此一幕，柳木人仅是咳嗽了一声，那些装备精良的府兵便怕得连手中长矛都握不稳了，纷纷向两侧退让开来。府兵马家狗腿子们只能眼巴巴地看着马知府被清兵押送回府，再无一人敢上前，只得自作鸟兽散去。柳木人见此，嘴角一挑，面露满意之色。如今他怀中揣着沈夜给的凉菜大棚馒头，不出1个月，凉菜大棚就能长出新鲜的雪菜和荞麦。虽说这些凉菜的品质一般，但胜在成熟期短，而且产量不俗。只要扣下的凉菜大棚正常产出，宿阳城兵士的军粮完全能做到自给自足，何须再向马知府的阿扎低头？至于城中的10万百姓该吃什么、喝什么、如何过冬，这就不是他柳木人该想的了。这是马知府的任务，若马知府没能调和百姓，反而激起民愤，这恰恰是柳木人最想看到的。不乱，何以借证明弹劾马知府？从柳木人复杂的眼神中，沈夜几乎读出了柳木人的心声。毕竟是一个能靠着战功做到下级军。说柳木人的心思单纯，沈夜1000个不相信，但至少与马知府相比，柳木人绝对算得上是一个尽职尽责的将军。沈夜，我再额外借给你200骑兵，你可自行调配。柳木人从腰间接下来一块青铜虎符，递给了沈夜。沈夜见状没有推脱，而是直接双手接下。这是柳木人将军给自己的大礼，没有理由不要。况且3寸的骑兵有限，不过可惜，用来偷煤运煤，在效率上也一般。若是有了这200个骑兵的加入，今晚偷煤的效率会直线上升2倍不止。行了，我派人送你回去，你殴打知府，此事本该重罚。柳木人轻吐长吁，摆明了是准备高高抬起，轻轻放下。但念在你即将戍守宿阳城北的防线，就先不处罚了。但马知府毕竟是宿阳10万百姓的父母官，战事结束之后，务必要书信一封，为马知府宽心，标价领命。沈夜嘴角一挑，但话锋一转道：“但将军无需派人送，马知府短时间内应当不敢再来。马知府总不至于如此既吃不记打。”说罢，柳木人也发出了爽朗的笑容。沈夜不要，他也没继续劝，只是在沈夜翻身上路临行之时，偶然发现了沈夜的巨简，多夸了一句：“这句子不错，沈夜，你好生防御，若能成，我便再给你一本柳家不传之秘籍。这秘籍一代只传给一个人，比上一次本将给你的柳家刑法还要霸道数倍。”沈夜闻言，眼神之中明显射出了几分星光。自从抓了白羊、白宁姐妹俩，沈夜对武学体系就有了更深的认知。他猜到柳木人将军口中的秘法，大抵就是内功修炼的法门，一代传一人，正如白羊所说的那样。很快，沈夜回到了马家铺，他先是前往卫所，派人通知3村守军做好战斗准备。而后，沈夜又回了一趟家，打算把玄甲取来穿上。毕竟，就算他的外敛精气神一等，也终究是皮肉，敌不过刀枪。活着才是战斗的本钱。嘎吱，沈夜推开大门，走入小院，径直向存放玄甲的墙根走去。可抬眼一看，却发现一个瘦小的身影正替他擦拭着玄甲。凤灵。沈夜狐疑地探了探头，苏凤灵见到沈夜，自觉地放下了玄甲，而后一把冲上去抱住了沈夜。他将一块冰冷的玉牌塞进沈夜腰间，语气中带有几分祈求之意道：“夫君配西蜀王令主，即为西蜀王，这是凤灵如今最宝贵的东西。凤灵愿将王令赠与夫君，只求夫君替凤灵寻一个故人，一个被凤灵视作闺中密友的女故人。”第86章，女扮男装的西蜀将军，敌军并非6021万。西蜀燕信传至，说他今晚也会去侵扰北邙大营，若夫君能替凤灵寻到他，务必把他带回来。苏凤灵低着头埋进沈夜的胸膛，语气轻柔地说道：“故人。”沈夜倒吸一口凉气，心中微微发紧。乱世边关，南前和北邙都已经打通了。苏凤灵的故人不仅能在此处立足，还能获得北邙今日出战的情报，甚至想要趁着今日北邙突军之时反打北邙一手，足以见得苏凤灵口中的故人身手得，能力非凡。这在原先的西蜀军伍中，少说也是个将军。亡国女帝与少年将军，听上去怎么莫名有一股无脑女平文的宿命感？他沈夜不会是什么插足之人。不过换一个思路想想，如今苏凤灵已有身孕，倒也挺刺激的。可还不等沈夜回过神来，苏凤灵便又抱紧了沈夜几分，继续开口解释道：“夫君，这位故人便是先前我向你提过的护国将军宇文泰。 他本名宇文爱，从小就攻负了德，可却因宇文家站错了字而被贬为庶民。他女扮男装多年，所立军功无数，是不可多得的奖项。同时，他也是凤鸣的闺中密。若有他相伴，凤鸣和夫君一定会更开心。我明白了。沈烨点了点头，露出了一副恍然大悟的表情。原来苏凤鸣口中的故人是个女扮男的花木兰啊！不过历史上的花木兰可并不好看，能女扮男装还不被发现的女子，怕是好看不到哪里去。宇文爱这位闺中密，他沈烨应是无福消受。既然凤鸣张嘴了，此事我会料想。沈烨没有拒绝，而是收下了那枚吸血王。如果不收，苏凤鸣不会开心，他会觉得变乱。而且宇文爱是谁，长什么模样，进宫路线在何处，沈烨完全是一问三不知。在这种情况下，若是没个信物作保，贸然相认，沈烨和宇文爱极有可能会兵戎相见。大水冲了龙王庙，苏凤鸣就能办了。多谢夫君，玄甲擦干净。苏凤鸣闻言嘟着小嘴，笑嘻嘻的将怀中玄甲递给了沈烨。我不求夫君杀多少北莽男子，我只求夫君今晚能平安归来，孩子不能没有爸爸。苏凤鸣一边说着，一边揉了揉微隆起的小肚子。从刚到马家铺，苏凤鸣还是个只有恨意的亡国女帝，到现在，苏凤鸣的心已经被沈烨完全占据。他不想什么天下了，西蜀之王一个巴掌拍不响。北莽入侵是错，但西蜀内部的腐败才是原罪。军饷被克扣的食不存一，将士们的皮甲都是风化的。西蜀之王时亡于15年前，他苏凤鸣不过是承接天命，无奈背上了这亡国之名吧。但现在苏凤鸣已经想明白了，他不应该回避在这亡国的屈辱，反而应该用自己曾为西蜀女帝的身份，替夫君沈烨招兵买马。驻国将军宇文爱便是一位极佳的人选。放心，凤鸣，我会回来的。沈烨摸了摸苏凤鸣的脑袋，用力揉了揉，旋即他便套上了玄甲，径直来到了柴房门前，推开柴房大门。白杨、白宁姐妹俩已经穿好了夜行衣，摩足了利刃，眼神中更是寒意凛淡，似是早就在等沈烨推门而来。准备好了吗？沈烨看着二女，沉声问道。住了几日，总该结金房钱的，沈大人放心。白杨和白宁交换了一下眼神，而后犀利的点了点头。沈烨见状也不多问，转身便带着二女走出了家门。沈烨翻身上马，二女坐在沈烨的背后，白杨搂着沈烨的腰窝，白宁搂着白杨。好在赤路够大，一匹马3、4个人骑没什么问题。很快，沈烨便一骑绝尘，直接来到了20里开外的小山丘旁。这里正是上一次夜袭战沈烨立下吞吐的地，而这一次，这里则变成了天雷地火阵的阵地。沈烨勒住缰绳，赤路缓缓停步。小山丘旁，近100名兵士都已披甲戴发，不远处的灌丛中还有近300名骑兵，眼神紧锁北莽大营的方向。这些骑兵中1/3是孙连占领的，另外200人是柳木人将军的支持。这些骑兵的装束和战马虽然有几分不同，但相同的是，每一个骑兵的身侧都有一个巨大的虎口袋，这是沈烨前天连夜设计用来装煤的收缩口袋。无需系口，重物落下后，口袋便会自动缩紧。沈烨见此，满意的点了点头，而后卸下巨锏，趴在沙丘侧。他一边用眼神扫着北方通道，一边冲身旁的铁牛、张冲等人问道：“有情况了吗？天凉了，快下雪了。”铁牛摸着身下冰冷的沙土，语气憨厚道：“沈天副长，我们只能以火攻收尾，射完就可。当真不可近身迎敌吗？”张冲并未回答，反而抛给了沈烨一个问题。张冲太想打一场这样的大仗。从虎头山上下来，被沈烨招安开始，他张冲打过最大的一战，不过是拔除北莽100人据点的那一战。那一战打的虽是丧气回肠，但却没杀几个北莽蛮，都被沈烨一剪横扫了。如今好不容易有如此大战，他自然想多杀几个北莽蛮，不然清明时节，他张冲连给家眷上香的底气都没有，近身攻击太不理智了。沈烨指了指阵营，开口解释道：“我雷会有氧的情况，若在你们大军压境之时引爆，那岂不是搬起石头打自己的脚？况且北莽大军与我军人数差距太大，近身肉搏实在不利。我给你们每人配备了箭矢50，等到第一轮爆炸响起，第2批北莽骑兵掠过之时，你们就放箭。50箭矢全部放完后，立刻从小道绕回马家铺做防御准备。”标下领命。张冲闻言，虽眼中手刃北莽蛮子的战役不行，但还是乖乖听了这个。战场上只有一个人的话能听，那就是沈烨的。想打胜仗，听沈烨的准没错。可就在此时，呼，一阵冷风呼啸而过，沙丘上百余名兵士不禁打了个冷战。对寒冷尤为敏感的白宁，则是缓缓向天空伸出了指尖。下一秒，一片雪花轻飘飘的落下，不偏不倚的停留在了白宁的指尖。下雪了，白宁语气冰冷说道。话音未落，漫天雪花飘落，鹅毛般的大雪如柳絮般铺天盖地。沈烨等100余名兵士瞬间紧张了起来，他们不再慵懒放松的趴着，而是全神贯注地盯着铁灵堡方向。铁灵堡方向是安放天雷地火阵的第一道防线，铁灵堡一炸，就证明北莽大军入境了。可等了许久，大雪已经在地上铺成了一层白霜，铁灵堡方向的天雷地火阵却仍没有半点动静。地雷的制作工艺粗糙，偶尔有1、2个哑火的很正常，但铁灵堡前可是有整整800斤地雷啊！这800斤地雷不能全哑火吧？沈烨，我们会不会不算错了时间？铁牛抬头望月，若有所思地说道。不可能。沈烨却坚决地摇了摇头。北莽先锋军的行军路径总共就那么几条，1刻钟的时间都过去了，那6000人早该到了，除非来的不是6000人。若是人数更多，调配起来难度更大，那确实是会耽误些时间。沈烨心里一紧，连忙以鹰眼向远处扫去，可下一秒，嚓嚓嚓， 一阵厚重而猛烈的马蹄声响起，整个山丘都被踏得发沉。沈烨抬眼一看，却不见北莽大军所在。正当沈烨迷惑之际，沈烨却突然发现，一个娃娃兵正不熟练地骑着马在自己耳边踩踏，抬杠的声音和震动，大抵也是这娃娃兵发出来的。娃娃兵只有铁灵宝有，这娃娃应该就是铁灵宝的传令士了。怎么，铁灵宝的雷怎么还没响？沈烨收敛了心神，起身发问。娃娃兵闻言，则是上气不接下气，翻身下马，嘴唇惨白地看着沈烨道：“沈千夫长出大事，来的北莽大军不是6000，而是1万。第87章，北莽万夫长孤朵领军，这天雷地火是神法。1万，这个数字说出口的一瞬间，所有人都愣住了。铁牛瞪大了牛眼，张聪下意识地咽了咽口水，白宁、白杨二女相视一愣，就连沈烨都震惊，这才开口说道：“当真是1万，千真万确。”娃娃兵回应着，沈烨长呼一口气，面色凝重：“1万大军，这可比6000人多了将近1倍啊！1倍的兵力差，足以让寻常的防线当场崩溃，足以让这3村的百姓成为孤魂野鬼。这是情报探子的严重失误，战后抄斩满门都不为过。”甚至沈烨的脑海中都冒出了一丝怀疑，这南前的情报探子会不会是反属啊？但好在沈烨用的并非是传统防线，而是以攻为守的地雷阵，2000精地雷所布之大阵，虽无法将1万大军全部炸掉，但足以对其造成重创，让他们在短时间内退役。况且沈烨打从一开始就没想着用这2500斤炸药全歼敌军，北莽作为骑兵机动性太强，能炸他们2次就已足够，全歼不是目的，退敌才是正义。只不过现在的情况是，北莽大军人数过多，他沈烨只准备了1桌饭，却来了2桌人，这饭该怎么吃？1万北莽大军分了几路？沈烨继续问道。北莽大军分2路，一路从铁灵堡下平村方向直攻宿阳东北门，另一路则是直接从马家铺方向妄图直攻宿阳北大门。娃娃兵尽力回忆着他看到的每一个场景。你来的时候，北莽大军到哪了？沈烨手心捏了一把汗，开口问。应该快。轰隆！娃娃兵话音未落，铁灵堡方向便爆发出了冲天的火光，火光直逼云霄，硝烟与雪花相融，一股淡黄色的烟尘更是肉眼可见的在铁灵堡方向移荡开来。到了，北莽大军到了！铁灵堡方向的雷阵炸以后，铁灵堡的兵士便会向下平村方向后撤。3村部的百姓都已经转移到了马家铺，马家铺距离宿阳城门是最近的。倘若北莽蛮子真的发起自杀式不要命的进攻，这些百姓也会有足够的时间，在兵士们的护送下安全入城。打起来了，你就留在这里。沈烨拍了拍那娃娃兵的肩膀，想将他强行按下。可娃娃兵闻言，却从怀中掏出了那半面铁灵堡军旗。铁灵堡军旗上的血渍已被洗干净，只不过村中布料紧缺，剩下的半面旗帜直到现在也没人给还。娃娃兵将叠的四四方方的军旗工整放在地上，你这是何意？沈烨有些不解。沈大人，铁灵堡的军旗不能落于敌人之手。娃娃兵一边说着，一边翻身上马，亮出了胸口的2块石头雷。军旗还望沈大人代为保管。我是铁灵堡生人，我父母姊妹皆死于北莽人之手，我参军戍边，等的就是这么一天。沈大人是英雄，我争取炸死2个北莽百夫长，为沈大人分忧。说罢，娃娃兵便骑着快马一骑绝尘而去。沈烨本想开口叫住他，又看了看孙林善，想派兵拦截，可话到嘴边，沈烨却约住了。这铁灵堡的娃娃兵根本就不是在为其他的事情打仗，这娃娃兵是在为家仇国恨而战。他沈烨没资格以一个高高在上的将领身份劝他放下仇恨，不破北莽终不回。南前北疆的兵士缺的就是如此血性，可这血性，他沈烨竟然是在一个14、15岁的娃娃脸上看到的。有这些娃娃，南前亡不了，宿阳死得住。铁喵，向兄弟们准备吧！沈烨感官极为发达，立刻就锁定了向马家铺奔袭而来的另一支大军。他们是北莽的另一路大军。原本这一路大军应当只有区区的3000人左右，可是现在随着北莽的大军总数来到1万，这分出的一路的大军人数也将飙升到5000，甚至更多。对马家铺来说，这俨然成了一块相当难啃的硬骨头。不过，沈烨扭头看了一眼身后灯火通明的马家铺，还是露出了一副坚毅之色。就算崩了牙，也得把这块骨头啃下来。家仇国恨，不破不还。轰隆！思绪未断，下平村方向也传来了爆炸的响声，火光冲天，硝烟弥漫。北莽来势汹汹，不过1个钟的时间，竟然已经从铁灵堡冲杀到了下平村。这批北莽骑兵不同凡响，速度快，势头猛。既然如此，北莽大营势必空虚，此刻正是千载难机。沈烨心中暗自想着，下一秒他猛地挥手，沉声一喝道：“南前骑兵出列，目标北莽大营煤仓，随我出击。”与此同时，下平村随着爆炸声渐起，下平村和铁灵堡所剩残兵也迅速向虎头山寨的方向奔袭了过去。虎头山寨易守难攻，这是沈烨替他们找的绝佳的藏身之地，保证兵源是头等大事。而此刻，经过了2轮轰炸的北莽骑兵已经完全懵逼了，他们兵分2路的5000大军压境，如今却已是一片狼藉，战役还没开打便死伤过半，余下之兵战意全无。万夫长孤朵骑着不适应的战马，环顾四周，只觉得心头茫然。半月前，他丢了爱马仕女，此番他主动请缨突袭宿阳，一方面是为了找马，另一方面是为了弥补上一次没能镇守好北莽大营的过错。可现在连宿阳的城门还没摸到，大军便已斗志全无，土地会爆炸，这是从未见过的攻势。孤朵甚至怀疑这天雷地虎是神法。撤吧，万夫长！身旁的亲卫连忙开口劝说。这个时候，南前出一支伏兵，这2000北莽骑兵就是瓮中之鳖啊！可孤朵却摸着秃瓢脑袋，摇了摇头，不许撤。 后军变前军，向马家铺方向奔袭。何为宿阳城北？咱的宝贝赤鹿还在南田杂碎的手中，今夜不抵宿阳城门，我孤朵绝不撤退半步。第88章，孤朵被炸哭了，我的宝贝岂能辱于他人之手？亲卫见状也不再开口劝，孤朵是个驴脾气，北莽大营人人皆知。况且10日前南前军夜袭北莽大营，孤朵的宝贝坐骑赤鹿被抢走了，孤朵心里一直憋着一股气。原本这次的进攻，北莽二皇子只准备用6000骑兵开路，可孤朵复仇之心强烈，硬是主动请缨，操控了他这个万夫长的家，凑足了1万人，说什么也要把宿阳城的城门踏平。可眼下大军开拔不过1刻钟的时间，西北这一路就已经被那不知名的火雷炸死炸伤了3000人。孤朵这个驴脾气哪能忍受如此羞辱？随我冲杀上去，马家铺一攻难守，拿下此地作为据点，战事尚有转机。孤朵挥舞着手中弯刀，生疏的骑着陌生的战马，余下的1000多北莽骑兵见状，也都纷纷跟了上去。这2波火雷的威力实在是不容小觑。侥幸活下来的北莽骑兵眼神中满是空洞之色，他们身上的斗志已荡然无存，只剩下最不知埋在何处火雷的恐惧。但孤朵的眼神中却是斗志昂扬，甚至生出了一抹得意。在孤朵看来，铁灵堡、下平村布置了如此大范围的火雷阵，至少动用了宿阳城1/3的火药储备。守此防线之南前将领，一定是想靠这种范围巨大的爆炸来吓退他的北莽大军，以解宿阳城北门之围，想让他孤朵知难而退。他孤朵偏不，甚至要反其道而行，带仅剩的1000多精锐骑兵，从马家铺侧身直插进去，与进攻马家铺那一路的北莽骑兵形成合围之势，直接将马家铺打下来作为据点，再图宿阳城北。如此精妙的战场应变，想必那南前守将一定想不到。胜利在望，兄弟们快马加鞭，慢了的可抢不到军功。孤朵自己脑补得很爽，明明部队折损已经超过2/3，可此刻的孤朵非但没有露出任何悲伤之色，反倒是露出一排白牙，岁月长啸。见此一幕，跟在孤朵身后的北莽精锐非但没有重燃斗志，反倒在心里泛起了。这孤朵不会是因为马被偷了而失心疯了吧？但很快，随着孤朵率军来到了马家铺侧身，空无一人把守的空旷地带，宛若任人宰割的牧场，瞬间映入了北莽大军的眼睛。北莽精锐心中的嘀咕这才烟消云散。万夫长雄才，这马家铺侧身竟无一人把守，太好了！我们在此埋伏，与另外一路大军合围。万夫长，我们是等着合围，还是先出击？一众亲卫在孤朵耳边吹风。孤朵歪嘴一笑，不急，等大军到此，我们再出兵合围。我孤朵好好教一教这群南前秀才是如何打的。轰隆隆，话音刚落，另一路5000人的北莽大军也踏入了马家铺山谷前的天雷地火阵，冲天的爆炸声再次响起，火光直逼寂静夜色，隐约间甚至能看到一个类似蘑菇硝云翻涌而出，硝烟弥漫，月光寒人，漫天血雾弥散开来，腥味传播数百米，众人闻之色变。孤朵喉咙一滚，面露错愕之色，怎么还有火雷？这宿阳城北的守将是疯了吗？这得上1000斤火药了吧？万夫长，要不我们还是撤了。亲卫审时度势，见情况如此，便又打起了退堂鼓。可孤朵闻言却一把捏住了亲卫，而后孤朵眼神猩红，恶狠狠地说道：老子已经立下了军令状，今夜要么老子战死，要么二皇子鸣金收兵，不然我孤朵一步都不会退。说罢，孤朵再次抄起腰间弯刀，刀锋直至马家铺。南前的火药大抵已经用完了，马家铺侧面守军薄弱，你们随我冲杀进去，将马家铺那群阴险小人一网打尽。杀！孤朵咬牙骑马，以马家铺军旗为锚点，发起了冲锋。余下1000名北莽精锐见此，同样跟了上去。可下一秒，随着上千名北莽骑兵冲入马家铺无人防守的阵地，咔嗒，一声声触发地雷的敲击声响起，而后便是引线快速点燃的簌簌声，最后轰隆隆，漫天火光再次燃起。爆炸产生的气浪更卷起了一道小型沙尘暴，本就人手不足的北莽骑兵，经此一遭，能战之兵更是连1000人都不到。见此一幕，被炸飞了的孤朵擦了擦脸上的焦黑，他随手拎起一个战马，翻身上去，快速回览四周情况。死的死，伤的伤，哀嚎遍野，血流成河。即便是还能动弹的北莽精锐，也几乎都麻木了，他们眼神空洞，浑身发抖，就连随意迈出一步的勇气都没有，生怕迈出的下一步就会引爆火雷，被炸成碎片。怎么会这样？孤朵懵逼的看着这一切，他彻底傻眼了。这宿阳城北的守将到底是谁？怎么马家铺侧面还有爆炸？难道南前将领这一步都算到了？孤朵想着，忽然觉得胳膊一阵刺痛，低头看去是被石子封出了一道伤口，正血流不止。难道今日我孤朵一世英名将葬送于此？孤朵心里暗戳戳的想着。可就在此时，他看了几百个着装不同的南前骑兵，正以极快的速度向北莽残军所在的方向奔袭而来。孤朵定睛一看，每个南前骑兵的马背后都带着一个巨大布袋，布袋里面满满登登的，不知道装着的是什么。但下一秒，孤朵的眼神一闪，无意间看到了领头的那人，那人英气十足，身姿挺拔，穿着的一身玄甲更是霸气侧漏。但真正让孤朵注意到，则是那人胯下的战马。赤鹿，是赤鹿！孤朵大声喊着，眼睛瞪得溜圆。万夫长，撤吧，别管那马了。因为这一次也上去，他拉着孤朵就想撤退，但孤朵这一身的驴劲实在是大，连着3、4个亲兵一起上前，都奈何不了孤朵。都给我滚！要撤你们撤！孤朵怒声一喝，将众亲兵推倒之后，便立刻翻身上马，直奔骑着赤鹿的沈夜而去。对孤朵而言，赤鹿就是他的命，赤鹿与他就和夫妻俩没什么区别。 他平日里对待赤鹿更是像宝贝一样，现在看着自己的宝贝如于其他男人之手，孤朵怎能不气？最关键的是，被其他男人骑着的赤鹿，非但没有抗拒，反而十分配合。这是放在任何一个男人的身上，谁能忍得住？这可是他孤朵的马。第89章，你的马归我了，北莽鸣金退兵。这个小白脸，看我手刃了他！孤朵说着，一骑绝尘而去，余下亲兵见状，也无奈地跟了上去。若是孤朵死了，他们活着回去也会被记起。往后撤势十死无生，往前走说不准还有一丝活路。可并非所有人都是这么想的。有几乎一半的北莽骑兵都趁乱逃了出去，跟在孤朵身后的只剩下了700-800人，而这700-800人还都是一副求死的模样，眼神中已完全没了斗志，只是呆滞的骑马以均速跟在孤朵身后。可这一幕在孤朵看来则完全不同，在孤朵的眼中，他就是一个为正义奔袭的骑兵，而他的身后则是一群斗志昂扬、无比信任自己的兄弟。这一战即便不能成功扣响宿阳城门，但至少杀了这南前的小白脸，也能将赤鹿夺回，算是了却了一桩心结，挣回了面子。与此同时，刚刚从北莽大营偷了一波煤的沈烨，正率军向马家铺的煤仓奔袭。这一路上，沈烨几乎没有受到什么阻碍，毕竟北莽大营拢共就2-3万人，其中还有相当一部分是杂物后勤兵。今夜北莽突袭宿阳城门，便出动了1万人之多，可想而知北莽大营的兵力此刻有多么空虚。中途没遇到什么守军阻拦，也实属正常。快些，都快些！按这个速度，我们能3进3出北莽煤仓了。沈烨满眼激动，冲着身后的骑兵兄弟们喊道：“要知道，这一趟沈烨他们300人就偷回来了3村百姓，能用将近1个月的煤炭，再去偷2次，就能攒出来足够3村百姓烧2个多月的煤炭。再搭配上柴火、干草等，省着点烧3个月，熬过这个冬天绝对不成问题。”沈千夫长，前面来了一股北莽蛮子。可就在沈烨率军即将到达马家铺煤仓之时，孙连战却突然大喊了一声，顺着孙连战手指的方向看去，一群北莽骑兵果真映入了沈烨眼前。这得有600-700人吧，北莽竟还留了这么一手。沈烨嘴角一挑，还以为这支几百人的小部队是北莽专门派来杀入马家铺侧身打合围之战，会用兵法，这个北莽将领不傻。沈千夫长，我带着兄弟们去迎敌，你带着宿阳城的骑兵先卸煤吧。孙连战抽出了腰间短刀，眼神无比犀利。可沈烨却摆了摆手，不可，为了减轻负重，你们骑兵佩戴的兵器均为短兵，若贸然迎击，与自杀无异。可是沈千夫长，孙连战似是看出了沈烨的意图，不过是一群乌合之众，我独自迎敌便是。沈烨勒住缰绳，调转了马蹄方向，而后又冲着孙连战补充了一句：不必管我，煤炭才是首要任务，等我这边结束，我自会去找你们会合的。说罢，沈烨便一骑绝尘而去，直接扛着巨锏，以1人1马1锏之势，冲入了北莽600-700人的敌阵之中。几乎是一瞬间，沈烨就如同一颗丢入大海的狮子，直接消失在了北莽的敌军丛中。标下领命，孙连战红着眼眶，拱起双手。沈烨虽武艺超群，天赋异禀，可他毕竟不是神仙，而是肉体凡胎啊！以1人之力硬抗几百人，这和送死有什么区别？沈烨，这是想以1个人的命换3村上千百姓的命。孙连战没有去追，只是强忍着情绪，带着骑兵卸载，再度出发。与此同时，沈烨主动冲入敌阵。他本以为这600-700名以包抄为目的的北莽骑兵会是精锐，可刚一交手，沈烨就发现这群北莽骑兵阵容散乱，丢盔卸甲，更像是溃兵。以往的北莽骑兵个个杀声震天，斗志昂扬，可现在眼前的这几百号北莽骑兵就像是任人宰割的韭菜，甚至连一丁点的还手之力都没有。每个北莽骑兵眼中都满是空洞，任由沈烨挥舞着巨锏，将他们挨个打得人仰马翻。南前贼子，拿命来！而就在沈烨在万军丛中砍瓜切菜正爽的时候，一道嘶吼的声音突然在耳边响起，紧接着便是一道极其之快的刀锋从眼前闪过。当！沈烨下意识抬起巨锏，巨锏的钢铁之躯硬生生挡住了刀锋，但刀锋并未停止，而是顺着巨锏一路火花的向上划去，直接逼到了沈烨的眉眼前，才因距离不够而停下。沈烨见此，饶有兴致的转头一看，发现来者并没有什么特殊的，只是比一般的北莽骑兵长得壮实了一些，是个秃瓢的小矮胖子。其余的无论是锁着装备还是手中的弯刀，都与寻常北莽骑兵无没差别。而这小矮胖子正是北莽万夫长孤朵。来，还不等沈烨反应过来，孤朵便再次挥舞着手中的弯刀冲沈烨杀了过去。聒噪！沈烨瞅准时机，在孤朵即将冲杀短兵相接之前，便猛地抡起了巨锏，巨锏落下，重重地砸在了马头上。孤朵所骑的战马不过是一般的战马，其抗击打能力和赤鹿完全不是一个档次。仅仅是挨了沈烨的巨锏一下，孤朵骑的战马便口吐白沫，昏死了过去。孤朵也随之人仰马翻，滚出去了数米远。沈烨见状，不再留战，转身重新冲入了敌阵，对着北莽骑兵继续砍瓜切菜了起来。而此时的孤朵则是摔了一个标准的狗吃屎，他从地上爬起，掸了掸身上的灰尘，再抬头看向沈烨，眼中明显生出了一抹错愕。这厮看着身板不大，力气倒不小。孤朵说着，又随手拉来一匹无人的战马，翻身上去。他丢掉了弯刀，转而掏出了2柄乌黑的鼓锤。这2柄鼓锤与赤鹿齐名，是北莽赫赫有名的大杀器。死在这2柄鼓锤下的南前亡魂，没有1000也有800。今日他孤朵就要用这2柄鼓锤夺回赤鹿。南前贼子，还我马来！孤朵叫喊着，再次冲杀过去。这一次的攻击势大力沉，鼓锤爆发出了2道气浪，但沈烨感官超凡，气浪一面的瞬间便捕捉到了孤朵的行径， 沈烨举起巨锏，转动锏柄，巨锏爆发出鸣金声。断！沈烨一锏抡下，孤朵交叉双手举起骨锤硬抗，但下一秒，咔嚓，两柄骨锤瞬间断裂，巨锏直击孤朵面门，孤朵当场被击飞，甩出去了数米远。而此刻，沈烨也捋清了一切，眼前这个秃瓢小胖子就是北莽万夫长孤朵。他之所以不同于其他的残兵，杀意凛然，斗志昂扬，是因为这胯下的赤鹿。但既然这几百人的北莽残兵已经斗志全无，无法构成威胁，沈烨也无需再与之缠斗，去护送运梅小队才是重中之重。沈烨骑着赤鹿便疾驰离开，背影逐渐变得越来越小。刚从地上爬起来的孤朵见状，则是环顾四周，想再夺一匹马来用，可周围早已无战马。孤朵不甘心，便以双腿向前奔跑，可赤鹿和沈烨的身影却仍旧越来越远。孤朵眼眶含泪，他从脖子上掏出了一枚口哨，这曾是赤鹿最喜欢的哨声，是代表他们羁绊的。嗡，沉闷的哨声响起，声波震荡开来。赤鹿听到声音，明显放慢了脚步，在高速行进中扭头回眸一望。孤朵见此，眼中满是激动，还以为赤鹿认出了自己，回心转意。可仅1秒过后，赤鹿便决绝地扭过头去，十分享受地驮着沈烨驰骋，那眼神就好像在说：沈烨更强，孤朵你不配赢。赤鹿，孤朵见此，心都快碎了。他平日里虽然不给赤鹿重成就，但那是为了锻炼赤鹿的韧性。他不给赤鹿吃饱养饱，也是为了锻炼赤鹿的血性。他对赤鹿这么好，赤鹿为何要抛他而去？孤朵想不明白，他拿起鼓哨想再追一次，再追一次赤鹿，可鼓哨还未吹响，嗡，一道更浑厚的铜号角声从北边响起，听着这熟悉的鸣金声，北莽残兵都笑，他们眼中的麻木变成了希冀，更是自觉地向北莽大营撤退。但孤朵闻言却浑身一软，彻底傻眼。这是北莽的鸣金号，二皇子鸣金收兵吗？可这还不到半个时辰，难道5万人铁骑已经被打没了？第90章盘点战场收获，沈烨做参将都不为过。嗡，沉闷的鸣金声再度响起，风雪随之加剧了几分，滚烫的血浆拿着爆炸的灰融化了鹅毛大雪，形成满地血污泥泞。孤朵瘫坐在污泥中，满眼茫然，就这么败了。孤朵想不明白，南前人埋在地里的火雷究竟是何物？南前埋雷的布防图为何能做到事无巨细？万人大军在火雷面前怎能如此不堪一击？可还不等孤朵想出一二，精卫便骑马赶来，强行将孤朵抬上了马背，带离了战场，赶上了撤军的大部队。数千北莽骑兵都被炸得丢盔卸甲，还有许多北莽骑兵身负重伤，扎了满背的箭矢。爆炸只是第一轮攻击，虽说炸死炸伤了不少北莽骑兵，但却没完全摧毁北莽大军的斗志。力道恐怖的箭矢才是真正让北莽大军破防的。当漫天箭雨落在刚经历过一轮爆炸的北莽骑兵身上之时，这场战争便胜负已分。与此同时，沈烨也赶到了北莽大营门前，成功接应到了偷了3次煤的孙连战。孙连战率领300余骑兵，正以快到失控的速度狂奔。北莽大军撤了，大营内的狠兵多了，他们偷煤一事自然就暴露。追兵与前2次偷煤相比，也是成倍增长。沈千夫长，孙连战看着身边兄弟一个个倒下，本还是面色凝重，可下一秒，一个熟悉的身影出现，一人一马一锏横空出世。沈烨挥舞着手中巨锏，招式简洁，但招招致命，仅是一个眨眼的功夫，便风卷残云，切断了所有追兵。很快，沈烨、孙连战一行人便浩浩汤汤地回到了马家铺。看着孙连战等人卸煤，沈烨也没闲着，而是冲着马家铺天雷地火阵阵眼的方向奔袭了过去。这是上万人的大战，战场打扫、盘点收获是十分重要的一环。而随着沈烨骑马赶来，映入眼帘的便是一片猩红，两侧山丘夹着的中间通路俨然是血流成河，数千北莽蛮子的尸体相互堆积，100余名南前兵士正在有条不紊地处理着尸体。带头的是铁牛和张冲，将能用的装备扒下来，把重伤的敌军补刀送走，把死后的敌军埋进深坑。见此一幕，沈烨没有骑马前往一线战场，而是转头直接来到了小山丘上。小山丘上已经堆积了一大堆带血的装备，所有从战场上搜集来的装备武器都要暂时放在原处。沈烨翻身下马，环顾四周，北莽蛮子的武器仍旧十分单一，70%都是弯刀，而且大部分的弯刀都被炸脱，装备也仍是以皮甲为主。只不过这一次的皮甲中有超过半数都贴了棉花玉函，虽说从外形上来看，这些缴获而来的装备武器多少会有些不堪重用，但只要加以保养改造，这些弯刀、皮甲就可以成为南前的装备，为南前武装许多有生力量。武器装备没有好坏，穿在谁的身上就是谁的。沈大人，这是我们姐妹房前。就在沈烨环顾战利品，眼神欣慰之时，白杨和白宁姐妹2人却拎着一个甚小的大布袋来到了沈烨面前。白杨主动请缨，来到沈烨面前，打开布袋，里面全都是北莽蛮子的诱饵。沈烨走马观花的一扫，少说也有30多个。南前以诱饵做军功，我们就只割了诱饵。白宁在一旁开口解释道：“沈大人，这里一共是43只诱饵。”白杨则是小脸一红，淡淡道：“若这些不够房前，我就只能再住一段时间，等下次北莽进攻之时，再替沈大人多杀几个北莽蛮子。房前够了。”沈烨额头冒出了一层冷汗。白杨、白宁姐妹俩所练的武学，全都是以暗杀为主。即便他们的武艺再怎么高强，可在北莽大军近乎恐怖的人数优势之下，他们2人的武学优势也几乎是体现不出来。况且北莽骑兵并非是单独行动，而是几十人、上百人成一个队列行动，每一个北莽骑兵又都配备了足够防御的装备，能在躲避天雷地火、漫天箭雨的情况下斩杀43个北莽骑兵，所以变得白杨、白宁2人吃下了苦功夫。明日便开始交易的最后一环了。 在野外，沈烨没有把话说错，但白杨和白宁却都双双点头。他们很清楚沈烨所说的最后一幕，就是一命换一命，用马相生的命换当初沈烨放他们的一命。如此一来，两命相白杨和白宁也能顺利走出沈家小院，借此由头离开残月组织。而就在此时，铁牛和张冲二人则是人手一个策，火急火燎地冲到了沈烨面前。二人满头大汗，可眼神中却满是藏不住的欣喜。沈千夫长，你都快当万夫长了！张冲开口说着，率先将手中的册子递了过去。铁牛见状，也紧随其后递出了册子。沈烨，这一战缴获的物资实在是太丰富了，都足够去武装一个万夫长就对了。说着，沈烨立刻翻看起了张冲递过来的册子，马匹1000余，弯刀6000柄，长弓3000张，箭矢2万支，另外还有完整的天棉皮衣1700件。这些装备用来武装一个万夫长队伍，虽算不上破烂，但绝对不够。见此一幕，沈烨嘴角一挑，眼中满是得意，速速将装备运回马家铺，让3村兵士都到马家铺来集合，领取装备和煤炭。是。张冲闻言双手一拱，便头也不回地吩咐了下去。紧接着，沈烨又翻看起了铁牛给的册子，这个册子中所记的乃是军功，通俗点说就是敌我双方的战损情况。我方伤亡72人。沈烨嘴里嘟囔了一句，眼神流露出了几分不满。3村兵士拢共才几百人，明明都已经布下了天雷地火阵，却还是伤亡近百，实在是不应该。不过沈烨继续向后翻看册子，眼神中却逐渐生出了一抹敬佩之色。只因南前方面牺牲的72人之中，有超过半数都是铁灵堡的兵士，若是没有铁灵堡的那群娃娃兵誓死不退，以近乎悲壮的方式将北莽骑兵引入下平村的火雷阵中，这场战争绝不会结束的这么快。粗略估计必敌4000人。沈烨扭头看向铁牛，长叹一口气，4000人重归重举，将这个战报撰写好，即刻送往宿阳城，向柳木人将军汇报。宿阳城中的人比我们更急，南前北疆太需要一场胜仗了。领命！铁牛点了点头，转身离去。与此同时，宿阳城城门上，柳木人已经同将军府坐到了城门楼。宿阳城北的防线炮火连天，他实在难看。本想借着单统劲在这宿阳城墙上挑高远望，但却不曾想夜黑风高，大雪漫天，即便是借着单统劲也看不到任何有效消息。而且为了预防北莽蛮子突袭，整个宿阳城4个城门全都锁死，也不能派斥候去前线打探情报，看又看不到，听又听不到。宿阳城北的交战情况，柳木人现在是一问三不知。最关键的是，宿阳城北的爆炸声消失的极快，不到半个时辰，爆炸声便没了，只剩下了夜色中的死寂。沈烨也迟迟没有带人向宿阳城后撤。柳木人青日长驱，多少觉得有些不妙。惨败倒是小事，若沈烨牺牲了，那对宿阳而言才是重创。柳芳，你从飞云旗中找2个精锐去前线探查一番吧。柳木人实在是忍不住了，便冲着站在身旁的柳芳挥了挥手。柳芳闻言却并未开口答应，反而是面色平淡的冲柳木人摇了摇头，几乎是以一种淡定到冰冷的语气回应：柳将军，现在主动派人去探查，绝非妙计。沈烨是输是赢，上可不知，贸然大开城门，若北莽大军伺机而动，这满城的百姓岂不都成了案板上的鱼肉？危险啊！柳芳说的话句句在理。柳木人闻言明显迟疑，他虽心急，但不傻。他能分得清轻重缓急，但宿阳城北的战况如何，直接决定了宿阳这边的防御情况，该以传统防御为主，还是该以严防固守为主，这都是需要考虑。柳木人背着手，坐立难安，只得在城门楼上来回踱步，不断向马家铺的方向看去，奈何风雪交加，看也看不清。柳木人心中一阵烦躁，甚至都想自己骑马出去打探情况。而就在此时，报！城门楼子下陡然出现了一个熟悉的身影，这是马家铺的斥候，斥候手中还拿着一个令箭，快放下猪来，把他拉上来。柳木人一眼就看到了这斥候，立刻向城门上的守军下令，而随着一个足以装人的竹篮缓缓从城门上放下，手持令箭的马家铺斥候也来到了宿阳城门。在见到柳木人的一瞬间，马家铺斥候便单膝触地，双手将令箭奉上。柳将军，这是宿阳城北防线的最新战报，奉沈千夫长之名，请柳将军过目。说罢，柳木人先是一怔，而后眼神中明显生出了几分激动，他没有迟疑，立刻接过了斥候手中的令箭，准备拆开查看。可就在打开的前一秒，柳木人却双目一正，停下了动作，饶有戒备地冲着斥候问道：沈烨怎么样？柳将军放心，沈千夫长没有大碍，也没有受伤，如今正在马家铺卫所与余下3村兵士议事。小斥候双手一拱，语气坚决地回应道。见小斥候眼神没有动摇，柳木人这才把心放到了肚子，满意的点了点头。小斥候如此反应，就证明他没有被坑，这不是北莽蛮子所用的奸计，而是正儿八经的前线军报。见此，谨慎的柳木人这才打开了令箭。打开令箭的一瞬间，一群惊人的数字便出现在了柳木人眼前，1万人。柳木人喉咙一滚，眸中生出了几分难以置信之色。这次北莽大军进攻竟来了1万人，不是6000吗？回禀柳将军，确实是1万人，这个数字不可能有假，这是铁灵堡的娃娃兵用命丈量出来。小斥候缓缓抬头，回答之时不卑不亢，面色坚毅。柳木人闻言欲言又止，便又低头看向了手中的令箭。南前伤亡72人，歼敌4000余。柳木人彻底愣住了，他看着手中令箭上所写的数字，整个人都觉得脑袋发麻。这战损比即便是在沙盘上都打不出来，沈烨是怎么在现实中打出来的？柳木人这话原本是在心里想的，但奈何这数据实在太过震惊，他便脱口而出，冲着那小斥候再次问了起来。回禀柳将军，此事确实是真，沈千夫长没能向您亲自汇报，就是因为他在率兵打扫战场， 毕竟3寸兵力有限，打扫万人战场是个力气活。沈千夫长一时抽不开身，还望柳将军见谅。小斥后仍旧是对答如流，全程没有丝毫的胆怯或者回避。柳木人喉咙一滚，将手中的令箭合上，而后转头看向小斥后，眼神十分坚毅地问道：“这么说来，你们宿阳城内现在已经将战事完全打完了是吗？”北莽人派出来的1万大军已经被沈烨打退了。确实如此，北莽大军已经鸣金收兵，只不过鸣金声太远，未曾传到宿阳城中。小斥后点了点头，沉声回应道。而听闻此，柳木人彻底傻眼了。他不是欣喜若狂，而是觉得此事实在是难以置信，甚至是已经超出了他这个将军的认知。沈烨手中的可战之兵不过400-500人，就算沈烨手中有2000多斤火药，可是在没有火器的情况之下，那些粗火药除了放烟花，真的没什么用。这以400-500人打败了万人大军，甚至还歼敌4000多人的状况，究竟是怎么做到的？这太不可思议了！你先下去吧。柳芳压着心中情绪，冲着一旁的小斥后挥了挥手，让他去一旁待命。紧接着，柳芳便缓缓凑到了柳木人身旁，也低头看起了那张令箭，上面的数字同样让他震惊不已，像做梦一样，即便亲眼见到，也觉得难以置信。柳芳咂舌，沈烨究竟用了什么妖术，竟能以牺牲72人的代价歼敌4000人？这个战绩，放眼北疆，过去3年，无人能匹敌啊！柳木人眼中窃喜，嘴角却掠过了一抹无奈。何止3年，这一次沈烨的战绩，在北疆10年内都无人能望其项背。关键是该如何封赏沈烨呢？柳芳答道：“不如给沈烨一个万夫长之名，行千夫长之实。”柳木人摆了摆手，长舒一口气。不够，前日布置的凉菜大棚金草发芽，粮草之功，抗敌之功，2攻取其一即可升任万夫长。如今2攻齐家，沈烨、拔擢至参将都不为过。第91章赏3枚空虎符，赐4目兵权。沈烨确实值得拔擢为参将。柳芳满意的点了点头，眸中尽是认可。沈烨可是他淘来的金子，原本柳芳以为沈烨的上限最多就是个千夫长，可没想到沈烨却有一身龙王武器。靠着一场场硬仗，生打出了大将之姿。柳木人听罢，却长叹一口气，有些无奈的摆了摆手。话虽如此，但我早些年得罪了朝中大宦官冯保，将位连削2级，如今只是各下级，没法给沈烨拔擢至参将之位上。柳木人心中有些自责，沈烨这种将帅之才，站的位置越高，发挥出的作用才越大。若让沈烨坐上参将之位，无异于给宿阳城请了一尊保护神。可受限于南前边军升迁，必须隔代上报国策，柳木人也是有心无力。他最多只能将沈烨提拔至万夫长一职。若想让沈烨当参将，至少需上将军点头，通报朝廷后，兵部下令，边军发议，才可做成参将。可现在宁远城被北莽占领，从宿阳去京城的唯一通路被切断，即便他柳木人是上将军，也封不了沈烨的参将。不如先将沈烨拔擢至万夫长，让他以万夫长之名行千夫长之实。柳木人轻抚长须，嘴里嘟囔了一句。柳芳闻言却话锋一转，开口劝道：“柳将军不可。从大局来看，宿阳城的万夫长没有空缺，城内4大万夫长各占一甲，防御体系早已成熟，贸然拔擢效果不会好。况且若将沈烨升为千夫长，那宿阳城北的城防该由何人去顶替？谁能做到沈烨这个份上？”柳木人沉思的点了点头，继续说。柳芳看向手中的令箭，眼中生出了一抹可惜道：“此外，沈烨与马知府结了仇，马知府睚眦必报，为人心胸狭窄，满城皆知。万夫长在军中算将领，可在南前体系中仍是不入品的武夫。一个万夫长死了，除了边军会忌讳，没人会去管。若将沈烨调入宿阳当万夫长，马知府使阴招又该如何？”柳芳分析的头头是道，马知府现在虽失去了粮食这个把柄，无法再掣肘柳木人，但归根结底，马家在京城朝廷中还有一座大草山，柳家族人皆在京中为暗指。若没个好由头，擅自对马知府动刀，柳家在京城大抵会一起陪葬。要是现在把沈烨调到万夫长的位置，于公于私都是有弊无利。柳木人想清楚了这一点，他轻抚下颚，心中又暗想道：况且我已许诺沈烨，正他柳家不传之内攻灭死重阳宫，这内功乃是柳家祖宗武勋后留下的，价值连城，一字千金。若能习得10个万夫长的位置都换不来，这个赏够分量的。可柳木人思绪未决，柳芳便又开口道：但沈烨老虎功高，又不能不审，若不赏，恐怕军心会动摇。眼下几轮打仗结束，宿阳城招募新军再起，不如给沈烨一块虎符，许他自募1000代甲兵是如何？在南前边军，大到将军，小到武长，都有募兵招兵之权。但若没有虎符加持，中层将领靠名头招来的兵，除了军饷外，一切装备后勤都需要自行付。而一旦有了虎符，在虎符令下招来的兵时，军备库会直接按人头配菜、配刀、军饷、粮草等也都由军备库直接负责，二者之间的待遇可谓是天差地别。如今宿阳城内归虎符建制的营不过6个，这倒是个办法。柳木人点了点头，况且朝廷派来的援军20天前就飞鸽传书说在路上，可昨日派人一问，朝廷援军连北辽河都没过，尚未出关，等援军到宁远城下开展反攻，少说也要1个多月。这段时间北莽一定会倾尽一切，大举进攻宿阳城，招募新兵一事确实要抓紧。柳将军明鉴。柳芳双手一拱，面色欣然。如今既然北莽大军之为暂停，柳将军可将城门大开，我也率黑羽起去前线给沈烨帮帮忙。柳木人闻言皮笑肉不笑，他很清楚柳芳哪里是去帮忙，分明就是想去沈烨的虎口夺食。不过就以沈烨那性格，柳芳和黑云旗估计非但吃不到半点便宜，还极有可能会被当成打扫战场的免费土地。柳芳虽有几分识人之能，但火候还是太浅， 沈夜已非池中之物，岂是柳芳能摆弄的？柳木人摆了摆手，空一旁小兵说道：“打开素阳城北门，让柳芳率飞云骑去城外探查一番。若确定敌情解除，便大开素阳城门。”是。小兵双手一拱，连忙向城门跑去。柳芳见此，也提了提腰带，意气风发地掏出了虎符，准备号令飞云骑出城。临走之前，柳芳还拍了拍那马家铺小侍候，眼神示意要带他一起回马家铺。这个小侍候年纪不大，但说话却不卑不亢，是个有血性的兵。柳芳眼中满是喜爱。可就当柳芳和小侍候即将走下城楼之时，妈！柳木人却忽地抬起手，声如洪钟的一喝。柳芳驻足，回眸一望，怎么了，柳将军？需要我替你给沈夜带句话？柳木人从木椅上缓缓站起，而后从腰间的一串虎符中取出了3枚。他冲柳芳摆了摆手，招呼柳芳过来，将3枚虎符重重按在了柳芳掌心。替我将这虎符带给沈夜。柳木人沉声一笑，旋即抬头看向马家铺方向。柳芳本想拱手领命，但用手掌一搓，却觉得虎符有些异。他抬手看向虎符，3枚鸡蛋大小的铜虎符，只有将印在，均无铭文刻字。一般的虎符正面是将印，背面是可招纳的兵士人数上限，只有在限制人数内招来的兵，才能享受军备库的装备2奖供给。而这是3枚空虎符，背面空无一物，在军中空白虎符可是大忌啊！柳将军，这柳芳皱眉抬头，刚要发问，却被柳木人摆手挡了回去。紧接着，柳木人目光一沉，先是扫了一眼那马家铺的小侍候，又冲着柳芳主动开口解释道：“既然要赏，何须赏赐1枚虎符？沈夜练兵的本领超群，绝非常人。他使的兵，本将信。这3枚虎符，你替本将带给沈夜，告诉沈夜，本将许他自设3营之军，自掌募兵之权，南前北疆，独此一份。若他沈夜不给本将在招募新兵一事上干出个样，本将就拿他试问。”第92章，缺将少帅，让柱国将军替我练兵，标下明白。柳芳猛地拱起双手，眼神中生出了一丝错愕。这可是3枚空白虎符啊！这3枚空白虎符象征着的是极致的权力，是极度的信任。他柳芳乃是柳木人将军的亲侄子，可即便如此，他也因自身能力和资历问题，而没有得到柳木人过多的重用，反而是在这千夫长的位置上硬生生扛了3年之久。可沈夜升迁千夫长还不到1年时间，甚至连1个月都不到，便拿到了3枚空白虎符，可想而知，在柳木人将军眼中，沈夜是多么有潜力，多么值得信任，说不嫉妒是不可能的。但他柳芳并非是马知府那种心胸狭隘的人，他自知能力不如沈夜，这是事实。只要沈夜能一心一意戍守北疆，保全百姓性命，便足够了。对了，秦金莲有身孕。柳木人继续抬手说道，眼神凝重。本将作为秦家老友，不能不给出一些礼数，不然显得本将太为老不尊了。若日后下了皇权，也无颜面对秦家老友。柳将军想让标下带些什么过去？柳芳双手一拱，再次开始问题。不搞那些虚头巴脑的，给秦金莲带去白银2000两，有了银子，自然就有了底气。柳木人说着，又将腰间的银库钥匙扯下来。这银库是公价，按理说这里面的银子，柳木人一分都不好花。但自从柳木人来到素阳城戍边开始，柳木人便将自己的俸禄和体恤全都存在了素阳城的军备银库中。这么多年攒下来，少说也有18000两白银。如今只是去取用2000两，绝不算过分。柳芳见状，连忙伸出双手，接过了柳木人递过来的银库钥匙。而就在柳芳低头伸手的一瞬间，柳木人却突然附耳说道：“银库中上了一个青铜宝箱，这宝箱没有上锁，只需要猛踹一脚就能打开。打开之后，里面有一挺玉做的朱匣头冠，也一并带去给秦金莲吧。另外，记得让沈夜明天一早来找本将，本将要给他传功。”是。柳芳闻言也不敢怠慢，连忙拱起双手回应。说完这些，柳木人这才放开手。柳芳也识趣的带着小侍候离开，而柳木人见此，则是面带笑容。可下一秒，柳木人却突然皱起眉头，冷地掏出手绢，捂住口鼻，沉闷地咳嗽了2声。打开手绢一看，几道暗红色的血丝赫然出现。唉，柳木人攥紧手绢，环顾四周，在确定没有任何人看到之后，他才长舒一口气，将沾血的手绢揣进怀中，眼中满是忧愁地看向了马家铺方向。沈夜，本将时日无多了，你可要快些，再快些积累军功啊！这素阳城没了本将不会破，但若没了你沈夜，他可没希望。与此同时，马家铺战场遗址，沈夜站在小山丘上，驻足远望，看着一车车的装备武器运往未死，沈夜就止不住的想笑，大丰收，真是大丰收啊！先前在沈夜当百夫长之时，他就有心扩充兵士规模，奈何手中的兵器装备实在是有限，他总不能让新兵扛着锄头，穿着单衣去战场杀敌吧？那和送死没什么区别。再说了，南前边军青黄不接，训练一个兵士的成本极高，若不给他配备像样的武器装备，那就白瞎了。可偏偏北疆寒凉地滋养热血，即便南前北疆女多男少的情况已经十分严峻，但有一腔热血想报国杀敌之辈却仍不在少数。沈夜也想招募他们，但却受限于装备不足，只能强行压缩人数，求质不求量。可现在情况完全不一样了，这一仗打完，他沈夜别说是拉起一支1800人的队伍，就算是拉起一支大几千人的队伍，也是易如反掌。只不过他手中没有虎符，没有募兵之权，1000人部队可以自募自管，但若超过1000人，那就得听柳木人将军的。此外，经此一役后，还有一件事也困在了沈夜的心头：铁灵堡和夏平村的伤亡比重为何占有巨大？一方面是受到了战略位置的影响，但另一方面则是因为他们的战术配合度不够高，平日里练兵的时候根本就没有掌握诀窍。无论是这一次的实战，还是上一次边军大捷的一役，铁灵堡和夏平村的兵士都暴露出了这个问题。 那就是带兵的将领太监。能领兵的不一定会练兵，一个能打仗能冲锋的好将军不一定是帅才。就比如铁牛虽然身材魁梧，战力不足，让他带个10几20人的小队伍也能理清。可一旦让铁牛接触上百人的训练和战役，铁牛的大脑就像烧了一样，整个人都会直接宕机。马家铺有自己兵长，练兵的水平自然差不到哪里去。可下平村、铁灵堡这2个村铺该怎么办呢？这带兵得需将帅之才，这将帅之才可是可遇而不可求的。沈烨挠了挠头，只觉得有些无奈。可下一秒，一阵阴风迎面刮来，沈烨抬头向北莽大营的方向望去。北莽大营门前仍旧是火光冲天，鸣金声非但没有停止，反而越吹越响。按理说，北莽蛮子已经吹了1刻钟有余，按时间计算，他们早该撤回大营了，怎么还在鸣金？沈千夫长，这群北莽蛮子莫不是下次失心疯了吧？张聪来到沈烨身边，听着那不断响起的鸣金声，同样面露狐疑。沈烨则是利用超强感官定睛一看，发现已经撤退的北莽大军非但没有散开，反而是聚集在了北莽大营门前，而且从这些退兵行进的速度、动弹的频率来看，他们明显是在与人交战。眼下整个南黔北疆只有宿阳城距北城2座古城傲立火攻，哪来的人敢在北莽大营前拦击北莽大军？土匪、流寇，就算把他们聚拢在一起也不够数。下一秒，一道灵光在沈烨脑中闪过，苏凤鸣的话突然萦绕在耳旁。女扮男装的西蜀女将军宇文爱。沈烨定睛一看，那拦击北莽大军的友军排出的阵型规整、战斗规范，明显是正规军。最关键的是，这些友军所用的皆为西蜀残兵，友军的身份已然呼之欲出。虽说这群西蜀敌军只有200-300人之众，但打出的攻击力却完全不输南黔的1000人不足，竟能与北莽骑兵杀得有来有回。见此，沈烨眸中金光闪烁，像发现了宝贝一般。这宇文爱不就是现成的将帅吗？用一个驻国将军替自己练兵，绝对事半功倍啊！第93章，替女将军解围，你反而摆邪气脸。这个宇文爱必须收入囊中，能在没有军饷、被敌乡的逃亡途中，拉起一支几百人的队伍，并能将其训练得井井有条。此等将帅之能，即便是放眼整个南黔都是顶级的。若不收复宇文爱，或许对沈烨而言是一个损失，对苏阳城来说同样是巨大的损失。张聪，你去通知孙连战，让骑兵接配上弓，到此地集合。沈烨剑眉一挑，冲着张聪使了个眼色。张聪闻言先是一愣，他本想开口发问，但却一眼就看到了沈烨眸中迸发出的金光，想必沈烨一定是有了新点子。这个时候发问太不合适了。替这位鹤立鸡群的沈千夫长办好事，才是他张聪的职责。标下令令，张聪双手一拱，旋即便扭头离开，翻身上马，直奔马家铺梅仓而去。而沈烨则是全程目不转睛，他的感官虽然已经达到了大成境，数里地之内都能看得一览无余，但北莽大营与马家铺山丘所距却有10几里，沈烨即便是眯着眼睛，也只能看出一个大概。西蜀军在和北莽军厮杀，北莽溃军经过天雷地火阵的洗礼，本是斗志全无的，可在撤退途中突然被西蜀军横插一脚，这让本就吃了败仗的北莽溃军由怕生怒。北莽溃军越战越远，好几次都有险些冲破西蜀军包围的迹象。次是北莽溃军把西蜀军当成了宣泄败仗憋屈的木人桩。当然，在女扮男装的女将军宇文爱的带领下，这支西蜀军也不是吃素的。每次北莽溃军有即将撞破防守的势头之时，西蜀军的防御便会如鱼贯一般填补上去，硬生生是靠着阵型和排布，将北莽溃军打得一点脾气都没有。规整、标志，沈烨嘴里嘟囔着，这是他对女将军宇文爱最直观的评价。不过，女将军宇文爱越强，沈烨想要收服她就越困难。毕竟，有能力的将领一般都会有些傲慢，想要彻底征服，让其对自己言听计从，绝非易事。但他沈烨也绝非平庸之辈，自升任千夫长以来，打出的几场战役，称不上是如雷贯耳，也绝对算得上小有威名。更何况，他沈烨如今乃是西蜀王国女帝苏仲林的夫君，单凭这一条，宇文爱都得乖乖就范，做他沈烨枕边的一把刀。可下一秒，北莽大营的侧门却突然打开，2小股北莽骑兵从中鱼贯而出，直奔西蜀军的外围绞杀过去。内外合围之势一旦形成，原本还能靠着阵型和防线硬撑的西蜀军，会顷刻间沦为任人宰割的鱼肉。除非有人能围魏救赵，在外围打援，给西蜀军创造突围的机会，不然这支西蜀军必灭。而就在此时，沈烨的耳边响起了一阵熟悉的马蹄声。沈千夫长，300骑兵均已就位，还望沈千夫长指示。孙连战脸上满是煤灰，但还是双手一拱，眼中坚毅之色已开。来得正好，沈烨嘴角一挑，眸中生出了一抹满意。他握紧了手中巨锏，兵锋直至北莽大营，全体随我杀入北莽大营，替友军解围。一会在距敌300步之时，全员挺下，以手中弓箭射杀支援敌骑。标下令令，孙连战拱起手，余下的300骑兵同时拱起手。沈烨一骑当先，孙连战随其后，300骑兵浩浩汤汤的向前开打，泥浆四起。而与此同时，柳方姗姗来迟，只在小丘陵上见到了沈烨的背影以及骑兵部队的残风。他看了看引路的张聪，扭头问道：“沈烨这是去干嘛？”张聪摇了摇头，标下不知，只知沈千夫长让标下去，叫骑兵做战斗准备。做战斗准备。柳方喉咙一滚，他看向沈烨率军奔袭的方向，不是别处，正是北莽大营的方向。柳方皱紧眉头，语气紧张：“这沈烨是疯了吗？防御战都已结束，还去北莽大营作甚？他只有300骑，而北莽大军虽落败，但北莽大营中可仍有骑兵数万。 这与作死合意。紧接着，还不等张冲反应过来，柳方便也挥鞭策马，带着400多人的黑仪器，朝着沈夜奔袭的方向连忙追了上去。如今的沈夜，可是柳木人将军眼中能救速阳城的救星，他怀中还揣着3枚空白虎服药交给沈夜。若沈夜因为这个小小举动而葬身边疆，他柳方受罚事小，宿阳城威势大。风渐渐停了，大雪稍有停下的意思，战场的能见度随着沈夜一行人的奔袭，肉眼可见的变清晰。北莽大营停！在距敌300步之时，沈夜精准的举起巨锏，喝住了身后骑兵。身后骑兵闻言，都十分自觉的摸出了几支箭矢握在手中。孙连战见状，也立刻抬手下起了军令，全军准备拉弓，5箭齐射。放！话音落下，300张复合弓如满月般的弓弦瞬间回弹，300、600、1000、1500支箭矢划破雪夜，箭矢在刚露出微芽的月色下映出犀利的寒光。速！一轮箭矢射下，箭矢力道大的惊人，每一支3棱道钩箭都精准地落在了敌人身上。分列两侧，即将对西蜀军形成包围之势的北莽援军，更是当场便被这突如其来的天降箭矢射乱了阵脚。正在鏖战的西蜀军见此，也瞬间发现了战机。只听站在西蜀军阵中的将军宇文爱大喊一声“突围”，那是一道相当清晰的女声。喊出来的瞬间，西蜀军全军展开突围，那气势如虹的劲头，绝非是一朝一夕能练出来。但那扎实的突围阵型，则是肉眼可见的下了许多功夫。但真正让沈夜感到震惊的，却并非是西蜀军的成功突围，而是宇文爱的喊声。那道喊声太过女性化，完全听不出任何女扮男装的意思。若按苏凤林所言，这宇文爱是个常年女扮男装的假想。她的声音即便不像大汉一样粗糙，但多少也该是个偏向于中性的味道吧。可现在仅凭这一声突围听上去，这个宇文爱完全就是在以女生示人。难道自己找错了人？这支沿用西蜀装备、西蜀战法的，并非是宇文爱的部队，而是其他西蜀女将军的部队。毕竟西蜀和南前还是有着本质上的不同的。南前境内女子不许当官，即便是皇家公主也不允许射中掌权。可是西蜀则没有这么多条条框框的设置，在西蜀人看来，无论是男的还是女的，只要是能顶上来，那就是好的。而且宇文爱女扮男装也不是出于性别问题，更多的是出于宇文家族战队失败的无奈之举。此时她的声音不加掩饰，对于一个女扮男装多年的将军，或许正是最好的掩饰。随我掩杀上去，机翼有居。沈夜见北莽大军的包围圈再次紧密起来，他便抽出巨锏，猛地夹紧了赤鹿，率领身后300多骑兵浩浩汤汤地冲杀了上去。起初北莽骑兵还没有感觉，但一看到沈夜胯下的赤鹿，一看到沈夜手中握着的巨锏，才当这些北莽骑兵被炸得落花流水的恐怖场景再次在他们的脑海中浮现了出来。几乎是一瞬间，原本还在誓死抵抗的北莽大军便十分自然地散开。宇文爱所率的西蜀军和沈夜所率的南前部队合二为一，在沈夜的带领下，成功撤到了距离北莽大营数里开外的安全地带。这里是一片树林，虽然不大，但是与山脉相连，是一个十分适合布置伏兵的地方。北莽骑兵本就是溃败之军，只要退敌即可，自然不敢向前继续追杀，便纷纷退了回去。沈夜勒住了缰绳，眸中挤出一抹笑容，不知有君是哪一支的，如此排兵布阵，着实让人眼前一亮。沈夜一边说着，一边主动开口发问，做出了几件事。女将军宇文爱闻言，并未着急回复，而是用那双柳叶眉眼冲着沈夜上下打量了起来。她的眸中没有多少感谢之意，反倒充满了审视。沈夜虽有盔甲，但却没佩戴头盔。从盔甲的亮度来看，平时有保养，但划痕较多，明显不是专业保养的，而是用粗布不乱的擦了擦。所骑之战马通体暗红，体型硕大，绝非凡物。可这战马除了马鞍、缰绳之外，却连一件马铠都没有穿，简直就是暴殄天物。再看向沈夜身后的这批骑兵，不过200-300人，但却着装各异，甚至就连胯下战马的体相也都完全不同。在注重规矩和形象的宇文爱看来，眼前的沈夜部队就是一支伪正规军，是一支真泥腿子。不打量的时候，女将军宇文爱的眉眼中还有几分欣赏，可随着打量完毕，女将军宇文爱眼神中的欣赏之色荡然无存，取而代之的则是一抹微微的嫌弃。对，就是嫌弃。沈夜也捕捉到了这一抹嫌弃，那种眼神就好像是电视剧里演的嫡系部队看地方军人，萍水相逢，不必留名，我冒姓宇文，有缘再会。宇文爱带着略有嫌弃的眼神扫了沈夜一眼，旋即便准备下马离开。可就在此时，宇文爱身边的亲卫却伸出手，一把拦住了宇文爱。宇文爱有些不解，小声嘟囔道：“你干什么？”宇文将军，咱们此行是来找你弟的。据说你弟现在借住在宿阳城1000夫长家中，但据我们的情报打探显示，整个宿阳城的千夫长有30多个，我们一个个排查根本找不到。而且这些千夫长大多怕死，府邸修得像堡垒一样坚固，想偷偷溜进去看都不可。七位说着，用余光瞥了一眼有些小帅的沈夜，继续附耳道：“况且眼前这支部队虽然是泥腿了些，但这个领军的将领看上去不过20出头，年纪不大就做到了这个位置，想必他是个百夫长。若是能借他的口问一问，那个收留女帝的千夫长沈夜何在，岂不事半功倍？”亲卫把声音压得很低，就像是生怕让别人听到。宇文爱眼珠一转，陷入了沉思，而这一切内容却全都被感官能力极强的沈夜收入了耳中。沈夜默不作声，只是坐在马背上，静静地看着这一切。而见此一幕，女将军宇文爱也长叹一口气，眼神中明显带有几分妥协意味的来到了沈夜身边。他看着沈夜，眼神中的嫌弃明显又加重了几分，甚至语气中生出了几分无奈的问道：“你听说过沈夜千夫长吗？”毕竟就从沈夜现在的情况来看， 无论是沈烨的状态，还是穿着，还是他所率领的部队，全都没有一点正规军的样子，就是个教科书级别的地方军。这样的部队真的能接触到沈烨那种级别的千夫长吗？要知道，在宇文爱的率领之下，这支西蜀部队可是搜集了相当多的情报。在他的视角里，沈烨是何许人也？那可是顶呱呱的奇才，是一个20岁出头就已经成为了千夫长，并且以少胜多，连克北美多次的能人，能够做到正面战胜北莽大军，能够做到利用排兵布阵完成以少胜多的反杀，都足以证明千夫长沈烨是一个懂得排兵布阵的，是一个将帅之才。就从眼前这支泥腿子部队来看，他们认识沈烨的几率绝对不高。毕竟二者之间从行军装备等方面来看，完全就是一个天上一个地下。而这话问完，宇文爱便想转身离开了。在他看来，眼前这支泥腿子部队是不可能有人认识沈烨。可就在他即将转身离开的一瞬间，一道惊掉下巴的回答却突然灌入双耳：“我就是沈烨。”沈烨淡淡开口回应，情绪没有丝毫波动：“你是沈烨。”宇文爱不屑一笑，上下打量着沈烨。他样貌不差，长得白白净净的，尤其是露出贤妻良的手，更是颇有几分别样的韵。我就是沈烨，沈烨就是我。敢问这位将军尊姓大名？沈烨已经推断出了眼前这人就是宇文爱，但他没有开口表明，而是略显玩味的反问。宇文爱微微一怔，他没有回话，只是嫌弃道：“沈烨乃是南前升迁最快的千夫长，是未来的将领之才，怎么会是你这种泥腿子？虽得你相救，颇为感激，但若叫我相信你是沈烨，还是算了吧。第94章射的就是你，今晚必须收拾苏凤鸣。”不过，宇文爱说着，突然话锋一转，终于用那双柳叶眉之下的正瞧了沈烨一眼，念在你高低师的将领，又替我们说，我便给你一个机会，证明自己是沈烨，如何？宇文爱的语气中明显有几分玩味之情，仿佛在他的视角里，眼前的沈烨根本就是个冒牌货。你说什么？明明是我们给你解了围，你非但不感激，竟还以此羞辱沈大人。还不等沈烨开口回应，孙连战是率先开口反驳，眼中满是愤怒之色。要知道，沈烨对孙连战可是有着知遇之恩，有着救命之恩，在古代王朝凑齐了这两个大恩。如今的孙连战完全可以说是沈烨的死士，沈烨的脸面和尊严，在孙连战看来，要比他自己的性命更加重要。提携玉龙为君子，便是如此。孙时长不急。沈烨闻言，则是拍了拍孙连战的肩膀，语气轻快的说道：“只要是以北莽为敌的，都是一家人，一家人不说两家话。既然这位将军给了机会，我试试也无妨。”沈烨没有回绝，反倒是欣然接受。一个将军有傲骨，这并不奇怪，更何况这宇文爱曾经可是西蜀的驻国将军，在武勋方面，那可是一人之下万人之上的存在。他若是没点傲气，沈烨反倒会怀疑他是假的。而且宇文爱本就是受到了南前朝堂的斗争，被迫害致死，他心中多少也会连带着对南前兵士有些看法，这一点不足为奇。沈烨动作隐秘，将腰间的西蜀王令塞进了腰带里，他本可以一上来直接亮出令牌。朱凤麟说过，见此令宛若见西蜀帝王。不过沈烨并不着急用了这个西蜀王令，就会天然的披上一层所谓的滤镜，届时他只能看得到宇文爱恭敬的一面。虽说有了脸面，但日后使用起来却会因身份的高低隔阂，继而产生诸多阻碍。如今这种真实的宇文爱，才是沈烨想看到的。有胆量。宇文爱闻言，满意的点了点头，眼神中的嫌弃之色都明显缓解了几分。他看向沈烨，眼珠一转，骑马向后走了100步之远，而后沉声一喝道：“既然你说自己就是沈烨，我听故人说沈千夫长射速超群，不仅速度甚佳，准度也是出奇的。若沈千夫长能在3箭之内将我头盔上的鹰柱射断，我便相信就是沈千夫长。听故人说自己的射速超群，他的故人不是苏凤鸣吗？”苏凤鸣从未见过自己射箭啊！沈烨倒吸一口气，生出一抹尴尬之意。苏凤鸣在信中所说的射术，和宇文爱理解的射术并非是同一个吧？攻来！沈烨嘴角一挑，冲着身旁的士兵伸手要攻。孙连战将自己背在身上的复合弓取下，双手弓进了城上。沈烨见状，没有半点迟疑，他接过箭矢，折断了箭矢的箭头，目光紧锁100步开外的宇文爱头顶鹰柱，而后一气呵成，搭弓射。嗖！箭矢瞬间划破雪夜，气浪虽然不大，但却苍劲无力。周围的西蜀军剑客皆是露出一脸错愕之色。他们纷纷转头看向宇文爱，面露担忧。若是眯着眼睛来看，甚至能看到这支箭矢在空中划出了一道白色气浪，箭矢直奔宇文爱的鹰柱而去。可宇文爱见状，却只是面色平静。在箭矢到来之前，他微微拧头，几乎是在毫厘之间。嗖！那射速极快的箭矢便掠着宇文爱的头顶蹭了过去。鹰柱毫发无伤，才宇文将军威武！见此一幕，西蜀军纷纷拍手叫好，眼神中满是对宇文爱的敬仰。可孙连战见此，却生了气。你这厮不讲武德，说好了100步开外射鹰柱，怎么还能扭头躲避呢？宇文爱闻言，立刻在100步开外扬声喝道：“还有2次机会。”沈烨见此，非但没有生气，反而是露出了一抹玩味之色。这个宇文爱若是乖乖的站在那里等着被射，那才是蠢蛋。现在这种反应，足以证明宇文爱不是个纸上谈兵的赵括，而是个从战场上磨练出来能真刀真枪干的驻国将军。不过才刚第一箭，沈烨确实是有几分生疏了，倒不是对箭术生疏了，而是对敏捷度的把控下降了几分。若是才刚的敏捷够快，宇文爱根本就反应不过来。看来今晚回去要好好照顾苏凤鸣了，提升一下敏捷属性，迫在眉睫啊！来了！沈烨目光如鹰隼一般犀利，他长呼一口气，几乎没给宇文爱留出任何反应的时间，便搭弓射箭，瞬间将箭矢射出。嗖！这一支箭和上一支箭的速度几乎不分伯仲。 而刚刚躲避了一次箭矢的宇文爱，却还是十分淡定的反应了过来。他仍旧是微微扭头，不紧不慢的又一次躲过了沈烨的箭矢。可还不等宇文爱高兴 ，so 第3支箭紧随其后，其速度之快，让宇文爱完全没有反应的余地。而且经过前2支箭的攻势，宇文爱骑在马背上的位置已经形成了死角，完全没有任何闪躲的余地了。啊！箭矢掠过宇文爱头顶的瞬间，阴柱随之断裂。沈烨见此，率军前往，孙连战带着300男前铁骑上前，西蜀军也纷纷跟了上去。沈烨来到宇文爱面前，语气平淡说道：“现在相信我就是沈烨了吧？剑术不错，但剑术见人品。沈千夫长殷世军并非小人。”宇文爱看着断裂的阴柱，仰头回应道：“这么说，你是不打算认账了？”沈烨淡然一笑，似是早就料到了这一切。他的手缓缓伸入腰带中，已经将西蜀王令掏出了大门。可就在此时，沈烨、柳芳却全身带甲，率领300飞云，骑浩浩汤汤的跑来。你在这里干什么呢？这些是什么人？看着面前的柳芳，沈烨刚想开口回应，但却被一旁的宇文爱抢先。宇文爱扫了一眼装备规整的柳芳及其身后的一众黑云骑，他们穿着一样的玄甲，胯下骑着一样的战马，而且战马的身上都披戴马铠，俨然是一副正规军的模样。和眼前这个自称沈烨之人宛若天差地别。宇文爱恭恭敬敬的开口说道：“这位大人，莫非就是沈烨沈千夫长？西蜀驻国将军宇文泰见过沈烨大人。”第95章，宇文爱后悔了，想进家门就得卸甲。沈烨，我不是沈烨，他才是。柳芳没有在乎宇文爱的自我介绍，只是一脸淡然的指了指沈烨。毕竟西蜀王国有段时间了，现在打着西蜀王室将军的名号，在南前这片地上招摇撞骗的人太多，尤其是各个边疆百姓连年战火，认知不足，是最容易上当。说给一个虚无缥缈的侯爵之位，老百姓便稀里糊涂的跟他们走了。什么？他真是沈烨？宇文爱看了看柳芳，又看了看沈烨。虽然柳芳和沈烨都穿着玄甲，但明显柳芳的气质更像一个成熟的千夫长，而沈烨身上则跟多了几分狠辣的气息，像是厮杀出来的斗手，与他自己所想的少年英雄形象完全相反。不然呢？他不是沈烨，难道他是柳木人将军？柳芳不明所以的挠了挠头，沈烨却开口接过了话茬：“现在你信了？”宇文爱闻言一时哑语，他看向柳芳及其身后的黑云骑。几乎每一个战士的形象都是极佳规范的装备，整齐的军姿，再看看沈烨身后的骑兵，简直就是五花八门啊！虽说有人作证，眼前这个青年就是沈烨，但宇文爱的心中还是不免泛起疑。可下一秒，当啷，沈烨腰间传来了一声并不明显的金属撞击声，这声音不大，周围没人注意到，但对神经处于高度紧绷状态之下的宇文爱来说，这道金属撞击声俨然放大了数十倍。他第一时间就将注意力转移了过去，而这一看，宇文爱当场就傻眼了，只因在沈烨腰带上发出撞击声，不是什么刀鞘剑士，而是西蜀王令，精致的雕工，金龙与玉凤踏在令牌一周，令牌正面的西蜀2字更是尤为显眼，持此令者即为西蜀国王。这条祖训即便是西蜀王国了之后，也是所有西蜀子民的公认。您，宇文爱喉咙一滚，态度几乎来了个180度大转变。您真的是沈烨，沈千夫长？才当时我多有得罪，还望沈千夫长莫怪。宇文爱说着，又缓缓拱起双手，眼神中明显生出了几分忌惮。沈千夫长大人不计小人过，可走，带我回去见一见你那位故人。女帝2字挂在宇文爱的嘴边，但却又被他强行咽了下去。毕竟眼下他们所在的是南前地境，西蜀女帝本就在南前朝堂之中被有心之人惦记上。他知道沈烨是收留了苏凤鸣的好人，但他不清楚站在沈烨身边的这人是站在谁的队，所以有些话不能说。不行，沈烨果断的摇了摇头，眼神中没有半点怜悯之色。为何？我已经和故人说好了，沈千夫长。宇文爱一听此话，整个人都傻眼。他若是知道沈烨家在哪，何须这么麻烦？但现在他确实是受制于人了，况且才刚他还给沈烨那么多难堪。宇文爱紧皱眉头，脸上写满了后悔之色。早知道眼前这个泥腿子是真沈烨，他就不出言为难了。现在好了，回旋飙飞了回来。才刚他对沈烨的为难，现在都给了自己。沈千夫长如何才能带我去见故人？宇文爱也是能伸能屈，没有半点迟疑，直接开门见山的向沈烨问道：“你如何证明你是西蜀驻国将军？我看你这模样更像一个小娘子。”沈烨打趣的一笑，他并非是故意找茬，而是想看看这位西蜀驻国将军的抗压能力如何。若是连在人前出丑都扛不住，何以肩负起练兵之重任？回沈千夫长的话，没法证明，所有梯级都在路上打点运掉，如今已是孑然一身。宇文爱摇了摇头，他确实没法证明这一切。那算了，柳千夫长，随我回马家堡奇谈吧。沈烨闻言仍旧是十分果决，调转马蹄做出了离开状，但柳芳见此却丝毫没有要走的意思，毕竟和沈烨相处也有些时间，他很清楚，若沈烨真要走，打从一开始就不会在这里，要走早走了，这明显是在钓鱼啊！别！宇文爱喉咙一滚，连忙扯下了腰间虎符，双手奉上。沈千夫长只要带我回去，只要让我见到故人，这西蜀最后一枚禁军虎符，宇文愿拱手奉上，交给沈千夫长保管。柳芳闻言虎躯一震，他扫了一眼这伙穿着西蜀装备的散军，少说有300-400人，这个兵力足以和沈烨现在的兵力分庭抗礼了。况且从这300-400人的状态来看，个个都是练家子，绝非浑水摸鱼之辈。这枚虎符的含金量可不比他柳芳带来的3枚空白虎符低啊！可下一秒，沈烨却十分果断的拒绝，不要。沈烨摆了摆手，又指了指身后兄弟，我有兵士，兵士都是好兵士，无需直接来敌视。你若真想随我回家，我就一个要求。沈千夫长请说。谢谢啊！ 沈夜语气冰冷的扫了一眼宇文爱，我不知你是何居心，若是刺客假扮，岂不坏了？卸了甲，我就带你回去见你想见的故人。卸甲啊！宇文爱喉咙一紧，她可是女儿身，若是在此处卸了甲，这么多年的隐藏可就全都曝光了。但眼下距离见到西蜀女帝苏凤鸣只有一步之遥，他已经1年没见过苏凤鸣了，他真的担心，怕苏凤鸣过不好。我卸。宇文爱眼眶噙着泪，他为了体面，盔甲里面只穿了一层薄布衣，卸掉盔甲，他的女儿身便会暴露，但他还是义无反顾的卸掉了护腕，而后便伸手向胸前。够了！沈夜见此，先是伸手接过了宇文爱的礼服，又开口叫停，不必谢了，这支部队暂归马家铺建制，一会你去马家铺卫所等着，我和柳千夫讨聊完，便带你回去。多谢沈千夫长。宇文爱泪眼婆娑，眼中满是感激之情。旋即，沈夜使了个眼色，孙连战便带着宇文爱等人奔袭回了马家铺，只留沈夜一人和柳方的300名黑云骑在。柳方见此，这才带有几分质问的语气拷打道：“沈夜，你战报上所写伤亡72人，可为何你的骑兵没少一个？而且他们的脸上还尽是煤灰，你用他们干什么了？去北莽大营取了些过冬的煤儿。”沈夜淡淡一笑：“不报。”柳方怒声一喝：“此事为何不上报？若上报，柳将军并不会同意。那你取了多少煤？”柳方试探性的问道。沈夜淡淡一笑：“足够3村百姓过冬了。”好啊你！沈夜，战场私自行动，这可是大罪。若是被柳将军知道，你……柳方话音未落，沈夜便伸出了一根手指，100担煤炭，贿赂我。柳方嘴角一挑，有几分目的尚未达成的坏笑。300担煤，若柳千夫长不同意，我自己去向柳将军请罪。沈夜伸出3根手指，胸有成竹道：“这些煤炭若上交宿阳城，分到柳方黑云旗手里的，恐怕连100担都没有。况且宿阳城内的煤上且够用，如今他给出300担封口费，已经够多了。”柳方见状，会心一笑的点了点头：“请什么罪？”沈千夫长说笑了：“这种他妈的事怎么能让柳将军知道？”第96章，名为千夫长视为将军。宇文爱彻底懵逼了，柳千夫长人果真通情达理。沈夜双手拱起，嘴角掠过一抹淡笑，还是沈千夫长之人情冷暖。柳方伸出手按下了沈夜拱起的双手，二人相视一笑，一切尽在不言之中。行了，若柳千夫长没有其他事，我就先回马家铺去看望受伤的兵士。沈夜见状，也没有和柳方继续，他很清楚柳方在这个节骨眼上来，大概率是想替自己打扫战场，搜刮一些尚且有用的装备武器，然后带回宿阳城。再怎么说，他沈夜也在北疆戍守了2年有余，这些战争结束之后最基本的情况，沈夜是了然于胸的。不接，我陪沈千夫长一起回去。柳方伸出手拦住了沈夜，二人之间没有任何恶意，但却都藏着心里的小九九，在这心知肚明的互相演了起来。柳千夫长应当只是来此探查战场情况的吧？沈夜嘴角一挑，颇有种对好兄弟打趣的语气。现在战场情况已经探明，我和部队的情况，柳千夫长都已经知晓，何须再向马家铺方向折返一次？柳将军可是在宿阳城里等待着你的消息，这就不劳沈千夫长担心了。飞云旗出发，柳方没有继续和沈夜扯皮，他完全不惧沈夜这个打扫战场而来的装备和武器，就算是只带走1柄刀1套甲，他柳方总必须将其带走，绝对不能空手而归，否则他柳方岂不成了全军的笑话？更重要的，如今柳方的腰上可还佩戴着3枚空白虎符，这是柳木人将军赐给沈夜的，是君权的象征，是四目兵权的证明。有着3枚空白虎符在腰间挂着，这就是柳方能拿到武器装备的最足底气。而沈夜见此，也不再好反驳了。300多黑云气浩浩汤汤的开拔，沈夜心中纵然有万般无奈，也只得勒住缰绳跟了上去。但很快，赤鹿超乎寻常的速度便体现了出来。赤鹿眼见周围全是骑兵，似是将心中的潜力全部逼出。他越跑越快，马蹄宛若流星一般，在泥泞的血水中踏出了一道道风驰电掣的痕迹。一息的功夫，赤鹿便大步流星，直接赶超了黑云旗的所有骑兵。又是一息的功夫，赤鹿卯足了劲头，化身一颗赤色流星，竟直接赶上了宇文爱率领的西蜀军。赤鹿跑出了残影，全军上下人人皆可见一赤色流星，但却无法捕捉到那赤色流星究竟是何物。唯有西蜀驻过女将军宇文爱利用那双非比寻常的眼睛，瞬间就锁定了赤鹿和骑在赤鹿背上的沈夜。真是一匹骏马，宇文爱发自内心的感慨道。他是西蜀驻国将军，不经常在南前北疆这里出没，自然也不清楚这赤鹿的威名。但仅从这肉眼可见的情况来看，赤鹿绝对是世间绝无仅有的良驹。不过，若宇文爱看到这匹骏马，心里的愧疚和后悔之色明显更增加了几分。他的刻板印象太严重，这完全是在科班教学中留下了的臭毛病。毕竟他的父亲、祖父、曾祖父全都是西蜀的驻国将军，几乎每一个人都有着一套完整的战术，以及一个一丝不苟的治军标准。他固执地认为，一个能打赢胜仗的将军，就应该是像自己的父亲、祖父那般，无论是对待部队还是对待人，从上到下，到处都要透露出所谓的纪律性和整齐性。可现在，直到他亲眼见到时，宇文爱才发现，原来不是所有打出大胜仗的将军都要挂着红披风，能打胜仗的将军是可以穿着东拼西凑来的装扮，指挥着东拼西凑来的军队，只要实力过硬，照样能打出不俗的胜仗。很快，沈夜的赤鹿率先到达了马家铺位。紧接着便是宇文爱领衔的西蜀军，而后才是柳方率领的飞云旗。3股兵力聚集在马家铺卫所门前，这让来回运送装备、武器的马家铺兵士感到十分不便。但沈夜、柳方、宇文爱3人成鼎足之势，这些马家铺兵士也不好多说什么，只是默默的低头干活。这一切，柳方和宇文爱都没有放在眼里。 只是觉得一切都是理所应当的。但是沈烨却一眼看出了有些窘迫的兵士，而后转头看向柳芳，淡淡说道：“柳千夫长，你的飞云其势头太猛，站在这里多少有些影响兵士干部。沈千夫长不急，这些兵器装备我看到是有不少好。”柳芳见沈烨下了逐客令，也不再遮掩自己的目的，而是话锋一转，直接开门见山道：“这些兵器装备少说也有上千了。沈千夫长如今手下兵士有限，就算每个人都是3头6臂，怕是也用不完这么多的兵器和装备。恰好我飞云其最近这段时间有些装备的缺失，不知沈千夫长能否送刘某一些？”柳芳，沈烨凑到柳芳耳旁，语气平淡的说道：“我已经给你300担没了，这些武器装备都是我的，你休想拿走。”确定？柳芳眼珠一转，语气中略带几分玩味之色。君子一言驷马。沈烨话音未落，柳芳便毫无征兆的沉声一喝：“千夫长，沈烨听令！”此话一出，飞云旗纷纷低头示意，而沈烨则是一脸懵逼的看向柳芳。下一秒，还不等沈烨回过神来，便见柳芳从腰间掏出了3枚虎符。最关键的是，这3枚虎符上面完全没有任何标记和印记，纯粹是空白。空白虎符，这3枚虎符一出，整个马家护卫所门前的所有兵士全都愣住，他们傻傻的看向柳芳手中的虎符。这东西在边郡可是象征着最高最权威的军权，虎符在手可以无视军令，将领直接调兵，即便是南前皇帝来了，带着龙袍和圣旨强行下令也不好使。边军只认军令，军令就是边军小卒的天。而与此同时，宇文爱在见到这3枚虎符的时候，立刻就傻眼。要知道，他虽然是西蜀驻国将军，但他来到南前境内已经1年了，一些南前内部的文官武将体系，尤其是南前北疆这一块的边军体系，宇文爱几乎是了如指掌。他很清楚这3枚空白虎符代表着什么，在军队中而言，这是至高无上的军权，但是对沈烨来说，这就不止如此。这是宿阳城将军柳木人对沈烨最极致的信任。要知道，宿阳城已经变成了孤城，腹背受敌，粮草入不敷出，这已经成了所有人公认的死局。换言之，宿阳城被攻破只是时间问题。可就在这个节骨眼上，号称南前军神的柳木人将军竟然敢大张旗鼓的给沈烨3枚虎符，而且还是空白虎符，没有招收人数的限制，没有兵种的限制，只有3个不同阵营名称的较法之分。这3枚空白虎符不仅仅是沈烨的权威，更是代表着沈烨从今天开始就拥有了在南前北疆的自募兵士之权。这可是募兵之权，无论是在南前的体系下，还是在西蜀的体系下，自募兵马之权可是将军才有的特权。而如今的沈烨不过是名为千夫长，但却已经有了将军的头衔了。这沈烨前途无量，未来至少也是个顶级的将帅之才。宇文爱见此一幕，喉咙一紧，心中的紧张之情，脸上的后悔之色明显加重了几分。沈烨的潜力已经高到令人发指了。倘若宁远城没有被北莽大军占领，驻守宿阳城的柳木人将军一定会派人去京城向南前皇帝为沈烨邀功的。沈烨，你还不接令？这3枚空白虎符乃是柳木人将军亲授之物，得知可自募边军，军饷广奏。柳芳举着手中的3枚虎符，一五一十的说道。沈烨闻言也不禁一愣，迟疑了好一会，沈烨这才从懵逼之中反应过来，他在南前边疆戍守2年之久，这3枚空白虎符的含金量，沈烨自然是心知肚明的。千夫长沈烨拜谢柳将军厚爱。沈烨回过神，猛地拱起双手向宿阳城的方向一拜，而后沈烨这才从柳芳的手下接过了那3枚虎符落到沈烨手中的一瞬间，一股沉甸甸的感觉瞬间袭来，红的冰凉质感传到地手心。可沈烨感觉到的却不只有凉意，还有权力的厚重。既然如此，沈千夫长，这装备和武器我能不能带一些回去？柳芳见沈烨收下了这3枚虎符，便眼神犀利地看向了那一车车的装备武器，语气中略显打趣之意的问道。但沈烨闻言却还是坚定地摇了摇头，若是柳千夫长不给我这3枚虎符，这些兵器和装备，我尚且会给柳千夫长留下一些，但现在柳木人将军赐下的3枚虎符在此，想必柳木人将军定然是想让我多多密兵，扩大实力，以构筑宿阳城北的第一道防线，抵御北莽大军。若在这个节骨眼上，我将武器装备给了柳千夫长，岂不是忤逆了柳将军的意思？此话一出，柳芳脸上的笑容瞬间僵住了。沈烨的话确实是有理有据，甚至还翻出了柳木人将军，确实是有几分无懈可击。罢了，你这铁公鸡当真一毛不拔。柳芳自知不敌，便也没继续和沈烨争执，而是一脸淡然的摆了摆手，准备打道回府。虽说武器装备一点没捞到，但好歹他还给飞云旗争取了3排宝，这些枚足够飞云旗的军户烧一个冬天，起码不是空手而归。柳千夫长慢走。沈烨见此也是完全没有留人的意思，他双手拱起，冲着柳芳满面笑意的送进了他。而柳芳闻言却没有立刻离开，他来到沈烨身旁，拍了拍自己的马袋，有些懊恼的沉声说道：“对了，光想着装备和武器的事，忘记告诉你，明日开始，宿阳城全城扩军，招募新兵，争取在冬至之前完成新兵的招募和训练。柳木人将军给你这3枚空白虎符，就是希望你能招募一群新兵，训练出一支虎狼之师。届时，这些新兵很有可能会成为我们反攻宁远城的中坚力量。”反攻宁远城。沈烨闻言，大脑飞速旋转。宁远城的北莽驻军可不在少数，这个时候要说攻打宁远城，即便是招募的新兵再多，即便是训练出来的新兵再勇猛，都没有什么大用。毕竟守方的位置优势和人数优势都在那明明白白的放着。除非沈烨眼珠一转，好奇的问道：“是新城派来援军吗？”柳芳嘴角一挑，眼神中对沈烨的欣赏之情更甚了几分。 京城派出援军，意图反攻宁远城。这件事属于机密，只有柳木人将军、马知府，还有一些极个别的亲信知道，属于是机密中的机密。可沈烨却只有一个呼吸的功夫，便从募兵反攻中做出了如此推断，足以见得沈烨绝非池中之物啊。确实如此，但此事不可外传，毕竟援军未到，仅靠宿阳城发兵，孤掌难鸣。柳方赞看沈烨的才智是真，但同时也没忘了还敲打一下沈烨。沈烨点了点头，旋即双手一鼓，既然如此，这三枚虎符的用处我便了然了。替我转告柳将军，在反攻宁远城之时，我沈烨愿率军做先锋。柳方满意的点了点头，毫不掩饰对沈烨欣赏说道：“北将军中有沈烨，胜过有飞云旗。”说罢，柳方便带着飞云旗一齐绝尘而去。而与此同时，沈烨也将三枚虎符收入怀中，他的脑海里已经出现了全新目标：招募新兵，魔鬼训练。现在三村卫所的兵士大多为半路出家。这次正好借着训练新兵，他沈烨也要打造一支真正的多兵种部队，从泥腿子迈向正规军。于此开始，走吧，宇文将军，我带你回家见故人，你的兵暂且留在卫所，归马家铺见主。沈烨说着，将手中西蜀军的虎符一把扔给孙连战。孙连战接过虎符，双手红起示意。西蜀军也都相当明理，按照孙连战的指挥行动了起来。可本该和沈烨死的宇文爱却没有动弹，反而是愣在了原地。他一言不发，眼神呆滞，全然被柳方临走前说的最后一句话吓傻了。宿阳可无飞云旗，不可无沈烨。要知道，飞云旗可是宿阳城顶尖战力之一，是令北莽骑兵最闻风丧胆的战。他还在当西蜀护国将军之时，曾与飞云旗演武过。飞云旗的实力和影响，在战场上绝对是空前绝后的。可现在，飞云旗先夫长柳方竟当着无数兵士的面，言之凿凿地说，宿阳城可以没有飞云旗，但是不能没有沈烨。在柳方嘴里，沈烨一人的价值竟高于整个飞云旗。最关键的是，飞云旗300热血男，竟无一人开口反驳，反而每个飞云旗看向沈烨的眼神中都充满了崇拜。这沈烨在宿阳的军心民心，莫非已登峰造极？第97章，苏凤玲不想当女帝，只想守妇道。宇文爱听傻了，你若不走，我就自己回去了。沈烨勒住了缰绳，调转马蹄，故做出一副要转身独自离开的景象。还沉浸在震惊之中的宇文爱闻言，这才猛地回过神，他不敢再看，连忙拱起手向沈烨沉声回应道：“沈千夫长且慢，我这就来。”沈烨闻言也没有故意等候，而是勒住了缰绳，主动向沈家小院的方向慢慢骑行了过去。宇文爱说着，也连忙骑马跟上了沈烨。这一路上，宇文爱能感受到沈烨为了等他而故意放慢了速度，毕竟沈烨胯下那匹暗红色的恶驹，其速度快如闪电，是宇文爱真真切切在战场上见到过的。如今的沈烨身在西蜀王令，但是却还能够主动放慢速度的自己，这沈烨不仅能力超群，竟还如此细心。想到这，宇文爱眼神中的懊悔之色明显浓厚了几分。沈烨既然是这么好的一个男人，他却打从一开始还因为装备和队伍问题刁难了沈烨半天，实在是不应该，得找个机会向沈烨赔罪。宇文爱思绪未断，沈烨的马蹄声却戛然而止。到了，下马拴马。沈烨在一处看似十分偏僻的土墙小院前翻身下马，语气平淡地说着。这个小院的土墙甚至还是那种最低贱的黄土，黄土中甚至还能清晰地看到一根根稻草。沈千夫长，这里是？宇文爱看着眼前的破落小院，眸中生出了一抹狐疑。这是我家，苏凤玲就住在这里。沈烨语气平静，话音未落便已经拴好了马匹，而宇文爱见此一幕，却再次愣在了原地。这种级别的土墙小院，即便是在西蜀京城，都是给最低贱的平民百姓住。苏凤玲是何许人？苏凤玲可是西蜀女帝啊！即便西蜀已经亡国了，但苏凤玲的身上直到现在还是流淌着西蜀王室的血，这一点是不可否认的。堂堂西蜀女帝，堂堂西蜀王室，如今居然住在这种地方。若不是这土墙小院内还在冒着炊烟，他甚至都不敢相信这种地方如今居然还会有人住。关键是沈烨可是堂堂的南前北疆千夫长啊！沈烨的名号，沈烨的功绩，即便是他宇文爱都是听说过。在这种情况下，一般的千夫长要么要求进入城内选一套4进4出的大宅，要么会大兴土木，在自己的驻地修筑一个不错的府邸。可是沈烨却还能在这种土墙小院住得下，这沈烨究竟何许人也？宇文爱看向沈烨的眼神中再次多了几分敬畏，得到了如此功绩，却能恪守本心到这个地步，沈烨究竟是怎样的存在？伪君子，亦或是真圣人？你进不进？可还不等宇文爱脑补出个1、2，沈烨便扶着敞开的大门，冲宇文爱起身问了一句。宇文爱听罢，连忙点头示意，但他却并没有直接走进去，而是站在沈家小院的门前，开始借起了架。宇文爱似是完全没有避讳沈烨的意思，先是卸下了自己的腕甲，而后又卸下了自己的腿甲，那妖娆紧致的四肢就宛若4条洁白的莲藕，上面的肌肉线条格外紧致，但肌肉线条明显不是男人的，而是女人的那种，更为阴柔，更为细细，但却不失力量。沈烨一时看得入了迷，并非是出于美色，而是完全因为沉醉于这种阴柔的力量之中。直到宇文爱的纤纤玉指摸到了他的胸膛，从现在的情况来看，沈烨很清楚，宇文爱为了轻便作战，盔甲之下压根就没有任何衣物，只有最基本的肚兜，还有用来遮体的粗布短衫。如果宇文爱将这盔甲卸下，那么宇文爱的穿着将相当轻薄。你干什么？这可是冬天，你疯了吗？沈烨开口发问，整个人明显一愣。可宇文爱闻言， 却并没有因为沈烨的这句话而停下卸甲的动作，他反而是加快了速度，一气呵成，直接当着沈烨的面便将胸甲卸了下来。卸下胸甲之后，宇文爱身上就只有一身薄的忽略不计的粗布素衣，以及从粗布素衣之中映出的红色皮肤。我先前跟你说的竟能卸甲只是玩笑，你何必？沈烨话音未落，宇文爱便连忙接过话茬，而后眼神笃定的点了点头，并非是因为沈将军出言，而是在见女帝之前，文官不能佩剑，武将不可带甲，这是西蜀的规矩。即便西蜀已经亡国了，但是沈千夫长规矩不能坏。听闻此言，沈烨有些愣住，他看向宇文爱，明明是想开口相劝的，但是话到了嘴边，却又不知道该劝些什么。人各有命，每个人的想法都不一样。宇文爱在西蜀当了太多年的驻国将军，他虽然有天赐的作战能力以及排兵布阵的天赋，但是在沈烨看来，这宇文爱更像是一只从小被圈养长大的鹰，明明能够奔腾于九霄云外，但却20-30年如一日，只敢飞出几百米高，可悲可叹。若宇文爱能将这些冗杂的规矩、陈旧的观念改变，那么宇文爱所展示出来的能力会比现在更强。换言之，西蜀那些封建陈旧是束缚住宇文爱的枷锁。请吧，沈千夫长。这一次愣在原地的是沈烨，主动开门请沈烨入内的是怀里抱着盔甲的宇文爱。沈烨见状没有多说什么，毕竟观念的改变不是一天两天能完成，日新月异，积少成多，方能剔除宇文爱脑中的陈旧，让他真正的为自己所用，为边军所用。而紧接着，沈烨刚一进入小院，众女便端着腾腾热气的饭在小食桌前围坐了起来。如今陈淑婷、苏凤鸣、秦金莲已经成功入了户籍，是正儿八经的军户，每次战争结束之后都会专门的兵士来汇报情况，这家的兵士是战死还是存活，战争是胜利还是失败的。在沈烨回来之前，就已经有斥候告诉了陈淑婷等人沈烨的情况，所以陈淑婷三女这才会在大晚上烧锅造饭，为的就是让刚刚打完胜仗疲惫不堪的沈烨吃上一顿热乎饭，喝上几口小酒，以解心中的疲惫。原本陈淑婷几女都是满面笑意的看着沈烨，可下一秒，他们却不约而同的见到沈烨身旁还站着一个女人。这个女人穿着相当暴露，甚至能透过那一层粗布素衣看到里面的肚兜。要知道，今天可是初雪，陈淑婷几女都穿上了沈烨定制的棉服。可即便如此，陈淑婷几女还是觉得有些凉意。如此奇怪的女子，着实引起了陈淑婷等人的好奇。可还不等陈淑婷开口问清楚，便见到宇文爱自顾自地放下了手中盔甲，妖娆紧致的身段瞬间展现在众女眼前，那身姿完美的简直令人瞠目。宇文爱因为常年习武作战，身上没有任何一块肉是多余的，肉都长在了该长的地方，全然没有半点多余的。仅此一幕，便让陈淑婷几女纷纷低头看向自己，对比了起来。等到陈淑婷几女再次抬头，她们的眼神中全都生出了一抹醋意。夫君，这女人是谁？秦金莲第一个开口发问。她刚刚有了沈烨的香火，如今正是情绪处有波动的时期，家中有这几个姐妹，在秦金莲看来完全够用。可沈烨居然又带回来了一个，还是一个如此标致的女子。小叶，介绍一下这位吧。陈淑婷眼中也带有几分醋意，她一直觉得自己胖，现在看到宇文爱这如此标致的身材，她也明显吃醋了。就连一旁的林玉如都若隐若现的嘟起了嘴，眼神中明显生出了一抹敌意。可平日里最活泼欢实的苏凤鸣，却在此时忽然带着哭腔开口道：“姐妹们，她不是夫君在外面找的女人，她是我的故人宇文爱，是我拜托夫君替我找来的。”众女闻言先是一愣，但转头看看苏凤鸣那噙泪的眼眶，又扭头看了看宇文爱那激动的双眸，陈淑婷三女这才信以为真的点了点头。三女都不说话了，像个做错了事的孩子一样，纷纷低下头，红着脸不敢抬头看向沈烨。而就在此时，陈淑婷还是发挥出了作用，她最先从那尴尬的情绪中走出，摆出了一副小有模样的主母做派，冲着沈烨和宇文爱招手道：“小叶，既然宇文爱小姐是远道而来的客人，那便快些入座吧，我再去做几个小菜，不必麻烦了。”不等沈烨开口回应，宇文爱却猛地拱起双手，眼神极为真诚道：“沈千夫长战争辛苦，还是让沈千夫长先吃吧。我想和陛下送林絮叙旧，可以吗？”宇文爱险些说了漏了嘴，他并不清楚现在小院中的这些女人知不知道苏凤鸣的真实身份，所以话都已经到嘴边了，但是陛下两个字却还是被宇文爱强行吞下。苏凤鸣听罢，也用祈求的眼神看向了沈烨。原本沈烨都已经做好了妥协同意的准备，毕竟他们都是西蜀出来的，君臣之间又都互相有所帮扶，是真正做到过同甘共苦的。在某种程度上来说，苏凤鸣和宇文爱的感情甚至超过了手足姐妹。可下一秒，就在沈烨准备开口说同意的时候，苏凤鸣却话锋一转，抢先说道：“夫君，你也能一起来吗？”此话一出，沈烨眼神一愣，他并不想掺和两个女人之间的对话，更何况他对宇文爱并不熟悉。可在苏凤鸣的软磨硬泡之下，沈烨还是答应了下来。紧接着，沈烨、苏凤鸣、宇文爱三人便走进了小屋。而见此一幕，秦金莲、陈淑婷、林玉如三女的眼神中又再次或多或少的生出了一抹醋意，那抹醋意就好像在说他们也想跟着一起进去一样。与此同时，主屋内，沈烨已经带着苏凤鸣和宇文爱坐在了火炕的炕沿边，宇文爱却主动起身，把敞开着的房门直接关上。房门外的三女见状，眼中都生出了几分不悦之意。这个宇文爱真是不懂事，和苏凤鸣婿就带着别人的夫君也就算了，现在居然还把房门关上，他什么意思？当然，见此一幕，不光是外面的一众女子们感到震惊，就连沈烨的眼神中也明显生出了几分发懵。宇文爱，你这是干什么？沈烨开口发问。宇文爱连忙拱手致歉，抱歉沈千夫长，一会我会出去跟各位嫂嫂解释的。但按照西蜀的王室规矩，私自面见陛下必须要关门。 沈烨有些无语，苏凤鸣的眼神中也生出了几分尴尬，但很快这一抹尴尬便被苏凤鸣眼神中的感动冲没了，取而代之的便是苏凤鸣和宇文爱的叙旧。刚一开始的时候，二人之间的叙旧和沈烨想象的没有区别，就是明摆着两个女人唠嗑，说一些家长里短的事。可紧接着，宇文爱的画风突然一转，接下来的对话全都变了。只见宇文爱猛地单膝触地，拱起双手，冲着苏凤鸣眼神坚毅地说道：“陛下，西蜀王室的玉玺就在南前京城，我已经托人将其买下，并藏匿于农户家中了。陛下可否想过复国之事？”嗡！此话一出，沈烨的脑袋登时一愣。复国？西蜀建制全乱，现在说复国和吃人说梦没区别啊！苏凤鸣闻言，眼神中也生出了几分不知所措。但苏凤鸣还是强压着情绪，搪塞道：“就算有玉玺又能如何？宇文将军，我们西蜀已经亡国了，西蜀大军被打得支离破碎，现在没有一兵一卒，即便是有心复国，可是又如何能做到呢？”沈烨听得出来，苏凤鸣这是在搪塞，便没接话。但宇文爱闻言，非但没有就脱下衣，反而他从自己的粗布素衣中于腰窝间摸出了一道长条的赤色虎符，这是西蜀特有的军令，西蜀国令，停此令，可无视将领，号令三军，但仅对西蜀军队有效。陛下，你说的问题我考虑到了。宇文爱眼中写满了自信，将赤色虎符双手奉上。西蜀8万大军虽然被冲散了，但是经过我的寻找，已经在南前北疆发现了2共3000人的西蜀军队。只要陛下同意复国，我即刻召集部队，我们杀回西蜀，从夺下边陲小城开始，剑锋直逼国都。此话一出，苏凤鸣娇躯一震，眼中生出几分抗拒。他看了看沈烨，下一秒他主动的接过了这枚赤色虎符。宇文爱见此，还以为苏凤鸣同意，立刻激动的站起身，准备为苏凤鸣讲解复国大计。可下一秒，苏凤鸣却拿着虎符径直的走向了沈烨，将虎符塞进了沈烨手中。宇文爱见此，脸上的笑容瞬间僵硬，整个人都懵了。陛下，您这是何意？苏凤鸣闻言，只是默默的牵起沈烨的手，与他十指相扣，用最较弱的语气说出了最强硬的话：“宇文将军，我不是你的陛下，西蜀亡国已是迫近南辕，如今的我只是你的故人。现在我苏凤鸣不想当什么女人，只想在夫君身边守好妇道。第98计，恩威并施，破你将军，属性运气暴击提升。”嗡！此话一出，宇文爱的眼神中明显生出了几分错愕，尤其是在看到苏凤鸣眸中放出的坚毅金光之时，他倒吸一口凉气，整个人的眸中都写满了火。苏凤鸣的语气是如此决绝，苏凤鸣的眼神是那样的坚毅。作为女帝座下的第一柱国将军，宇文爱和苏凤鸣之间的关系相当。宇文爱还记得，上一次他在女帝苏凤鸣的眸中看到如此坚毅的目光，还是在西蜀国被北莽攻破的那一年。女帝苏凤鸣以命护百姓，誓死与京城共存亡，直到满城百姓全部撤离了苏军，苏凤鸣这才答应和西蜀军后撤。原本苏凤鸣眸中坚毅的目光是为西蜀百姓所生，可现在苏凤鸣眸中的坚毅，心中的坚定，却是为沈烨一个人而生。这还是他的西蜀女帝吗？短短1年时间，苏凤鸣怎么就从权欲天下的女帝变成了小鸟依人的良家了？想到这，宇文爱不禁抬起头，向沈烨投去了目光。沈烨长得确实英气非凡，身材也不错，肌肉结实，甚至还颇有几分将帅之风。但这沈烨的魅力如何能大到让苏凤鸣放弃女帝身份，放弃一整个西蜀？况且宇文爱扪心自问，这世间真有魅力大到如此的男人？可还不等宇文爱从震惊之中回过神，苏凤鸣便轻捻玉指，将沈烨腰间的西蜀王令提起，而后看向宇文爱，眼神凛然道：“况且宇文将军，眼下腰配西蜀王令的乃是夫君，并非我。换言之，如今西蜀已没有女帝苏凤鸣了，即便有的也只是西蜀国王沈烨。”这宇文爱有些发懵，他咽了咽口水，眼神有些不知所措的四处乱瞥。他确实在战场上就看到了沈烨腰间的王令，但当时的宇文爱还以为这王令只是女帝苏凤鸣借给沈烨的信，没想到这王令竟是女帝苏凤鸣赠予沈烨的。紧接着，苏凤鸣放下了西蜀王令，叉着腰，话锋一转道：“此外，宇文将军，你才刚所说复国之言，皆是对我所。如今我已不是西蜀女帝，是无权妄议国事。你应该清楚，按照西蜀王令，你才刚所言之事尽为机密，国之要事非一寻常百姓听到。说者与听者同罪，可以叛逆之罪，处以极刑。宇文将军，你是想带我同死吗？罪臣不敢，罪臣之错。”宇文爱反应迅速，连忙拱手跪拜。他这个人古板正直，只要是西蜀王室之中有记载的律例，宇文爱都信之不二。尤其是长幼尊卑之序，更是宇文爱信仰的法则。在他看来，臣可以死，君也可以死，但君若要因臣而死，他宇文爱这个臣子便当得不称职。死后是没有资格进入宇文一族的宗祠的，不必向我认错。西蜀国王在此，宇文将军该怎么做？不必我多说了吧。苏凤鸣主动向后撤一步，将沈烨推到了宇文爱身前。宇文爱先是一愣，他缓缓抬头看向沈烨，那柳眉下的美眸中噙着泪花。沈大人。宇文爱的脸上写满了为难，他不知道该说什么，不知道该从何说起。毕竟他和沈烨的关系实在是浅之又浅，除了彼此听作虚名，几乎没有任何往来。宇文爱今天准备的一切都是说给苏凤鸣听的，他本是想让苏凤鸣做决策，可现在苏凤鸣的变化实在是太快，从对北莽恨之入骨的西蜀女帝，到只围着沈烨一个人转的小女人，这才短短1个多月的时间，竟被沈烨调教成了另一副模样。至于该如何和沈烨对话，宇文爱是一窍不知。可先前他没有认错沈烨，给沈烨难堪，现在他或许还能和沈烨说上几句。可是木已成舟，他就算悔得想杀了自己都无济于事。宇文将军，你认这王令吗？ 沈夜拎着腰间的王令，语气平淡道：“罪承认，那这西蜀复国与否的决策，是否当由我来做？”沈夜继续追问道：“全凭沈大人决断。”此时的宇文爱卑躬屈膝，说话低三下四，甚至连正视沈夜的眼睛都不看。他如今的状态，与先前在战场上为难沈夜时的高傲样子，简直判若两人，一个高高在上，一个却卑微至极。只因在宇文爱看来，腰佩金令的沈夜就是那个手握生杀大权的95之尊，是绝对的上位君。若沈夜心怀记恨要他不得不死。说来可笑，宇文家历代驻国将军都是死在朝堂打仗，从无一人是像真正的将军那样战场的沙场。宇文爱本以为自己会死在战场上，替宇文家洗刷耻辱，但从沈夜冰冷的语气来看，他今晚或是难逃一死。但他对苏凤鸣并不愿意，毕竟是他让沈夜难堪的，是他咄咄逼人的，后悔已经晚了。宇文爱思绪未断，已然闭上了双眼，似是接受了被审判的命令。可下一秒，沈夜却缓缓开口说道：“既然如此，平身坐下。”沈夜牵着苏凤鸣的手，主动坐在了炕前。又冲宇文爱招了招手，宇文爱见状先是一愣，但见一旁的苏凤鸣暗暗点头，他便连忙起身，掸了掸身上的灰，腰板溜直的坐在了距沈夜1米远的炕头。沈夜见此，长舒一口气，既来之则安之，不必拘谨。宇文将军想复国西蜀，心中有家国，我沈夜佩服，但北莽来势汹汹，势头正猛。现在你想带着2、3千兵马重回西蜀，就是以卵击石，与自寻死路无异。西蜀复国不在一朝一夕，此事并非十死无生，没有转圜的余地。但那一线复国之生机，还需要天时地利人和，急不得。沈夜说着，苏凤鸣美眸中星光闪烁，沈夜在他眼中的形象已夜夜生辉。宇文爱闻言也咽了咽口水。沈夜说这些话都是规劝之言，并无过激之语。莫非沈夜没动杀心？他并没有记恨自己。还不等宇文爱反应过来，沈夜便握紧了赤色虎符，将它牢牢地塞进了宇文爱手心里，语气淡然道：“今日之话，全当你们姐妹闺房密谈，不论罪，不必端着。”宇文爱闻言，先是把赤色虎符工整地放到一旁，才拱起手拜谢道：“多谢沈大人。”可还不等宇文爱反应过来，沈夜却突然伸手将宇文爱拱起的双手抬了起来。宇文爱见状，眼神中明显生出了一抹错愕之色。他缓缓抬头，与沈夜四目相对，不知为何，这一次的对视竟让他心脏漏跳一拍，一种少女的悸动更是从他的心底猛地钻出，别着极限。沈夜突然开口，打断了宇文爱脸红的进程。旋即，沈夜继续开口补充道：“你在战场上让我百步设因助自证身份之事，我可还记得。当着那么多兵士的面让我难堪，这可有损义军将士的威严。宇文将军，你说我是不是应该惩罚你？”沈夜说这话的同时，脸也越靠越近，翻涌的热浪瞬间打在了宇文爱的脸上。宇文爱耳根一酥，整个人都在片刻间失了神。还当沈夜说的话，他全然没听见，只是顺着沈夜的话茬，语气绵冷道：“罚，沈大人想怎么罚，罪耻都愿意。可我已与凤鸣喜结连，如今凤鸣又有了沈家相扶。”沈夜摇了摇头，淡淡道：“今日你们2人故人相见，我若是罚了你，凤鸣心里多少会有些不开心，所以我准备给你一个戴罪立功的机会，如何？”沈夜磁性的声音灌入宇文爱耳畔。不知为何，宇文爱好像特别享受被沈夜训斥。沈夜话音落地好一会，宇文爱只是闭眼点头，却一言不发。戴罪立功，还不快谢谢沈大人！苏凤鸣见此，连忙扬声提醒道。宇文爱这才回过神，拱起双手。沈大人尽管说，只要罪臣能出上力，定替我练兵。沈夜说着，又伸出手按在了宇文爱的玉手上，使劲按压了一下符。在外人看来，这本是沈夜对宇文爱的重视和期待，可在宇文爱看来，沈夜的这一举动却完全打乱了他内心的放心。这是他第一次和一个男人有如此亲密的接触，即便是在西蜀军中，即便是在女扮男装的那种，宇文爱也没有和男兵混在一起，而是各种吃穿用度全都独立出来。这也是为什么西蜀军那么多兵士，多年来鲜有人发现宇文爱是女儿身，但沈夜今天用粗壮的大手和他肌肤相接，宇文爱确实是被这悸动冲得大脑一片空白。现在的他，眼神甚至都不自觉地拉丝，就连说话的音调都比先前更阴柔了几分。沈大人说想要练什么样的兵？宇文爱说着，手劲也不自觉地和沈夜握紧。南前部族最强，西蜀弓箭最强，北莽骑兵最强，东倭水师最强。若沈大人用我练兵，攻无手，攻阵、弩阵一定是最优选。沈夜闻言，却松开了苏凤鸣和宇文爱的手，转而径直走到了主屋的梳妆台面前，打开梳妆台的抽屉，里面赫然放着一张羊皮卷纸。这张羊皮卷纸上用蹩脚的小篆，还有粗略的画图，极为详尽的写出了33制的构造。这羊皮卷是沈夜自制，用的就是之前做凉菜大棚食剩的材料。沈夜拿出羊皮卷塞进宇文爱怀里，我想让你练的是这个。说罢，宇文爱接过羊皮卷，立刻展开查看。可这一看，宇文爱眼神中的轻松之色瞬间荡然无存了。这羊皮卷之上的内容虽然写得乱七八糟，可其中的内容却是精妙万千。33制的排布以不可及的精巧，还有盾兵和工兵的搭配使用等等，整张羊皮卷上几乎都是事无巨细的在讲一件事，就是如何杀死北莽骑兵。最关键的是，这个33制的战术理念是过去所有兵法兵书之中都不存在的。他宇文爱可是西蜀驻国将军，他读过的兵书、习得的战法，无一不是继承了前人智慧的存在。而现在，沈夜拿出的这个战法，在某种程度上说，已经碾压了他所读过所有的绝世兵书。沈大人，这兵书是你写的吗？宇文爱喉咙一滚，双眼发怔。虽然这兵书你先好生研读，以你的水平，3日之内便可达成。待你兵书熟读了之后，便去下平村铁灵堡替我带兵。当然，我不会让你白白出力，我会用宇文爱这个名字上报给柳将军。 为你讨一个百夫长之职。沈夜长呼一口气，一边走到了门口，一边开口说道。宇文爱听闻，眸中感动之色彻底爆发了，他眼眶红润，啪的一声拱起双手，语气庄重的就像在发誓一样。沈大人放心，这兵书乃是无价之宝，沈大人愿将此物托付给我，我定然不会让沈大人失望。行了，话点到为止，你先出去吧。沈夜摆了摆手，打发走了宇文爱。紧接着，沈夜又让宇文爱在走之前带上了房门。下一秒，沈夜双手拄着炕沿，直接贴到了苏凤鸣面前。他并不是好色，只是想提升一下敏捷属性，仅此而已。夫君，你这是干什么？苏凤鸣眼神中生出了一抹害羞，这一次他没有主动迎上去，而是向后避开，微微拧头。他察觉到了沈夜的意图，轻吟道：夫君，我和舒婷姐现在开气故，若是强行与伤到相互，秦姑娘尚可，我去替夫君换她来。说着，还不等沈夜反应过来，苏凤鸣就直接冲了出去。他看了一眼秦金莲，直接冲上前，一把抓住了秦金莲的手腕，把她带到了沈夜面前。紧接着，苏凤鸣便贴心的吹灭了蜡烛，关门离开。而沈夜见状，也是没有丝毫迟疑。毕竟这一次战争的百姓伤亡如此之nhiều，一方面是因为天雷地火，另一方面真是因为运气。有几个百姓的藏匿点都已经暴露在了贼芒铁骑刀下，但却偏偏没被发现。有几块天雷地火阵本是布错了位置，但却偏偏吓死了敌人，以及在战争结束的最后关头偶遇宇文爱，这些都是缺了运气不可能实现的。多增加一些运气，百利而无一害。金莲开气安好。沈夜缓步走上前，秦金莲张开双臂搂住了沈夜，夫君放心，一切皆可。本次照顾对象秦金莲，魅力值95，好感度93，配合度99，照顾成功，本次获得小服务性提升，配合度达到99，本次获得大幅运气提升。运气小成大成第99章柳家纯阳宫有副作用，林玉如求照顾。夫君，2个时辰后，夜深时分，月能星稀。秦金莲面色红润的睡下，嘴里还在恋恋不舍的向沈夜，而沈夜则是意犹未尽的一笑，从火炕上起身下地。秦金莲虽然可以被照顾，但现在她毕竟有相不能太剧烈的折腾，照顾2个时辰对秦金莲来说就已经到极限了。即便是她还能受得了，可是腹中开气，怕是也要受不了。嘎吱，沈夜走出主屋，小心翼翼的关好门。他站在小院中央，叉着腰，望着明月，长呼一口气。没有了，连一也不缺。第一波北莽大军已经打退，1个月内北莽再无进攻的元气。沈夜嘴里嘟囔着，一把拎起了放在小院旁的抗龙茧，抗龙茧上的血渍都已被收拾干净，甚至在抗龙茧的方棱衔接处还涂上了一层保养的油膜。从擦茧的手法和油膜细节的分布来看，大抵是陈淑婷做的。这1个月可以好好练兵，好好练功了。沈夜猛地举起抗龙茧，准备在月夜之下用茧所修炼，消磨心中残存的火气。同时，沈夜也再一次参悟起了这柳家茧法中的最后一招。亢龙有火，巨茧在挥舞的破空声不断响起，每一次巨茧挥下，都有一道凛冽的杀气直逼夜空，劈砍打，一招一式都宛若浑然天成。如今沈夜打出的茧法，完全可以说是登峰造极了。可即便如此，沈夜对柳家茧法中记载的最后一招亢龙有火，仍旧是毫无头绪，没有任何文字记载，没有任何插图记录，只有这么4个大字。沈夜甚至怀疑这柳家茧法中的最后几是用了类似前世谍战的那种五行墨汁。可无论沈夜是用火烤还是用水晶，简谱最后的几页却都是一片空白。只有亢龙有悔的4个大字印在页末，咚咚咚，沈夜。可就在沈夜一头雾水，不知道这亢龙有悔究竟该如何操练时，一阵急促的敲门声却瞬间响起。沈夜抬头望月，双眉紧蹙，这都寅时了，正常人谁会在这个时间登门拜访？莫非又是杀手？沈夜握紧了手中亢龙茧，缓缓走到门前，扎下马步，摆出了一副战斗的姿势，谨慎地问道：谁？柳芳。柳芳。沈夜微微歪头，借着月光透过门缝一看，果真是柳芳。他正一脸不耐烦地站在门前，怀里还不情愿地抱着个西瓜大小的精致铜箱。柳千夫长，你怎么来了？沈夜放下亢龙茧，打开门，环顾四周，确定柳芳不是被人要挟而来，这才放松了警惕，伸手引柳芳往小院里。但柳芳见状，只是摆了摆手，丝毫没有挪动的意思。柳芳站在门前，一把将西瓜大小的皮箱塞进了沈夜怀里。今晚走得急，忘记告诉我，柳将军还在城中等你，说是有要事相交，但我耽误了时辰，柳将军等了一夜都没等到人，便派我将东西亲自送到你的府上，将功补过。这是钥匙，你自己慢慢找吧。柳芳说着，又从腰间取下来了一大串铜钥匙。这一串铜钥匙相当重，30几枚叠在一起，若给铁牛这种力气大的人来用，都可以当暗器使了。但柳芳没管那么多，他只是奋力一手，将这一把铜钥匙一口气全都丢给了沈夜。沈夜抱着铜箱，接过铜钥匙，脸上露出了一丝不解的神情。用钥匙开箱，他明白，但这铜箱不就一个锁吗？为何有30几个钥匙？看沈夜一脸懵逼，柳芳则不耐烦地主动解释道：这箱子里的东西是柳家不传秘术，每一代只有柳家家主才有资格打开看。至于能否沿袭，全凭天赋。我并非柳家家主，没资格看。柳将军又怕我偷学，便准备了30几枚铜钥匙，并给我规定了往返时间，1个时辰内必须回去向他当面禀报。柳家不传秘术，柳家内功。沈夜心里一惊，眸中生出几分喜色。有了柳家内功，他就可以正式开始修炼内力，不必再像之前那样照猫画虎，完全自悟。内功对个人实力的提升可是现象级的。 无论是马知府身边的道士三，还是白羊白宁姐妹，这些修内功的练家子，实力水平都明显在弟子之上。若非是有这一身强横的肉体，他沈夜早就不知道死了多少人。况且沈夜心中一直也有所怀疑，柳家剑谱中的最后一式亢龙有虎，会不会是和内功相关的？若是修炼了柳家内功，说不定这亢龙有虎的绝招就自然而然的残了。沈夜想着，眸中生出了一股激动，他已经迫不及待的想要一试了，便主动拱起手，冲面前的柳芳下起了逐客令，多谢柳千副长，这箱子收到了，别着急。柳芳说着，又冲沈夜招了招手。沈夜心领神会，来到了柳芳身旁。柳千夫长，还有何事？柳芳附耳说道：操练新兵之事一定要抓紧。才刚我从将军府出来之时，看到了飞鸽传书，说是南前援军已经过了北辽河，15日之内便能兵临宁远城下。届时反攻大战打响，沭阳城势必要派精兵合围，守城军可动的不多，出战之军有限。那时区选一良将做前线指挥，谁手中的兵力多，谁手中的精兵强，这指挥之位便能归谁。我的黑云旗不只是黑云旗，整个沭阳上下10几个营，10几个千夫长都没有自募边军之权。那三枚虎符现在就握在你的手里，该怎么做，该如何整？不必我多说了吧，一旦成为前线指挥，那先登之功，夺城之誉，足以让你沈夜一步登天，乘风将大将，平步青云。明白，多谢柳千夫长告知。沈夜闻言先是一愣，而后这才拱起双手，眼神中带有感激的点了点头。柳芳绝对算得上是沈夜的贵人，若是没有柳芳的这一路把守，他沈夜绝不会有今日。说不定在与前马家堡百夫长王胡斗争之时，便会成为耗材。但现在他沈夜可是成了整个边军第一个手握空白虎符，拥有自募边军之权的千夫长，这种级别的权力堪称是特权了，即便是参将都没资格享受。吃水不忘挖井，沈夜心里一直都记着柳芳的好，而柳芳见此也只是会心一笑，旋即柳芳便翻身上马，快速消失在了夜色之中。很快，沈夜将铜箱子放在了小院的石桌上，而后开始一把接着一把试起了钥匙。终于在试到了第27把钥匙的时候，将这个铜箱打开，里面除了一本泛黄的古籍之外，什么都没。沈夜伸手拿出古籍，他本以为古籍上所写的名字会是柳家内功，但凑近一看，却发现是3个大字纯阳功。柳将军说过，他们柳家的不传秘法，好像就叫纯阳功。沈夜甩了甩头，不去想这些没用的事，而是立刻翻开了纯阳功，一页接着一页的认真品读了起来。初看，沈夜还不觉得这纯阳功有什么特殊之处，甚至还认为这纯阳功不是内功，或许只是一个相当霸道的外练之法。可随着沈夜的翻看，纯阳功与柳家剑谱之间的差别却逐渐显现了出来。虽说二者功法在开头之时所记载的内容都大差不差，要淬炼筋骨，熬炼肌肉，可到了中段，纯阳功记载的修炼法门却突然偏向了另一条路。呼吸，以呼吸调整自身功力，以呼吸释放浑身劲力。从中段开始，纯阳功处处都在以呼吸为主，以各式各样的呼吸之法作为练功法门，甚至在每一页后面，纯阳功都附带了一个插图，插图中是一个类似道士的小人盘膝而坐，歪歪扭扭的箭头撩在丹田之中，那是呼吸所推动的气流，气流方向不断变化，便可使内功的底蕴愈发强横。沈夜看了大半后，便放下了纯阳功，而是深吸一口气，按照纯阳功画像中小人的动作修炼了起来。纯阳功虽名为纯阳，但并非只有白天一路，想要修的纯阳之功，必须要日月相辉，阴阳调和，日精要有，月华也要有。沈夜心中冥想，双手开始在丹田下沉，一股股热气开始在他的丹田中涌出，先前那憋在体内不规则的气团，竟也开始在修炼之中疏通了开来。而随着这股气团荡漾开来，沈夜明显感觉自己的身子轻盈了几分，不是由敏捷属性提升而带来的重量轻盈，更像是灵魂变得轻盈了许多。尤其是沈夜的眼神中，那股由战争带来的疲惫感一扫而空，只剩下了一望无际的宁静。而与此同时，重新回到了柴房休息的林玉茹，则是有些侧卧不安。她听得到沈夜在小院中修炼发出的低吼，那低吼声就宛如勾人的魅力，一遍又一遍地灌入林玉茹耳畔。她下意识地咬紧了嘴唇，紧闭着眼睛，强制让自己不去看，不去听。可她的脑海中还是不自觉地浮现出沈夜坚实的臂膀，以及沈夜那次为她吸蛇毒还有按摩小腿的场景，那2次都差一点沈夜和她救。林玉茹想着，心里愈发烦躁，便直接从草垛上站起身，而后径直走向了柴房的纸窗旁。纸窗上有一个手指大小的窟窿，透过窟窿，林玉茹这个大家闺秀竟做起了偷窥这个勾当。沈夜赤膊上身，紧致的肌肉宛若鬼斧神工，他每打出一拳便低吼一声，他每低吼一声，林玉茹的娇躯就颤抖一次，仿佛沈夜那充满了阳刚之气的低吼已经融化了林玉茹清冷心中的最后一道冷气。沈公子，林玉茹轻咬嘴唇，媚眼如丝，就这么一只手爬着窗户，一只手轻抚下颚，看得入了迷。呼，沈夜长舒一口气，伴着天边极明，停下了修炼的动作。一连2个时辰，沈夜就坐在石桌旁，怀中捧着那本纯阳功，从月落西山修炼到日出东山，日出之境太盛，现在我内功突破，还是做不到。沈夜缓缓起身，在晨曦的阳光下，他赤膊的身上冒出了腾腾生气，刀刻般的肌肉更是凝聚出了十分紧致的线条。若是眯着眼来看，便会发现沈夜的身上竟然也出现了类似白羊、白宁那种微光，只不过白羊周身的微光是红色，白宁周身的微光是蓝色，而沈夜周身的微光却是流光溢彩的金色。那金光虽然不是万载光芒，但却生生不息，或有几分长存之意。按照这个进度修炼，最多7日，我便能将这纯阳功参透。沈夜嘴角一挑，微微攥拳， 感受着这股蒸腾的热气在体内翻涌，着实不凡。等到纯阳功修炼入门，他便可以进一步精进，无论是在战争中还是在日常生活中，这身功夫都能派上用场。沈夜想着，也拿着毛巾擦了擦身上，不知道是因为修炼了纯阳功，还是本身就精力旺盛。经过一夜的修炼，沈夜竟然一点都不觉得累，反而觉得有些容光焕发，就连精神都明显高涨了起来。疼！可就在沈夜刚要转身进入主屋之时，柴房内却传来了一阵哼哼唧唧的声音。沈夜感官发达，瞬间就听出来，这是林玉如发出的动静。他深吸一口气，缓缓走到了柴房门前。沈夜轻轻一推，柴房门没有关，往里踏步走进，只见林玉如正涨红着脸，躺在草垛子上，来回扭捏着身子。怎么？沈夜动了恻隐之心，连忙俯身下问。林玉如纤细的玉手顺着沈夜坚实的胳膊，一直搂住了他的脖颈。沈夜见状，也是直接愣在了。倒不是因为他好奇被林玉如这副反差的模样吸引住，而是因为练习了纯阳功之后，副作用让他火气很大，才刚俯下身子，肌肉绷紧的瞬间，腹部已经被撑出了裂纹，而那裂纹之下坚实的肌肉正对着林玉如，若是贸然起身，他就尴尬。而此时林玉如媚眼如丝，与平日里冷清的仙子模样截然相反，此刻她更像是一只叫春的小猫，眼神中又羞又期待的说道：沈公子，还是上次小腿的伤，此时又复发，你能不能用最大的力气再替人家揉一揉？第100章，白绫的遮羞布被扯下，自说是干净身。林玉如说着，还不等沈夜反应，便伸出纤纤玉手，直接掀起了裙摆，白皙的小腿再次暴露在了沈夜眼前。冷白皮上一片光滑，只有几道青筋微微可见，全然不见伤口，更是连疤痕都没留下。这伤不是已经痊愈了吗？沈夜握住林玉如的脚踝，左右翻看，眼神中明显生出了一丝不解。疼就是疼，沈公子多方便，就替我揉揉好吗？林玉如没有像平常那样摆出一副不食人间烟火的清冷模样，而是涨红的小脸把头侧起，语气中略带几分羞涩和哀求说道：也罢，那就替你疏通一下。沈夜没有拒绝，他刚刚修炼完纯阳功，现在正因副作用的肌肉膨胀而没法立刻站起身，至少也得等副作用消失之后，他沈夜才能起身离开。况且纯阳功中有记载，内功练习可刚猛可阴柔，想要操练内功，一种办法是像修炼外功那样，靠着大量的练习，以刚猛的内功运转为基，以强壮的气息冲击为量，强行提升肌肉记忆，以此来获得实力的提升。另一种办法便是以阴柔之势，通过手指手腕去调动内功气机，以达成四两拨千斤之势，同样能使内功的修炼事半功倍。而且若以阴柔之法内练，还会在短时间内增加内力，让精神更为抖擞，体质更为强横，纯阳之息会遍布全身上下，内力之势会展现出全胜之姿。此外，沈夜这是第一次练纯阳功，还从未感受过纯阳之息遍布全身的感觉。给林玉如争着按一按，既能缓解肌肉膨胀的尴尬，又能感受一下纯阳之气遍布全身的滋味，可谓一箭双雕，不做白不做。思绪未断，沈夜便伸出双指，强有力的手指尖上明显晕出了一层精气。下一秒，沈夜的双指猛地按在了林玉如的小腿上。沈夜双指猛发力，手背上的青筋瞬间暴起，那股萦绕在指尖上的精气更是顺着沈夜的指尖直接打入了林玉如的小腿。啊！林玉如轻吟一声，在沈夜双指是大力神的按压之下，她白皙柔软的小腿都不经意间被按出了一个小坑。林玉如好感度加1。与此同时，一道熟悉的提示音也灌入了沈夜耳畔。时至今日，沈夜已经认定了林玉如就是懂爱的，他的癖好便是如此，所以便也没有过多的惊讶，只是长舒一口气，按照纯阳功的记载，继续以双指发力，在林玉如的小腿经脉上开始游走了起来。双指每掠过一处经脉穴位，沈夜便会加重几分力道，力道越来越大，按压的疼痛感也深入骨髓。可林玉如却丝毫没有效果，她只是闭着眼睛，整个人仿佛都已经享受沉沦了进去。而沈夜见此，眼中却生出了一丝错愕，自己的外力本就异于常人，如今又加上了霸道至极的纯阳工作，他本以为林玉如会受不了喊停，毕竟林玉如即便再怎么懂爱，她终究也是个肉体凡胎啊。可让沈夜没想到的是，这林玉如非但扛了下来，而且脸色愈发红润，似是已经完全沉溺在了这纯阳功的按摩之中。林玉如好感度加1，还不等沈夜回过神，林玉如竟主动抓住了沈夜的手腕，她终于舍得抬眼与沈夜四目相对，她拉着沈夜的手腕，从白皙的小腿缓缓向上挪去。沈公子，还有这里也有些疼痛。林玉如轻咬嘴唇，语气娇柔的说道。可沈夜闻言，却并未被美色冲昏。不行，小腿大腿的经脉尚未完全疏通。沈夜强行把双指挪回到了膝盖处，一边按压一边解释道：若此时贸然上移，导致你体内的气息紊乱，弄不好下半辈子就只能当个瘸子了。林玉如闻言，眼神中闪出一抹失落，她无奈地放开了沈夜的手腕，任由沈夜继续在膝盖处的穴位按压了起来。只不过不知是纯阳功带来的增幅，还是沈夜本身的体温，一股股暖流竟然在林玉如身体内激荡开来。这种暖流不似吃饭之时喝下的热粥热汤，更像是在心动时分由内而外散发出的热忱。这热忱顺着小腿蔓延过娇躯，一路直逼额头，仿佛下一秒她林玉如就要被体内的火焰吞噬了一般。林玉如微微张嘴，下意识地抓住了沈夜的小臂。沈公子，不行了，不能再了，马上就好了，再坚持一下。沈夜自然没有放弃，纯阳功的内练之法已经进行到了最后一步，只要输送完毕便能运转一套。来了！沈夜目光忽然犀利，双更是你的运啊！ 林玉如原本就没有受伤的小腿被说得掐红了，可是那股暖流却瞬间蔓延至了全身上下，四肢末端都被暖流所充实。林玉如更是双眼迷离，浑身无力地瘫在了草垛上。你好好休息几夜，这小腿的经脉我已全为你打开，3日之内一切杂症不可寻我。沈烨简单交代了几句，而后便固定地坐在了地上。他盘着腿，感受着出自外放纯阳宫所带的收益，浑身都被一股暖洋洋的热气包裹。之前在体内昂扬的气息，此刻更是全都变得燥热。但很快，随着沈烨的打坐，这些真气全都平复了下来。这一来一回之间，沈烨能明显感觉到自己体内的气息已经强大了1倍。沈公子，而还不等沈烨回过神来，瘫软在草垛上的林玉如竟强撑着娇躯缓缓爬了起来。他看向沈烨，眸中早已没了最初的那平淡，转而是一股带着欣赏、带着纠结、带着尴尬、带着喜欢的复杂情绪。还有事吗？沈烨感到自己体内的气息已经平复，纯阳宫的副作用也已消解，便站起身准备转身离开。毕竟他还有很要事去做。虽说训练新兵的将军已经有了着落，宇文爱的综合实力不需要自己担心，但新兵从何而来还是个问题。虽说他沈烨在宿阳城北的名声军情不俗，想要从农户百姓中征召青壮入伍也绝非难事。可是问题就在于，如今的南黔北疆压根就没有那么多的青壮力能够征召入伍，即便是将马家铺、下平村、铁灵堡3村所有青壮都聚集起来，也不过1000人有余。这1000人还有家中老小要养，还有田地要种。若是如斩草除根一般将这些青壮全部征召入伍，宿阳城北的根也就断了。若是还沿用招安的老办法，免不了2个山寨之间有摩擦，即便是被招安之后，也可能会产生摩擦和冲突。一旦发生那样的情况，军心会大打折扣，无论练的兵法战术多么出神入化，失了军心和团结，在战场上连一丝都打不出来，只能任人宰割。况且心向南黔的山寨土匪拢共就那么多，即便是全部招安，也不过200-300人。所以沈烨摸索了一把腰间的赤色虎符，目光投向了女将军宇文爱，暂时借此个偏房。宇文爱昨天说了，他已经在南黔北疆找到了2000多名西府军，若是能将这2000可战之兵备，再通过征召青壮、招安一匪扩大队伍，3000人的部队便能凑齐，那他沈烨腰间的3枚虎符便有用了。现在的他正急着去找宇文爱商量此事，不对，是发号施令。毕竟他腰间的这块西蜀王令可不是摆设。沈公子当年上门退婚，其实并非是我的。林玉如在沈烨家中生活的这1个多月，实实在在的见识到了沈烨的威力，也看到了沈烨身上的发光。他本是大家的闺秀，知书达理，自知这上门退婚是不可为，一旦发生，定会让沈烨的脸面全无。可他之所以这么做，也是逼不得已，他不是为了羞辱沈烨，反而是为了保护沈烨。3年前，林玉如就已经察觉到了林家即将迎来灾祸。若沈烨在那时按部就班的娶妻成婚，那柳家倒塌之时，沈烨必然也会落下一个超产之女。沈家只有2个孩子，长兄成婚多年，膝下却无一子，延续香火的重任完全压在了沈烨的肩膀上。他林玉如不能为了一己私欲而断了沈家香火，害了沈烨一生啊！上门退婚，沈烨最多被羞辱几年，可若成婚，等待沈烨的就是杀头之罪啊！这些话林玉如始终都没有对沈烨说过。作为一个大家闺秀，她也有自己的尊严，她也有自己的清高。这些话她抹不开脸面，说不出口。即便是现在，林玉如也是欲言又止，不知话该从何处挑起。可就在林玉如纠结之时，扑通，柴房的房顶上突然传来一声闷响，房梁猛地一颤，尘雾瞬间蔓延开来。话说一半的林玉如和听了一半的沈烨都纷纷扭头看向天花板，然而还不等2人反应过来，轰，天花板瞬间漏了一个大洞，2个人随之从房顶掉下来。沈烨不敢怠慢，还以为又是马知府派来的杀手，他便立刻抽起旁边的抗龙鼎，有意的挡在了林玉如身前。待烟雾散尽，沈烨这才看清掉下来的2个人，手中握紧的战斗准备也松懈了下来。白明、白杨，你们2人怎么回来了？沈烨拄着抗龙锏，眼神中明显生出了一抹狐疑。他和白家姐妹已经达成了约定，北莽大军的第1轮进攻结束之后，他们2人便潜入宿阳城诛杀了乡绅。自杀任务完成之后，他们便可以离开，追逐自由。从此，沈烨与白家姐妹便再无瓜葛。可现在，这本该诛杀完马乡绅、消失在天涯海角的白家姐妹，却又回到了沈家法院，出现在了自己面前。只有一个可能，你们刺杀马乡绅失败了。沈烨看着白杨和白宁，开口问道。白宁脸色惨白，一言不发，只是冷冷的点了点头。而白杨见此，则是眼眶一红，噙着泪道：“沈大人，马乡绅住进了马府，他身边的高手太多了，多位修炼内功之人，我们2女战群狼，双拳难敌40。任务不成，我们本是打算在宁远城乔装逃跑，但我们姐妹2个暴露了。残月组织对我们发出了江湖追杀令，北莽那边也对我们发出了悬赏令。宁远城封了城，我们实在无处可去了，便只能回来投靠沈大人。”白杨说着，又连忙补充了一句：“但请沈大人放心，我们绝对没有违法。你们要暂住几日？”沈烨没有接茬，而是开口问道。虽说白杨和白宁是冰火2重天，各有姿色，但他们毕竟是杀手。况且如今沈家小院已有3女都有了香火，他不能拿自己的妻儿的命去冒险。若是出于情义，沈烨或许可以留他们暂住几日，但若是想常住，免不了会给沈家招来杀身之祸。只求沈大人替我姐姐疗伤，只要姐姐的伤势好转，我们即刻就走，绝不给沈大人添麻烦。白杨心领神会的开口回应，目光却看向了躺在怀里、嘴唇发白的白宁。而此刻，沈烨也注意到白宁脸上的惨白与平日里的冷清不同，更像是一种受了重伤的无力。白宁受什么伤了？ 沈夜开口发问。短发的白羊闻言没有片刻迟疑，直接大手一挥，撕开了白宁的上衣，2条袖子被扯断，大片的雪白肌肤暴露了出来，同时几道暗绿色的血管也在白宁胳膊上显现而出。沈大人，姐姐中了经脉之毒，必须以内立方能逼出。沈大人的内力虽然不够成熟，但也够用，还望沈大人搭救。白羊一边说着，一边替白宁退起了衣物。不一会的功夫，白宁身上就只剩下了个肚兜蔽体，可即便如此，白羊却仍没有停手的意思。见此一幕，沈夜连忙问道：疗伤可以，但你退他衣物作甚？白羊闻言有些羞涩的低头不语，反倒是沉默寡语的白宁终于开口说道：沈大人，这种毒必须赤身以解，不然毒素涂不干净，势必复发。沈大人莫嫌弃，我是干净身不脏的，大人可以用力一些，我收得住。第101章，姐姐白宁好感度加1，北莽10万大军将至。沈夜愣了一秒，他刚刚利用内力给林玉如疏通完经脉，如今内力正处于疲态中，若是想要再次动用内力，并非不可，只是会加强疲态。沈夜初得纯阳功，怕多次强行动用内力会造成损伤，所以沈夜迟疑了片刻。而与此同时，白羊见状，立刻从怀中掏出了一个巴掌大小的锦囊，他将锦囊双手奉上。沈夜接过打开锦囊，里面赫然是满满当当的金锭，这至少200两金锭，购买力是银锭的数10倍不止。仅凭这个锦囊，足以在南前京城换一个4进4出的大宅女。沈大人放心，绝不让你来帮忙。金锭虽好，但若有命断没命的话，到头来还是竹篮打水。白羊说着，语气明显严肃了几分。而见此一幕，沈夜也没有出言拒绝，而是深吸一口气，点了点头。行，那我试一试。白羊听罢，立刻喜笑颜开，多谢沈大人。说着，白羊便拉着林玉如走出了柴房。毕竟接下来的内功解毒需要沈夜和白宁2人坦诚相见。白羊在沈家小院住了一段时间，他很清楚林玉如并未和沈夜发生夫妻之事，况且他和沈夜也只是萍水相逢。虽说打心底里他并不讨厌沈夜，可是男女有别非礼勿视的道理，白羊还是明白的。而随着白羊拉着林玉如走出柴房，柴房内便只剩下了沈夜和白宁。此刻他们2人正四目相对。脱了吧，沈大人。白宁面色惨白，强撑着力气开口说道，他的生命气息越发微弱。沈夜来不及多想，全当是为了救主，3下5除2的便将身上的衣物尽数褪去，刀刻一般的肌肉紧凑标志的线条，瞬间暴露在了没见过男人赤身的白宁眼前。白宁见此，小脸兀的就红了，2抹红润在白皙的脸颊上尤为明显。你不是说用内力疗伤不可穿戴衣物吗？沈夜用眼神扫了一下白宁胸前的红色肚兜，白宁低着头害羞的咬紧了虎牙。他本想让沈夜转过头去避一避，但转念一想，无论如何到运功治疗的时候，该被沈夜看到的还是会被沈夜看到，便不顾及那么多，直接当着沈夜的面便褪下了衣物。大片的雪白肌肤暴露出，那是完全不输林玉如的冷白皮。而且最关键的是，或许是修炼极寒内功的原因，导致白宁手臂上的汗毛特别稀疏，整个人干净的离谱，就像是用现代技术专门做了处理一样。咕咚，沈夜盯着那白皙的锁骨，猛地咽了咽口水，但还是理性占据了上风，把手放在这，然后运功疏通。白宁则是强忍害羞，抓起了沈夜的手，把沈夜那双有力且温暖的大手贴在了自己冰冷的腰窝上。下一秒，沈夜便按照白宁的指示，开始替他运功疏通了起来。呼，沈夜长舒一口气，温暖的内力从双掌打出，习得了纯阳功对内力感知更明显的沈夜，几乎是在内力灌入白宁体内的一瞬间，他便感知到了白宁祖宗之毒多么可怕。林玉如的经脉在用内力疏通之时是一马平川，而此刻白宁的经脉却宛若终年积雪的冻土一般。沈夜没想用内力向前推进，便要用出120分的牛劲。沈大人别硬来。白宁明显感受到了沈夜磅礴的内力，便连忙开口劝道，每个经脉之间都有旁支连通，一起费心寻找一番，若继续硬来，沈大人定会在将毒素完全清除之前便将内力耗尽。沈夜闻言只是淡然点了点头，而后他开始沉下心来，输出的内力变少，转而用更多的精力去探寻白宁所说的经脉之中其他的通路。旁支分布在末端细节很难找，但每找到一处便能用极小的代价疏通一段经脉。而随着沈夜滚烫的内力清除了一段段被毒素填充的经脉，白宁的脸色也明显好转了几分，眼神中甚至生出了一丝惊讶。沈大人果真练武奇才，内力竟能在短短几天内修到这个程度，无论是内力的储备还是内力的强度都不像初学者，反而更像个大成的练家子。沈夜闻言并未出言回复，毕竟白羊和白宁说过，内功这种东西乃是有时无价的秘密，除了血缘传播和家族传承之外，根本没有其他的获得之法。况且纯阳功强横霸道，增益效果斐然，绝对是内功之中的佼佼者，其价值定然不低。君子无罪怀璧其罪的道理，沈夜还是明白的，多一言不如少一语。可就在此时，白宁突然轻咬嘴唇，轻鸣了一声，沈大人可以柔和一点。沈夜回过神来，这才发现是自己的内力灌输太猛，便连忙收敛了内力。可白宁的表情却仍旧有些古怪，他小脸红红的，眼神不自觉的乱瞥。虽然随着治疗的深入，精气神恢复了许多，但他的精气神好像并没有用在配合治疗上，而是全都用在了躲避沈夜的目光上。只不过白宁这点小动作根本没有逃过沈夜的眼睛，那害羞不语的表情全都被沈夜尽收眼底了。甚至沈夜还能感受到白宁喉咙里憋着一股娇气，想发又不好意思发出。可就在此时，翠绿长卷却突然展开， 白宁魅力值92，白宁好感度+1。若成功照顾白宁，白羊可获得属性暴击提升。看着几行流金小的红线，沈夜眼中生出了一抹好奇。先前系统的提示曾在白羊身上出现过，如今竟又在他姐姐白宁身上出现了一次，而且成功照顾二人，居然还有属性的暴击提升，这可是让女子延续相处之后才有的奖励。这白宁、白羊二女竟有如此待遇，不过照顾他们返还的属性又会是什么呢？这退路长卷一次次发出提示，可见白家二女定有过人之处，看来可以考虑一下和白家二女交个朋友。毕竟眼下小院中4女之3都已有了相符，之后就不能大动干戈了。林玉如虽有些动摇，但她沈夜心里多少还是有些戒心，若能和白家姐妹交个朋友，倒是可以解决些许麻烦。况且这男前本就女多男少，陈修行几女从不介意多2个姐妹。而白宁自是也注意到了沈夜的目光在打量自己，为了缓解尴尬，一向内敛冷清的白宁竟主动搭起了话。听闻沈大人这一战又立了战功，如今能当万夫长了吧？沈夜闻言先是一愣，而后腾出手折指一旁的衣物上挂着的3枚空白虎符，万夫长倒是没有，不过柳将军赐了我四目边军之权。四目边军之权？白宁双眉紧蹙，眼神下意识的向那3枚虎符贴去。四目军权乃是将军才配有的特权，沈夜不过20出头，才籍贯没多久，便得到了号称南前军神柳木人的重用，能达到如此成就，纵观整个南前都找不出第2个人。沈夜的未来不可估量，但白宁眼珠一转，眸中突然闪过了一丝担忧。他似是想到了什么可怕的事，突然开口说道：“沈大人，此番你们天级数千，是不是还打跑了一个名叫孤朵的北莽万夫长？确有此事，那孤朵与我交战几个回合，便败走了下去。”沈夜平淡的点了点头，这种战绩没什么好吹嘘的，毕竟孤朵只是徒有其表，战力不高，连弑君立敌都做不到，何以成为对手？坏了！白宁喉咙一滚，面露难色的说道：“我与白羊在向宁远城逃跑时，曾混入过一家北莽酒楼，偶然听到了一群北莽人的酒后杂谈，说是进攻宿阳城的万人铁骑，连半个时辰都没看过，便折戟过半。领头的万夫长孤朵更是被打得心神俱死，成了一个只知道找马的废物，整日在北莽大营中吹所谓的鼓哨，弄得北镇大营鸡犬不宁。那座镇北莽大营的北莽二皇子完颜沃，更是被北莽大汉连发8条军令，批作废物犯。”北莽二皇子完颜沃愤怒至极，以项上人头作保，立下军令状，说是要在大雪封山之前攻破宿阳城，又向北莽大汉要来了精兵10万，而且领衔这10万精兵的北莽大将，不是别人，正是被你打得心神俱损的万夫长孤朵的亲哥哥，北莽3大杀神之一孤朵。据说这10万大军已经开拔，不出10日便能陆续到达北莽大营。届时沈大人威仪，白宁一口气说了一大段，全是干货，没有半点注水的内容。沈夜闻言，眼神明显一愣，手上疗伤运功的动作都慢了几分。北莽二皇子以性命作保，立下军令状，从北莽老巢调兵10万，只为平推宿阳城。率10万大军而来的北莽将领，竟还是孤朵的哥哥，北莽3大杀神之一的徒弟，而且还是专门奔着自己来的。沈夜深吸一口气，眼神中没有惧色，只有担忧。个人生死，他早就置之度外了。想起戍边第1年，沈夜作为新兵，在预备役第一次见到冷兵器战场时，北莽蛮子的打法和策略，简直和畜生无异。战场上残杀俘虏，不讲规矩也就罢了，他们竟然还冲击南前村落，奸淫掳掠，无恶不作。然而身高高过车轮者，皆杀无赦。烂一战，南前虽靠着援军惨胜，但死去的数千百姓却永远埋在了那片黑土地，成了北莽畜生的刀下亡魂。那一战给自诩精通现代战争打法的沈夜上一课，什么优待俘虏，什么规避一路，全他娘的是放屁。对待北莽这种畜生，只有一个字：杀。但宿阳城的百姓可经不起这个折腾，10万大军若同时开跑，宿阳城破变成了定局。而宿阳作为孤城，早已孤立无援，四面楚歌。一旦城破，等待着宿阳百姓的只有屠城。唯一的破局之法，就是大量招募新兵，训练战法，组成一道坚不可摧的体系，硬撑着等到大雪封山，亦或是南前朝常派来的10万援军到来之时，这宿阳被困至死局，便迎刃而解。沈大人，差不多了，余下的毒素我自行抽空便是。白宁红着脸，就算是发烧了一样。沈夜解毒治疗的相当到位，但他所修的乃是极寒内功，被沈夜这燥热的内功一疏通，已经有些冰火相冲，快坚持不住，那便交由你自行收了。沈夜收回双掌，收敛内功，很快他便穿上了衣物，目光紧锁宇文爱所在的天下。眼下想要快速招募新兵，仅靠宿阳城北的3村铺是远远不够的。先前宇文爱说他在南前北疆找到了2000多西蜀军，这些西蜀军虽说被打散了，但归根结底还是正规军，能用。再加上西蜀对北莽的恨更为滔天，视为可战之兵，招募新兵之事刻不容缓。沈夜提了提裤子，莫名觉得他像一个不负责的渣男，完事就走。但他没有多想，只是径直的走出了柴房，向偏房走去。白杨和林玉如见沈夜一脸严肃，也不敢问，只是默默的绕开沈夜，前往柴房查看起了白宁的状态。而就在此时，沈家小院上方却传来了一只白鸽的叫声。沈夜眼珠一转，立刻回到主屋夜默写信，将白宁所说消息尽数写在一张巴掌大的小纸上，而后将纸卷起，跑到院中唤来白鸽。这白鸽是半月前他第一次去马府赴宴之时，柳木人将军给他的，作为2人之间的通信往来，能规避马知府的眼线。经过半个月的训练，白鸽已经反向认出沈夜了。去吧。沈夜将信纸装入白鸽脚旁的玉筒，旋即放飞了白鸽。白鸽朝着将军府的方向展翅， 沈夜也缓缓推开了偏房的小门，嘎吱，木门闪现，陈淑婷、苏凤鸣二人睡得昏沉，可身为杜国将军的宇文爱却戒备心极强的睁开了双眼。但一看到来者是沈夜，他便小鹿乱撞的重新闭上了眼睛，直到沈夜那磁性的声音在他耳边响起：“宇文将军，我有要事相求。”宇文爱缓缓睁开眼，发现沈夜贴得很近，他呼吸产生的热浪直扑自己的锁骨，发出阵阵酥麻。那一瞬间，宇文爱的身体仿佛被电流贯穿，缓了好一会儿，他才略显羞涩道：“沈大人直说便是。”沈夜闻言也不含糊，他将炕头的那枚赤色虎符拿起，塞进了宇文爱的手，但宇文爱却并未感觉到虎符，只感觉到了沈夜强壮而滚烫的大手包裹了上来，烫得他心尖都不可发颤。此事不难，但非宇文将军不可。沈夜还在做铺垫，可宇文爱自是会错了眼，他柳眉含丝，汗水轻盈道：“罪臣已经是沈大人的子，沈大人想让罪臣做什么，罪臣都可。”第102章，1日募兵3000人，这沈夜的民心滔天啊！我想让你跑一趟，把那2000西蜀军带回来。沈夜长呼一口气，开门见山道：“2000西蜀军。”宇文爱先是一愣，他还以为沈夜找他是想要。宇文爱羞愧地低下了头，又发现原本温润的手中多了一枚虎符，原来沈夜不是要和他十指相扣，而是为了将虎符递来。误会了，全都误会了。宇文爱不好意思抬头看向沈夜，只是点了点头，用尽量轻柔的语气说道：“沈大人放心，你身怀西蜀王令，罪臣已视你为西蜀皇帝，你所说之言皆为王命，罪臣即便赴汤蹈火也会办成。此事不可缓，越快越好，做方便的话最好即刻出发。”沈夜也没客气，直接开口推辞了起来。毕竟从白明口中得知的那即将赶来的北莽10万大军，就宛若一柄利剑悬于头顶。若是来犯的北莽蛮子只有几千人，他沈夜完全可以凭借天雷地火阵再退敌一步。但这可是10万人，要是没有充足的兵源构成防线，只靠一个所谓的天雷地火阵，这宿阳城北的防线顷刻就会被撕裂。更不必谈什么守住宿阳城北3个时辰的军令，若再不抓紧时间集结军队应对，别说是这宿阳城北小小的3村破，到那时即便是兵源更多的宿阳城，都会陷入10面楚歌的绝境。罪臣明白，罪臣即刻出发，请沈大人放心。宇文爱说着，立刻从火炕上爬起，当着沈夜的面穿上了贴身衣裳，戴上了3顶盔甲。那紧致的身段宛若一座艺术品，全身上下没有多余的赘肉，只有清晰的马甲线饱满合理的肌肉分布。沈夜回过神，在宇文爱走出偏房之前，从腰间扯下了昨日从他手中要来的西蜀虎符，并转手递给了宇文爱。这400多西蜀军还交由你统帅，南前北疆北患严重，还有北莽流兵掠边，3方态势犬牙交错，你独自出行，身边不能没人保护。宇文爱接过虎符，眸中流露出了一抹感动，但他并没有接过虎符，而是木然一笑道：“沈大人放心，罪臣会些功夫，一般的匪徒尽不得手。况且那2000西蜀军的驻地也不远，半日内即可赶到，一路顺风。”沈夜闻言也没多劝，转手便将虎符挂回了腰间。宇文爱曾为西蜀驻国将军，他这种级别的将领心里有数，无需多言。宇文爱点了点头，旋即便带眼离开。而沈夜也走出偏屋，目送宇文爱的背影消失，他的目光如炬，却刺痛了在柴房门前偷看的林玉如。林玉如轻咬嘴唇，看着沈夜这副模样，明显吃醋。他想上前去解释清楚当年他究竟为何要上门醉婚。沈夜是一个好男人，是一个琴棋书画、刀枪棍棒样样精通的绝世好男人。他也想得到沈夜的青睐，他也想得到沈夜的照顾。每晚听着主屋的动静，林玉如心里就像是有一个醋坛子被打翻了似的。可林玉如以为自己毕竟是大家闺秀，她已经很主动了，即便不解释清楚上门退婚的误会，沈夜也应该主动一点。就这样，林玉如并未开口，只是欲言又止的看向沈夜，眼中充满了期待。而与此同时，鸡鸣升起，日出东山。沈夜抬眼一瞧，脸上再次露出了紧张之色。天亮了，新的一天开始了。北莽10万大军的兵锋更进了一步。眼下宇文爱已经去招揽那2000西蜀军了，他沈夜也不能干等着。招募新兵这件事不能把鸡蛋放在一个篮子里，即便马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡这3村铺的百姓有限，但总归还是有些赋闲的青壮力在家。不过从2年前马家铺前任百夫长王福招募新兵只招到了8个人的情况来看，他沈夜今年招募本土新兵的情况也不会好到哪去。无论能招募到多少新兵，他身为宿阳城千夫长，手握3枚空白虎符，都应该试一试，不能辜负柳木人将军的期望，更不能辜负宿阳满城百姓的期望。沈夜想着，眼神愈发坚毅，3步并作2步，直接走出了沈家小院，夺门而出。一旁的林玉如见眼神中明显生出了几分落寞。沈夜走得如此坚决，连一个正眼都不愿意，是不是因为他太过自视清高，惹得沈夜不开心了？他虽曾为林家的大家闺秀，但现在他确实只是一介罪女。陈淑婷、苏凤鸣、秦金莲在面对沈夜之时都没有抗拒，他林玉如是不是也该主动一些？可是今天他都已经主动搂住沈夜了，这还不算主动吗？如果这还不算主动，那真正的主动莫不是……林玉如想到这，下意识地攥紧了裙摆，眸中闪过一抹羞涩，但很快林玉如眼神中的羞涩渐消，取而代之的是一抹对沈夜渴望的坚毅。与此同时，沈夜已经在马家铺卫所拟好了招募新兵的军令状，他一口气写了3张，分别交给骑兵，张贴在马家铺、下坪村、铁灵堡村口，供村中百姓查阅。而后沈夜便趴在桌子上小憩了起来。从昨晚战斗打响一直到现在，沈夜耗费了许多精神，又输送了2次内容，如今实在是疲态尽显。铁牛见状也没去打扰，只是拿了一张毛毡子 披在了沈烨肩头。2个时辰后，马家铺卫所前，一阵嘈杂声灌入沈烨双耳。对于感知敏感的沈烨而言，这股嘈杂声就如雷鸣一样。他缓缓从桌上站起身，环顾四周，试图寻找声音的来源，但因为刚刚睁眼，加上日头正盛，阳光明媚，沈烨双眼一阵泛白，只能顺着听到的动静走出了马家铺卫所的大门。可刚一走出大门，沈烨就傻眼了。平日里人烟稀少的卫所门前，竟然乌泱泱的围满了青壮年。这些青壮年少说也得有300-400人，而且每个人的怀里都捧着竹篮，竹篮里面是各种各样的物资，有的是土鸡蛋，有的是土豆，有的则是几双新纳鞋。沈烨见此，揉了揉眼睛，脸上写满了难以置信。他喉咙一滚，有些狐疑道：“你们这是干嘛？要造反？”沈大人说教了，我们是来投军的。是啊，沈大人，您不是在村口张贴了募兵的军令吗？我们都是来入伍的。300多青年，你一言我一语说着，每个人的脸上都洋溢着笑容，那是发自内心的认可和欣喜。沈烨见此，却倒吸一口气，觉得有些不真实。毕竟2年半年前，他初到南黔北疆，是见到过招募新兵的场面。那个时候，几乎每一家每一户都十分抗拒征兵。当时百夫长王胡在征兵的时候，几乎每一个青壮年看到他的眼神都是充满了厌恶和抗拒，丝毫没有如今的这般喜悦。最关键的是，那时候征兵来到现场的不过了10几个，这些人当中还有许多是年岁已高或是身有残疾之人，这些人都是南黔王朝明令禁止不允许参军入伍的。2年半前的死气沉沉和如今众人的满脸喜悦，俨然是对比极其鲜明的2幅画面。沈烨思绪未断，双眸一低，看到了这些青年怀中抱着的竹篮，继续开口问道：“你们既然是来报名参军的，为何一人手中提了一个篮子？征兵入伍，装备、兵器、粮食都是会先发一层，根本就不需要自己带粮草、装备、物资。况且如今沈烨招兵可是在空白虎符之下，只要是登记在虎符之下的兵员，有一个算一个，全都能享受到南黔兵士的完美待遇。这东西是家里面让我们带来的，沈大人不容易，乡亲们都看在眼里。对，沈大人这次招兵肯定是为了打北莽蛮子，我们都信，愿意和沈大人一起打北莽蛮子。沈大人不吃回扣，不和贪官同流合污，是个清官，是个好官，手里肯定没有多少存银。这些物资是我们带来给沈大人用，沈大人这一筐鸡蛋是俺娘的心意，还望沈大人莫嫌弃。”沈烨话音未落，这些青壮年便纷纷举着手中的篮子，向沈烨身后的卫所挤了进去。沈烨知道这么多人一起冲进去太危险，热情可以，但若是发生了非战斗减员，他沈烨可难逃其咎。所以沈烨张开强有力的双臂，硬生生将众人全都拦在了卫所门外。他大抵扫了一眼这些前来报名参军的青壮年，几乎是全村所有的青壮年。若是将其都召入麾下的话，一旦战争打起，明年开春马家铺的田地又该让谁去开垦？沈烨感受到了百姓的热情和爱戴，他也很想将这300多青壮全部收入麾下加以训练。这可是一支信仰凝聚力极高的亲兵队啊，是多少将领梦寐以求的死士亲卫。但他沈烨不能为了一己私欲而将这300多青壮全部收入麾下，他得给马家铺留个底，得给这片肥沃的黑土地留个根啊！年龄20以上，家中有兄弟弟，长兄上前一步，其余人全部后退。沈烨扬声一喝，原本还闹哄哄的人群却瞬间形成了对比，只有170-180人留在了原地，大多数青壮都向后退去。不过留在原地的这170-180人当中，还有相当一部分是年龄偏大。沈烨见此，连忙沉声在喝，阵中有父子同上者，父亲上前一步，儿子后退。说罢，又有50-60的年轻人向后撤去，只剩下了120多人。这120多人是马家铺绝对的中年主干力量，他们之中要么是有兄弟手足的，要么是有了江湖不愁绝户的，这些人才是沈烨能招的新兵。这120多人留下，今日便办理入伍，其余人先回去，带着你们的东西，明年再来。沈烨没有把话说死，毕竟就从现在的情况来看，宿阳城能否抗得到明年都是一个未知数。但为了保留江湖，打消百姓的疑虑，他不得不说，只有这样才能让那些20出头的青壮力保留下来，成为马家铺的乡土。这是沈烨的无奈之举，但却对马家铺而言是最合的选择。说着，卫所门外的那些年轻小伙子也都抱着自己手中的篮子纷纷离开，留下的120多人眼神中尽是坚毅。沈烨见状，满意的点了点头：“你们只是暂时被征用，今天晚上会有新兵训练，若是有人扛不住的话，仍旧不算入伍，还是要回家务农，明白吗？”沈大人放心，只要能上阵杀敌，亲手宰2个北莽蛮子，我们视死如归。站在门外的120多人齐声喝道，那声音震天响，回荡在卫所门外，经久不绝。而就在此时，马家铺卫所外又传来了2道声势浩大的呼声。沈烨从卫所中走出，还以为是刚才那些被他劝回去的年轻人又折返回来，可随着沈烨走出大门，却发现新来的这2伙人，一伙人扛着铁灵堡的军旗，另一伙人则是扛着下平村的军旗。这些人并非是才刚被劝退的马家铺青年们，而是下平村和铁灵堡的新兵。沈烨抬眼一扫，这些新兵当中也有不少是娃娃脸的情况。他环顾了一圈，数了数人头，发现来的人竟然有7-800之多。不过其中大多数都是下平村的青壮，铁灵堡人丁稀少，这个是宿阳城北人尽皆知的事实。但最让沈烨不解的是，征兵这件事，在他印象里一直都是一个相当难以解决的难题。无论是哪个村铺的百夫长，每到征兵的时候都是一脸为难。往年征兵一次能扩充1个时，就算得上是超常发挥。可现在700-800人浩浩荡荡地站在卫所门外，每个人的眼神中都满是热忱和坚毅。他们不是被强迫而来的，而是主动请缨，想上战场随军奋战的。沈烨看着他们，眼眶随之一红，但他没有被情绪左右，还是用刚才的套路 从这700-800人中筛选出了一大批独苗和娃娃，最终铁岭堡和下平村留下来的一共只有500出头。但即便如此，这个数目与往年的征兵数目相比，也已经有了100倍之差。与此同时，宇文爱也带着2000多西蜀军浩浩汤汤的奔袭赶来。这3股新兵汇聚在一起，经过粗略统计，竟有3000人之多。沈烨见此不敢怠慢，立刻写信送入宿阳城，请求柳木人将军派军需官和造册官共来马家铺卫所前做登记、授装备、发粮饷。事后快马加鞭冲进宿阳城，来到将军府，将沈烨写好的折子火急火燎地递给柳木人。当柳木人翻看沈烨折子的那一刻，他的眼睛瞬间瞪得溜圆，又惊又喜道：首日募兵变得3000汉兵，这沈烨在宿阳城北的民心竟已如此滔天。第103章，高傲的北莽公主傻眼了，你管这叫新兵？非也。同在将军府的柳芳拱起双手，发表了不同的意见。沈烨的民心虽不凡，但宿阳城北3村可没有3000青壮供其招募，宿阳城北能凑出1000余青壮便已是极限。况且沈烨不会将这1000余人照搬全收，总得留些人开春务农才是。这倒是，柳木人看着手中的折子，欣喜渐消，眸中转而生出了一抹狐疑。宿阳城北何来的3000青壮？这3000人莫不是沈烨这小子想吃空想编造出来的吧？沈烨不是这样的。柳芳抬嘴替沈烨辩解，柳木人轻抚下颚，也点头认可。沈烨上任千夫长以来，掌管的乃是宿阳最穷3府库，这要是放到旁人身上，那不得3天一哭穷，5天一伸手。可沈烨硬是靠着自己，招安一匪，剿灭北莽据点，寇大棚，抢物资，非但没有向宿阳城伸手要过一分资源，反而还让马家铺、下平村、铁岭堡的百姓过上了暂时不愁吃穿的日子。若沈烨想贪，想吃空饷，他早就吃了，何必等到现在？柳芳，你随军、需官和造册官去一趟马家铺，看看这3000人究竟是从何而来。柳木人放下折子，拍了拍柳芳的肩膀。柳芳拱手示意，和同在将军府的军需官、造册官一并转身离开。而看着柳芳一行3人离开，独守将军府的柳木人这才掏出手绢，捂在口鼻处，用力的咳了几下，血丝染红了手绢。柳木人额头冒出一层虚汗，他擦了擦嘴角的血渍，小心翼翼的收起沾血手绢，而后从怀中取出了一颗棕色蟑螂，强行吞服入喉。还不够，还得再挺几日。沈烨现在虽有了自募边军之权，可在南前朝堂无根，若不图马家，沈烨难有立足之地。若沈烨倒了，宿阳、整个北疆就再无反扑的希望。柳木人嘴里嘟囔着，眼神愈发坚毅。他放下沈烨募兵的折子，转手拿起记录大棚粮食的册。现在青苗长势正盛，再有个把月，荞麦和雪菜都会花熟蒂落。届时他柳木人要兵有兵，要粮有粮，要做的第一件事就是除掉马之子这个毒瘤，替沈烨扫平前方的道路。与此同时，宿阳城门外，柳芳率10几个飞云旗护送军需官、造册官，及时出了宿阳城，直奔马家铺而去。骑兵列队标志，4一线千般整齐。而随着柳芳一行人离开宿阳城几百米之后，城门外竟又有一队人疾驰而出。这一队人只有3个，他们身上无甲，清一色穿着道袍，其中有一个人甚至用道袍遮住了脸，是男是女都分辨不出。但他们明显不是军武中人。眼下战事吃紧，进出城门者多为军武中人，平民百姓进出城门理应盘查一番。但守城的几个小将见此，却默契扭过头，选择视而不见。而这身着道袍的一行3人，骑马奔袭的方向竟也是马家铺方向。直至行出宿阳城几里开外，道袍3人中那个用道袍遮脸的人才从马背上挺直身，一把掀开帽子，旋即一头乌黑的秀发荡开，一张颇有异域风情的白皙小脸随之出现，惹眼的桃花眉，挺拔的鼻梁，点缀出了几分高处不胜寒的冷峻。吕3、吕4，你们一定要跟着本公主吗？女子开口向身旁2人发问。这2人不是什么脸子，正是马之府的2条狗腿子。其一是那日在马府晚宴上和沈烨对赌力气的瘦小道士吕3，另一个则是那日目睹了全程却没有出手的高壮道士吕4。吕3、吕4闻言相视一眼，而后吕3拱手啼笑若不笑道：完颜公主莫怪，这个月您已经照例放过一次风了，按理说今日您不该出来的。况且我们本就是去马家铺追寻那2个女杀手的下落，此为要务，这次能让您跟出来，已经是知府大人开恩了，还望完颜公主莫怪。若还觉得委屈，现在我就让吕4送您回府。不必了，我跟你们走就是。完颜月低下头，默默松开缰绳，骑马跟了上去。绝美的小脸向北方眺望，高冷的眸中竟生出了一抹幽怨，那是家的方向。曾经辽阔得草原任他驰骋，北莽8000禁军为他保驾护航，可现在他堂堂的北莽3公主完颜月却被当作质子压在了马府。他平时要隐藏身份，每个月只能出城放风一次，眼下还要屈居于2个云游方士的之事，虽心生厌恶，但又无可奈何。只因北莽富汉想着正义之名入主中原，名正言顺的吞并南前，只靠打靠杀能征服城池，但却很难征服百姓，征服人心。这就需要一个内奸，一个在南前朝堂上说话有分量，在关键的时候说上关键的话。而这个内奸便是马家在心中的2品大员。北莽王氏曾许诺马家，只要马家帮忙说话，搞定民心，等到北莽入关，便赐马家从龙之功，位极国公世袭，万户俸禄。马家看得出南前王朝贪腐成瘾，已有摇摇欲坠之象，便答应了下来，准备里应外合颠覆南前王朝。但马家入朝为官者不在少数，个个都是人心，没人愿意做亏本的买卖。北莽王氏想得到马家的帮助，就得展现出诚意，而被当作质子秘密送入宿阳城马府的北莽3公主完颜月，便是这个诚意。 只不过如今南前北疆的局面被沈烨搅得有些难看。马知府原本靠着粮草施压柳木人，能让宿阳城长期处于半攻半守的状态，与北莽互相牵制，但又不出现过分的伤亡。可现在沈烨横空出世，打得北莽大军屁股尿流。如今宿阳城北的防线比北莽人信仰的长生天还要坚固，原本南前马家和北莽王氏共同在边疆维持的微妙平衡，俨然被沈烨打破。若宿阳城破，他完颜悦就能重回北莽草原，重新当他的藩公子。可如此一来，马家就没了治理，他们会不会在朝堂中继续向着北莽王氏说话，就成了未知数。但北莽若再压着不进攻，不发大兵攻破宿阳城，屡战屡败的北莽二皇子则压不住，那些恃战好战、想靠战功换回去的新兴功勋也要压不住。简言之，宿阳城破，北莽入主，完颜悦自由，但北莽就失去了以正义之名入主中原的可能。若宿阳城不破，完颜悦仍未治理，但北莽新兴勋贵很有可能会闹事生非。前者为外患，后者为内忧。沈烨的出现俨然将北莽王室推进了一个被迫取舍的尴尬处。前面就是马家破了，完颜公主，你且跟紧我二人，咱们从侧面山丘上去俯瞰一番。吕三指了指不远处出现的小村庄，完颜悦不语，只是点了点头，跟在吕三和吕四的身后，从一个岔路口绕右上了一处小山丘。这个小山丘正是沈烨两次伏击北莽大军所在之处。站在这，视野开阔，整个宿阳城北尽收眼底，无论是马家铺还是靠近北山的教场，都一目了然。吕三和吕四翻身下马，站定山丘，审视的目光向马家铺打下。完颜悦则慢吞吞地跟在二人身后，他气喘吁吁地翻身下马，每月只练一次马术，体力实在跟不上。不过刚到山丘，他便听到下方的北山教场传来一阵吵闹声。怎么回事？哪来的动静？完颜悦一边向上爬，一边开口问道。吕三和吕四目不转睛地看向马家铺方向，语气不屑道：新兵招募罢了，向来都是雷声大雨点小，不必雷声大雨点小，可这雷声未免也太大。完颜悦想着，缓步走上山丘，向北山教场的方向看去。而这一看，完颜悦当场就傻眼了，一副宏大的募兵场景映入眼帘。北山教场3000人正以战阵列队，3个方阵整齐的如天工雕琢，每个兵士的眼中都战意滔天。他们彼此穿戴盔甲，持刀练剑，动作熟练的如久经沙场的老兵一般。吵闹声、欢呼声不绝于耳。完颜悦喉咙一滚，冷清的眸中满是错愕。这是募兵第一天，募兵3000人还算雷声大雨点小。还有，你们南前馆这叫新兵。第104章，柱国将军不配当百夫长，西蜀军中立威风。听闻此言，吕三和吕四都有些不耐烦的扭头向北山教场看去。他们都跟了马知府10年之久了，南前北疆每次招兵，他们都有所耳闻。招募新兵最成功的当属7年前，那一次宿阳城全城才破军3000，区一个沈烨，区3座村铺，就算把老弱病残都算上，又如何能募来3000新兵？这北莽三公主莫不是在府里圈禁的时间太长，连数都不识了？可思绪未断，吕三和吕四就傻眼了，只因这北山教场上确实站着3000余人，而且从队列、从装备、从士气来看，这完全不像是一支新兵队伍，反而更像是一支久经沙场的王牌队伍。这是怎么回事？莫说，别看，记录下来，回去上报马大人。吕三、吕四齐齐定声，趴在山丘上看了起来。完颜悦见状，也抿了抿嘴，跟在了二人身后。与此同时，北山教场3000人的登记造册还在如火如荼的进行。这可是个大工程，柳芳带来的这几个造册官和军需官忙得是脚打后脑勺，但柳芳却在一旁悠闲的和沈烨详聊。所以说，这些西蜀军是特地来投奔的。柳芳挠了挠头，觉得有些不可思议，但事实摆在眼前，他又无从反驳。是宇文将军则两目而泣，他们才跟来的。沈烨冲着宇文爱点头示意，他没有透露苏凤鸣的西蜀王国女婿身份，也没有说出自己手握西蜀王令和赤色虎符的情况。君子无罪，怀璧其罪，有些话不能说。况且这实话若是说，苏凤鸣、宇文爱2000西蜀军怕是都得成功。雄踞边关，缺的就是女人和兵，他沈烨可没傻到要自断一臂。你这造化就是当将军的命。柳芳拍了拍沈烨的肩膀，无奈的冷笑了一声。自是与沈烨相比，他自己的晋升之路十分艰难。沈烨闻言却没接话茬，而是瞥了一眼宇文爱，转头向柳芳道：宇文将军功不可没，我想给他一个百夫长做，能否替我向柳将军说一声，乐意替沈大人效劳？柳芳打趣一笑，答应了下来。可而左肩的宇文爱闻言，却连忙来到沈烨面前，翻身下马，拱起双手拒绝道：多谢沈大人好意，但这百夫长之名，宇文受之有愧。南前是靠军功升迁，宇文尚未替沈大人立下寸功，怎可出任百夫长之重任？还望沈大人收回成命。可是沈烨开口相劝，但却被宇文爱再次勒口。沈大人，唐武中人无功不受禄，且莫折杀小将。宇文爱拒绝的言之凿凿，连一个台阶都不给沈烨留。柳芳见此，则是有些嫉妒的笑了笑。毕竟现在的宿阳城北只认沈烨，百姓认，军户认，若空降一个百夫长，确实不足。罢了沈烨，宇文将军并非常人，他定能在战场上建功立业，且随他去。柳芳开口劝道。沈烨心知肚明，便也不再多劝，答应了宇文爱的请求。不过沈烨还是给宇文爱要了一个教头的虚名，起码能在军中服众。可见此一幕，许多西蜀军却不乐意。宇文爱何许人也？堂堂西蜀柱国将军，国之栋梁，怎么在你南前连个百夫长都不知道？他们向沈烨投去了带有敌意的眼神。其中一个块头最大的西蜀兵士侧不出列，他直接走到沈烨面前质问道：沈大人近来的名声很响，但没想到你连个百夫长之位都舍不得， 我倒是很想领教领教沈大人的本事如何。宇文爱见此，连忙劝道：“不可无礼，退下。”沈烨则摆了摆手，将腰间的抗龙锏掏出。无事，既然你想，那便请赐教。沈烨知道这2000西蜀军慕名而来，曾为正规军的他们，如今要投靠自己这个一腿，心里或多或少会有些不服气。而眼下有人不服，他出手迎击，这是立威的天赐良机。来，西蜀猛士抠出腰间双刀，呈旋风状向沈烨砍去，其力道之凶猛，甚至刮出了2道气浪。而沈烨见状，只是看似寻常的挥舞了一下巨戟，破！恐怖的内力借由巨锏瞬间爆发，仅是一个照面的功夫，那西蜀猛士的双刀惊断，整个人都被沈烨恐怖的力道掀翻出去了10几米之远。见此一幕，现场的西蜀军眼中都生出了几个错愕之色。同样，更多的西蜀猛士眼中生出了不服气。沈烨感知超群，捕捉到了这些人不服气的眼神，便飞过去，一只手以单手握紧的姿势迎击道：“还有谁想来试试？一起上马！”话音刚落，10个西蜀猛将接踵而出。这10个西蜀猛将身材高大，气机沉稳，明显是练家子，只不过练的多为筋骨皮，空有蛮力，如今可奈何不了沈烨。杀！10个西蜀猛士围攻而上，沈烨气定神闲，直至10人攻至面门，他这才单脚点的腾空，而后以抗龙锏凌空之势，一人一锏全部掀翻，仅是一个眨眼功，10名西蜀猛士全都兵器尽断，倒地不起，痛苦的哀嚎了起来。而沈烨连大气都没出，握锏的姿势都没变，便连败10个西蜀猛士。还有哪个不服？沈烨抬起抗龙锏，兵锋指向2000西蜀军。这一问声如洪钟，但教场上的2000西蜀军却再无一人敢侧不出列，他们都齐刷刷的低下了脑袋，连抬起头与沈烨四目相对的勇气都没有。而宇文爱见到沈烨如此霸气，柳眉之下的美眸更是拉丝了，欣赏、爱戴、渴望等18种情绪交织。这是他29年来第一次在一个男人身上感受到这种君临天下的霸王之气，这也是宇文爱第一次打从心底里萌生出了被人征服的感觉。而与此同时，在山丘上看着这一幕的北莽三公主完颜悦也被震惊的张大了嘴巴。她从小在北莽草原上长大，从小就看着那些北莽勇士决斗，兵士的个人实力如何，有没有习过，完颜悦一眼就能看得出来。而才刚，沈烨以手中巨锏一下打他一个的西蜀兵士，全都是至少练了10年甚至20年里的练家子。那10个西蜀兵士，即便是放在战风剽悍的北莽军伍中，都足以担任百夫长，甚至成为一营的开路猛将。可结果，这些猛将在沈烨让了一只胳膊的情况下，却还是没能在沈烨的手下走过一个回合。这沈烨究竟是何许人也？为何之前在南前从未听说过这么一号人物？完颜悦想着，眼神迷离，他心中大为震撼，只觉得认知碎了。沈烨年纪轻轻便有如此能力，如此魄力，如此深得人心。若让沈烨发展起来，成长为南前的北疆屏障，北莽再想入主中原，可就是痴人说梦了。完颜悦喉咙一滚，不安地向后撤了几步。可下一秒，山丘上几块沙石被踩踏，哗啦，一小股沙石塌方，顺着山丘滚落，巨大的声响扬出激荡的回音，响彻整个北山教场。而北山教场上的3000兵士闻言，都与沈烨一同微微点头，将目光投向了站在山丘上的完颜悦3人。沈烨感知超群，目光一定，瞬间就认出了站在山丘上的是曾在马府有过一面之缘的吕三。虽不知吕三为何来此，但吕三作为马之府的狗腿子，突然出现肯定没安好心。沈烨轻抚下颚，转头看向孙连战。孙时长，来人！第105章，怒斩道士吕三。马知府脸黑了，标下令令。孙连战双手一拱，旋即抽出腰间长刀，他扭过头看向身后的百余骑，只口吐一字追。话罢，百余马家铺骑兵便瞬间聚成战阵。起初受限于教场地方有限，便只得摆出3几阵，但随着追击上路，空间开阔，辐射范围更大的一字长蛇阵随之摆开。吕三见状，立刻翻身上马，他冲着吕四使了个眼色：“你带着完颜公主往城南绕，咱们兵分2路，那你怎么办？”吕四看着北山教场上杀意滔天的百余骑兵，语气担忧地问道：“不必管我，我原路返回。今日城门是由吕成虎当值，只要跑到城门前，这些追兵就奈何不了我。”吕三说着，直接双腿后马，勒住缰绳，便一骑绝尘而去。吕四见此，也不再多说，同样翻身上马，冲着完颜悦有些无奈地喊了一句：“速速上马，跟景武、谢某校对。”这些南前兵士对北莽人恨之入，若是你落到他们的手中，后果不堪设想。完颜悦呼吸加快，强压心中不安，翻身上马。他紧握缰绳的双手不断发紫，他倒不是怕，但他完颜悦可是高贵的北莽公主，岂能死于南前贱民之手？低贱的南前人根本就不配动他一根手指，他也不想和低贱的南前人有任何接触。完颜悦紧跟吕四从山丘另一侧向南绕去，吕三则是一人一马迅速下山，主动暴露在了孙连战所率百骑的面前。追！吕三出现在地平线上的一瞬间，孙连战便即刻下令全员靠战马贴地疾驰。孙连战所率百骑与吕三之间的距离不断缩小。柳芳、宇文爱见此，不禁张大了嘴巴，眼中写满了震惊。快，太快了！这支连战马品种、颜色都无法统一的骑兵，竟展现出了完全不输精锐骑兵的布阵和速度。一众黑云骑见状，更是自愧不如的纷纷低下了头。眼瞅着孙连战即将和吕三短兵相接，沈烨却嗅到了阴谋的味道。他抬眼看向左山丘，原本该有3人，但现在却只有吕三一个人，这是声东击西啊！孙时长， 你带人速去山丘南面的小路拿人，这个交给我。沈夜当机立断，发号施令了，已经做出了冲锋姿势的孙连善闻言，竟丝毫没有恋战，而是猛地调转马头，向小山丘奔袭了过去。吕三见状，心中暗道不好，北莽三公主完颜悦可不能弄丢，这可是马知府乃至马家制衡北莽王室的重要之物，若是弄丢了完颜悦，北莽王室和南前马家很有可能会撕破脸，洛阳城被围而不攻的微妙平衡也可能会被打破。最关键的是，这完颜悦落在与马知府结仇的沈夜手中，变成了一枚定时炸药，无论对北莽王室还是对马知府来说，都是巨大的威胁。届时，南前北疆的天可就彻底变了。而沈夜见此，也立刻向前奔袭，势路如红色流星一般，踏着残影直奔吕三而去。休走！吕三见状，刚想掉头去接应李四和完颜悦，迎面便有一道霸道的气浪扑来，气浪未消，紧接着便是一顶巨裹挟破空声劈下。吕三反应迅速，掏出腰间长刀，背着刀以内功为基，硬扛了一下。不呲！可吕三明显是小瞧了沈夜挥出这一股威力，他被这一击震得五脏六腑发颤，就连长刀都被震断一半。吕三难以置信的回头一望，沈夜气定神闲，连大气都没喘一口，这是内功修炼到了武后才会有的表现。沈夜哪来的内功可练？他不是个无依无靠的外乡人吗？况且就算沈夜偶然得到了内功练，从上一次晚宴结束到现在也不过半个月的时间，修炼一门内功连入门都不够，可沈夜却展现出了宗师级别的水准。好，扯呼！吕三一交手便知不敌，便无心恋战，只是策马扬鞭的一路狂奔。可寻常战马怎能跑得过恶驹赤鹿？沈夜紧追不舍，24斤重的亢龙锏一下一下鞭打在吕三身上，血口子染透衣物，吕三疼得呲牙咧嘴，但他不敢停下，拼下必死。只要扛到宿阳城门前，他便能得救。吕三，休走！沈夜挥舞着手中亢龙锏，招招致命。这一路挥砍了至少20几下，吕三的后背已经血肉模糊。但或许是因为吕三修炼内功，导致吕三的生命力异常顽强，即便血流成河，却仍能在马背上驰骋。一刻钟后，宿阳城门前，吕三已经凸显出的脸色惨白，但在看到了宿阳城门的一瞬间，他的双眸便射出了金光。李千四长，救我！声音浑厚如钟，回荡在宿阳城楼不止。值守的李成虎见状先是一愣，吕道长，但很快李成虎便看到了穷追不舍的沈夜，他来不及多想，立刻发令，速打开城门，引吕道长进城。可下一秒，随着李成虎的号令发出，砰！沈夜却猛地掷出亢龙锏，强大的惯性直接将吕三掀翻在地。吕三人仰马翻，在地上滚了好几圈，灰头土脸的。但吕三没有放弃，还在地上用血淋淋的双手往城门前爬。吕道长别急着回城啊，与我叙叙就可好。沈夜捡起亢龙锏，扎在吕三的血背上，一只脚踩着吕三的脑袋，沉声问道：沈夜，你要干什么？吕道长可是马知府的座上宾，你这是犯罪！城楼上的李成虎高声怒骂，速放吕道长回城，不然弓箭手准备，我看谁敢！沈夜微微抬头，满是杀意的眼神扫过城楼。所有兵士都吓得双手发颤，连弓都抬不起。吕道长，说吧，你为何来马家铺？沈夜在城门前继续低头追问。沈千夫长，这可是宿阳城前多少百姓和兵士都看着。吕三没有回应，反而出言威胁道：我乃马知府的贵客，你若在此杀我，全城百姓会作何感想？砰！沈夜不语，只是用亢龙锏狠狠地打他。吕三猛地吐出一口鲜血，城楼上的李成虎见此，也带人火速赶下。我没时间和你耗，最后问你一遍，说不说？沈夜低声道：我不说又如何？沈夜，你敢杀我吗？吕三语气不屑道：他可是马知府花重金聘请的门客，马家在南前朝堂是说一不二的实权派，杀了他吕三，就是和马家彻底撕破脸皮。沈夜就算再狠再傻，也不可能这么大胆的得罪马家。死吧！沈夜抬起巨锏，朝着吕三脑袋抡下。沈夜，别！李成虎赶来，抬手阻止，但还是晚了一秒。砰！亢龙锏落地，吕三成了肉泥。李成虎见状，整个人都傻了。城楼上数百名兵士也都看聋了。千夫长当重点杀马知府门客，这事若传到马知府的耳朵里，沈夜绝对活不过半年。最关键的是，他李成虎也得因为没救下吕三而受到牵连，被马知府处罚。沈夜这一点杀的是2个人。沈夜，你何必跟自己过意不去？打狗还要看主人不是吗？李成虎看着凉喝的吕三，不禁开口问。沈夜朝着吕三的尸首啐了口痰，杀了就杀了，我沈夜打狗无需看主。说罢，沈夜便翻身上马，扬长而去，而李成虎也无追击之心。吕三的实力他可清楚，沈夜能把吕三打成这个模样，自己追上去也是给沈夜送人头。所以李成虎只是派人收尸，抬尸前往阿府，当着马知府的面将事情的来龙去脉说了个清楚。而说完这些话，盯着吕三不成形尸体看的马知府脸色全黑了。马知府咬着牙，语气冰冷道：李成虎，你亲自跑一趟，去北莽大营告诉完颜沃，沈夜不除，北疆难安。另外，速派人寻找李四和完颜悦的下落，若丢了完颜悦，咱们都得玩完。第106章，北莽公主住我家，还得睡在一张炕上。标下领命，李成虎双手一拱，立刻奔袭下去。整个马府的气氛瞬间陷入了一片死寂，所有人都低头不语。可就在此时，马乡绅却贱兮兮地走了过来。他看到马知府身前的尸首有些眼熟，便自以为是地问道：表叔威武，这是又杀了个柳木人派来的戏作？马知府一脚掀翻吕三的尸首，那熟悉的装扮和依稀的人样暴露在众人眼前。马乡绅一看，瞬间吓懵了。这怎会是吕三道长？若不是你贪图美色，无端招惹沈夜，何以至此？马知府突然抬起头，恶狠狠地看向马乡绅。表叔，你说什么呢？ 男儿好色不正常吗？马乡生被马知府吓到，连连后退，语气中丝毫没有认错的意思，反而尽显不解。马知府气得牙根痒痒，他冲两侧府兵摆了摆手，语气冰冷的指着马乡生说道：“把这厮带到鱼棚去，和那批种鱼拴在一起。我马某人今天就替你爹好好治治你这好色的毛病。了出息怒，了出不要啊！”马乡生被拖进了驴棚，等待他的将会是令人菊花一紧的摧残。当初若不是马乡生先与沈烨结连，导致马家呈现在沈烨面前的形象一直都带有滤镜，沈烨也不会步步为难，直到今日把事做得这么绝吧。派人给冯邦写信，问问他还要多久才能兵临宁远城下。这北疆我马某人一天都不想待下去。马知府冲身旁的亲信说道。可亲信闻言却悻悻的拱手：“马大人，冯公公回信了，说开拔部队的银子他收到，但想要让他率兵为宁远城，得加钱，需10万两白银，白银10万两。这阉人真是贪得无厌。”马知府咬牙切齿，但还是闭眼挥手道：“先取5万两银票，派人送过去，让他围城。若10日内不到宁远城，我马某人的嘴可就管不住了。”马家铺哨所前，几百兵士正围着一个稻草堆，沈烨骑马赶回，挤进人堆，来到最前面。他低头一看，稻草堆上赫然躺着2个人，高壮到是屡次被打得没有人望，只剩下一口气掉。一个模样清秀、颇带异域风情的小女子，则是满脸嫌弃的一言不发。这小女子衣着华丽，细皮嫩肉，显然是大家的闺秀。不过马知府膝下无女，他是何人？沈烨，这倒是乃马知府的客，你若放他回去，恐生事端啊！沈烨思绪未断，一旁的柳芳便上前，冲着沈烨低语：“尊时长。”沈烨没有拖泥带水，冲孙连战使了个眼色。马知府的门客多可气，他都杀一个了，还差这个。孙连战心领神会，立刻将女子带走。稻草堆前只剩完颜月一人。沈烨俯下身子，双目紧盯完颜月：“你是何人？从何来？到此作甚？不说，去取老虎以来。”沈烨不愿墨迹，冲一旁的士兵说道：“是。”兵士领命离开。完颜月眼中却慌乱了起来：“杀了我吧！杀了你！那我岂不是什么消息都得不到？”沈烨冷冷一笑，伸手向完颜月腰间摸去，但却没有摸到腰盘。看你这细皮嫩肉的，自然要慢慢折磨才有意思。恶心，肮脏，下贱，别用你的脏手碰我！完颜月扭动着身子，又重复道：“我什么都不会说的，杀了我吧！还是个刚烈性子，那我就让兄弟们先享受，然后再杀了你。”沈烨故作痞气，继续补充道：“来人，拿布把他的嘴堵上，免得咬舌自尽，扫了兄弟们的心。”嘿！别碰本宫，恶心的男前人！2个兵士拿着布往完颜月嘴里塞，完颜月全程骂骂咧咧的，还咬人。可这一闹，沈烨却听见了关键信息：本宫。沈烨嘴角一挑，淡淡道：“敢用这个自称的，只有贵族。南前边疆的贵族早都跑没了，你又没有细数口音，这么说你是北莽贵族？”完颜月自知说错了话，便扭过头，眼中又嫌弃又悲悯。而沈烨见状，却并未气馁，对付这样的二狗。沈烨太有经验，前世在当兵王时，他不知处理了多少个类似的富家千金，看似高傲倔强，可实际上内心都藏着自卑、脆弱不足。沈烨轻抚下颚，继续试探道：“能在北莽称得上是贵族的，只有蒙哥、查干台2大家族，以及高高在上号、称流着黄金血脉的完颜王氏。”话音落在完颜王氏4个字上的那一刻，完颜月明显娇躯一颤，他眼神快速闪过一抹躲闪，虽然调整的速度很快，但这一细小的变化还是被感知超群的沈烨捕捉到。这么说，你是完颜王氏的人？沈烨心里盘算，北莽的完颜王氏有3个王女、2个王女，5王女前年才降世，所以眼前这个女子，北莽3公主完颜月不在草原上好好待着，来宿阳城是意欲何为？沈烨站起身，换了一副审视的面孔问道。而此话一出，柳芳、宇文爱以及周围的数百兵士全都愣住，他们不敢相信，眼前这个女子竟是北莽3公主。我不是，你瞎说！完颜月终于开口回应，但他越急，沈烨便越相信自己的判断是真。沈烨见状，再次俯身，一只手压在稻草堆上，一只手在完颜月的身上摸索，终于在大腿后侧摸到了一个用绸缎盖起着的凸起。沈烨一把扯下青色的绸缎盖子，一枚金令赫然被他握在手中，但沈烨并未声张，毕竟人多眼杂，容易坏事。这完颜月可是一个重要的筹码，若是用好了，完全有可能逆转局势，让宿阳城和北莽大营的攻守一行。沈烨摸索着金令，确定上面的文字就是北莽3公主完颜月之后，便将情况告诉给了柳芳。柳芳闻言不敢怠慢，亲自回城禀报柳木人，看如何处理他，是带回宿阳城压着，还是作为筹码换北莽退兵。而1刻钟之后，柳芳疾驰赶回，只给了沈烨一个选择：完颜月既不带回宿阳城，也不能送回北莽。什么？柳将军让完颜月住我家，让我代为看管？沈烨双眉紧蹙，面露难色道：可我家没地方住了，连柴房都被占上，总不能让他和我睡在一张炕上吧？柳芳拍了拍沈烨的肩膀：柳将军说了，此事关乎宿阳安危乃至北疆权，完颜月必须12时辰内都在你视野内，所以沈烨无论你家有没有地方住，你都必须和他睡在一张炕上。这是军令。第107章镇北营成令。高傲的完颜月心生愧疚，柳将军当真是这么说的？沈烨下眼皮一抽，满脸错愕。他可是南前千夫长，是专门戍边杀北莽蛮子的。这1个多月，死在他手下的北莽蛮子少说也有几千，就连一条北莽的狗见到沈烨都躲下了。说他沈烨和北莽有不共戴天之仇，都毫不为过。可是现在居然要和北莽公主同床共枕，莫非柳木人将军是想让我曲线抗击北莽王室？不过柳芳的一番解释，却让沈烨心知肚明了。北莽3公主虽为庶出，但其母族这些年势力日渐庞大， 手下有精兵3万，北莽看似不可敌，实则内部各自为政。若能拿捏完颜悦，便能借势拿捏这3万北莽精兵。假设真有南前北莽决战的那一天，南前北疆也可平完颜悦，少面对3万精兵的进攻。接着，柳芳又抬头问道：“给你的营起个名字吧，有了名字，这些兵才能入军。”起名。沈烨轻抚下颚，目光不自觉地瞟向北方，脑海中浮现出了南秦兵士浴血奋战的场景，2个字脱口而出：镇北营。柳芳闻言，当即动笔在虎符上篆刻为符。做完这一切之后，柳芳便将这枚虎符递还给了沈烨。沈烨拱手点头，接过虎符，先让这些精兵扎营几日，明天一早，柳将军就派工兵前来扩建3村卫，顺便再给你修一座大气的宅院。柳芳说着，旋即翻身上马，最后吐出了一句：“切莫亏待了完颜悦，他活着比死了的用处更大。”沈烨点头不语，但眼神却异常坚毅。送走了柳芳一行人后，3000大军便在沈烨与文爱的指挥下，于教场旁安营扎寨。眼下最为初冬，大好在煤炭网购，棉絮皮衣也都是标配，这些都是沈烨替他们称来的。做完了这一切，天已黑透，明月登空。沈烨和宇文爱带着北莽3公主完颜悦回到了沈家酒店。这一路上，被搁在马背上的完颜悦一言不发，但沈烨却能实实在在地感受到他的嫌弃。那是一种从骨子里透露出的高傲，与林玉如的冷清不同。完颜悦的高傲中明显带着几分狗眼看人低的味道。刚一进门，众女看到沈烨身边又多了一个女人，她们眼神中都多了几分犀利，说话都加腔带爆，空气中弥漫着一股醋坛子打翻的味道。可当沈烨将完颜悦的情况告诉众女之后，众女眼中的醋意瞬间消失，取而代之的是一抹纯粹的敌意。陈淑婷直接无视了完颜悦，活泼的苏凤玲则是一言不发，异常沉默。秦金莲眼中则寒意凛然。这里的每个女子都或多或少北莽有仇，现在北莽3公主就站在他们眼前，他们心中岂能没有戒？使得太早不下，小叶，一会儿我就回天屋吃了。陈淑婷在灶台旁盛出一碗荞麦粥，放在了手边，粥上飘着一层零星的油花，几块碎肉挂在碗边。洛阳城孤城已有段时间了，城中精米短缺，价格快只剩金子。关键是很多稀缺物资，像是腊肉、鸡蛋等都被富商捞远了，即便有银子，也很难在市场上买到。不过好在陈淑婷有远见，在初雪降临之前囤了40多斤肉，还有50多斤米，所以锅里除了荞麦之外，还会有精米和白肉。这一锅吃食，在如今的南前北疆已算顶开。淑婷姐，我陪你一起。苏凤玲和秦金莲异口同声地说道。林玉如见此，只是轻飘地撂下了一句：“今夜不饿，明日再食。”便连饭都不吃，就回了偏屋。宇文爱也是如此，排着队在苏凤玲身后打粥。而沈烨见此，只是无奈地叹了一口气：“淑婷，给我盛一碗粥，加些菜，我带她回主屋吃吧。”沈烨能理解众女的反应。曾为西蜀女帝的苏凤玲亡国就是因北莽而亡，曾为江门虎女的秦金莲满门连坐也是因北莽而起。至于陈淑婷、林玉如2女，皆为南前官员之家眷，南前与北莽已成世仇。身为南前人，他们岂能不恨？陈淑婷心里有气，但还是盛了许多精米，又将锅中最肥美的2块白肉一并盖在了碗上。他虽恨北莽丸子，但他拎不清是非。他知道这个完颜悦对沈烨十分重要，若饿出了个好歹，可得不偿失了。看着丰盛的肉粥，沈烨小心翼翼地端着碗筷，生怕洒了，另一手则抓着完颜悦的手腕，刚想往主屋里走，完颜悦却突然摆出了一副嫌弃脸，扬声骂道：“别用你的脏手碰我，下贱的南前狗！”此话一出，众女全都愣住，他们停下手中的动作，看向完颜悦的眼神满是敌意，那愤怒的表情就像是想活撕了完颜悦。沈烨感知超群，瞬间察觉到极意子弹，他不敢过多停留，转身便走进了主屋，反手将门栓插上：“快吃，吃完睡觉，再说胡话让你这辈子都张不开嘴。”沈烨一把将完颜悦甩到炕上，又将那碗插了2块大肉且精米多于荞麦的稠粥摆在了炕沿上。可完颜悦却毫不在意，他双手被绸在脑袋身后，像个虫一样扭动着身体，来到了这碗肉粥面前。可刚一打眼，完颜悦便嘴角一抽，双眉紧锁道：“这是给猪罗吃的东西吗？荞麦在北莽连喂马都不配，本公主乃是北莽贵女，你岂敢用这种醪糟之物敷衍？你他妈吃不吃啊？”沈烨咬紧牙关，低声问道：“猪都不吃？”完颜悦用脑袋瞪了一眼，将放在炕沿的肉粥直接掀翻，啪嚓，此碗下菜，肉粥滚成泥浆，溅了。见此一幕，完颜悦得意洋洋地撇了撇嘴。傅汉曾经说过，南前王朝上到天子，下到梅亭小官，个个都是贪得无厌之辈。南前官吏讨取功名，只认酒池肉林，而不认手足同胞，就没人不贪。他们南下进攻南前，为的就是除害。而沈烨作为边疆千夫长，不知吃了多少苦，接待自己这个北莽公主，怎么也得4荤4素才行。如今却拿这些糟糠敷衍自己，他这么做是在替北莽扬眉吐气，也是在警告沈烨别想虐待自己。就算没有参汤炖鸡，至少也得有白面蒸肉。凭什么沈烨一家吃香喝辣的，他就只能吃糠咽菜？毕竟他可是北莽3公主完颜悦，有北莽王室做靠山，即便是南前天子见了他都不敢轻举妄动，更何况一个小小的千夫长。完颜悦想着，甚至用挑衅的眼神瞥了沈烨一眼。而沈烨见此，气得额头青筋暴起，啪！沈烨一巴掌扇出，重重打在了完颜悦的脸上。完颜悦小脸输得红肿了，他眼中的挑衅和嚣张也随着这一巴掌荡然无存。你竟敢打我！完颜悦满眼错愕，瞳孔发颤，下来，吃干净。沈烨咬着牙，一只手便将完颜悦拎起，贴在地上。粮食来之不易，每一粒米，每一块肉，都是南前兵士用血汗换来的。他岂能容忍完颜悦如此糟蹋？呸！ 沈夜，你让你的娇妻吃香喝辣，就让我吃这个。本公主就算饿死，也绝不吃糠咽菜。完颜月半张脸贴在泥浆上，眼眶含泪，语气倔得像毒。吃糠咽菜？你以为南前人人都是像马知府那样参观？沈夜一把拎起完颜月，快步向小院石桌走去，睁开眼睛看看，我们吃的是什么？话音刚落，满脸泥浆的完颜月也缓缓。他本以为沈夜给自己吃荞麦米粥、吃白水肥肉是在虐自己，可当他低头看到石桌上只有一盘凉拌雪菜，每个女子碗里只有米汤和零星几块碎肉之时，完颜月彻底傻眼了。他瞳孔一颤，面露狐疑之色。难道南前并非是人人都在酒池肉林？南前还有清官。第108章照顾白羊，敏捷提升至后天圆满。饭是定量的，你今晚就饿着吧。见完颜月嚣张，气焰渐消，沈夜便拎着完颜月径直走回了主屋，而后颇带威子的将完颜月一把扔到了炕上，顾自捡起那2块大肉放在水盆里涮了一下，便直接放进嘴里咀嚼吞咽了下去。完颜月见此，虽一言不发，但眸中明显生出了几分愧疚。原来他们吃的也都是粗茶淡饭，给自己吃的精米白肉也算是最好的了。南前或许并不都是贪官。完颜月轻咬下唇，扭过头不再看向水。二人就这么在火炕上僵持着，过了半个时辰，折腾了一天的完颜月才靠着墙打起了轻呼。沈夜把他放倒在火炕上，又从翻出一根红线，一端挂在腰间，另一端系在了完颜月的小手指。只要完颜月有动静，他便能立刻察觉到。做完了这一切，沈夜便走出了主屋，来到小院里透起了气。此时众女刚刚吃完饭没多久，陈淑婷还在灶台旁刷碗，苏凤鸣、秦金莲在打扫小院，林玉茹则是文静喝茶。李文爱因练兵任务繁重，便早早睡了。女杀手白宁在小院里借月光打足义工。白羊呢？沈夜环顾四周，冲着身为姐姐的白宁问道。白宁闻言，欲言又止的看向了柴房。他虽不善言辞，但感知超群的沈夜明显看出了白宁眼中的担忧。沈大人，白羊也中了毒，他中的是慢毒，正在自我疗愈，怕麻烦你，所以就没说。白宁语气冰冷地说着，但他看向沈夜的眼神中，明显生出了几分羞涩，或是今早替他治病之时的新鲜感还没消退。沈夜想着，主动走到了柴房门前。白羊、白宁姐妹俩虽说是暂住在家里，但系统给出了可照顾的提示。况且如今小院中有北莽三公谷完颜月这颗定时炸弹，虽不知完颜月为何会在李三、吕四的身边，但完颜月出现在富阳城，一定和马知府脱不了干系。马知府在得知完颜月消失之后，一定会联合北莽派出大量兵士展开地毯式的搜索，而最大的怀疑对象莫过于身为千夫长的自己。届时沈家小院也不会安全，完颜月他沈夜可以照看，但陈淑婷、苏凤鸣、林玉茹等人怎么办？这就需要身为女杀手的白羊、白宁姐妹俩出手了。他们二人虽然是以暗杀为主要手段，可之前在战场上连斩48颗北莽鬼头的战绩，却还历历在目。与内功宗师对抗，白家姐妹或许有些不敌，但与寻常的兵士练家子对抗，白家姐妹可以说是碾压。所以无论是为了自己，还是为了陈淑婷等女，沈夜都应该和白家姐妹搞好关系。中毒了直说便是，何必怕麻烦？沈夜推开柴房大门，嘎吱，木门声响，却不见白羊。沈夜缓步走进柴房，环顾一圈，这才发现白羊竟赤膊着上身，浑身滚烫的躺在草垛里。白羊，你醒醒！沈夜快步上前抱起白羊，一股灼烫的感觉瞬间从沈夜的手掌传遍全身。白羊身上的温度直逼50度，与沈夜泡茶的温水无异。若不是白羊修炼内功，皮筋骨都能承受高温，换做一般人早都被烤熟了。沈大人，我已毒发入骨，活不成了。白羊强撑着睁开眼睛，眼泪早已被蒸干，眸中只剩下无尽的绝望。沈夜却不管那么多，沿用着给白宁解毒的方法，便开始给白羊灌输起了内力。可内力才刚灌输一股，白羊便一口鲜血喷出，整个人的脸色都变得惨白无。这毒乃是火毒，沈大人，你练的是纯阳内力，灌输内力只会加快毒素入体。也罢，沈大人给我一个痛快，替我告诉姐姐，带着我的那份一起活下去，去一个没有战争的地方，种一片竹林。白羊用尽最后一丝力气说着，旋即整个人便直接昏迷在了沈夜怀中。昏迷前，白羊嘴角还挂着一丝解脱的笑容。沈夜见状，没有去呼喊白宁交代后事，而是沉下心，用内力继续在白羊的经脉内力。他并不是想害死白羊，给他一个痛快，而是因为白羊这种火毒与纯阳内力同宗同源，纯阳宫中对解纯阳之毒的方法是有记载的，在内力充盈的前提下，以毒攻毒，此毒可解，若是操作得当，甚至能让白羊涅槃重生，内力再进步一个境界。不过沈夜面露蓝色的揉了揉眉心，纯阳宫中记载，若以毒攻毒，需先有肌肤之境，不然两股内力相冲后，经脉融合不开，白羊恐怕会暴体而亡啊。而就在沈夜纠结之时，悄悄站在门口目睹了全程的白宁却缓步走到沈夜身旁，俯身摸了摸白羊滚烫的额头，语气恳切道：沈大人，只要能救白羊，什么都可以。沈夜看着白宁，先是一愣，但很快沈夜便下定了决心，救人一命胜造7级浮屠，更何况救了白羊，还能顺带让白宁也死心塌地的替自己做事。有了白家姐妹相助，他沈夜在北疆便也多了一张底牌。12秒，稳赚不赔啊！把门关上，我先替白羊解毒。沈夜说着便赶走了白宁，将目光放到了白羊身上。此刻白羊白皙的皮肤都烫发。沈夜缓步走上前，双手托起白羊烧红了的后颈，颇为感慨道：真烫啊！本次照顾对象白羊， 魅力值92，好感度51，配合度66，首次照顾成功，本次获得大幅敏捷提升，敏捷大成，后天圆满。第109章，姐妹心灵相通，白你该你了。紧接着，翠绿色长卷在沈烨面前缓缓展开，一行行鎏金小字久违出现。宿主沈烨，力量后天大圆满，敏捷后天大圆满，感知大成，耐力后天大圆满，悟性后天大圆满，运气大成，魅力小成。沈烨打眼一看，已经有4项属性达到了后天圆满的境界。曾经最让他引以为傲的超强感知，反而成了平平无奇的存在。沈烨释然一笑，转而又将全部注意力放在了白羊身上。2个时辰后，白羊滚烫的皮肤恢复如初，重新展现出了一片雪白。他被烫得发红的额头也降下温暖，呼吸也从急促变为平缓。成了！沈烨浑身大汗，一屁股坐在了可座上。他擦去额头汗珠，看着眼前满头沉睡的白羊，长出一口气。累，实在是累。这修炼内功的女子，照顾起来确实比寻常女子要耗口气。尤其是运功传输内力之时，既要保证两股内力不冲突，又要保证经脉不被斩破，有力有巧，得时刻保持平衡，需要耗费相当多的心神。照顾白羊一次耗费的体力，都可以用来照顾陈淑婷3-5天了。关键是在照顾白羊之时，不知是因为白羊所修之内功特殊，还是因为白羊口中之毒特殊，白羊的体温忽高忽低的，一会热得像火山，一会却又冷得像冰窖。沈烨多次调用纯阳内力护体无比，全程都只能咬牙坚持。沈大人，白羊他好了吗？沈烨心疼的向下看去，一道担忧的声音却从身后传来。白宁悄悄将木门推开了一条小缝，露出一只眼睛，可怜巴巴的看着。如姐了。